In a quaint inn near Dongda, Qin Xiaole awoke to a spinning world, his mind clouded with confusion. Alas, I must have overindulged. He recalled the previous night, where he had engaged in a drinking contest with a strikingly beautiful girl. Though she appeared aloof, her capacity for alcohol was impressive, nearly matching his own seasoned prowess in the bustling nightlife. As fragmented memories of the night flickered in his mind, he propped himself up with his left hand while his right hand grazed his forehead. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over him. Good heavens, is that a ghost? Panic surged through him, nearly rendering him speechless. Wait, why is there someone beside me? After a considerable half-hour, the two finally processed the events that had transpired. Dressing and sitting across from one another, Qin Xiaole's face was etched with frost, her gaze towards Qin Xiaole brimming with hostility. Having sought solace in the bar, due to a troubled heart, she had not anticipated waking up next to this unfamiliar It was her first solo venture into a bar, and to encounter such an incident was indeed careless. What is your name? She inquired. Qin Xiaole stammered, taking in Qin Xiaole's striking appearance, her fair skin, the alluring red of her lips, and her crisp white shirt exuding an air of sophistication. Such a captivating sight would leave any man at a loss. As he swallowed hard, preparing to speak, she interrupted him. Never mind, it hardly matters since we will have no further dealings. Just consider today, as if nothing occurred, we shall part ways without any debts to each other. In her view, they belonged to entirely different worlds, and thus, it was best to sever all ties. The incident was not solely Qin Xiaole's fault. She too had indulged in drink, and she would accept her misfortune. With that, Qin Xiaole retrieved several hundred yuan from her bag and placed it beside Qin Xiaole. She cast him a lingering glance before clicking away in her high heels, leaving without a trace of reluctance. Qin Xiaole was left in a state of bewilderment. Had he truly been taken advantage of by a woman? And to add insult to injury, she had given him money afterwards? What on earth was happening? Was he in fact being solicited? In that moment, he felt his dignity as a man slip away. He gazed thoughtfully at the bills lying quietly on the bed, contemplating deeply. Though he possessed charm, he had no desire to gain wealth through such means. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have shed the title of magician and acquired the challenger system. Challenger system? Qin Xiaole was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that there exists such a system? This system provides various challenge tasks at irregular intervals, and upon completion, the host may freely acquire a particular ability. Host, Qin Xiaole. Appearance, 99. Height, 186 centimeters. Strength, 20 average adult, 10. Speed, 15 average adult, 10. Resilience, 13 average adult, 10. Acquired skills, none. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the personal attributes panel, Qin Xiaole could not help but feel astonished. Instantly, elation surged within him. He had never imagined that such a system truly existed in the world. He had only encountered it in novels. Goodness gracious! Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving your first main quest. Went over Qin Xiaole. Quest explanation. As the first woman in the host's life, she holds a unique significance for you. Please enhance her favorability towards you. Wishing you success. Quest reward. 1 random skill. Failure penalty. None. My goodness. The first task has arrived, just like that. With rewards for completion and no penalties for failure, Qin Xiaole naturally had no reason to decline. I accept. Qin Xiaole cheerfully accepted. So, that woman is named Qin Xiaole. Not bad. She's lovely, and her name is delightful. As Qin Xiaole turned to glance at the place where Qin Xiaole had slept, he suddenly froze. The bed was soaked with crimson blood, and a wave of red washed over Qin Xiaole's vision. He was truly stunned. Turns out she was also a first-timer. Qin Xiaole swallowed hard, finding it hard to believe. In this day and age, women experiencing their first time are exceedingly rare, especially in places like bars. This realization solidified Qin Xiaole's determination regarding the main quest. Qin Xiaole, he would undoubtedly pursue her. After tidying up in the small inn, Qin Xiaole hurriedly departed. Today marked the first day of enrollment at Dongda University. Dongda is one of the premier universities in Huaxia, consistently ranking among the top 3 in the nation. Previously, the top 2 universities in Huaxia were Tsinghua and Peking University, but later, Peking University surged ahead, decisively placing Tsinghua below it. resulting in a mass exodus of high-quality candidates towards Peking University. With the absence of top-tier examinees, Tsinghua's standing plummeted rapidly. Now, Peking University stands alone at the pinnacle, followed by Tsinghua and Dongda. Thus, Dongda can be regarded as one of the top 3 institutions in all of Huaxia, perhaps even more than just third. In truth, Qin Xiaole had achieved the highest score in his province, and with his results, he could have easily entered Peking University. At one point, the admissions office of Peking University even called him directly, but he declined, opting instead for Dongda, without leaving any room for reconsideration. Even their high school homeroom teacher was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend his decision. Why would a provincial top student choose to attend Tokyo University instead of Peking University? It seems rather peculiar. Moreover, in recent years, Peking University has ascended to become one of the foremost universities in China and indeed the world, largely due to the influence of 2 individuals. Yet, Qin Xiaole has always followed his heart, indifferent to the opinions of others, content as long as he finds joy in his own life. At this moment, with a backpack in tow, he stood at the entrance of Tokyo University, brimming with happiness. University life is something everyone yearns for, and he is no exception. Tokyo University, here I come. Qin Xiaole flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly whites, as he cheerfully made his way toward the registration area. Today marks the day of orientation for first-year students at Tokyo University. The campus is bustling with activity, filled with parents escorting their children to school, each carrying suitcases in tow. Hello, is this the registration area for the School of Information? Qin Xiaole approached a tent and inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Yes, indeed. May I ask which major you are in? Suddenly, Li Ying, who was stationed under the tent, looked up and was taken aback upon seeing Qin Xiaole's face. His exquisite features, a prominent nose, double eyelids, and fair skin rendered him strikingly handsome, a beauty that even international stars would find hard to rival. He was, without a doubt, extraordinarily handsome. To be honest, during her years at Tokyo University, Li Ying had encountered many attractive young men, yet none could compare to Qin Xiaole. She gulped, momentarily entranced, unable to tear her gaze away. It is worth noting that Li Ying herself possessed considerable beauty, easily ranking among the top in a university filled with stunning individuals. Countless boys vied for her attention, particularly in the School of Information, where the gender ratio tilted heavily towards males. She was considered a campus belle, leaving many infatuated. However, she had never been swayed by their advances. Instead, she found their attention rather tedious. Yet today, upon witnessing Qin Xiaole, she finally comprehended that a young man could indeed possess such extraordinary allure. With a slight smile, Qin Xiaole replied, Computer Science and Technology. Computer Science and Technology, abbreviated as CS, is a significant major within the School of Information. Among the 9 primary disciplines at the school, CS ranks in the top 3 and is recognized as one of the most prestigious programs in all of China. Upon hearing this, Li Ying's face lit up with joy, and she exclaimed, What a coincidence! I am also in CS, am your direct senior. Come, fellow student, please sign your name and register your information. Li Ying's enthusiasm was so palpable that Qin Xiaole found it somewhat overwhelming. Goodness, is this what it means to have a senior? Clearing his throat, he set his belongings down momentarily and picked up a pen to fill out the registration form. Qin Xiaole, from Subei City. As he completed his information, Li Ying couldn't help but smile, realizing that this handsome junior was named Qin Xiaole. What a lovely name, she thought, grinning to herself. After completing the registration, Qin Xiaole handed the form back to her and said, Having completed the registration, I shall take my leave to the dormitory, he stated. Wait a moment, Li Ying called out just as he was about to depart. She hurriedly added, Junior, the East University campus is quite vast and unfamiliar to new students. Since you may struggle to navigate it, allow me, your senior, to escort you to your dormitory. Instantly, the individuals in line behind them were left speechless, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Seriously? Why didn't the ones who just left receive such treatment? Is good looks a license for indulgence? However, Qin Xiaole promptly declined her offer. No need, senior. I have the East University map on my phone. I'm perfectly fine navigating on my own. He was no fool. He understood the implications of Li Ying's intentions. Qin Xiaole prided himself on not being a cad. Having formed a bond with Mu Qian Shui, he felt it necessary to maintain a respectful distance from other girls. Huh? Li Ying appeared taken aback. This junior, truly so oblivious to subtlety. Disheartened, she felt helpless after all. Qin Xiaole had made his stance clear, leaving her no grounds for persistence. Yet, her gaze lingered on him, tinged with disappointment. Well then, how about we exchange our QQ numbers? If you require assistance, you can contact me anytime, she suggested, her bright eyes sparkling with innocence. Were her classmates to witness this, they would undoubtedly be astounded. It was common knowledge that Li Ying usually embodied the essence of a goddess while, not entirely frigid, she seldom displayed such warmth. Clearing his throat, Qin Xiaole nodded in acquiescence. All right then, he felt it impossible to reject a senior, especially in front of so many witnesses. Furthermore, exchanging QQ numbers was a trivial matter as long as he remained steadfast in his principles. It would pose no threat. I'll add you, Li Ying exclaimed joyfully, quickly retrieving her phone to scan and add Qin Xiaole. It was only after he had departed, dragging his suitcase behind him, that Li Ying regained her composure. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. A shorter student eagerly stepped forward, clutching his phone. Senior, I too am a new student, and there are many things I do not understand. May I have your contact information? WeChat or QQ will suffice. That he gazed at Li Ying with earnest eyes, filled with longing. However, her demeanor instantly reverted to its previous aloofness, starkly contrasting her earlier warmth toward Qin Xiaole. Oh, no thank you. I'm not particularly fond of adding strangers, she replied curtly. The crowd collectively gasped in confusion. That she truly averse to adding strangers? What about Qin Xiaole? Was he not a stranger? Wasn't she just so forward a moment ago? But what about that earlier encounter? The shorter student attempted to salvage the situation. Yet Li Ying merely huffed dismissively. Oh, that one. I felt he resembled someone familiar, an old acquaintance. Resembled someone familiar? An old acquaintance? I can't believe this. What words are these? Is it not merely a matter of being drawn to someone's handsome appearance? Indeed, this is the essence of womanhood. Yet, the crowd dared not utter more, for after all, this was a personal affair of the senior. In the office of a professor at Dongda University, Mu Qinxue pushed open the door and stepped inside, her gait somewhat awkward. After all, it was her first experience. Although she felt nothing while intoxicated, this morning, walking felt as if her lower body had been torn apart. The pain was indescribable. This was the first time in over 20 years. Qinxue, where have you been? I sent you messages last night, but received no reply. Seeing Mu Qinxue enter with a fatigued expression, Jia hurried over, concern etched on her face. Both were teachers at Dongda, of similar age, thus maintaining a close relationship. Last night, she had sent several messages to Mu Qinxue without any response, fearing something might have happened to her. I drank too much last night and fell asleep. Mu Qinxue's cheeks flushed slightly, recalling the events of the previous night, causing her to feel a bit overheated. Oh, Jia did not suspect anything after all. Mu Qinxue rarely interacted with men and had few male friends. Hey, what happened to your foot? Noticing Mu Qinxue's odd way of walking, Jia's keen eyes quickly caught on. Her foot? Mu Qinxue cleared her throat. She couldn't possibly reveal that she had been intimate with someone last night. That would be too embarrassing. Oh, I accidentally sprained my foot last night. Yes, it's just my foot that feels uncomfortable. As she spoke, Mu Qinxue took a seat at her desk. Jia nodded, not doubting her explanation. Then you should rest well, and perhaps apply some Yunnan Baiyao. All right. There were still matters to attend to at the academy, so Jia departed, reminding Mu Qinxue to take care of herself. Watching her retreating figure, Mu Qinxue let out a faint sigh. Thinking of the tearing pain below, she couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. How could she have so foolishly ended up sleeping with that man? She had been single for over 20 years, never even holding a boy's hand, yet she had given away her innocence so recklessly. It was hard to believe. However, one cannot deny that the young man was indeed quite handsome. Both his physique and looks were exceptional. There were many attractive students at Dongda, yet few had caught her eye. And Qin Xiaole not only caught her attention, but also left her in awe. Thinking of his face, Mu Qinxue felt her cheeks redden, a warm flush spreading, and her mind felt dizzy, as if in a fever. Sometimes, physical appearance truly holds significant weight. In a bar, An unattractive person attempting to flirt with women would only be labeled a rogue. Those who possess both charm and good looks are indeed the ones who master the art of flirtation, and the probability of success in such endeavors is notably high. Some women may even take the initiative to express their interest. After all, the esteemed readers of Ta Du are undeniably handsome. Ah, no, Mu Qin Xiaole, how can you still be thinking about that man? From this day forth, you shall have no further connection with him. Forget that incident, and do so quickly. Mu Qin Xiaole repeatedly patted her delicate face, urging herself to erase the memory of that event. Typically, she exuded an icy demeanor, yet within her heart, a new figure began to emerge, one that seemed to call out to her incessantly. Surprisingly, she found herself unconsciously gravitating toward that silhouette, as if it possessed an extraordinary allure. With this thought, Mu Qin Xiaole felt a surge of panic. However, feelings are not so easily dismissed. They cannot simply be forgotten at will. Moreover, this was the boy who had taken her virginity, a moment that every girl remembers vividly, especially someone like Mu Qin Xiaole, who had never experienced romantic entanglements before. How could she possibly forget so easily? Furthermore, it is human nature that the more one tries to forget something, the more challenging it becomes to do so. This is an inevitability. Thus, Mu Qin Xiaole, feeling a twinge of frustration, rested her head on the table, her emotions in disarray. She was at a loss regarding what to do. Perhaps, if they never crossed paths again, time would eventually dull the memory. In the East University Male Dormitory, Area A, this is the residence for male students at East University. Standing at the dormitory entrance, after registering with the dormitory supervisor, he learned of his assigned room. 315. East University is a prestigious institution in China, ranked among the top 3 universities, renowned even on a global scale. Thus, the living conditions are among the finest in the country. The undergraduate dormitories house 4 students, with lofted beds and desks beneath, offering ample space, hot water, showers, and air conditioning conditions that are indeed exceptional throughout China. Pushing a black suitcase and carrying a backpack, Qin Xiaole arrived at the door of room 315, but upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of his 3 roommates, turning in unison. Their eyes widened in surprise, revealing a mix of emotions. Wow, I didn't expect our dorm would host such a handsome fellow. Goodness, that face is something else. I must admit, I'm smitten. Lao Wu, am struggling to contain myself. As they beheld Qin Xiaole's striking appearance, each of them swallowed hard. This young man was remarkably exquisite and undeniably attractive. Indeed, he was handsome, with fair skin, striking features, and a prominent nose. One could say he was more refined than many women, that if he were to don some makeup and a wig, he would undoubtedly excel as an enchanting cross-dresser. He was far more handsome than any celebrity seen on television. Qin Xiaole. Observing the exuberant reactions of the 3, Qin Xiaole was momentarily taken aback. Wait, what? What a spectacle! Is it really necessary to be so ostentatious? Is this truly the roommate I shall share the next 4 years of university with? It feels as though each one is somewhat peculiar, an overwhelming aura of flamboyance enveloping the atmosphere. Qin Xiaole could not help but shiver slightly, offering a sheepish smile as he greeted the trio. Upon entering, the 3 of them warmly assisted him in carrying his belongings, which left him feeling a bit out of place, yet he could not resist their enthusiasm. You must be in bed number 1, this is your spot. Set up your bedding, and we'll help you, they encouraged. Exactly. No need to be polite, we are all brothers in the same dormitory, they chimed in. Indeed, their friendliness was palpable, treating Qin Xiaole as one of their own without the slightest hint of exclusion. This warmed his heart. It seemed that university life in the dormitory might not be so bad after all. At the very least, there was a sense of camaraderie. Thanks, guys. Qin Xiaole smiled gently, expressing his gratitude. The trio waved dismissively, signaling that such gratitude was unnecessary. As they helped Qin Xiaole organize his belongings, they engaged in lively conversation. Through their exchanges, Qin Xiaole gleaned some insight into his roommates. The tallest among them was named Tang Meng, standing around 184 centimeters, with a robust physique and a strong accent that betrayed his origins from Tangshan. It is indeed challenging to shed the Tangshan dialect, especially for those who have grown up there. It is nearly impossible to alter. The other 2 were quite different. One appeared somewhat fragile, with a fair complexion and glasses, presenting a serious demeanor, yet he was surprisingly flamboyant. His name was Zhang Yu, a local from the metropolis, and among the three, he exuded the most charisma, standing out distinctly. The final roommate was named Wu Luo, though not as striking as Zhang Yu. He was still quite handsome and also hailed from the metropolis. He and Zhang Yu had been high school roommates, already known as the flamboyant duo during their school days. Having gathered a general understanding of his roommates, Qin Xiaole felt a sense of anticipation. It seemed that their dormitory 315 would be filled with joy. With two lively personalities and the robust Tang Meng from Tongshan, he found himself rather pleased. After all, encountering such intriguing roommates was indeed an exciting prospect. By the time Qin Xiaole had finished unpacking, it was nearly 6 in the evening. Zhang Yu chuckled, rubbing his hands together. "Brothers, today marks our first day of university. How about we go out for dinner? Enjoy some barbecue and drinks tonight." Wu Luo was the first to respond. "Sounds good to me. What do you all think?" Tang Ming had no objections either, grinning as he said, "Sure, him and I've never lost a drinking contest." The three turned their gaze toward Qin Xiaole. "Hey, Lego, how about joining us for a drink?" "Exactly." Qin Xiaole smiled broadly and exclaimed, "Let's hit the night market for some beer." Qin Xiaole was no bookworm. He often indulged in barbecues and flirtations at bars, relishing every moment. The four of them erupted into laughter. Delighted. "Let us proceed then, my brothers." Chapter 4. Overcoming softness with firmness in the evening. At a barbecue restaurant near Dongda University, four friends gathered around a table, their excitement palpable. It was their first day of university, and having met several roommates, their spirits soared. Such is human nature. In unfamiliar surroundings, no matter how much one attempts to relax, a certain thrill is inevitable. The four friends engaged in lively banter as they began to order their meals. Just then, a notification chimed from Qin Xiaole's phone. He retrieved it from his pocket and saw it was a message from the senior he had registered with earlier that day. "Hello, Xiaole. What are you up to?" Seeing the message from Li Ying, Qin Xiaole felt a twinge of anxiety. When a girl takes the initiative to ask a boy for his contact information and then follows up with a message, the implications are clear. She is interested in pursuing him. Under normal circumstances, this would not have posed a problem for him, especially since he was single and could entertain the notion of getting to know Li Ying better, given her appealing demeanor and status as a senior. However, things had changed. He had already shared an intimate experience with a girl named Mu Qinxue. Not only was it her first time, but it was also his. Many young men harbor a certain sentimentality towards their virginity, and thus, Qin Xiaole found himself grappling with conflicting emotions. Compounded by the system's directive for him to win over Mu Qinxue, he had initially intended to disregard Li Ying's advances. Nonetheless, out of courtesy, he decided to respond, "I'm having dinner with my roommates." A simple reply, devoid of any embellishments. He anticipated that this would suffice to deter further conversation. But Li Ying's response exceeded his expectations and caught him off guard. "Where are you eating?" "I haven't had dinner yet. Let me join you." Qin Xiaole thought to himself. What on earth? Is she really that bold? He found himself wishing he could slap his own face for not ignoring the message. Momentarily at a loss for how to proceed, he felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. At that moment, Zhang Yu, who had finished ordering, turned to Qin Xiaole and noticed his furrowed brow. With a grin, he inquired, "Hey Xiaole, what's got you looking so troubled?" Wu Luo and Tang Ming also turned their attention to him, curiosity evident in their expressions. With a resigned shrug, Qin Xiaole replied, "I just started school today, and a senior added me on QQ, wanting to pursue me. I have no idea how to turn her down." Instantly, the three exchanged glances and exclaimed in unison, "No way." Tang Ming gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Seriously, Xiaole, how can you let a girl like that slip away?" Wu Luo nodded in agreement, adding, "Exactly. How can you even consider passing up a senior?" Qin Xiaole felt utterly outpaced by his three companions, who were undeniably flamboyant. He waved his hand dismissively, expressing disdain as he said, "Enough of that. Think of a way for me to decline." Wu Luo chuckled and replied, "Brother Lu, you ought to consult old Zhang. He is quite knowledgeable in this area." Zhang Yu. The lad appeared harmless, yet was surprisingly reserved. Perhaps he might indeed possess a solution. Zhang Yu smiled slightly and inquired, "Brother Lu, would you mind sharing the chat records with me?" Without hesitation, Qin Xiaole passed his phone over. Moments later, Zhang Yu returned the device, grinning as he remarked, "This senior sister is rather intriguing. What do you think I should say in reply?" After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yu began to tap his fingers lightly on the table, suddenly struck by inspiration. How about this? In our dormitory, we indulge in greasy street food and beer at night, which is quite fattening. You're not exactly slender, so you might want to avoid oily foods. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaole's eyes lit up. Having navigated the nightlife for several years, he instantly grasped Zhang Yu's suggestion. This tactic was one of straightforwardness overcoming subtlety. Since Li Ying wished to come, Qin Xiaole would employ such a blunt tone to dissuade her. This would not only irritate her, potentially diminishing her fondness for him, but also establish a perception of him as a straightforward individual. After all, players of Li Ying's caliber typically held little interest in such forthrightness. Impressive indeed. Qin Xiaole grinned and gave Zhang Yu a thumbs up. One must admit, Zhang Yu had some clever insights. Following his advice, Qin Xiaole messaged Li Ying in her dormitory. Upon hearing the notification from her phone, Li Ying eagerly opened her QQ account. However, when she read Qin Xiaole's response, she was almost enraged. What do you mean I'm not exactly slender? Am I fat? Women are particularly sensitive about their appearance, and this is especially true for those who are conventionally attractive. No woman desires to be told she is unattractive or overweight. Yet, Qin Xiaole had indeed sent such a reply. Fine. I'll let it slide this time due to your looks. If it weren't for his handsome appearance, Li Ying might have felt compelled to confront him with a weapon. Nevertheless, considering Qin Xiaole's attractiveness, she managed to restrain herself. It is not that women are superficial. Rather, it is a universal truth that most people harbor some degree of aesthetic bias. Generally, those who are more attractive tend to earn higher salaries than their less attractive counterparts. This is a common phenomenon. Taking a few deep breaths to calm herself, Li Ying glanced at her phone and replied with a single word, "Oh." When a girl replies with just an "oh," it is generally safe to conclude that her mood is rather poor. However, when Qin Xiaole saw the "oh" from Li Ying, he couldn't help but chuckle. He raised his glass and said with a broad smile, "Old Zhang, you're amazing." With that, he downed his drink in one go. Zhang Yu also chuckled, lifting his own glass and following suit. "Brother, this is merely a small matter. We are all brothers from now on." Having shared 4 years as roommates in university, they spent the most time together each night, creating bonds that are undoubtedly closer than those of mere acquaintances. Nonetheless, whether these university relationships evolve into true brotherhood depends on each individual's character. At present, Qin Xiaole found his 3 roommates quite commendable, each possessing unique traits, yet displaying a strong sense of loyalty. Quite amusing. While Qin Xiaole enjoyed his drinks, Li Ying, after responding to his message, threw her phone onto the bed in frustration and fell into a spiral of self-doubt regarding her appearance. She turned to her roommate and earnestly asked, "Xiaoyu, do you think I'm fat?" Taken aback, Xiaoyu had not anticipated such a question from Li Ying. She quickly shook her head and replied, "How could that be? If you were fat, no one would dare claim to be thin." Chapter 5. The launch of a new book. Seeking votes. It was past 11 at night. Though their tolerance for alcohol was decent, their first drinking contest left them somewhat unsteady. Each one of them flushed and tipsy, their speech became somewhat slurred. "Brother Lele, I can't take it anymore. I'm feeling a bit sleepy and need to go to bed." Alcohol, when consumed excessively, can easily lead to dizziness. Although beer has a low alcohol content, the 4 of them had indulged to the point of feeling quite disoriented. Qin Xiaole shook his head, feeling a bit woozy himself, and coughed a couple of times. "I'll go settle the bill. Just wait a moment." With that, he rose to head towards the counter. Though his mind retained a semblance of clarity, his steps were far from steady, swaying as he walked. He was aware of his unsteady gait but couldn't seem to control it. After a struggle, he finally paid, and the 4 of them supported each other as they made their way back to the university. The quartet of inebriates walked along, boasting loudly. When people drink too much, they often lose their inhibitions, unaware of what they are saying as long as the volume is high. The louder, the better. Fortunately, it was nighttime and the streets were relatively empty. Otherwise, they might have found themselves viral sensations online, facing social humiliation. "Brother Lele, your drinking capacity is impressive. I've rarely admired anyone in my life, but I was in awe the moment I laid eyes on you," Zhang Yu exclaimed, his speech slurred and fingers gesturing wildly in the air. "Exactly. With a face like yours, you're truly exceptional. Indeed, if I were a woman, I would certainly fall for you." "What's that? Just because you're a man, you can't appreciate him? Love is love. I would love him even as a man." Qin Xiaole let out a drunken burp and shook his head. As the group approached the eastern gate of the school, ready to enter, They were suddenly halted by a security guard. "What are you all doing?" he inquired. Tang Ming, his face flushed and clearly intoxicated, stepped forward and draped an arm around the guard's shoulders. "Uncle, we are freshmen from Dong University, just enrolled today. We're all friends here." "Students? Friends?" The guard scrutinized the quartet of inebriates. "Are you really students? Who do you think you are?" Furrowing his brow, the guard continued, "Where's your student ID? Without it, you can't enter." "ID? Quickly, let us find it," Tang Ming exclaimed. "Who doesn't he have an ID?" "Exactly." The four of them, inebriated, started fumbling through their pockets in search of their IDs. They had just been issued their student IDs earlier that day. Zhang Yu, with a dazed expression, interjected, "I think I left mine in the dorm." "No worries, just wait for me. I'll go get it." The guard, perplexed, retorted, "I'm telling you, you need to show your ID to enter. You can't just go inside to fetch it." "Ah, I think I also left mine in the dorm," Tang Ming admitted. "Me too," echoed the others. None of them had thought to bring their IDs when they left, unaware that they would be required for entry. Of course, under normal circumstances, the guard wouldn't have enforced such a rule, considering it was a university with less stringent oversight. However, a group of drunks was certainly not someone he could let in easily. He couldn't bear the responsibility if they caused any trouble. Thus, without their IDs, they were barred from entry. Qin Xiaole, also quite tipsy, patted the guard on the shoulder and said, "Uncle, heed my advice, let us in. We only wish to rest." "Exactly, Uncle, you must trust us. We really are students, and we're not that drunk." "Not that drunk." The guard scoffed, eyeing their flushed faces and slurred speech. "Not happening. No ID, no entry," he firmly stated. Qin Xiaole frowned, then turned to his three roommates, who exchanged knowing glances. Despite their inebriation, they seemed to share an unspoken understanding. "Are we really not allowed in?" The guard answered, "Not unless you have your advisor come over." "Advisor? It's our first day. Who knows who that is?" With a resigned sigh, Qin Xiaole approached his friends, who gathered closely. Shaking his head to clear his mind, he said, "I have a plan to get us in. Are you all in?" "What is there to be afraid of?" One of them replied. "Exactly, just tell us, Brother Lo." Qin Xiaole smiled broadly, nodded, and gestured for them to come closer. The four of them huddled together at the eastern gate, whispering among themselves. The security guard observed the situation and sensed something amiss. However, the voices of Qin Xiaole and his three companions were too faint for him to hear. These four inebriated individuals posed a significant threat. Suddenly, without warning, Qin Xiaole shouted, "Run!" In an instant, the four figures dashed past the security guard and into the school, scattering in different directions. It must be said that they had indeed indulged quite a bit. As they fled, their paths were far from straight, each struggling to maintain their balance. Meanwhile, the security guard was left in a state of bewilderment. Those little rascals, employing such tactics against me. Yet, with the four of them dispersing in different directions, it would be impossible for him to catch them all alone. He grabbed his walkie-talkie and called out, "Report to the captain. This is Security Officer Zhao Dabo at the East Gate." Just now, four drunkards claiming to be students from Dong University rushed in through the East Gate. "Dabo requests assistance. I repeat, Dabo requests assistance." The captain of the security team took the matter seriously and promptly replied, "Received. I'll dispatch personnel immediately to locate them. We cannot allow them to cause any major disturbances." Dabo acknowledged the message, hung up the radio, and glanced in the direction of the four individuals before selecting a route to pursue one of them. Capturing just one could potentially lead to the others, as they were clearly accomplices. It was already past 11 o'clock, and the dormitories had been secured. Therefore, the four of them did not head to the dorms, but instead roamed the school in search of a place to rest and sober up. Not long after, Qin Xiaole suddenly heard the voice of Zhao Dabo behind him. "You, stop right there." Indeed, Zhao Dabo had chosen the same direction as Qin Xiaole's escape. In his eyes, this young man was undoubtedly the mastermind and posed the greatest threat. Qin Xiaole thought, "What the heck? Why are you chasing me? Don't think you can outrun me." Although he had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, his physical capabilities were exceptional. Moreover, having undergone rigorous training imposed by his father since childhood, his body was remarkably resilient. Thus, when he noticed Zhao Dabo closing in, Qin Xiaole accelerated suddenly, leaving him far behind. While his path was not straight, his speed was impressive, and Zhao Dabo exerted all his effort in pursuit. Chapter 6. In trouble with the law, Qin Xiaole possessed excellent stamina. He was exceedingly brave. However, he had indeed drunk too much that evening, and as he ran, he struggled to maintain a straight line. What appeared to be a straight path ahead seemed to twist and turn as he moved. Before long, he felt as though he had stepped into thin air, let out a cry, and was sent sprawling through the air, landing awkwardly. Fortunately, due to his robust constitution, he sustained no serious injuries from the fall. However, shortly thereafter, Zhao Debeos rushed over. Observing Qin Xiaole, who lay sprawled on the ground, he took several deep breaths, clearly exhausted. "You little rascal, how can you run so fast?" This boy truly possessed remarkable speed. Although he was now in his 40s and had aged, he was quite adept in his youth. Even now, with regular training, he could easily outrun most typical university students. Yet, he never anticipated that Qin Xiaole could sprint with such swiftness, even around curves. Had it not been for the boy's fall, Zhao Debeos would have found it nearly impossible to catch up to him. 30 minutes later, at the police station near Dongda University, Qin Xiaole sat in a chair, his wrists bound by handcuffs, facing two middle-aged officers who diligently recorded information on paper. Name: Qin Xiaole. Age: 19. What were you doing unlawfully entering Dongda? What were your intentions? Qin Xiaole replied, "What intentions could I possibly have? I merely wished to return to my slumber." He cleared his throat and chuckled. "Ahem, dear officer, I am indeed a student of Dongda. I merely got carried away drinking with a few roommates last night, forgot my student ID, and thus found myself trying to re-enter the dormitory. You must believe me." Gazing at the middle-aged officers, Qin Xiaole's eyes were filled with a pitiful longing. "Who can vouch for me?" he lamented. On his first day at university, he knew no one. He was unaware of his tutor's name or contact information. Who could possibly validate his claims? Faced with the officers' inquiries, Qin Xiaole felt on the brink of collapse. "Officers, I assure you, I am not a criminal. I am truly a student of Dongda." Throughout his life, although he had visited police stations, it had never been in such a context. How had he found himself handcuffed and interrogated? The middle-aged officer maintained a calm demeanor, his expression unyielding despite Qin Xiaole's pitiable appearance. "We must contact your tutor to verify your identity. Otherwise, we cannot release you." Though he felt a slight inclination to believe Qin Xiaole. After all, he was a remarkably handsome young man, seemingly harmless. And it seemed unreasonable to invade Dongda at such an hour. Protocol dictated that they could not release him without proof of his identity. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received your first side quest. Prove your innocence. You have 12 hours to find a way to leave the police station. Reward: a random skill lottery. The sudden voice of the system echoed in Qin Xiaole's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. Goodness, a side quest had emerged. It must be said that the challenge was quite formidable, requiring him to escape the police station within 12 hours. Yet, with the clock striking midnight, most people had already settled into sleep. Moreover, at Dongda University, he had not made any acquaintances, let alone become familiar with his counselor. His roommates had seemingly vanished into thin air. He was the only one apprehended. Alas, what wretched luck. Suddenly, Qin Xiaole seemed to have an epiphany. Who said he had no one at Dongda? Wasn't he there someone after all? Qin Xiaole became instantly animated, exclaiming, "Officer, please hand me my phone. I need to make a call to gather some support." The two middle-aged police officers, nonetheless, complied and handed him the phone. Qin Xiaole swiftly accessed the contact information for Li Ying through the QQ app. Fortunately, QQ provided a means to call, and he promptly dialed her QQ number. On the other end, Li Ying had just finished her evening routine and was preparing to retire for the night when she heard the distinctive sound of a QQ call emanating from her desk. Curiously, she approached her phone. Students in the computer science field often kept late hours, irrespective of gender. It was almost a given that they would not retire early. Of course, this contributed to the phenomenon of hair loss among them. Upon seeing the QQ display, she was momentarily taken aback. Qin Xiaole? At that moment, Li Ying's mind raced with a myriad of thoughts. What could it signify for a boy to call her so late at night? The implications were rather clear. Could it be that this young man had come to a realization? Was he about to confess his feelings for her? As this thought crossed her mind, although she maintained an outward calm, her heart was stirred with waves of excitement. Goodness, he actually called me. Could it be a confession? Should I agree immediately? Or feign consideration before accepting? The internal conflict was overwhelming. Initially, she had felt quite irritated, as Qin Xiaole's previous message had been rather unfriendly to a girl, eliciting her anger. Had it been anyone else, Li Ying would have likely blocked him without a second thought. However, Qin Xiaole was simply too handsome to dismiss. Block him? She couldn't bring herself to do it. Li Ying was already daydreaming about the moment when Qin Xiaole would confess to her. That scenario would undoubtedly be sweet. After considerable contemplation, she finally answered the call. Seeing that the call had been connected, Qin Xiaole, who had been anxiously awaiting the outcome, let out a sigh of relief. Goodness, a miracle. He had finally managed to connect. There was hope. However, before he could utter a word, Li Ying spoke first. You needn't say anything. I understand. I agree. Let us be together. Qin Xiaole. I haven't even spoken yet. What do you mean you agree? Qin Xiaole. No, senior. You've misunderstood. I was merely seeking the contact information for the counselor. As a direct senior of Qin Xiaole and a member of the student council, Li Ying undoubtedly possessed the contact details of their counselor, making her a reliable source. Li Ying, what on earth do you need the counselor's contact information for at this late hour? Qin Xiaole took a deep breath. Glancing at the two police officers beside her, I just want to have a chat, to talk things over. Li Ying raised an eyebrow. You wish to have a heart-to-heart with the counselor at this hour? Are you serious? However, since you insist, I suppose I cannot refuse. Just remember, our counselor's surname is Mu. You can simply address her as Professor Mu. She is known as the Ice Goddess and has quite the temper. So heed my warning. Do not provoke her. There exists an unspoken rule within the School of Information. You may irritate anyone, but never provoke Professor Mu. The title of Ice Goddess is not one to be taken lightly. Intrigued by Li Ying's dramatic description, Qin Xiaole awaited the professor's contact details. Soon, Li Ying sent Professor Mu's number to him without hesitation. Chapter 7. I am not a fraud. Without the slightest delay, Qin Xiaole dialed Professor Mu's number. Meanwhile, in the staff dormitory, Mu Qianxue lay on her bed, grappling with an almost surreal sensation. As she endured the sharp pangs of discomfort emanating from her body, she couldn't help but feel regretful. It was merely an evening of drinking, yet she had unwittingly found herself entwined in an unexpected encounter. Amidst her frustration, an image of Qin Xiaole unexpectedly surfaced in her mind. He was undeniably the most handsome young man she had ever encountered. Without exception, Mu Qianxue had always held high standards, often dismissing most young men. But there was something uniquely captivating about Qin Xiaole that drew her in. Although their time spent together was brief, she had genuinely felt a connection. Yet, what did it matter? They had merely crossed paths by chance, sharing a moment due to intoxication. And she didn't even know his name. Their lives would likely never intertwine again. With a soft sigh, she mused, perhaps we shall never meet again. Indeed, with over 1 billion people in Huaxia, the likelihood of two individuals crossing paths again was infinitesimally small. Perhaps it was best to forget altogether. Just as Mu Qianxue's thoughts swirled, her phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number. She furrowed her brow. It was already past midnight. Why was an unknown number calling her at such an hour? Could it be a scam? But that seemed unlikely. Who would be so diligent as to call at this late hour for a scam? After a brief moment of hesitation, she decided to answer the call. Hello? Her cold voice fell upon Qin Xiaole's ears like a beacon of hope. Oh my goodness, at last a lifeline. Is this Professor Mu? Mu Qianxue slightly relaxed her brow. Since the other party knew her name and sounded relatively youthful, they were unlikely to be a fraudster. Yet, there was something about the voice that seemed oddly familiar. Indeed, it felt reminiscent, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Without further contemplation, she replied, It's me. Who are you? Qin Xiaole, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Professor Mu, I am your future student. I am at the police station. Please come to rescue me. Mu Qianxue was taken aback. Future student? At the police station? Goodness, it's clear this is a scam. It was late at night, and someone was claiming to be her future student while being at the police station. Surely, they would soon ask for money to secure their release. She couldn't fathom how such a lowly scheme could be concocted. With a cold snort, Mu Qianxue disdainfully uttered, boring, and prepared to hang up the phone. Upon hanging up, Qin Xiaole exchanged glances with the two policemen, and an air of awkwardness enveloped the room. He cleared his throat, and, undeterred, continued to call. Twice more. Mu Qianxue promptly ended the calls. When Qin Xiaole made the third attempt, Mu Qianxue finally answered, impatience evident in her tone. Can you, as a scammer, exhibit a modicum of professionalism? Can't you let people sleep at this hour? Qin Xiaole quickly retorted, No, Professor Mu, I am not a scammer. My name is Qin Xiaole, a freshman in computer science and technology. You can verify my information. I assure you I am genuine. At his words, Mu Qianxue furrowed her brow. Qin Xiaole? That name seemed to ring a bell from the student records she had reviewed a few days prior. The reason she had been promoted to associate professor at such a young age lay primarily in her intelligence. While she may not possess a photographic memory, her recall far surpassed that of the average person. Thus, she indeed had a recollection of the name Qin Xiaole. If he spoke truthfully, it appeared he was not a fraudster after all. Qin Xiaole then elaborated on the situation. Professor, I am currently at the police station near East University. Could you please come and verify my identity? Though Mu Qianxue felt exasperated, she couldn't ignore a student in distress. After a moment's deliberation, she replied, Very well. Wait for me. I will be there shortly. Upon hearing her words, Qin Xiaole's spirits soared. Oh my, I am finally saved. He exclaimed excitedly. Thank you, Professor Mu. I adore you. Mu Qianxue retorted, If you express it like that, I might reconsider my visit. She hung up the phone, sighed, and shook her head. There was no helping it. After all, he was her student. Although she had yet to meet him in person, as a counselor, she could not refuse her responsibilities. She certainly could not leave him abandoned at the police station. That would be inappropriate. Just as she was about to change her shoes and head out, a pang of discomfort shot through her lower body. It was her first time last night, and with no experience to speak of, combined with a bit of alcohol, it seemed that their encounter had become rather spirited. Qin Xiaole was inherently strong-willed. With all these factors combined, Mu Qianxue had yet to fully recover even now. After contemplating for a moment, she decided to call CSCJia. Half an hour later, at the police station near Dongda, Qin Xiaole, who was under supervision, received the news from the officer that someone had verified his identity and he was free to leave. A wave of joy surged within him as he stepped outside. Upon exiting the station, he spotted a girl clad in a black short-sleeve shirt and jeans, her average physique obscuring her face from his view. Could this be the legendary Professor Mu? This figure hardly seemed worthy of the title Ice Goddess. Although he could not see her face, he surmised her beauty to be rather ordinary based on her silhouette. Tentatively, he called out, Are you Professor Mu? The girl turned her head, glancing at Qin Xiaole, and replied playfully, Guess. After clearly seeing her, Qin Xiaole decisively shook his head. No. CSCJia, puzzled, asked, Have you met Professor Mu? How can you be so certain? This freshman should logically have never encountered Mu Qianxue before. Qin Xiaole replied earnestly, I haven't met her, but I heard from a senior that Professor Mu is the Ice Goddess, so I am 100% sure you are not her. CSCJia initially nodded, somewhat taken aback. However, as she mulled over Qin Xiaole's words, she began to sense something amiss. If Professor Mu is indeed the Ice Goddess, and he could ascertain she was not simply by looking at her face, did that imply she was unattractive? Instantaneously, CSCJia's gaze turned sharp. Women are often particularly sensitive about their appearance. Are you implying that I am not good-looking? In that moment, Qin Xiaole felt as though the air around him had suddenly thickened, sensing an ominous chill. His strong survival instinct compelled him to hastily shake his head. Of course not. I mean, you and Professor Mu each possess your unique beauty. She is the Ice Goddess, while you are the vivacious and lovely goddess. Chapter 8. A glance shared with the security uncle CSCJia let out a soft huff, deciding to spare Qin Xiaole. Though she could not rival Mu Qianxue, her looks were still commendable, easily scoring above 80. Let us go? Professor Mu is unwell, so I'll come to escort you. Oh, despite his curiosity, Qin Xiaole refrained from questioning further. Having someone to pick him up was already a stroke of fortune, with numerous demands lingering. Qin Xiaole silently followed behind CSCJia as they exited the police station, feeling an immense sense of relief wash over him, as if he had been liberated. Ding. Congratulations. Host, on completing self-rescue, you have received a reward, 1 random skill draw. Would you like to proceed with the draw? Upon hearing the voice of the system in his ear, Qin Xiaole was instantly filled with elation. This was his first completed task within the system, marking the first time he would acquire a skill, and the excitement within him was palpable. He had only ever read about such systems in novels. Never did he expect to possess one himself. It was simply astonishing. Draw as Qin Xiaole commanded, a massive wheel appeared before him, evenly divided into numerous segments, each of equal size. Upon a brief count, he estimated there were over 100 sections. He speculated that each segment corresponded to a skill. While walking, he glanced at CSCJia, noticing her indifference, and realized that the enormous wheel was visible only to him. With that thought, he felt at ease. Soon, the pointer on the wheel began to spin. After 10 seconds, it came to a halt in a specific area. In the next moment, the system's voice echoed in Qin Xiaole's ear. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill, Ultimate Combat Technique. Ultimate Combat Technique. Qin Xiaole's eyes widened in astonishment. Before he could fully comprehend it, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. These encompassed various techniques and moves related to combat. In an instant, Qin Xiaole felt as if he had mastered the art of combat over many years. The movements and techniques were indelibly etched in his mind. Perfect, simply perfect. For a moment, Qin Xiaole was immersed in the memories of combat techniques. Suddenly, Xie halted, observing Qin Xiaole standing motionless, and curiously inquired, "What are you doing?" Interrupted by her voice, Qin Xiaole quickly snapped back to reality, clearing his throat and chuckling. "Oh, nothing. I just zoned out for a moment." Xie cast him a suspicious glance before turning away with a sigh, remarking, "Young people should learn to exercise restraint, otherwise. Look at you. Your memory is wandering while you walk." Although it was late at night, Xie could still vaguely discern Qin Xiaole's face. And the word that came to her mind was stunning. Indeed, this was her innermost thought. Having spent considerable time at Dong University and encountered many handsome men, she had never met anyone who could rival Qin Xiaole. To Xie, Qin Xiaole's striking looks and charm suggested he must have had numerous romantic interests. His frail health was understandable. Qin Xiaole responded, "Wow, I truly didn't see that coming. You are quite the dirty-minded one. Just zoning out leads to such thoughts." He rolled his eyes, refraining from retorting, and silently followed behind Xie. Along the way, the two engaged in conversation. Qin Xiaole learned that she was Xie, a teacher at their academy, and a close confidant of Professor Mu. Due to Professor Mu's health issues, she had entrusted Xie with bringing Qin Xiaole back. Before long, they arrived at the East Gate. With her credentials in hand, Qin Xiaole was smoothly ushered into the campus. As they passed through the East Gate, Qin Xiaole caught sight of the security guard, Zhao Debao. Their eyes met, and they exchanged glances, both feeling a twinge of awkwardness. It was quite unexpected. Clearing his throat, Zhao Debao said, "Apologies, dear student. I truly did not realize you were from East University." He rubbed his hands together, a hint of embarrassment evident in his gaze. He had indeed been careless, not anticipating that Qin Xiaole was genuinely a student there. "Why would you run if you were a student?" Qin Xiaole coughed lightly and replied, "Ahem, uncle, I too am at fault. Please remember this for the future." I will. Zhao Debao chuckled, nodding in agreement. Xie, observing their interaction ahead, could not suppress a giggle, covering her mouth as she laughed. It was simply too amusing. Xie escorted Qin Xiaole to the entrance of the dormitory, where she informed the dorm matron, allowing them to enter without issue. Before departing, she cast a lingering glance at Qin Xiaole. It must be said, this young man was quite handsome. While Xie was not one to swoon, she certainly had a penchant for those of striking appearance. This seems to be a societal norm. Individuals with notable looks often receive more tolerance and patience. She cleared her throat and advised, "Be sure to get a good night's sleep and refrain from getting into trouble again. Tomorrow morning, Professor Mu will personally address you at the class meeting, understood? Get into trouble again? What do you take me for? I could never step foot in there again." Qin Xiaole nodded, as if recalling something, and with a mischievous grin said, "Understood. By the way, Teacher Xie, is Professor Mu truly as beautiful as they say?" He was genuinely curious about the so-called Professor Mu's appearance. After all, he had previously heard from Li Ying that Professor Mu was referred to as the Ice Goddess. Given that Li Ying's looks were already commendable, easily surpassing the threshold of 90, she could certainly be considered the belle of the academy. If she held Professor Mu in such high esteem, one could only imagine the beauty of this Ice Goddess. Noticing the glint of curiosity in Qin Xiaole's eyes, Xie rolled her own eyes in response. At your young age, instead of focusing on your studies, you are only interested in inquiring about women. After a pause, she continued, "Professor Mu is stunning, more beautiful than you can imagine. You will see for yourself tomorrow." The beauty of Mu Qianxue was acknowledged throughout the entire school, and as a close friend, Xie could not help but admit that there was a considerable disparity between her looks and those of her friend. Qin Xiaole chuckled softly, scratching his head. His inquiry had merely stemmed from curiosity. Regardless of how attractive this so-called Professor Mu might be, he had no inclination to flirt. After all, he had a girlfriend. Mu Qianxue was his first love, and whether driven by the obligations of his mission or the responsibilities of a man, he would not easily entertain the notion of pursuing another woman. Having not engaged in much conversation with Xie, he expressed his gratitude before ascending the stairs. It was indeed heartwarming for a girl to venture to the police station late at night to rescue someone. The dormitory was deserted, however. Since his friends had not entered the station, they were likely still wandering the campus. At least he felt secure in that regard, far better off than himself, the unfortunate one who had been caught by the security guard and sent to the police station. With a sigh, Qin Xiaole shook his head and soon fell asleep alone in his bed. Chapter 9. Class meeting around 1 o'clock in the morning. Qin Xiaole lay in bed, drowsiness enveloping him. Despite possessing an extraordinary physical constitution, the effects of the alcohol he had consumed, coupled with a night of exertion, left him utterly fatigued. Consequently, he succumbed to slumber almost instantly. Time passed gradually, and Qin Xiaole slept soundly. In his dreams, he once again beheld the alluring figure of the dark-clad seductress from the small inn. The exquisite allure of her black stockings and her remarkably delicate features were simply unforgettable. This was particularly significant for Qin Xiaole, as it was his first encounter of such nature. Although he had frequented bars before, he had never ventured beyond the threshold of innocence, cherishing his virginity. It was precisely for this reason that his feelings for Qin Xiaole were so profound. After all, she was also a novice in such matters, and he felt compelled to take responsibility for her. Engrossed in this dream, he lost track of time until a commotion in the room jolted him awake. Rubbing his eyes, Qin Xiaole slowly opened them, only to find his 3 roommates entering the room, laughing and chatting merrily. The campus of East University was vast, and after narrowly escaping the previous night's ordeal, the trio had spent the night on the playground. Though their sleep had been far from comfortable, they were fortunate not to have been caught. As Qin Xiaole sat up, bewildered, his 3 roommates were equally startled, each gazing at him with perplexed expressions. The 4 of them exchanged bewildered glances, caught in a moment of confusion. Finally, Tang Ming broke the silence, exclaiming, "Dude, when did you come back?" "Yeah," Zhang Yu chimed in, his eyes reflecting his confusion. "We thought no one was in the dorm. It's quite shocking. It was only 7 in the morning, and the dormitory had just opened its doors. How could Qin Xiaole have returned before them?" Meeting their inquisitive gazes, Qin Xiaole cleared his throat and replied, "I came back around 1 o'clock? Wu Luo exclaimed in disbelief. "Wow, Legu, you arrived so early?" "The 3 of us endured a night on the playground, tormented by mosquitoes. It was quite a struggle, and I can't help but feel envious. Goodness, have the mosquitoes at our school become extraordinary? I swear I saw one that was half the size of my thumb. Indeed, I witnessed the same." While sleeping on the playground might seem appealing, the reality of an open-air space without beds or blankets, compounded by the onslaught of mosquitoes, is far from pleasant. All 3 of us wore shorts and were covered in bites. Falling asleep was no easy feat. I suspect those 3 must have satiated the entire mosquito population on the playground before they were finally allowed to rest peacefully. Qin Xiaole offered a wry smile. In comparison, it seems that my visit to the police station was not such a terrible experience after all. The 4 of them rested in their dormitory for a while, and by 8 in the morning, they had finished their morning routines and set out together. This morning, a class meeting was scheduled, primarily for everyone to get acquainted and to meet their counselor, ensuring they recognized each other when the time came. Additionally, they were to determine the candidates for class monitor and assistant monitor, facilitating communication during military training. The 4 of them had breakfast in the cafeteria. The school cafeteria offered reasonably priced meals. A hearty breakfast cost only 4 to 5 yuan. Naturally, this is a privilege afforded by prestigious universities like Dongda. Each year, the nation provides substantial subsidies to top-tier universities, and thus the cafeteria benefits from these financial aids. The cost of food and drinks is significantly lower than purchasing outside. All 4 came from well-off families and indulged in their meals without restraint. Tang Ming had the largest appetite, devouring 4 meat buns, 2 vegetarian ones, a cup of soy milk, and a boiled egg. Observing his prodigious consumption, Zhang Yu and Wu Luo exchanged bewildered glances. It's worth noting that they had mostly encountered locals from the metropolis and had never witnessed such an impressive capacity for food. These 6 buns were not the diminutive variety that one could consume in a single bite. They were substantial, proper-sized buns, and typically, 2 would suffice to satiate an average person. Zhang Yu swallowed hard and asked, "Old Tang, doesn't he eating so much in the morning make you feel bloated?" Tang Ming took a sip of soy milk, sighed contentedly, and replied nonchalantly, "Not at all. Isn't this a normal portion?" For them, it certainly seemed abnormal. However, Qin Xiaole could understand him quite well, as he also possessed a healthy appetite. with a robust physique and a penchant for physical activity. His dietary needs exceeded those of the average individual. In ancient times, warriors were known for their substantial appetites, particularly for rich meats, as they needed to consume more to maintain their vigor. Why? Because the more one consumes, the more vitality one possesses. This encapsulates the adage of poor in culture, rich in martial prowess. Without adequate nutritional support, no amount of training would yield results. After finishing their meal, the four glanced at the time and prepared to head towards the teaching building. As they were new to the school and unfamiliar with the surroundings, they relied on their mobile maps for quite some time before finally locating Building 6. Classroom 6203. The modest-sized classroom was filled to capacity with approximately 30 to 40 students, both male and female, all belonging to the first class of computer science and technology. There were 3 classes in total, each comprising around 35 students. And Qin Xiaole and his friends were part of the first class. With just a few minutes to 9, Professor Mu had yet to arrive, and they had timed their arrival perfectly. Upon entering the classroom, they found that the front rows were almost entirely occupied, prompting the four to make their way to the back. When they learned that Professor Mu was both their advisor and homeroom teacher, they were overwhelmed with excitement. What a stroke of luck! The most beautiful ice queen on campus was their advisor and homeroom teacher, providing them ample opportunities for close encounters. As they surveyed the front row, it was entirely filled with boys. The moment Qin Xiaole and his friends entered, they captured the attention of everyone in the class. Qin Xiaole, leading the group, drew the gaze of all the girls, who found it difficult to look away. The boys were equally mesmerized. It was indeed their first encounter with such an attractive young man. Oh my goodness, he is extraordinarily handsome. His striking features, height, and physique are simply captivating. Oh dear. Sisters, do any of you know his name? I don't know. I have no idea either. Throughout their journey, Qin Xiaolu's presence sparked lively discussions among the girls. They were undeniably drawn to appearances, without exception. If a girl claims she is not superficial, it is evident that her perception of your looks is rather mediocre. Yet, Qin Xiaolu's arrival was enough to leave them in a flurry, each eager to exchange contact information. Chapter 10. The Advisor is. Feeling the weight of the gazes around him, Qin Xiaole felt a bit bashful and touched his nose before settling into the last row. As he took his seat, Zhang Yu nudged Qin Xiaole's arm and gave him a knowing look, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Lugu, the girls in our class are quite decent. I noticed at least 15 girls, and a few of them are really attractive. Qin Xiaole. How do you know there are 15? Zhang Yu chuckled and replied. Didn't I see them when we first arrived? TSK. I think one girl is exceptionally good-looking. I believe she could contend for the title of campus beauty. Zhang Yu stroked his chin, his expression hinting at excitement. Initially, he had assumed that there would be few girls studying computer science and that they would not be particularly attractive. However, a quick glance revealed that they were indeed impressive. The overall attractiveness was above 70, with several reaching 80, and one girl he felt could achieve a stunning 90, rivaling the campus beauty. Beside them, Qin Xiaole and Tang Meng were momentarily stunned. In the brief seconds that had just passed as someone walked through the door, they barely registered any faces. While this fellow had not only scrutinized each individual, but had also counted them all with precision. Truly remarkable. It must be said that Qin Xiaole was genuinely impressed. This could be deemed a unique skill. Regardless, it was something he could never achieve. Wu Luo leaned in and remarked, "This guy has always been like this. He has an uncanny ability to assess women." Qin Xiaole and Tang Meng exchanged glances, then clasped their fists, quietly exclaiming, "Big brother." The four of them chatted for a while when suddenly, a female figure entered through the door. The newcomer was clad in a professional attire on her upper half, while her lower half showcased a pair of black stockings, complemented by elegant black knee-high boots. She walked in, surrounded by an enchanting fragrance that stirred the senses. Her long, slender legs gracefully approached the classroom, radiating an unmistakable aura of sophistication. The allure was palpable, undeniably captivating. Regardless of where she appeared, such an ensemble was simply irresistible. The previously lively classroom fell silent in an instant. Especially the boys, upon witnessing this scene, turned crimson and their breaths quickened. Having just completed their national examinations, they were still youthful and had never encountered such an enticing young woman. Some girls donned black stockings as a testament to their quality and confidence. However, the black stockings worn by this captivating figure were an undeniable testament to an unparalleled allure. The temptation of black stockings, truth be told, was something they could hardly grasp. She was simply too beautiful, an ethereal beauty beyond compare. Standing at the podium, Mu Qianxue gazed at the crowd with an expressionless demeanor. When she turned to face everyone, they finally got a clear view of her face. It was exquisitely refined, resembling a heroine stepped straight out of a comic, radiating unmatched beauty. Though her expression was cold and unyielding, it was precisely this chill that evoked an unusual intrigue among others. It was this distinct beauty that rendered her exceptionally alluring. An extraordinary charm lingered in the air, stirring the hearts of everyone present, as the atmosphere in the classroom seemed to grow increasingly heated. Both boys and girls stood mesmerized, having never before encountered such stunning beauty in their lives. It was nothing short of breathtaking. At that moment, Qin Xiaole, who had been engrossed in his phone, was suddenly nudged by Zhang Yu, whose voice was filled with urgency and tremor. "Whoa, Lulu, stop looking at your phone. Look, Professor Mu is simply too beautiful." He was exhilarated, utterly overwhelmed. At that moment, Zhang Yu was completely captivated, his face flushed as if he had indulged in too much drink. Not just him, but Tang Ming and Wu Luo were equally affected, their throats parched and incessantly swallowing, as if witnessing an unparalleled delicacy. Qin Xiaole also set aside his phone and slowly lifted his gaze. When he looked at Mu Qianxue, their eyes fortuitously met. In that fleeting moment, their gazes locked, and both were momentarily taken aback. Could it be? Was Professor Mu the very same individual he had encountered at the small inn? The enchanting Mu Qianxue? The alluring lady in black stockings who had not only shared a night with him, but had also given him several hundred yuan afterward? Qin Xiaolu was utterly flabbergasted. He had never anticipated that the world could be so small. The stunning black-stocking temptress from the inn turned out to be his academic advisor. This meant that he had shared a night with his own mentor. Good heavens, how outrageous! He could hardly bear the weight of this revelation. However, it was not just Qin Xiaolu who was astonished. Mu Qianxue's internal world was also stirred by tumultuous waves. She had thought of that incident as merely a fleeting moment in her life. After all, with over 1 billion people in China, the likelihood of encountering the same person again after sharing a night was slimmer than winning the lottery. She had gradually come to terms with forgetting that day. Yet, who could have foreseen that not only had they crossed paths again, but the other party was also her student? Was this some sort of cruel jest? Even the most melodramatic scripts would not dare to portray such a scenario. Upon seeing Qin Xiaoli's face, Mu Qianxue was suddenly reminded of that fateful day. Her cheeks flushed, and her body trembled slightly. Zhang Yu nudged Qin Xiaoli's arm, chuckling. "No way, Legu. Your eyes look like they might pop out. Don't scare Professor Mu away." Qin Xiaolu cleared his throat, quickly regaining his composure. He had no idea if Mu Qianxue was frightened, but he certainly was. My goodness, what a twist of fate. Just 2 days prior, he had shared a night with his advisor. The murmurs from the class jolted Mu Qianxue back to reality. Feeling the warmth on her face, she coughed lightly, attempting to mask her embarrassment. "Ahem, classmates, hello everyone. I am your advisor and homeroom teacher, Mu Qianxue." A simple self-introduction elicited thunderous applause from the audience. Qin Xiaolu touched the tip of his nose and joined in the applause. Mu Qianxue gestured for silence and continued, "I am delighted to meet all of you. Now, please take turns to come up and introduce yourselves, so I can get to know you better." Self-introductions were a customary part of every freshman class meeting. Following the order of student numbers, the first to step forward was a female student. Zhang Yu quickly whispered to the others, "Did you see that? She is stunning. I believe her beauty rivals that of the campus flower." Tang Ming nodded in agreement. "Indeed, she is quite impressive. I didn't expect our class to have such a beautiful girl. Although the girl before me may not rival Mu Qianxue, she certainly deserves the title of campus beauty." She and Mu Qianxue represent entirely different archetypes. One exudes a sweet charm, while the other embodies a mature elegance. "Greetings, everyone. I am Bai Zichuan, hailing from the Sichuan Chongqing province. It is a pleasure to meet you all." Chapter 11. A betrayal from Mu Qianxue. The silver ticket must be cast in the latest chapter. Bai Zichuan flashed a sweet smile, instantly capturing the hearts of numerous boys. She is irresistibly delightful. This fresh and sweet type of girl is undoubtedly a favorite among many young men, especially those older gentlemen in society. Such girls evoke a sense of first love. After a brief self-introduction, Bai Zichuan shared a few of her interests before gracefully descending the stage to take her seat, exhibiting no trace of shyness. Despite her charming appearance, She harbors a boldness and confidence characteristic of a Sichuan girl. Following Bai Zichuan's introduction, several others took to the stage to present themselves. Although the girls in the class were all quite attractive, they paled in comparison to Bai Zichuan, let alone Mu Qianxue. They were simply not on the same level. Consequently, their introductions did not create much of a stir. Nevertheless, the boys in the class were still quite pleased with the presence of these decent-looking girls. While they admired the allure of Mu Qianxue and the sweetness of Bai Zichuan, their own looks and talents suggested that they would likely only pursue the other girls in the class. Soon, as the introductions continued, it was Qin Xiaole's turn. He stood up, instantly drawing the attention of the entire class, even causing Mu Qianxue to glance his way, her expression slightly unnerved. This young man, it must be said, is genuinely handsome. He walked slowly toward the podium, captivating the girls' gazes with his features. Even Bai Zichuan, seated in the front row, followed his movement with her eyes, her gaze blooming with admiration. Undoubtedly, she was smitten with Qin Xiaole. With such looks, height, and physique, which girl could resist? However, as Qin Xiaole approached her direction, Mu Qianxue felt the air around her grow warmer, her breath quickening. Her hands, clasped behind her back, trembled ever so slightly, and she dared not meet Qin Xiaole's gaze. Indeed, her heart was in tumult. Before long, Qin Xiaole reached the podium and offered Mu Qianxue a subtle smile. As their eyes met, Mu Qianxue once again avoided his gaze. Qin Xiaole naturally understood. He was aware that Mu Qianxue not only remembered him, but also held a significant impression of him. Otherwise, her reaction would not have been so pronounced. At this moment, Mu Qianxue's heart must be in quite a state of turmoil. With just a few brief exchanges of glances, Qin Xiaole had gleaned a rough understanding of her emotional state. His confidence in fulfilling the system's task deepened. Contemplating this, he stood on the platform, facing the audience, and offered a gentle smile. However, his smile once again captivated the hearts of many girls. Hello everyone. My name is Qin Xiaole, and I hail from Subei City. With this simple introduction, the atmosphere in the classroom became fervent. So he is called Qin Xiaole. Is this the name of the male deity? I am enamored. Oh my, how stunning he is. That smile just now nearly melted my heart. Subei City. I visited there once. I heard it's the hometown of the legendary Peking University heartthrob, the star of Huaxia. Exactly. Bai Zichuan, seated below, rested her chin on her hands, her curious, glistening eyes fixed on Qin Xiaole. In contrast to everyone else, Mu Qianxue's gaze was somewhat peculiar. So this is Qin Xiaole, the fellow who was apprehended at the police station last night. No wonder his voice on the phone sounded so familiar. It all makes sense now. Last night, she had listened to CSC Jia recounting the incidents involving Qin Xiaole, leaving her momentarily speechless, wondering how someone could be so foolish. However, CSC Jia had spoken highly of Qin Xiaole, claiming that his looks were unparalleled. Initially, Mu Qianxue had been skeptical, thinking CSC Jia was simply experiencing a prolonged drought in romance. Yet, upon seeing him now, she had to concede that CSC Jia had been quite right. Qin Xiaole paused before continuing. I occasionally play basketball, though I'm quite unskilled at it. Sometimes, I also sing, though my singing is rather average. I possess no extraordinary talents. Thank you all for listening. If playing around could be considered a talent, then Qin Xiaole felt he had quite a repertoire. He frequented various bars and, thankfully, in this modern age, there were no brothels. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be a regular patron, immersing himself in such establishments daily. Upon concluding his remarks, the audience erupted into excitement once more. I love singing too. Oh my, I feel I could practice singing with the male deity. What is the big deal? I love bringing water. I'll fetch water for the male deity while he plays basketball. It's a complimentary hobby. Observing the adoration and voices of the female admirers below, Mu Qianxue felt an inexplicable sense of displeasure. This guy flits about, charming so many young girls. He clearly isn't a good person. Surely, all men are the same. Just as Qin Xiaole was about to smile and step down, Mu Qianxue called out to him. Qin, wait a moment. He turned around, gazing at Mu Qianxue with a look of confusion, unsure of her intentions. But a sense of foreboding stirred within him. Mu Qianxue stepped forward, her gaze calm and her expression frigid. She spoke in a flat tone. Student Qin possesses numerous talents. Why not showcase one for the class? Qin Xiaole was taken aback. What on earth? Isn't this supposed to be an introduction? How has it turned into a talent show? Besides, I don't have any talent to display. Should I perform a bar drinking act instead? though Qin Xiaole felt speechless and was about to decline. The girls in the class were already buzzing with excitement. A talent show, yes. Our idol should perform, they urged. Professor Mu's suggestion is delightful, oh my. In the back, Zhang Yu and his companions were practically overjoyed, shouting, "Leg, show us what you've got. And come on, at this point, don't hold back." Their exuberance incited the other boys in the class to join in, and soon the entire room was clamoring for a performance. Qin Xiaole stood there, bewildered. What was going on? A talent show? What kind of absurdity was this? He cast a resentful glance at Mu Qianxue, but she maintained her usual demeanor, coolly watching him, though beneath her icy exterior lay a hint of something more profound. Chapter 12. The girls' reactions amidst the fervent atmosphere in the classroom. Qin Xiaole appeared outwardly composed, yet internally he was cursing under his breath. Singing? He had to be able to do that. However, with so many eager eyes upon him, he could hardly back down. Clearing his throat, he said, "I suppose I'll sing a brief excerpt from a song that I personally enjoy, titled Will You Be My Wife?" As soon as he uttered the title, the expressions of the girls in the class shifted dramatically, regardless of the song's quality. Its name held considerable weight. Could this be a subtle hint from their idol? Instantly, countless girls began to fantasize, their faces blooming like flowers. All eyes fixed on Qin Xiaole, including Bai Zichuan, who was equally enthralled. Why? Because in the entire class, excluding Professor Mu, she was the most attractive. Yet, the notion of Qin Xiaole and Mu Qianxue being together was implausible, thus leading her to believe that this song was most likely meant for her. With her chin resting on her hands, she listened intently. Among everyone present, the one whose emotions were most intricate was Mu Qianxue. Upon hearing the song's title, she subtly shuddered, her gaze shifting to the man before her. Could it be that this song carried a special significance? Recalling the events of that fateful night, Mu Qianxue felt a flush of embarrassment. Nevertheless, she silently rebutted herself, insisting that there could not possibly be any special significance attached to it. Moreover, the occurrences of that evening were now in the past, best forgotten. In her mind, Mu Qianxue began to engage in a bit of self-deception. However, before she could dwell on her thoughts any longer, Qin Xiaole commenced to sing. He bypassed the prelude entirely and dove straight into the climactic section. "If you are unsure of the path to take tomorrow, why not stay by my side and be my wife?" he crooned. "My not-so-broad arms will also be your warm embrace." As Qin Xiaole's voice resonated, everyone was taken aback, their expressions frozen in astonishment. They gazed at him, exchanging bewildered glances. It was not because his singing was melodious. Rather, it was quite the opposite. Goodness, a normal person's singing would at least possess some semblance of pitch. But Qin Xiaole's singing was utterly devoid of it. Were it not for the clarity of his lyrics, the audience would have been completely lost as to what he was attempting to convey. His pitch was completely off. Zhang Yu gaped, his face a picture of confusion, exclaiming, "Wow, Brother Lu's voice has truly reshaped my worldview." Tang Ming added, "After listening to Brother Lu's music, my perspective has shattered." Wu Luo lamented, "I feel utterly lost." Yet, despite Qin Xiaole's lamentable singing, devoid of any pitch, the girls in the class seemed to undergo an automatic beautification process in their minds. They amplified their perceptions 1,000-fold. "Oh my, the male deity sings so beautifully." They swooned. "Wah, especially that line about being a wife, it's so touching." "Indeed. My heart is melting. Ah, I too wish to be in the male deity's embrace." The girls in the class gazed at Qin Xiaole with starry-eyed adoration. Even Bai Zichuan was not immune to the enchantment. Though she recognized the inadequacies in Qin Xiaole's singing, her subconscious insisted that it was delightful. This voice, she could listen to for a lifetime. Alas, such is the power of good looks. Observing the girls' reactions, Mu Qianxue felt a surge of exasperation. These young ladies, swayed by mere appearances, had seemingly altered their appreciation for music. For reasons unknown, witnessing the girl's infatuation stirred a faint yet palpable discontent within her. Even she could not pinpoint the source of her irritation. Perhaps it was Qin Xiaole's atrocious music that was the cause of her vexation. This fellow certainly knows how to stir up trouble. Before long, the song concluded. Qin Xiaole had only sung a brief segment. He then grinned and bowed to the audience, saying, "I hope you can forgive my mediocre performance." Afterward, he cast a glance at Mu Qianxue and playfully winked at her. Naturally, Mu Qianxue noticed. Her cheeks instantly flushed with a delicate hue, yet she turned her head, feigning ignorance, and took a deep breath, striving to compose herself. Meanwhile, below the stage, Zhang Yu and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting utter disbelief. Brother, is this what you call average? Are you certain it's not unpleasant? Damn. However, as Qin Xiaole's voice faded, the girls in the class raised their heads, brimming with excitement, exclaiming, "The male god sings so beautifully, sob sob. Indeed. That voice is extraordinary. I am enamored. I absolutely adore this song. It's simply wonderful. Male god, please sing another." Goodness. Observing the girls' reactions, the boys in the class looked at each other, utterly perplexed. Is this really what one would call melodious? They began to doubt their own hearing. Could it be that there is something wrong with my ears? Mu Qianxue stepped forward, casting a glance at Qin Xiaole, then cleared her throat and said, "All right. Qin Xiaole, you may step down now and allow other classmates to continue with their introductions." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaole felt a sense of relief. He turned around, facing only Mu Qianxue, and with a cheerful lift of his brows, replied, "Sure thing." Witnessing the arch of his brow, Mu Qianxue's exquisitely delicate face flushed again, as if the persona of the ice goddess began to melt away. She coughed lightly, attempting to mask her embarrassment, her gaze shifting slightly to the left, unwilling to meet Qin Xiaole's eyes. This fellow seemed to possess an enchanting allure. Gazing at him for too long could unbidden quicken one's heartbeat. As Qin Xiaole descended from the stage, the girls in the class continued to gaze longingly at his retreating figure, as if his tall stature exuded an irresistible charm. Returning to his seat, Zhang Yu and Wu Luo exchanged knowing looks before cheerfully approaching him. "Lugu, I must say, your musical talent is remarkable. With just one song, you should debut." "Haha. Indeed. I feel you alone could rival an entire team." Tang Ming also joined in, offering Qin Xiaole an approving glance. Confronted by their teasing gazes, Qin Xiaole wore an expression of exasperation. He was no fool. He was well aware of his singing abilities. These three were truly incorrigible. He shot them a glance and remarked, "You three were the ones who coerced me into singing, weren't you? If it weren't for Zhang Yu and the others stirring up a commotion, I might not have had to sing at all." The trio chuckled, a hint of bashfulness evident as they scratched their heads. "We only did it for your own good. It was an opportunity to showcase your talents." Chapter 13. The class leader election. Following this, Zhang Yu and the others took turns to introduce themselves on stage. Although Zhang Yu's looks did not quite match Qin Xiaole's, he was still rather handsome, and most notably, he had a rather flamboyant personality. Between the eloquence of words lies an undeniable allure that is difficult to contain. Naturally, in the presence of so many people, he refrained from sharing any inappropriate jokes, lest he be swiftly silenced by Mu Qianxue. After a little more than half an hour, the self-introductions of the class concluded, and the students had become somewhat acquainted with one another. Transitioning from a familiar environment to such an unfamiliar setting, encountering a group of newly acquainted classmates, everyone harbored a subtle blend of nervousness and excitement. This sentiment was especially pronounced among the freshmen. Each individual felt this way, albeit to varying degrees. Once the self-introductions were complete, Mu Qianxue stepped forward and stood at the podium, drawing all eyes upon her once more. She surveyed the crowd, her gaze lingering for a fleeting moment on Qin Xiaole before quickly retracting. With the introductions behind them and some familiarity established, she remarked that they were now classmates and should support one another. As for deeper connections, that would depend on their gradual interactions. A class comprised of peers who would share 4 years together naturally fosters unique bonds. As the ancients often said, the camaraderie of classmates is indeed profound. The chance to unite from all corners of the world in a single school and class is a remarkable fate. Pausing briefly, Mu Qianxue continued, stating that they needed to elect 2 class leaders, 1 primary and 1 deputy, to temporarily oversee the upcoming military training. The leaders would liaise directly with her. Any matters would be communicated through them. After the training, a re-evaluation of class leaders would occur. The selection was merely for temporary roles, with a promise of re-evaluation for the primary and deputy class leaders, as well as other committee members, once the training was completed. Of course, if the 2 leaders performed well during the training, their chances for re-election would be significantly enhanced. Most importantly, being a class leader meant direct communication with Mu Qianxue, which implied the potential to connect with her via WeChat and QQ, granting access to her social media presence. This signified a step closer to her. Consequently, many in the class felt a stir of excitement. After all, Mu Qianxue's beauty was simply breathtaking, a captivating presence that few could resist. This wild allure profoundly stirred the hearts of the male classmates. Next, she announced the election for class leader, inviting any interested candidates to step forward. Zhang Yu swallowed nervously, grinning as he remarked, "The class leader gets to liaise directly with Professor Mu. Brothers, I'm intrigued." He struggled to contain his excitement, his mouth feeling dry with anticipation. Qin Xiaole cast a glance at Mu Qianxue on the stage, and a flurry of thoughts stirred within him. He was resolute in pursuing Mu Qianxue, for both the demands of the system and the inclinations of his heart leaned towards her. After all, she was his first love, and he could not simply turn a blind eye. The initial step in courting a woman is to draw near to her. Otherwise, how could one even hope to pursue her if they lacked proximity and exchanged but a few words throughout the day? That would be a jest. Was he to rely solely on his good looks? While physical appearance may hold sway with the average girl, it is utterly insufficient when it comes to a goddess like Mu Qianxue. For such distinguished individuals, a man's exterior is merely superficial and shallow. It can only serve as a necessary passport to further endeavors. With good looks, one may proceed to the next steps. Thus, scarcely had Mu Qianxue finished speaking when Qin Xiaole stood up first, beaming, and declared, "Professor Mu, I wish to contend for the position of class monitor." Instantly, his classmate Zhang Yu was taken aback, as he had only been contemplating the idea without committing to a decision. Yet, Qin Xiaole boldly stood up without hesitation. Upon witnessing this audacious act, Mu Qianxue was momentarily stunned. How could she have forgotten about this individual? Observing Qin Xiaole's playful demeanor, a peculiar sensation stirred within her. Two conflicting emotions battled in her heart. Reason urged her to forget the events of that fateful night and to maintain distance from Qin Xiaole. However, a deeper yearning within her insisted that he must become the class monitor. These emotions intertwined chaotically in her mind until the uproar of the classroom jolted her back to reality. She cleared her throat, glanced at Qin Xiaole, and said, "Please come up and share your strengths, as well as your reasons for running." Qin Xiaole grinned, undeterred, and briskly made his way to the podium. After casting a cheerful glance at Mu Qianxue, he addressed the audience. "Hello everyone, I am Qin Xiaole, and I trust you all remember me." His striking appearance was such that a mere glance would be sufficient for anyone to recall him tall and handsome. His looks left a lasting impression. He paused briefly before continuing. "I wish to run for the position of class monitor. During high school, I held that role and possessed some experience in managing class affairs. My purpose for seeking the position is simple, to serve my classmates and support Professor Mu. Thank you all." Having finished, Qin Xiaole offered a slight smile and a bow to the audience, which evoked no sense of dissonance among them. However, Mu Qianxue, standing at the podium, was momentarily taken aback. His final remark about serving Professor Mu stirred a ripple of emotions within her. What does it mean to serve Professor Mu? This phrase is rather ambiguous. Others may not understand, but she herself is certainly aware, especially when recalling that particular night. Mu Qianxue felt a slight warmth enveloping her body, a hint of restlessness. She cleared her throat, attempting to mask her inner embarrassment and unease. "Ahem. All right, you may step down now. Are there any other classmates wishing to run for class president? Please come forward." Instantly, silence fell over the classroom. One by one, they exchanged glances, hesitating. The girls naturally would not contest with Qin Xiaole for the position of class president. As for the boys, upon seeing Qin Xiaole take the stage, they too hesitated. Qin Xiaole exuded confidence and experience, and the girls in the class were undoubtedly in his corner. Thus, they felt little assurance in their own chances. Chapter 14. The position of vice president required votes to be cast in the latest chapter. This led to the situation where, after Qin Xiaole took the stage, no one dared to step up again. The probability of losing was simply too high if they did. It was preferable to relinquish the chance for class president and instead vie for the role of vice president. This was the prevailing sentiment among the majority. After all, whether in terms of skills or personality, Qin Xiaole was indeed a top contender. Although they were all filled with admiration, jealousy was absent. When someone is only slightly superior to you, feelings of jealousy may arise, prompting a desire to compete or even to undermine them. However, when someone is vastly superior, the disparity is so pronounced that admiration and a sense of belonging to a stronger figure prevail instead. This is human nature. People do not begrudge those who are merely a little better than themselves. Rather, it is those who surpass them significantly who elicit admiration. Thus, after a considerable amount of time, no one rose to the occasion. Mu Qianxue observed the scene before her, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. It was rather difficult to articulate. After another half-minute passed with no one stepping forward, she cleared her throat and announced, in that case, the position of class president will be temporarily held by classmate Qin Xiaole. To be honest, she had not anticipated that no one would dare to contest Qin Xiaole for the position. Consequently, there was no difficulty in appointing him as class president. However, as she gazed into his playful eyes, Qin Xiaole could not shake the inexplicable urge to deliver a solid punch to him. Suppressing her expression, she glanced at the rest of the class and continued, there is still the position of vice president available. Who wishes to run? This time, many more were eager to contest. The first to stand was a boy, approximately 175 meters tall, wearing black-framed glasses, his physique somewhat slender, giving him a delicate appearance. He approached the podium and addressed the crowd. Hello everyone, I am Qin Xiaole, and I would like to run for the position of vice president. During my high school years, I served as a discipline committee member, thus becoming part of the class committee. In the ensuing moments, Qin Xiaole fervently shared his experiences and talents. It was evident that he was earnest in his approach. The classmates displayed no signs of impatience. Once he concluded, the classroom erupted into enthusiastic applause. Following him, another boy took the stage, succeeded by a pair, one male and one female. Among the candidates for the vice class leader, there were 4 individuals, 3 males and 1 female, each possessing their own unique skills and backgrounds. After all, these individuals had been selected from top-tier talents across various provinces of China, with those gaining admission to the University of Tokyo generally ranking within the top 1 or 200 in their respective regions. Do not assume that such prodigies excel solely in academics. The realm of genius is one that ordinary individuals can scarcely fathom. Many among them boast a plethora of hobbies and talents, along with prior experience in class leadership, rendering them highly competitive. Genius is not merely defined by academic prowess. It encompasses a spectrum of exceptional qualities. Qin Xiaole glanced at the audience and inquired, are there any other students wishing to run for election? No sooner had her words left her lips than a striking figure in white rose from the front row, revealing her identity. Bai Zichuan. Indeed, the one standing up to declare her candidacy was Bai Zichuan. A confident smile graced her face as she gracefully approached the podium. At first glance, she appeared to be the epitome of a demure girl. However, beneath this tranquil exterior lay a bold and extroverted spirit, typical of a girl from Sichuan Chongqing, unrestrained and self-assured. As she ascended the stage, the attention of the entire class was instantly captivated, especially that of the boys. Bai Zichuan stood alongside Qin Xiaole, one on each side. Most spectators could hardly tear their gaze away. Some would glance at Qin Xiaole for a moment before shifting their eyes to Bai Zichuan, oscillating between the two. Zhang Yu, visibly excited, nudged Qin Xiaole and exclaimed, Bro, I've noticed that beautiful girls share a common trait. Qin Xiaole, perplexed, replied, a common trait? They don't even have the same style. What could possibly be similar? Intrigued, he asked what trait. Zhang Yu, with a grin, responded, it's simple. They are irresistibly attractive. Qin Xiaole retorted, seriously? I thought you had a profound insight. Isn't that just stating the obvious? Aren't all beautiful girls good-looking? Can one be called beautiful if they are not? He shook his head in exasperation, choosing to ignore his friend. Meanwhile, Bai Zichuan stood on the podium, flashing a radiant smile towards everyone. Her smile was sweet, exuding a sense of healing warmth. Bai Zichuan and Qin Xiaole are entirely different in temperament. One is the charming girl next door, adorned with a sweet smile, while the other exudes the elegance of a goddess, embodying an icy demeanor. Greetings, everyone. I am Bai Zichuan, here to run for the position of vice class leader. In high school, I served as the class leader, which has provided me with a clear understanding of class management. I relish engaging with my classmates and sincerely hope for your support. As she concluded her speech, her gaze fleetingly rested upon Qin Xiaole. In truth, during her address, Bai Zichuan had been subtly aware of Qin Xiaole's presence. She then performed a deep bow to the audience, instantly igniting a fervent atmosphere in the classroom, with the boys applauding vigorously, their excitement palpable. Descending from the platform, Bai Zichuan's eyes glimmered with longing. It was not merely the position of vice class leader that she sought, but rather the opportunity to be closer to Qin Xiaole. Had it not been for Qin Xiaole's candidacy for class leader, it is unlikely she would have considered running for vice class leader, as she felt it unnecessary. However, with Qin Xiaole assuming the role of class leader, it became imperative for her to pursue the vice position, ensuring more opportunities for interaction. After all, the collaboration between the class leaders could foster deeper connections, and many relationships blossom through shared endeavors. With this thought in mind, Bai Zichuan smiled radiantly. Mu Qianxue coughed discreetly and inquired once more if anyone else wished to run for vice class leader. Naturally, the outcome was as expected. No one else stepped forward. Only the 5 of them remained in the running. Mu Qianxue surveyed the group and instructed, "Everyone, please take out a piece of paper and write down the names of your 2 preferred candidates for vice class leader. Once completed, fold your papers and submit them." This anonymous method would ensure a fair reflection of their true sentiments, as many might feel compelled to vote for their friends, leading to inaccurate results. Upon hearing this, the students promptly began to write diligently on their papers. Author's note: today I spent several hours undergoing a nucleic acid test. Updates for my other book, by Yue Guang, will be delayed. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 15. The class leader and vice class leader. After a few minutes, everyone had finished writing. Mu Qianxue asked them to bring their papers to the podium. She then turned her gaze to Qin Xiaole and, clearing her throat, said, "Class leader, please come up to tally the votes." Qin Xiaole smiled gently as he stood and approached the podium. Once there, he flashed a charming grin at Mu Qianxue, his eyes sparkling with delight. This boy, when smiling, radiated such allure. Mu Qianxue coughed again, maintaining her composure. Soon, Qin Xiaole began to collect the papers and count the votes. With 35 students in the class, each writing down 2 names, the total reached 70. Qin Xiaole diligently counted and recorded the results on the blackboard. Soon, the results were in. Zhao Lei, 7 votes. Zhang Wenlong, 8 votes. Wu Qian, 10 votes. Kai Yan, 13 votes. Bai Zichuan, 32 votes. Upon seeing these results, it became evident to all that there was no longer any suspense. Almost every classmate had written Bai Zichuan's name among the 2 they submitted. Thus, her vote count soared. After all, with her striking appearance and her vivacious charm, it was only natural for everyone to cast their votes in her favor, particularly the boys in the class. Having such a beautiful vice class leader made interactions all the more delightful. When Bai Zichuan beheld the outcome, her heart brimmed with uncontainable joy. Although she had harbored a suspicion beforehand, the actual announcement of the results still took her by surprise. There is a saying, the one closest to the water tower gets the moon first. As she would be working alongside Qin Xiaole in the future, opportunities for interaction would undoubtedly increase. Coupled with her confidence in her own beauty, one could only speculate. Ha ha ha. Bai Zichuan tilted her head, her gaze fixed on Qin Xiaole, her eyes glimmering with a subtle, playful smile. Such a look exuded a sweetness that was palpable. Qin Xiaole on stage also noticed Bai Zichuan's gaze, mistaking it for a friendly greeting from a future colleague. He responded with a warm smile and a nod. Naturally, this exchange did not escape the attention of their classmates. After all, apart from Mu Qianxue, Qin Xiaole and Bai Zichuan were the 2 most aesthetically pleasing individuals in the class. With their roles as class leader and vice class leader, their connection was bound to attract considerable attention. What is happening here? Are the class leader and vice class leader exchanging glances? TSK. Logo, I saw that. Ha. Me too. The chemistry between the male idol and the vice class leader was unmistakable. The onlookers were not merely engaging in idle speculation. They had genuinely witnessed the exchange and the shift in their gazes. Bai Zichuan felt a wave of shyness wash over her, stealing another glance at Qin Xiaole before lowering her head bashfully. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaole stood on stage, utterly perplexed. What the heck is this flirtation? I was simply extending a cordial greeting to a new colleague. How scandalous. Seeing this, he realized it was Zhang Yu, that rascal, stirring up trouble. How could he observe so keenly from the back row? Ugh! Qin Xiaole felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he turned his head sharply to glance at Mu Qianxue. She wore a calm expression, her demeanor unchanged, appearing as serene as before. In fact, she even offered him a tranquil nod. Everything seemed perfectly normal. However, Qin Xiaole sensed an air of disquiet. Murmuring a glance at the audience, Mu Qianxue declared, "During the military training, our class leader will be Qin Xiaole, with Bai Zichuan as the vice leader. Any matters will be communicated to them specifically." Her tone was notably indifferent, laced with a hint of coolness. Those familiar with her might discern that she was feeling quite displeased at that moment. Just moments ago, she had caught Bai Zichuan's gaze fixated entirely on Qin Xiaole, an observation she made with clarity. The nature of that gaze was unmistakable to Mu Qianxue. As a woman, she understood it well. Although she had never experienced romance, she was acutely aware of such looks, perhaps an innate understanding among women. The thought of Bai Zichuan's proactive demeanor and their impending close association inexplicably stirred a sense of dissatisfaction within her. Could a boy truly reject a girl who was sweetly beautiful and overtly interested in him? While the allure of the mysterious might hold some temptation, the charming, neighborly girl archetype was likely favored by many young men who could fathom Qin Xiaole's preferences. Unbeknownst to her, a myriad of such thoughts began to occupy Mu Qianxue's mind, leaving even her puzzled at their emergence. She inhaled deeply several times, hastily dispelling these notions. No. Why should I care about what that fellow likes? What does it have to do with me? Even if he fancied someone weighing over 200 pounds, it was of no concern to me. Yes, it bears no relevance. Mu Qianxue silently reiterated this to herself before turning to Qin Xiaole and stating, "All right, you may go down now." Observing Mu Qianxue's tranquil expression, yet perceiving an undercurrent of emotion in her tone, Qin Xiaole felt uncertain about the existence of that subtle ripple. He responded with an "oh," then quickly descended to take his seat. Upon his return, Zhang Yu cast him an envious glance. Not only Zhang Yu, but also Tang Ming and Wu Luo regarded him with similar expressions of admiration. The intensity of their gazes sent a shiver down Qin Xiaole's spine. Their looks were rather unnerving. One might wonder if there was something peculiar about their sexual orientations. "What are you three doing? What kind of looks are those?" Zhang Yu chuckled mischievously and leaned in conspiratorially, saying, "Brother Lu, this is intriguing." Qin Xiaole replied, "What is so intriguing?" Zhang Yu glanced at Tang Ming and Wu Luo, then grinned widely. On the left, Bai Zichuan. On the right, Professor Mu. "You've got the goddesses of our class, no, of our entire academy, flanking you." Zhang Yu's words indeed held a semblance of truth. As the class monitor, Qin Xiaole naturally had a closer relationship with Professor Mu and Bai Zichun than the others. To outsiders, it might appear that she was in an advantageous position, akin to being the one closest to the water's edge and thus reaping the rewards first. While others might merely sigh in envy and dutifully fulfill their roles as class monitors, Qin Xiaole, with her striking beauty, certainly had the opportunity to aspire for more. Zhang Yu patted Qin Xiaole on the shoulder and remarked, "I hope to witness a scene one day where Professor Mu and Bai Zichun are vying for each other's affection." To which Qin Xiaole could only respond with a bewildered expression. Chapter 16. The three-person group. Seeing Zhang Yu's demeanor, Qin Xiaole was rendered speechless. "Brother, have you lost your mind? One is the deputy class monitor, and the other is an advisor. What jealousy could possibly arise between them? Furthermore, her relationship with Bai Zichun was merely that of ordinary classmates, at best colleagues, and certainly could not progress any further." Qin Xiaole surmised that Zhang Yu had indeed gone a bit mad. She shook her head and fell into silence. On stage, Mu Qianxue briefly outlined several serious school regulations, emphasizing that violations could lead to expulsion. However, such rules were typically unnecessary for the average college student. They were merely spoken to instill a sense of respect and caution among the students. After approximately 10 minutes, Mu Qianxue paused, glanced at her watch, and noted that it was already 11 o'clock. Today's class meeting concludes here. This afternoon, the class monitor and the deputy monitor will accompany the entire class to collect the military training uniforms. I will notify you of the specific time later. You may all leave now. Oh, class monitor and deputy monitor, please stay behind. As soon as Mu Qianxue's words fell, the students began to rise reluctantly and exit the room. After all, Mu Qianxue's alluring black stockings were simply captivating, truly exquisite. During high school, when their homeroom teacher held class meetings, these individuals would be impatient, eager for an early conclusion. Yet, for Mu Qianxue's class meeting, they would have gladly prolonged it for an entire day and night, wishing to remain and gaze at her. Do not underestimate their resolve with such temptation before them. Men are fearless. Before long, the classroom emptied, with Zhang Yu and his companions leaving first. Ultimately, only Mu Qianxue, Qin Xiaole, and Bai Zichun remained. Qin Xiaole rose and approached the podium, and the three gathered together. Bai Zichun wore a smile, obediently standing beside Qin Xiaole, appearing quite harmonious. This scene, however, stirred an inexplicable discomfort within Mu Qianxue's heart. Nonetheless, with matters still to be addressed, she suppressed her subtle annoyance and, casting a neutral glance at the two, inquired, "Do you have WeChat?" "Yes." The two replied in unison, without prior consultation. In this day and age, who among the youth lacks a WeChat account? Naturally, everyone does. However, the synchronized responses from the two individuals resonated differently in Mu Qianxue's ears. Ah, such a remarkable rapport. She cast a nonchalant glance at Qin Xiaole, then retrieved her phone and suggested, "Let us establish a group chat for easier communication." All right. The two readily agreed, once again speaking in unison. Mu Qianxue took a deep breath and proceeded to create the group. Before long, both Qin Xiaole and Bai Zichuan successfully joined. The small WeChat group of the three seemed rather peculiar. She regarded the two with mild indifference and declared, "Well, it's getting late. I shall take my leave. You both should head home as well." Bai Zichuan, her eyes sparkling with mirth, replied, "Goodbye, Professor Mu." Qin Xiaole cleared his throat and added, "All right." After their words, Mu Qianxue turned to depart. At that moment, Bai Zichuan cheerfully interjected, "Class monitor, I've added you as a friend on WeChat. Please accept my request." Suddenly, Mu Qianxue's foot, which had barely taken a few steps, felt as if it were suspended in midair. Once it touched the ground again, it felt as though it bore an immense weight, rendering her unable to move. She deliberately slowed her pace, eager to hear Qin Xiaole's thoughts. Yet, Qin Xiaole, without much contemplation, smiled and nodded, "Sure. After all, as class monitor and vice monitor, it's imperative that we communicate regarding class matters. So adding each other as friends is essential." Noticing Qin Xiaole's acquiescence, Bai Zichuan felt immense joy in successfully adding him. With a playful grin, she suddenly proposed, "By the way, I don't often use WeChat. Shall we also add each other on QQ? I hope you don't mind." The statement about not using WeChat much was merely a pretext. In reality, Bai Zichuan frequently engaged with WeChat, posting updates and sharing moments in her friend circle. However, there was a distinct advantage to having a QQ account. It allowed for the cultivation of items like clovers, sparks, and giant wheels. Chatting daily on QQ could yield these rewards. In the future, even if there weren't many work-related topics to discuss, it would be perfectly normal for Bai Zichuan to initiate a few words to maintain the spark. This was her subtle strategy, not so much a pursuit of a white lotus, but rather a proactive approach towards someone she admired. Many boys employ similar tactics when pursuing girls. This is called strategy. Is there a problem? No problem. Qin Xiaole replied with a smile, "I don't mind. Adding any form of contact is inconsequential. I play on both QQ and WeChat." Soon after adding each other, Bai Zichuan sent an emoticon. Upon noticing, Qin Xiaole responded in kind. Shortly thereafter, a clover blossomed on their screens. Bai Zichuan beamed at Qin Xiaole, her eyes glistening with delight. "Class monitor, look, we have a clover now?" Qin Xiaole nodded with a smile. Meanwhile, Mu Qianxue, nearing the door, felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort within her. It was as if something that rightfully belonged to her was being usurped by another. The crux of the matter was that due to her aloof demeanor and status, or perhaps other reasons, she could only remain on the sidelines, feigning indifference. Although she wished to distance herself from that thing, an inner voice persistently reminded her that escape was futile. Mu Qianxue considered herself a profoundly rational individual. She had never engaged in a romantic relationship in over 20 years and always approached matters with an objective and logical mindset. However, when it came to emotions, she found it impossible to maintain such detachment. She could only suppress her feelings. Nonetheless, the realm of emotions was something she perhaps could never truly grasp. Turning her head slightly, she cast a sidelong glance at the two. Then, in her high heels, she stepped out of the classroom, the sound of her footsteps echoing as if nothing had transpired. Qin Xiaole, feeling awkward about being alone with Bai Zichuan in the classroom, cleared his throat and said with a smile, "It's getting late. I should head out for lunch." Bai Zichuan looked up at him, her eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. "Class monitor, I haven't eaten either. Shall we go together?" Her gaze held genuine affection. She was truly fond of Qin Xiaole, experiencing that kind of love at first sight. This man seemed to possess an irresistible charm, profoundly captivating, almost addictive. Yet, Qin Xiaole shook his head without hesitation. Having already found Mu Qianxue, he certainly would not venture too close to another girl for a meal. It would be too ambiguous. He smiled as he declined. "My roommate is still waiting for me. I'm sorry." Upon hearing Qin Xiaole's response, Bai Zichuan felt a pang of disappointment, but nodded nonetheless. "All right then, class monitor, I'll take my leave." She flashed him a radiant smile and waved goodbye. Qin Xiaole returned the gesture with a smile, then watched her retreating figure before lingering in the classroom for a moment before departing himself. Bai Zichuan, with her sweet appearance, epitomized the ideal of a first love in the eyes of many boys. Unfortunately for her, Qin Xiaole had encountered Mu Qianxue. Had it not been for the incident at the small inn, perhaps his fixation would not have been so profound, and he might not have so readily declined by Zichuan's invitation. He chuckled softly, choosing not to dwell on it any longer, and strode away. On the other side, Mu Qianxue returned to her office, somewhat irked. Her expression was frosty, akin to a winter's chill, emanating an air of coldness. Nonetheless, this demeanor was not unusual for her. After all, her reputation as the ice goddess was well earned. As they traversed the road, none noticed any peculiarity in her expression. Rather, they perceived this as the usual demeanor of Mu Qianxue. In the office, she placed the books she had been holding onto her desk and settled into her chair, taking several deep breaths to gradually regain her composure. She herself was baffled as to why she felt such discontent. Could it be jealousy towards Qin Xiaole? The thought startled her. After more than 20 years without experiencing such feelings, it was utterly inconceivable. She promptly shook her head, repeatedly assuring herself that this could not be true. Meanwhile, Jia observed Mu Qianxue's unusual countenance upon her return and hurried over, concern etched on her face. Qianxue, what is wrong? You don't look well. Although Mu Qianxue typically exuded an icy demeanor, as her close friend, Jia could discern subtle differences. At that moment, Mu Qianxue appeared somewhat altered. In addition to her usual coldness, there seemed to be an added layer of emotion. Upon hearing Jia's call, Mu Qianxue snapped back to reality, and looking at her dear friend, she shook her head, replying, I'm fine, just a bit tired. Jia nodded in understanding. Recalling that Mu Qianxue had complained of discomfort in her foot the previous day, fatigue must have taken its toll. That is good to hear. Make sure to rest this afternoon. As if struck by a sudden thought, she smiled mischievously and asked, By the way, you met Qin Xiaole, right? What do you think? Isn't he handsome? After picking Qin Xiaole up from the police station that day, Jia had eagerly extolled his virtues to Mu Qianxue, passionately recounting his striking appearance, and even asserting that few men in all of Huaxia possessed such remarkable looks. Naturally, Mu Qianxue found this hard to believe. Her standards were exceedingly high, and most men failed to capture her interest. Furthermore, the handsome young man from that small hotel had left an indelible impression on her. Despite the circumstances of their encounter, she could not deny his striking attractiveness. Thus, she had confidently told Jia that she did not believe her. However, upon realizing that Qin Xiaole and the young man from the hotel were the same person, she nearly fell apart. Faced with Jia's inquiry, Mu Qianxue found herself at a loss for words. Bowing her head, she cleared her throat, a faint blush appearing on her otherwise fair cheeks. He is not bad. Ha, I knew it. How could my taste be wrong? Jia beamed with delight, buoyed by Mu Qianxue's affirmation of Qin Xiaole's looks. The fact that Mu Qianxue acknowledged his attractiveness validated her own aesthetic sensibilities. After a moment's pause, Jia added, Honestly, I think you two would make a lovely pair. This sentiment reflected Jia's inner thoughts. In terms of sheer beauty, both Qin Xiaole and Mu Qianxue stand as paragons among their peers, not only within the confines of Dong University, but throughout the entirety of Huaxia. Few can rival their allure. Jia merely spoke in jest, yet her words bore weight for the listener. Mu Qianxue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, radiating warmth. Stammering, she retorted, Not at all. Jia, please refrain from such talk. Witnessing Mu Qianxue's blush was akin to discovering a new realm for Jia, who approached with a grin, exclaiming, Goodness, Qianxue, after all this time, it's the first time I've seen you blush. In response to Jia's remark, Mu Qianxue lowered her gaze, rendered speechless and unsure of how to respond. In the dining hall, Qin Xiaole sent a message to Zhang Yu and the others before briskly making his way to their table. After procuring their meals, the four settled down to dine together. Wu Luo took a sip of water and cheerfully inquired, Legu, why are you back so soon? Is it that Professor Mu lacks charm, or is Bai Zichun not captivating enough? Zhang Yu burst into laughter at this, nodding in agreement. Old Wu has a point. Could it be that you, Legu, have no interest in women? As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Yu, Wu Luo, and Tang Meng exchanged peculiar glances. Could it be true? Was it possible that Qin Xiaole preferred men? Or perhaps he was, in fact, a woman disguised as a man, akin to Hua Mulan, taking her father's place in battle? After all, Qin Xiaole was extraordinarily handsome, a veritable beauty. In that moment, the three harbored disparate thoughts, with Zhang Yu even pondering a bold idea. What if they checked tonight? The notion sent a chill down his spine. Am I being too audacious? Indeed. He found himself feeling rather brazen. Qin Xiaole cast an exasperated glance at the trio. Initially, Tang Ming had been quite normal. However, since his association with the flamboyant Zhang Yu and Wu Luo, he had gradually begun to change. The first indicator was his gaze. Just look at that suggestive look in his eyes. This was not right. He shot them a disdainful eye roll, then cleared his throat, declaring with utmost seriousness, "Come find me in my bed after the lights go out. You understand what I mean." Zhang Yu. Wu Luo. Tang Ming. My goodness, does it have to be this suggestive? To utter such lewd words in the most earnest tone, truly. One cannot help but admire you. Qin Xiaole. Witnessing Qin Xiaole's imposing stature, the three gulped in unison, silenced by his presence, and returned to their meals. After all, with Qin Xiaole's height and build, who would dare approach him at night? After dinner, it was nearly 11:30. The three of them returned to their dormitory, intending to rest for a while. Upon arriving at the dorm, as Qin Xiaole was about to lie down on the bed, suddenly, his phone chimed with a message from their small group chat. Mu Qianxue, at 3 o'clock this afternoon. I will take everyone to the school's Building 3 to collect the military training uniforms. Upon seeing Mu Qianxue's message, Qin Xiaole casually replied, received. However, just as he sent it, he noticed that Bai Zichuan had also replied simultaneously with the received. The two responses came in almost instantaneously. Seeing the two replies in the group chat, Mu Qianxue paused in her office, then let out a soft huff. These two, quite in sync, aren't they? Her gaze remained cool and silent as she locked her phone and set it aside, lost in thought for a moment. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaole clicked on Mu Qianxue's profile picture, which depicted an anime character from Detective Conan, Hybrid AI. With her light brown short hair and deep blue, enigmatic eyes, she exuded an air of aloofness, leaving one with a sense of depth and mystery. So, she is fond of Hybrid AI. Qin Xiaole pondered as he gazed at her avatar. By examining a person's profile picture and their posts, one could generally infer their interests, hobbies, and even their personality traits. Often, the traits of an anime character may mirror those of the individual. As Qin Xiaole intended to check her moments, he realized he had not added Mu Qianxue as a friend. He was momentarily taken aback. Things had progressed too quickly, and he had not yet had the chance to send her a friend request. He had already been lax in his approach. With this thought, Qin Xiaole quickly sent a friend request. On the other side, Mu Qianxue, seated in her chair, heard her phone chime again. Furrowing her brows, she picked up her phone and opened WeChat. Upon seeing the friend request, she paused. Is this a friend request from Qin Xiaole? In that instant, she found herself at a standstill, neither accepting nor rejecting it, merely staring at the request with her mind racing. Should she accept it or decline it? Though reason told her that a relationship with Qin Xiaole was impossible, what had transpired that night was purely accidental, and she ought to maintain a distance from him. There was another voice in her head persistently persuading her. Their relationship was merely that of a counselor and class leader. Adding each other as friends was quite normal. Furthermore, it would facilitate better management of the class. Yet, beyond this, Mu Qianxue harbored some other thoughts deep within. Two voices swirled incessantly in her mind, entwining in a struggle. Ultimately, the balance within her heart began to tilt, and she was on the verge of accepting Qin Xiaole's friend request. After all, as a counselor, it would be more convenient to communicate directly with the class leader regarding any matters. Suddenly, her phone chimed again. It was a friend request from Bai Zichuan. As the class leader and vice class leader, it would also facilitate communication to add the counselor as a friend. However, this action did not escape Mu Qianxue's discerning gaze. The two were so synchronized that even their responses to messages seemed to align, and now, they were simultaneously sending friend requests. How amusingly taciturn. With such thoughts, Mu Qianxue, feeling displeased, promptly rejected Qin Xiaole's request. Scoundrel, who would want to be friends with you? You are unworthy. Then, she glanced at Bai Zichuan's invitation, contemplated for a moment, and accepted. After all, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. Ugh, but we are not enemies. Upon seeing her friend verification approved, Bai Zichuan cheerfully sent a cute emoji to Mu Qianxue, followed by a message. Hello, Professor Mu. However, Mu Qianxue's collection of emojis lacked such expressions. In fact, she had no emojis at all. Thus, she responded with a single word, It was rather plain, yet quintessentially Mu Qianxue. What the heck? How could a friend request be denied? Qin Xiaole, who had been lying in bed, instantly sat up. What in the world is this? The class leader adding the counselor on WeChat. What is wrong with that? Nothing at all. So why was she rejecting it? For a moment, Qin Xiaole was utterly baffled. Could it be that Mu Qianxue did not recognize it was his WeChat? Quite possibly. After pondering, Qin Xiaole sent another friend request, this time adding a note. I am your beloved class leader, Qin Xiaole. In her office, Mu Qianxue was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the new friend request. Beloved class leader? Who on earth do you think you are? Shameless, despicable scoundrel. In Mu Qianxue's mind, she had already branded Qin Xiaole with the label of a rogue. First, he flirted with Bai Zichuan, and now he was sending her such messages. Therefore, without a doubt, Mu Qianxue once again clicked to reject. Seeing his second rejection, Qin Xiaole was left dumbfounded. What the heck? This is absurd. The first time could have been a misunderstanding, but the second time he made it abundantly clear. How could she possibly not recognize him? Nearby, Zhang Yu lay in bed, looking at the upright Qin Xiaole with curiosity. Brother Lo, why aren't you sleeping at this time of day? What are you up to? Qin Xiaole took a deep breath and replied, Nothing much, just adding friends. Adding friends? Zhang Yu was perplexed. Was this a matter of physical labor? Why did it appear that Qin Xiaole was somewhat out of breath? After saying this, he truly could not believe such a phenomenon. Qin Xiaole commenced a fervent barrage of friend requests. I refuse to believe that my sincere intentions cannot sway you. However, with each application, Mu Qianxue would reject it, and the two seemed to share an uncanny synchronization. One would apply, and the other would swiftly decline, then the cycle would repeat. Yet, when Qin Xiaole applied for friendship once more, suddenly, it was approved. Indeed, the friend request had been accepted. Qin Xiaole was momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at the chat window. Is this really happening? However, before he could articulate a word, Mu Qianxue sent a message. Apologies, I accidentally clicked the wrong button. Let us unfriend each other. Qin Xiaole. Accidentally clicked the wrong button? An unfriend? Damn it. He hastily replied. Professor, it's me. Qin Xiaole, your most beloved class monitor, please don't delete me. In the office, upon seeing Qin Xiaole's message, Mu Qianxue's cheeks flushed, and she cleared her throat. Your most beloved class monitor? Huh. Truly a scoundrel, capable of uttering such flattery. Mu Qianxue. Oh. As if a thought had crossed her mind, Qin Xiaole had a lingering question that had been swirling in his mind. Seizing the opportunity to connect with Mu Qianxue, he could not help but inquire. Professor Mu, may I ask you a question? Mu Qianxue asked. Her response was always so succinct and efficient. Qin Xiaole cleared his throat, his fingers tapping incessantly on the screen. Well, after that night, did you take emergency contraceptive pills? That night, both had indulged in excessive drinking, neglecting all safety measures. This was something Qin Xiaole had only contemplated the following day. Chapter 19. Yes, I took the medication. After waiting for half a minute without a reply from Mu Qianxue, just as he was preparing to press further, she responded. If we discuss that night again, I will unfriend you. Qin Xiaole. At once, he felt hesitant to inquire further. Nevertheless, this was understandable. For a girl, the first time is undoubtedly precious, especially when it was taken by a stranger like Qin Xiaole. Although it was unintentional, Qin Xiaole believed Mu Qianxue was rather rational. Most individuals would likely be torn between whether to use a fruit knife or a cleaver. Therefore, Mu Qianxue's inner indignation was quite justifiable. After a moment of silence, Mu Qianxue contemplated and replied, Yes, I took the medication. All right, if there's nothing else. I'm going to sleep now. With that, Mu Qianxue turned off her phone, inhaling deeply a few times while staring at the computer, lost in thought. Leaning over the desk, sleep eluded her. The path ahead was uncertain. Perhaps this was destiny. Initially, I believed I would never see her again in this lifetime. Yet, unexpectedly, I have become her student. What a twist of fate. For over 20 years, Mu Qianxue had never experienced any emotional upheaval due to matters of the heart. However, the arrival of Qin Xiaole stirred within her a disruption of that long-standing tranquility. At times, she found herself feeling irked by his proximity to other girls. She even began to fantasize about a future together with him. Would their age difference matter? Would he care? Even if he did not, would his family have reservations? Unbeknownst to her, a new figure had taken shape in her thoughts, and she pondered whether Qin Xiaole might look down upon her age. After all, for many men, Age can be an insurmountable chasm. It took a considerable time for Qin Xiaole to awaken from such daydreams. When she finally did, she was taken aback by her own thoughts. She lightly tapped her head, feeling a twinge of regret. How had she begun to entertain such notions? Breathe, Qin Xiaole. It is absolutely impossible between you and him. Relax. She incessantly reassured herself. The past is to remain in the past. Little did she know, some matters are not so easily left behind. In fact, the more one yearns for them to fade, the closer they seem to draw, as if the heavens themselves are playing a cruel jest. In the dormitory, upon seeing Qin Xiaole's reply, Qin Xiaole let out a sigh of relief. After taking his medicine, he felt reassured that he wouldn't have to face the daunting prospect of becoming a father right at the start of the school year. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. Just a few days into the semester, the idea of becoming an unexpected parent was overwhelmingly terrifying. He envisioned himself, having graduated, clad in a cap and gown, holding a child while posing for pictures with his classmates. The scene was too horrifying to contemplate. He even wondered if he told his father about it, would he receive a harsh reprimand? Thankfully, for now, he felt relatively safe. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Qin Xiaole awakened from his slumber, glanced at the time, and opened the class group chat. The message read, "It's about time. Everyone gather your belongings and prepare to head to Building 3 to collect our military training uniforms." The students of Class Computer Science 1 all received the message simultaneously. Bai Zichuan was the first to respond. Got it, class monitor. Following suit, the others quickly replied in kind. The boys lived close to one another. So after tidying up his dorm, Qin Xiaole knocked on the doors of each room, gathering the boys to go together. Today, Building 3 was bustling with activity, predominantly filled with first-year students collecting their military training attire. He found a shaded spot beneath a tree as he waited for his classmates to arrive. Before long, a voice rang out, "Class monitor, we're here." He turned to see Bai Zichuan approaching with a cheerful smile, followed closely by a group of girls from their class. Upon seeing Qin Xiaole, smiles instinctively graced their faces. Her countenance was remarkably charming and soothing. Moreover, as their class monitor, having such a handsome leader was indeed a source of pride. The other girls from the computer science department gazed at her with envy. Qin Xiaole cheerfully waved at them and said, "There's already a class in line. Now that we are all here, let us form a queue." "All right," everyone responded, promptly arranging themselves according to their student numbers, with the girls at the front and the boys behind. Qin Xiaole and Bai Zichuan, as the class monitor and vice monitor, stood at the forefront, leading their classmates forward. Bai Zichuan turned to Qin Xiaole with a bright smile and asked, "How was your midday rest, class monitor?" Qin Xiaole replied with a grin, "Quite pleasant, with air conditioning and fans. Our school's accommodation is truly commendable. It must be said, Dong University undoubtedly stands among the top institutions in Huaxia, with accommodation that is beyond reproach. Nestled in the bustling metropolis, the environment is exquisite, featuring bunk beds with study desks in four-person rooms. Furthermore, there are private bathrooms, eliminating the need to venture to a communal shower. Most importantly, every dormitory and classroom is equipped with air conditioning, a vital amenity. In the sweltering summer, without air conditioning, most would be unable to endure." "I completely agree." Bai Zichuan chuckled and nodded, standing obediently beside Qin Xiaole. Soon, Class 1 of the Computer Science Department formed their queue. They arrived relatively early, with only one class ahead of them, so they would likely receive their military training uniforms shortly. The students distributing the uniforms were representatives from various student associations. As one of Huaxia's premier universities, Dong University boasts a commendable student council free from trivial matters. Qin Xiaole stood out prominently at the front of Class 1, both in stature and beauty. Several girls from other majors, upon catching sight of her, felt a flutter of admiration, hesitating as they contemplated approaching her for contact information. However, with so many people around, they dared not, choosing instead to observe from a distance. Bai Zichuan, ever perceptive, noticed this scene and felt a swell of happiness. As the saying goes, the one closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. While other girls didn't even know Qin Xiaole's name, she had already exchanged WeChat and QQ numbers with her, and even had a connection through their mutual friend, Sen Yichao. With a few more conversations, perhaps sparks would fly, leading to something greater. Just then, a voice interrupted her thoughts. "Qin, what a coincidence to see you here." A girl clad in a black and white short-sleeve shirt and black shorts approached, her face adorned with light makeup that accentuated her already exquisite features. making her even more enchanting. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qin Xiaole was momentarily taken aback, but soon greeted her with a smile, saying, "Hello, senior. What a coincidence. What brings you here?" The visitor was none other than Li Ying, who had added him on QQ when he first entered school. It was a surprise to encounter her here. Li Ying replied cheerfully, "I'm here to distribute the military training uniforms." "And who might this be?" With that, her attention shifted to Bai Zichun. Bai Zichun's beauty rivaled her own, perhaps even exuding a touch more innocence, especially given her close proximity to Qin Xiaole. Li Ying couldn't help but feel a twinge of pressure. On the first day of school, Li Ying had already developed feelings for Qin Xiaole. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to add him. Thus, a sense of wariness began to brew within her. However, Bai Zichun was not devoid of her own sentiments. The girl, who appeared to be quite familiar with Qin Xiaole, possessed an exquisite appearance, making her one of the top beauties in the entire academy. Qin Xiaole, regaining his composure, promptly introduced, "This is our class vice monitor, Bai Zichun." He then turned to Bai Zichun and said, "And this is our department senior, Li Ying." The two exchanged glances, acknowledging one another, though their eyes subtly conveyed a hint of caution and rivalry. Yet, on the surface, nothing seemed amiss. Li Ying flashed a slight smile at Bai Zichun, saying, "So it's you, Bai Jr. You're stunning. Such a remarkable appearance must certainly captivate many boys in our department." Bai Zichun responded with a gentle smile, "No, senior, you are truly beautiful, especially with your makeup." Their brief exchange felt casual, like a gentle breeze. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu observed the interactions between the two girls, stroking his chin and exclaiming, "Wow, Le Guo is quite impressive." Two girls are vying for his attention. A role model for our generation. Tang Ming, perplexed, asked, "Is that so?" They seem to be getting along quite well. Wu Luo chuckled as he patted Tang Ming on the shoulder, saying, "Old Tang, you're thinking too simply. This is how girls are, they compete subtly." "Wow, are all girls this formidable?" Li Ying turned her gaze back to Qin Xiaole, winking playfully as she said, "Qin Jr. I suppose I should be treated to a meal for that night's incident." Had Qin Xiaole not sought out Li Ying for Mu Qianshui's phone number that evening, he might have found himself spending several days at the police station. Not to mention having completed his task and acquired a skill. Qin Xiaole was acutely aware that he owed her a favor. Thus, he smiled and replied, "Thanks to you, senior, I owe you a grand feast whenever you're free." Upon hearing this, Li Ying's face lit up with joy, and she discreetly glanced at Bai Zichun before nodding with sparkling eyes. "All right, I'll await Qin Jr.'s arrangement." As she spoke, she glanced back at the students of the student council diligently working, and with a smile, said, "I must attend to some matters. We shall discuss this further later." "All right," Qin Xiaole responded, watching as Li Ying departed. However, Bai Zichun beside him was enveloped by an inexplicable sense of tension. The senior, Li Ying, possessed both beauty and grace, and it appeared that she shared a special bond with the class monitor. In that moment, Bai Zichun couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. She turned to Qin Xiaole and inquired, "Class monitor, what is your relationship with her? Why are you inviting her to dinner?" Qin Xiaole replied, "The senior has previously assisted me, so it is only fitting that I treat her to a meal." To Qin Xiaole, inviting Li Ying for dinner was merely a gesture of gratitude. It is best to repay favors promptly, avoiding any delay. The longer one postpones, the more burdensome it becomes to repay. Failing to do so may result in losing a friend. Moreover, others might view you as inconsiderate, leading to estrangement from other acquaintances and the potential loss of numerous friendships. Therefore, it is prudent to settle such debts as soon as possible. Bai Zichun acknowledged this with an O, and sensing that Qin Xiaole preferred not to elaborate, refrained from further questioning. Soon, it was their class's turn, and everyone began to collect their military training uniforms in an orderly fashion. The process was swift. Students simply reported their height and weight, and staff would distribute uniforms in the corresponding sizes. After the students of Class 1 received their uniforms, they did not rush to leave. Instead, they eagerly unwrapped the garments and tried them on to ensure a proper fit. After all, these uniforms would be worn during military training, where extensive physical activity would make an ill-fitting outfit quite uncomfortable. Qin Xiaole had just finished changing, donning the complete outfit along with the cap. The military training uniform fit him perfectly, neither too large nor too small. Bai Zichun approached him, gazing in admiration, and exclaimed, "No way, class monitor. You look incredibly handsome in that. There's an undeniable aura of a soldier about you." Qin Xiaole stood tall, and the uniform complemented his physique flawlessly. Not just by Zichuan, but the other classmates were drawn to him as well. Wow, Leg, it's just a military uniform. Why do you look so dashing? Seriously, are our uniforms even the same? Why do I feel like I look worse in mine? Come on, be more confident. Don't let feelings sway you. No wonder you're the male deity. You look good in anything. Oh, I adore you. One by one, the classmates gathered around Qin Xiaole, their eyes fixed upon him. In that moment, he appeared strikingly handsome. They had assumed that wearing a military uniform would diminish one's attractiveness, considering the coarse craftsmanship that paled in comparison to genuine military attire. Yet, upon seeing Qin Xiaole, they were taken aback. It became clear that those who are beautiful radiate charm regardless of their attire. They perceive the military training uniforms as unappealing, a sentiment rooted in their own insecurities. How cruel is this reality? Observing the gazes of those around him, Qin Xiaole managed a wry smile and said, "Has everyone tried on their uniforms? If any do not fit, I can assist in exchanging them." "All right, class leader, all is well." "Indeed, it fits nicely." The group nodded in agreement. The garments were tailored on-site according to their height and weight, ensuring minimal discrepancies. Qin Xiaole nodded in affirmation, saying, "That is splendid. You may all return now to procure some essentials for the training. Given the current weather, the sun is quite fierce, and the rays can be merciless. Without proper care, one could easily suffer sunburn or darkening of the skin. It is imperative to prepare sunscreen and insoles for the military training, as the quality of these rubber-soled shoes leaves much to be desired. They pinch the feet and are rather uncomfortable. All right, class leader, we shall take our leave now. Goodbye." "Class leader." Each person waved farewell to Qin Xiaole. Bai Zichuan approached him with a smile, saying, "Class leader, I shall also take my leave." "All right, goodbye." As he watched them depart, Qin Xiaole and a few roommates prepared to head back to their dormitory to stow away their training uniforms before venturing to a nearby supermarket later to purchase sunscreen and insoles. Authoress note: be sure to cast your silver tickets on the latest chapter. In a supermarket near the school, Qin Xiaole and his 3 roommates procured some sunscreen and a few pairs of disposable insoles. Most supermarkets near universities offer these disposable insoles, which become quite popular during the military training period each year. While these insoles are not exceedingly soft, they certainly surpass the bare soles in comfort, making them a reasonable choice for the training. Each individual prepared several pairs, and after enjoying a meal at the cafeteria, they were ready to return when suddenly, Qin Xiaole's phone buzzed. Checking his device, he saw a message from Mu Qinshui. "Come to my office, room 6320. The message was succinct and devoid of detail regarding the purpose of his visit. "Professor Mu, is there something urgent? Come over and we shall discuss it. I need to see you within 3 minutes." Without further elaboration, Qin Xiaole refrained from inquiring further. It must be something significant to warrant such urgency. Pondering for a moment at his phone screen, he replied with an affirmative. He then asked Zhang Yu to take the insoles and sunscreen back to the dormitory while he hurriedly made his way to Mu Qinshui's office. Building 6 houses the teacher's offices, and on the 3rd floor is room 320. After a brisk jog, Qin Xiaole finally arrived at the office door, catching his breath. He knocked gently. Qin Xiaole stood at the door, gazing at the closed office door, and gently knocked a few times. Instantly, a familiar voice echoed from within. "Come in." Without hesitation, Qin Xiaole pushed the door open and entered. The modest office contained only Mu Qinshui, still dressed in the same attire as the morning, save for a white shirt on her upper half, while her lower half remained adorned with her signature black stockings. She epitomized the essence of a modern urban professional woman. Coupled with her unparalleled beauty and alluring figure, she was nothing short of breathtaking. Mu Qinshui was not excessively slender, rather, she possessed a curvaceous form. Plump where it was appropriate, and slim in the right places. Her legs, for instance, were slender and straight, devoid of any excess flesh, a sight to behold. Qin Xiaole, standing at the threshold, couldn't help but swallow hard. Having arrived slightly out of breath, his breathing grew increasingly labored as he stood entranced. Noticing Qin Xiaole's reaction, Mu Qinshui felt a sense of pride rather than irritation. However, she cleared her throat and said, "Don't just stand there at the door, come over." "Oh." Qin Xiaole finally snapped back to reality, hurriedly responding and swiftly approaching her. With a smile, he inquired, "Professor Mu, what did you need me for?" Mu Qinshui responded with a simple raising her gaze to meet Qin Xiaole's eyes. "The school has notified us that tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, All students are to gather on the playground for military training. This was a recent announcement from the school, and tomorrow marked the official commencement of military training. For many students, the subsequent 15 days could prove to be quite arduous, especially for those with frail constitutions, who might find the experience akin to enduring a year. However, Qin Xiaole was taken aback. Is that it? Why not just convey this information via WeChat instead of summoning me here? Is that all? Nothing more? He looked at Mu Qianxue, bewildered. Mu Qianxue shook her head, affirmatively stating, "That's all." Qin Xiaole exclaimed, "Damn. I rushed over here, fearing a major issue. And this is what it amounts to." Observing Qin Xiaole's expression, Mu Qianxue regarded him coolly, remarking, "What's the matter? It's perfectly fine for you to laugh and chat with the vice class leader while collecting military uniforms, but when I call you to my office, it's a different story." Her tone remained even, seemingly unchanged from her previous inflection, yet Qin Xiaole sensed an undercurrent of discontent in her words. First of all, her statement was flawed. His interaction with Bai Zichuan regarding the military uniforms had involved the entire class, not just a private exchange. Moreover, what connection existed between collecting military uniforms and coming to the office? None whatsoever. However, as he prepared to refute her, the look in Mu Qianxue's eyes compelled him to swallow the words he had yet to voice, because he sensed a menacing aura. Cough, cough, of course, certainly. Not a problem at all. The intense desire for survival compelled him to change his words instantaneously. Women can be truly terrifying. S gaze softened slightly, and her tone of speech became less rigid than at the beginning, as she shifted the topic. "Do you remember my office?" This was Qin Xiaole's first visit to his office, as he had never been there before. Qin Xiaole was taken aback, unsure of why it suddenly changed the subject. Nevertheless, he answered honestly, "Yes, I remember." "Recite it." "Qin Xiaole? What on earth? I must recite it again." It felt oddly akin to confessing a mistake to one's wife. This sensation was rather peculiar. He swallowed hard and coughed lightly. 66,320. Upon hearing Qin Xiaole recite it, nodded in satisfaction and responded, "Good, that's enough, you may leave." "Qin Xiaole? Just like that? After making the effort to come here, this is all?" However, observing his demeanor, he dared not object, clearing his throat and saying, "Ahem, then, Professor Mu, I shall take my leave." After saying this, Qin Xiaole glanced at her, and seeing no other intentions, he prepared to depart. "Wait," called out to him once more. Qin Xiaole turned, gazing at her in bewilderment. "Is there anything else?" Cleared her throat, her expression somewhat awkward. "In the future, do not get too close to Bai Zichuan. You are both the class monitor and the deputy monitor. Being too close may invite gossip. Of course, this is merely a suggestion. Whether you heed it is entirely up to you." This afternoon, she had intended to observe how the students were managing their military training uniforms and whether they needed assistance, while also assessing Qin Xiaole's organizational skills. To her surprise, she found Qin Xiaole and Bai Zichuan standing at the front of the line, laughing and chatting. After observing for a while, left in displeasure. "Is this how you manage the class? Standing at the front of the line, chatting merrily with the deputy monitor?" Qin Xiaole was taken aback. What kind of suggestion is this? It was as if someone were pointing a gun at him, declaring it merely a suggestion. From his words, he sensed a strong undertone of jealousy. It was akin to a young girl feeling envious. In an instant, realization dawned on him. No wonder had been acting so strangely. So that was it. Chapter 22. No need for formalities in my presence, however, rather than feeling any anger or annoyance at its behavior. Qin Xiaole found a small sense of joy within himself. Why? When a girl becomes jealous and angry, it signifies that she harbors feelings for you. Conversely, if she shows indifference, not even bothered to respond, it is safe to assert that there is no chance for you. Even if a relationship were to blossom, you would find yourself in the role of a mere sycophant, oblivious to the fact that she may have other suitors. How does one pursue a girl? The most crucial aspect is to evoke an emotional shift within her. It is essential to stir the sentiments of her inner world, whether it is jealousy or anger. These are among the most direct and effective methods to achieve this. Observing Mu Qianxue, Qin Xiaole chuckled and remarked, "Since the professor has commanded it, I can only comply." "Command? I never issued any." She retorted, "It was merely a simple suggestion. You ought not to misrepresent my words." Clearing her throat, Mu Qianxue added, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks, "I did not command you. It was a suggestion, do you understand? And remember, do not speak of this carelessly." As she spoke, her slight blush rendered her unexpectedly charming. Qin Xiaole, while maintaining a composed exterior, was inwardly amused. The sight of Mu Qianxue, typically an aloof goddess, displaying such adorable traits was truly delightful. If word of this were to spread, it would undoubtedly astonish many. With a gentle smile, he patted his chest and assured her, "Rest assured, Professor, I comprehend and will not speak out of turn." His charming features, accentuated by his smile, exuded an air of gallantry that could easily captivate anyone. One could argue that had Qin Xiaole lived in ancient times, he might have been immortalized alongside the four renowned handsome men, perhaps even as a fifth. Mu Qianxue glanced at him, momentarily taken aback. Upon regaining her composure, her cheeks flushed and she coughed lightly. "All right, I understand. You may go now." Qin Xiaole, noticing her flustered state, felt a subtle shift in her demeanor, her voice lacking its usual confidence. He cheerfully acknowledged her and prepared to depart. Yet, just as he reached the door, he abruptly halted. Mu Qianxue looked at him, puzzled. "What is it?" With a playful grin, Qin Xiaole directed his gaze toward her chest and advised, "Professor Mu, next time you wear a white shirt, I suggest fastening the buttons. While you need not be overly formal in my presence, it is prudent to maintain decorum in front of others." With that, without lingering, he flashed her a smile and swiftly exited, leaving her momentarily speechless. Seated in her place, Mu Qianxue was utterly bewildered. As she lowered her gaze, she was instantly struck dumb. Oh my heavens! The first two buttons of her white shirt were undone, and coupled with her ample bosom, a glimpse of white was conspicuously visible at her chest. Furthermore, Qin Xiaole had just stood directly in front of her from an elevated position, which allowed him to see even more clearly. Yet, he had remained silent for an eternity, only uttering a word just before his departure. This meant that everything about her chest had been thoroughly observed by that rascal, and he had done so without so much as a blink. In an instant, Mu Qianxue's face flushed crimson, burning with embarrassment as if she had indulged too liberally in drink. This marked the first time in many years that she felt such acute awkwardness. No, it was the second time. The first was when she had awakened beside Qin Xiaole in the hotel that morning. In a flurry, she hastily buttoned up her shirt, covering her chest with both hands, murmuring under her breath, "That scoundrel, daring to tease me. He shall pay dearly for this." Indeed, in Mu Qianxue's eyes, Qin Xiaole had been teasing her. Moreover, his assertion that she need not be formal in front of him, was that not an invitation to jest? Humph, he was indeed a scoundrel, even daring to mock their instructor. She huffed in indignation, her chest heaving with frustration, resolutely deciding to teach Qin Xiaole a lesson. "Just wait, you wretched creature. You will surely regret this. There is a saying, never provoke a woman, for when they become enraged, the consequences can be dire." Meanwhile, Qin Xiaole exited the office as dusk approached. Strolling back to his dormitory, once settled beneath his bed, he sent a message in the class group chat, informing everyone to gather at the playground at 8 o'clock the following morning, clad in military training attire. The formal military training was about to commence. Instantly, the group chat erupted with excitement. "Oh no, military training is about to begin. The days of suffering are upon us. Under this blazing sun, I feel I'll emerge 2 shades darker post-training. You're already dark enough. Another shade, and you'll be a full-on African." Damn. Amused by the lively banter in the group chat, Qin Xiaole chuckled. These individuals were simply hilarious. However, one must admit that military training was indeed an arduous affair. In such sweltering heat, no amount of sunscreen could prevent one from becoming a shade darker under relentless exposure to the sun. It would take at least a couple of months to restore one's complexion. That evening, after a refreshing shower, the dormitory fell into an early slumber. Everyone was acutely aware that the grueling military training was set to commence the next day. The following morning, at 7 o'clock, the entire dormitory was roused. One by one, they took turns washing up before donning their clothes and shoes in preparation for breakfast. "Damn it, old Tang, these shoes are utterly terrible and so heavy." Zhang Yudong, the issued vulcanized shoes for military training, took a few steps on the ground and expressed his dissatisfaction. Had he known these shoes were of such poor quality, he would not have been so surprised by their utter inadequacy. Tang Meng shared a similar sentiment. Although he did not wear any renowned brand of footwear, he believed that even the most inferior shoes he owned were infinitely superior to these. This was simply unacceptable. Qin Xiaole chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Enough of the complaints. We are all in the same boat. Let us hurry and get ready for breakfast, or we might miss it altogether." They were scheduled to assemble at 8 o'clock, and it was already 7:20. If they did not hasten their movements, they would indeed be late for breakfast. The three understood this well and quickly applied some sunscreen before heading out together. They rushed to the cafeteria, had a quick breakfast, and purchased a bottle of mineral water to take along. Then the four of them dashed toward the playground. At that moment, the playground was teeming with people, crowded in every direction. Had they not arrived early and lined up according to their class positions, they might have struggled to find their classmates. Chapter 23. The bewildered trio celebrates the old veteraness' birthday upon seeing Qin Xiaole approach. By Zi Chun's eyes lit up with joy. She greeted him with a bright smile, standing obediently by his side. "Good morning, class leader." Qin Xiaole was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with a smile. "Good morning." After their brief exchange, Qin Xiaole began to organize the class by student numbers. Before long, a group of soldiers clad in military uniforms marched onto the podium. These were active duty soldiers, serving as instructors for Qin Xiaole and his peers. Every year, the instructors at Dong University are active military personnel, making the training more rigorous. At the forefront stood the chief instructor, followed by the principal and various school leaders taking their seats, facing the crowd. This marked the opening ceremony for their military training, providing one of the few opportunities since entering university to see the principal and numerous school leaders. The following hour was filled with grandiose speeches. The principal spoke, followed by remarks from various leaders. After an hour had passed, the chief instructor shouted into the microphone, "I declare the military training, lasting half a month, now begins." The instructors found their respective groups and led them into training. "Yes," the instructors responded in unison, and then they all began to run toward their designated teams. Qin Xiaole and his companions stood still for a moment until a stout instructor, approximately 178 in height, with a dark complexion and an unmistakable military presence, approached them, standing before the group. "Class of Computer Science 1, listen to my command. Left turn, destination, basketball court, march." The instructor called out, leading the way while Qin Xiaole and his classmates followed closely behind. The training grounds had been prearranged in advance, in the vicinity of the playground. Qin Xiaole and his companions from the School of Information found themselves fortunate enough to be stationed beneath several large trees, providing a modicum of shade from the relentless sun. In contrast, some classes were relegated to endure the scorching heat directly under the sun's glare. Facing the assembled group, the instructor's gaze was sharp and penetrating. He surveyed the crowd before slowly announcing, "I am Yang Tianju. You may address me as Instructor Yang. From this day forth, I shall be your military training instructor. Do you all understand?" "Understood," the crowd replied, hesitant to voice any further remarks. Yang Tianju nodded and inquired, "Who is your class leader? Step forward." At this command, Qin Xiaole strode confidently to the forefront, declaring, reporting in, "I am." Upon raising his gaze to meet Qin Xiaole's, Yang Tianju was momentarily taken aback. He had noticed this student earlier. Despite being amidst a throng, an undeniable aura emanated from him. As he drew closer, the impression only intensified. This was not merely the charm of a youthful beauty, but rather a genuine, masculine vigor. Yang Tianju found himself quite fond of such a demeanor and nodded approvingly, asking, "What is your name?" "Qin Xiaole," came the reply. Yang Tianju nodded thoughtfully, "Very well. If I am unavailable, you shall oversee the class affairs. Do you comprehend?" "Understood," Qin Xiaole responded emphatically. Yang Tianju gestured for him to return to his place and then addressed the group. "Today, we will engage in a simple exercise, standing at attention. Listen carefully, stand upright, chest out, chin up. Anyone who moves shall be required to perform 20 push-ups." Under Yang Tianju's rigorous training, Class 1 of the Computer Science Department embarked on their inaugural military drill, standing at attention. This was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Many had lived in comfort until now, and the prospect of standing still for half an hour, or even over an hour, was unbearable. The situation was exacerbated by the sweltering sun, rendering the experience even more excruciating. Initially, expressions of discomfort began to mar the faces of many, each one appearing as though they were on the brink of collapse. Several contemplated halting their stance, but were deterred by Yang Tianju's intimidating gaze. It is worth noting that 20 push-ups for a single infraction was no trivial matter. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. The participants felt as though they had become numbed, standing rigidly in place. Beads of sweat the size of pearls trickled down each forehead. Fortunately for Qin Xiaole, his robust physique, honed through years of training under his father, allowed him to endure the prolonged standing with only a slight sensation of soreness. However, His nearby roommates were not faring as well. Zhang Yu struggled to maintain his composure, his face flushed, sweat cascading down like rain. He muttered under his breath, "Damn it. Has it been an hour? Is the instructor mad? Why doesn't he stop?" Wu Luo chimed in. "I feel like I'm at my limit. I'm utterly exhausted." "Tang Ming, you two are quite lacking." Zhang Yu glanced at him from the corner of his eye and replied, "Old Tang, you're the one who is struggling. Just look at you shaking." Wu Luo chuckled and added, "Exactly. I feel like you're even worse off than me and old Zhang." Suddenly, Qin Xiaole, standing to Tang Ming's right, cleared his throat emphatically and began giving him significant glances. Tang Ming, catching a glimpse of Qin Xiaole, chuckled, "Logo. What is wrong with your eyes? Are you feeling unwell, just like them?" "Hee, I think so too." Just as the three were bantering, a voice suddenly emerged from behind them. "You three seem to be having a good time." The trio turned their heads in unison, and they were nearly taken aback. "The instructor? When did he get behind us?" They were all rendered speechless. Qin Xiaole felt exasperated. His earlier cough was meant to alert them of the instructor's arrival. But it seemed his companions were rather oblivious. Yang Tianzhu stepped in front of them, snorting, "What were you three just saying? Speak up. I'd like to hear it." His gaze swept over the trio, yet none of them dared to respond. After a moment, Yang Tianzhu's eyes settled on Tang Ming, leaning in closer. "What about you? What did you just say?" Tang Ming, bewildered, looked into Yang Tianzhu's intimidating eyes and gulped, reporting to the instructor, "I just said those two are lacking." As soon as he finished, laughter erupted from the entire class, one of computer science. However, with the instructor present, everyone could only suppress their laughter with great effort. That comment was truly sharp. Yang Tianzhu glared at them. "You three, prepare for push-ups, 50 each." Then, his gaze shifted to Tang Ming. "You seem quite capable. Do 100. Instantly, the three wore expressions of dismay. Just then, a familiar figure appeared before everyone. Authoress note: "Today is my birthday, and I would like to thank everyone for their continuous support. Thank you, much love." Chapter 24. Collision with her fair legs and black short skirt. A slender figure approached gracefully. She stood before class 1 of computer science, drawing countless gazes. Some boys even swallowed hard. She was simply stunning. Definitely the belle of the department. Li Ying. Indeed, upon recognizing her, Qin Xiaole was momentarily taken aback, unsure of her presence. Just then, a resounding announcement echoed throughout the school. Following that, the voice of the chief instructor could be heard. "Break time begins. Each instructor will arrange their own break. This is the collective rest period during military training for the entire school, a routine familiar to every institution engaging in such exercises." Yang Tianzhu blew his whistle towards the crowd and announced, "Everyone, take a 20-minute break." Instantly, the tense individuals who had been standing at attention relaxed, their faces awash with relief. At last, a moment of respite. Indeed, had they stood any longer, I felt I might have been entirely incapacitated. A collective sentiment of survival washed over them. They sought out shaded spots to rest and hydrate. However, it was not the same for Zhang Yu, Wu Luo, and Tang Ming, who continued to toil away with their push-ups. Observing their plight, Qin Xiaole supported his forehead with his hand, utterly speechless. How tragic. The rest of the class regarded them with sympathetic glances. At that moment, Li Ying dashed through the crowd, her face beaming as she approached Qin Xiaole. "Xiaole, Jr., you look quite dashing in your military training uniform." Upon spotting him, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she rushed over. Realizing that Qin Xiaole indeed wore the uniform with remarkable charm. He was simply a natural at wearing clothes, regardless of the attire. He exuded an aura that would make one perceive him as a leader even in rags. Such charisma cannot be concealed. Qin Xiaole chuckled ruefully. "It's all right. It's all right. What brings you here, senior?" Li Ying smiled gently and produced a chilled bottle of energy drink from behind her. "I thought you might be struggling, so I brought you some water." She handed the drink to him, grinning widely. Being a member of the student council, Li Ying was well aware of their training schedule, which inspired her to deliver water to Qin Xiaole during the break. Instantaneously, the atmosphere in class 1 of the computer science department erupted. "What is going on? Someone is delivering water during military training? I'm envious," exclaimed one student. "Is this the class monitor? Her charm is simply overwhelming. If I were in his shoes, I would be overjoyed," echoed another, filled with admiration. The others in the class observed this scene with envious eyes. Not only did they yearn for a beautiful girl to bring them water, but even a mere glance from her would have sufficed to fulfill their hearts. Indeed, the disparity among individuals is striking. Meanwhile, The trio, still executing push-ups, were left dumbfounded by the spectacle before them, nearly moved to tears by envy. Damn, this is incredible. Qin Xiaole found himself momentarily stunned. Truth be told, it was quite touching that Li Ying had come to the training ground in such heat to bring him water. Any boy in his position would surely feel profoundly moved. However, he was reluctant to accept, and even less inclined to do so. His focus was on Qin Xiaole, and he believed he should maintain a respectful distance from other girls, avoiding any close interactions. After some contemplation, Qin Xiaole politely declined, saying, "Senior, you are too kind. I have brought my own water, so there is no need for this." Nevertheless, Li Ying remained undeterred, smiling as she replied, "This is an energy drink, and it's chilled. Your water has been sitting out and will be warm, which won't be pleasant to drink. You should have this instead. Furthermore," she continued, "besides, I have already brought it, and it would be quite embarrassing for you to watch me take it back." As she spoke, her large, glistening eyes were fixed on Qin Xiaole, making him feel a sudden wave of unease. Indeed, Li Ying's reasoning held merit. After all, she was a girl, kindly offering him water in front of so many people. To refuse her outright would be rather hurtful and, more importantly, quite humiliating. This simply would not do. Thus, after a moment's reflection, Qin Xiaole conceded, "Very well, thank you. Senior, I will transfer the money to you later." He did not wish to owe Li Ying anything, so he directly assured her that he would pay. Of course, Li Ying had no objections. As long as Qin Xiaole accepted her drink, everything could be settled easily. Merely a few coins after all, and she cheerfully responded, "All right, do as you see fit." With that, she handed him the drink. At that moment, Qin Xiaole did not refuse and accepted the drink with a grateful nod. Meanwhile, sitting beside her roommate, Bai Zichuan furrowed her brow, feeling a pang of anxiety. However, she felt powerless to intervene. After all, she couldn't stop Qin Xiaole from drinking water. And given that they were not in a romantic relationship, she had no authority to prevent him from accepting Li Ying's offering. Thus, she remained seated, discontentedly observing the scene unfold. However, just as Qin Xiaole took the drink from Li Ying, a sudden cough echoed from an unknown source. The familiar sound startled Qin Xiaole, causing him to jerk his head up, only to find a familiar figure approaching. The newcomer was clad in a tight-fitting black mini dress, her alluring figure accentuated by her long, fair legs. Upon seeing her, Qin Xiaole's heart tightened. Qin Xiaole? Indeed. The woman striding toward him was none other than Qin Xiaole. Her expression was flat, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Xiaole, exuding an air of chill and indifference. Yet beneath this calm facade, he sensed a palpable aura of menace. Yes, it was indeed an aura of threat. He swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of panic. Soon enough, Qin Xiaole stood before him, at which point Li Ying cheerfully greeted her. "Professor Mu, what brings you here?" Li Ying, being part of the student council, often assisted professors with various matters, hence she was already acquainted with Qin Xiaole. Qin Xiaole cast a glance at her and remarked casually, "I came to observe their military training. What brings you here?" Li Ying smiled and exchanged a glance with Qin Xiaole, her eyes harboring an inexplicable tenderness. Although Qin Xiaole remained oblivious, Qin Xiaole, possessing the innate intuition of a woman, keenly sensed this nuance. Already displeased, her irritation deepened. This fellow truly had a penchant for flirtation. It had only been a few days since the semester commenced. A classmate from the same major, and both rather attractive. Humph. What a scoundrel. "I came to deliver water to Junior Xiaole. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave," she stated. "All right," Qin Xiaole replied and watched as Li Ying departed, her gaze shifting to Qin Xiaole. Chapter 25. Qin Xiaole's retribution upon meeting Qin Xiaole's gaze. Qin Xiaole felt a tightening in his chest, a foreboding sense of unease creeping over him. Despite the calm exterior, he sensed the turbulent undercurrents beneath. He couldn't help but swallow hard and flashed her a sheepish grin. Qin Xiaole glanced at the drink in Qin Xiaole's hand and inquired nonchalantly, "Is the pulsation tasty?" Qin Xiaole coughed awkwardly. "I haven't tried it yet, so I wouldn't know." Taking a deep breath, Qin Xiaole replied coolly, "Oh, then you should drink it now and see if it suits your palate." Observing Qin Xiaole's demeanor, Qin Xiaole was not foolish enough to drink in front of her. That would be digging his own grave. He quickly shook his head with a forced smile. No, I wasn't planning to drink it anyway." Ahem. Qin Xiaole shot him a cold glance, said nothing, and walked over to Yang Tianju, disregarding Qin Xiaole entirely. Seeing this, Qin Xiaole let out a sigh of relief. "Instructor Yang, what is the situation with those three?" Yang Tianzhu paused. Having served as an instructor at Dongda for several years, he was well aware of Mu Qianxua's reputation. He had encountered her before and had a lasting impression, knowing that he was responsible for her class this time. They were talking while standing at attention, so I had them do push-ups as punishment, he explained. Mu Qianxua nodded in acknowledgement. This was indeed standard procedure in military training. The essence of such training was discipline, and being caught conversing while standing at attention invariably warranted punishment. He looked at the trio and inquired, "How many push-ups do you have left?" Zhang Yu lifted his head and replied with difficulty, 20 left. Wu Luo chimed in, 22. Tang Ming added, 71. After they spoke, Mu Qianxua pondered for a moment and then remarked, 20 plus 22 plus 71 totals 113. She continued to question them. Qin Xiaole is your roommate, right? Ah, yes, yes. The three nodded in unison. Mu Qianxua nodded, finding the situation manageable. She turned to Yang Tianzhu and said, Instructor Yang, since Qin Xiaole is both their roommate and class leader, yet has failed to set a good example in managing the dormitory, I propose that we allow the three of them to get up first, while the remaining 113 can follow the class leader's lead. At once, Qin Xiaole was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. What kind of operation was this? Was this what they called using public matters to settle private scores? Truly, the heart of a woman can be the most venomous. He looked at Yang Tianzhu with desperate hope, wishing he wouldn't be swayed by Mu Qianxua's manipulation. Yet, his hopes were ultimately dashed. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Tianzhu nodded in agreement, stating, Professor Mu makes a valid point. If that is the case, then the three of you may rise. Instantly, Zhang Yu and his companions stood up as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders, their faces beaming with joy. Zhang Yu exclaimed, Oh my, Professor Mu is truly an angel. How can there be such a kind and beautiful woman? Wu Luo chimed in. Absolutely, I am in love. Wu Wu. Tang Ming sighed. What a pity for Brother Luo. I hope he survives this ordeal. Over 100 push-ups were no small feat. One needed considerable strength to accomplish them. Without proper training, even a few push-ups would leave one's arms feeling as though they were filled with lead. All eyes turned toward Qin Xiaole, their gazes tinted with sympathy. The class leader was truly in a terrible predicament. Mu Qianxua fixed her gaze upon him, signaling, Right here? Let us begin. 113 push-ups. I will count for you. Qin Xiaole muttered under his breath, Damn it. This is indeed the most venomous of hearts. Bai Zichuan, feeling a pang of compassion, stood up and said, Professor Mu, I believe we should not punish the class leader. Over 100 is too much. Some of the girls in the class echoed her sentiments, voicing their concerns. Yes, the class leader did nothing wrong. That is too many, Professor. Oh. Observing the numerous concerned expressions of the girls advocating for Qin Xiaole, Mu Qianxua shifted her gaze, slightly raising her eyelids to address him. Is 113 too many? In that instant, Qin Xiaole shivered involuntarily. Jealous women could be fearsome. Were over 100 push-ups excessive? Certainly. However, if he admitted to that, the number might double. He cleared his throat and quickly asserted, No, it's not too many. I'll do it right away. With that, Qin Xiaole wasted no time and dropped to the ground. He positioned himself, hands firmly on the floor, and commenced his push-ups. 1, 2. His pace was swift and steady. And in just a matter of seconds, he had completed over 20, his face remaining unflushed and his breathing steady. Not only that, as Qin Xiaole executed his push-ups, the robust muscles in his arms prominently manifested, resembling a formidable display of power. Such muscularity undeniably radiated strength, which is of utmost importance to young men. It is this very quality that instills a sense of security in women. The onlookers, particularly the girls, were left mesmerized, instinctively swallowing hard at the sight of his physique. Their excitement palpable. Oh, how they adored those muscles. Moments later, as time passed, Qin Xiaole's pace remained unwavering. He had already completed 70 push-ups. Such remarkable speed left even the instructor astounded. This lad appeared to have trained diligently, impressive indeed. Yang Tianzhu's eyes sparkled with delight, unexpectedly discovering a gifted student amid military training. With such physical prowess, even he would find it challenging to match. As Qin Xiaole continued his push-ups, an increasing crowd gathered around him. Predominantly comprised of female students from the School of Information, their gazes fixated on him. Goodness, this boy is incredibly handsome. Our school's heartthrob pales in comparison. One exclaimed. Indeed, I dare say he surpasses even stars. Another chimed in. And those muscles. I'm utterly smitten. listening to the chorus of admiration from the girls. Mu Qianxue's heart sank momentarily. This was a hasty move. Hadn't she just given Qin Xiaole an opportunity to showcase himself before such an audience? Was she inadvertently aiding his charm offensive? Oh no, she should have taken him to her office to practice privately. With a huff of annoyance, she felt somewhat displeased. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaole was nearing the completion of his set. Countless eyes were fixated on him, seemingly cheering him on. As the final push-up was completed, Qin Xiaole stood up, taking several deep breaths. Indeed, this was exhausting. Especially to accomplish over 100 in one go, most people simply couldn't manage it. His hands trembled slightly. But it was not severe. After all, he had trained since childhood, sporting 6 well-defined abdominal muscles and visibly muscular shoulders. With such a physique, even on the basketball court, few could rival him. Upon standing, the crowd erupted in excitement, as if they too had just triumphed. Wow, he completed 113 push-ups just like that. Incredible. I doubt I could manage even 13, exclaimed one awestruck observer. And to think, he is so handsome. Alas, I beseech thee to add me to the friend list of my idol. I too desire such a connection. The surrounding girls were utterly captivated, gazing at Qin Xiaole as if they had encountered the coveted flesh of Tang Xing. Their longing was palpable. Zhang Yu and his companions exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Qin Xiaole's physical prowess indeed surpassed their wildest imaginations. The push-ups he executed were nothing short of remarkable. Old Tang, observed Brother Luo. This strength and endurance, what girl wouldn't be enamored? Wu Luo chimed in, indeed. Were I a girl, I would be smitten as well. Tang Meng added, endurance? No wonder he is so flamboyant. Even something as mundane as push-ups can be articulated with such exuberance. One word, extraordinary. Qin Xiaole beamed at Mu Qianxue, saying, Professor Mu, I have completed my set. Mu Qianxue responded with a nonchalant "oh," yet internally, she swallowed hard. The sheer potency of masculinity was overwhelming. Even Mu Qianxue was not immune to its allure. Yang Tianzhu approached, his gaze filled with admiration, applauding enthusiastically. Qin Xiaole, is it? Your fitness is impressive. You must have trained from a young age. Qin Xiaole hesitated, then smiled and nodded. I practiced a bit during my childhood. Yang Tianzhu nodded in acknowledgement. One could discern his muscular build spoke volumes. This young man possessed commendable stamina. He remarked, have you considered enlisting? With your education and physique, a military career would undoubtedly present a splendid opportunity for you. Given Qin Xiaole's academic credentials and physical capabilities, ascending to an officer rank would be a mere formality, paving the way for a bright future ahead. However, before Qin Xiaole could respond, Mu Qianxue interjected, no. Qin Xiaole? The others? Feeling the weight of their gazes, Mu Qianxue cleared her throat and said, ahem, he has yet to complete his studies. Let us postpone the military discussion for another time. Indeed, while many university students enlist, they often serve for 2 or 3 years before returning to academia, which diminishes their chances for promotion. Qin Xiaole cast a knowing smile at Mu Qianxue and replied, Professor Mu is correct. I shall defer such considerations for now, perhaps until after graduation. Yang Tianzhu nodded in agreement. Very well. Having completed his push-ups, Qin Xiaole noticed that most students had dispersed. Yet, a few girls lingered, eager to obtain his contact information. However, Mu Qianxue remained nearby, and he dared not act recklessly. Though she did not fixate on him, he could feel her peripheral gaze lingering. Qin Xiaole was hesitant to take any risks. It could lead to significant complications. Thus, faced with the relentless advances of various young women, Qin Xiaole resolutely declined one after another. This scene brought a sense of satisfaction to Mu Qianxue, dissipating her earlier displeasure and significantly uplifting her spirits. The respite was fleeting, and soon the training would resume. Mu Qianxue approached Qin Xiaole and gently patted him on the shoulder, saying, come with me. Startled yet intrigued, Qin Xiaole followed closely behind her. They retreated beneath a large tree, away from the prying eyes of their classmates, who were obliviously engrossed in their break. Qin Xiaole, still taken aback, inquired, Professor, is there something you need? Mu Qianxue lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Qin Xiaole in contemplative silence. After a moment, she retrieved a bottle of mineral water from her bag, its surface still cool to the touch. The sports drink doesn't quench thirst. This chilled mineral water will do the trick. The mineral water had been procured before her arrival, intended specifically for Qin Xiaole. However, the unexpected appearance of Liang had momentarily soured her mood. Had it not been for Qin Xiaole's commendable demeanor in rejecting others, she might not have offered it at all. Qin Xiaole, taken by the sight of the water, fell into introspection. What's this? Don't want it. If you don't, that's fine. Noticing his hesitation, Mu Qianxue huffed lightly and began to retract the water bottle. Sensing her intent, Qin Xiaole quickly seized the bottle with a grin, exclaiming, "Of course I want it. How could I refuse something from Professor Mu? Even if it were mere refuse, I would accept it graciously." Young women often relish sweet words, and she was no exception. Upon hearing Qin Xiaole's flattery, Mu Qianxue felt a surge of joy within her. Now that is more like it, she thought, before shifting the conversation. What about the sports drink from Senior Sisterly? It would be a waste to toss it. Oh, how bold. She was already probing. Qin Xiaole understood her implication instantly and cleared his throat, replying, "I've already given it to my roommate." With that, he unscrewed the cap of the mineral water and took a sip before Mu Qianxue, an act that filled her with satisfaction. Well, having the mineral water is sufficient. Just as her words concluded, the assembly whistle blew. Startled, Qin Xiaole quickly exclaimed, "Professor, it's time to regroup for training. I must take my leave." "Yes, go ahead," she replied, as he dashed off towards the formation. Watching Qin Xiaole's retreating figure, a subtle smile graced Mu Qianxue's lips. Perhaps even she did not fully comprehend why she felt compelled to bring water to Qin Xiaole, or why Li Ying's presence weighed heavily on her heart. Perhaps she knows everything, yet chooses not to acknowledge it. After all, there remains a certain distance between the two, and their interactions have been limited, leaving them still unfamiliar with one another. Let time unfold naturally. Upon seeing Qin Xiaole return to the group, Mu Qianxue, filled with contentment, made her way back to the office. Perhaps buoyed by her good mood, a long-lost smile graced her face. Standing under the shade of a tree from afar, Mu Qianxue's gaze remained fixated on Qin Xiaole, unwavering. After a while, she glanced at her watch and recalled there were matters to attend to at the academy. With a reluctant final glance, she departed. The morning hours of military training passed swiftly, yet for those participating, time felt exceedingly prolonged. Each moment seemed to drag on, as if they were enduring a trial. Standing under the blazing sun, rigid in military posture, was a compulsory lesson on the first day of university. Everyone resembled standing mummies, capable of nothing but breathing. At precisely noon, as the bell signaling the end rang, Yang Tianju refrained from making things difficult for them. He stood before the formation and exclaimed, "All present, you are dismissed." Instantly, as the command to disperse echoed, relief washed over each individual, their faces blooming with smiles, excitement palpable. "Finally, it's over. I can hardly believe I stood for an entire morning. I haven't felt this exhausted in a year at home. Enough chatter, let us hurry to eat. Wait for me. I almost forgot." Upon hearing the words "let us eat," the students of Class 1 in computer science surged toward the cafeteria with fervor. It was noon, the designated meal time, and this throng of freshly trained individuals could easily be dubbed famished. As they flooded into the cafeteria, chaos ensued. Qin Xiaole and her companions were no exception. The four of them dashed towards the cafeteria, their faces alight with longing. Hunger was undeniable. The cafeteria brimmed with patrons, and after a struggle, they managed to procure their lunch, devouring their meals with fervor. Satisfaction radiated from their faces. After so many years, it was the first time they truly savored the deliciousness of food. Once they finished their meal, they returned to their dormitory for a brief respite. But by 2:30 in the afternoon, training resumed. Amidst the relentless cycle of training and endurance, as time wore on, everyone had shed their initial fragility and began to persevere with gritted teeth. In the afternoon, the focus shifted from standing in formation to incorporating marching. Yang Tianju stood before the crowd and declared, "You are arranged in 4 rows, divided into 4 groups, and will practice marching in formation. I shall return in half an hour to assess your performance. The group that excels will be granted a respite. Do you understand?" "Understood." The class responded in unison. Immediately, each row found its position and commenced training. Qin Xiaole, Tang Ming, and another individual formed one row, totaling 9 participants, including Bai Zichuan and 2 other girls. They gathered together, and Bai Zichuan suggested, "I believe we should appoint a leader among us to guide our training. I propose that our class monitor take the lead." "I concur. I have no objections." "Neither do I." In no time, they swiftly elected Qin Xiaole as the group leader. Qin Xiaole did not object, recognizing that a good performance would lead to a well-deserved break. After a brief discussion, the 9 commenced their formal training. With Qin Xiaole's high standards, coupled with everyone's eagerness for a reprieve, each member approached the task with utmost seriousness. "Goodness, what is that?" After several rounds of training, The group took a moment to rest when suddenly, Tang Ming pointed toward a nearby spot, looking utterly bewildered. On the ground lay a long, rectangular object resembling a tissue. The glaring sunlight made it difficult for the group to discern its nature, though it seemed vaguely familiar. Noticing everyone's confusion, Tang Ming chuckled to himself, rose swiftly, and approached the object, picking it up before returning with a beaming smile. "Hey, Leg, Lao Zhang, take a look at this," he exclaimed, waving the item in the air, radiating the joy of a child. Instantly, Qin Xiaole was taken aback, Zhang Yu was astonished, and Wu Luo stared in disbelief. The three girls, including Bai Zichuan, flushed with embarrassment upon witnessing this spectacle. Sensing the peculiar expressions on their faces, Tang Ming paused, curiosity piqued. "What's wrong with you all? Why the silence?" Zhang Yu cleared his throat and replied, "Lao Tang, don't you recognize what that is?" Tang Ming responded, "No, I don't." His face reflected genuine confusion as he pondered Zhang Yu's question. Qin Xiaole coughed awkwardly and said, "Lao Tang, that is called a sanitary napkin." "Oh, so this is what a sanitary napkin is?" Before he could finish his sentence, Tang Ming froze, staring blankly at the item in his hand. This was, indeed, the legendary sanitary napkin used by girls. Having grown up, it was his first encounter with such an object. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, and in a moment of panic, he flung the sanitary napkin away, not knowing where it landed. Faced with the bewildered gazes of his peers, Tang Ming was immediately flustered. "I swear, I'm not a pervert. I simply didn't recognize it. Trust me. Woe is me." Indeed, Tang Ming is not a pervert. He simply lacks familiarity with such items. He has maintained a certain innocence since childhood, never having had a girlfriend, and his interests at school have been limited to video games and basketball. The feminine products he has heard of were merely spoken of, and he had never encountered them in person. Even if he had seen them, it was only in their packaged forms at stores. The sight of one unwrapped was entirely new to him. Little did he expect that this would lead to such an embarrassing blunder. It was profoundly awkward. Though he usually possesses a thick skin, his face flushed crimson in an instant. Reflecting on his earlier foolish demeanor, he felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into the earth. Alas, yet, the situation was far from over. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly uncomfortable, a familiar voice pierced through the tension, shattering the awkwardness. "Who threw this? Bring it to me." Everyone in class 1 of the computer science department turned to look. There stood Yang Tianju, brandishing the sanitary pad that Tang Ming had just discarded. His face contorted with anger. He had been observing a Group S training when, out of nowhere, a sanitary pad had plummeted onto his head. In an instant, he was left utterly dumbfounded. In broad daylight, who would dare to throw such an item? The audacity was astonishing. As everyone caught sight of what Yang Tianju held, Tang Ming was left in a state of shock. What the hell? How did it end up in the hands of the instructor? He was utterly bewildered. He had merely tossed it carelessly, never imagining it would land atop Yang Tianju's head. A wave of panic surged within him. This was a disaster. Chapter 28, Social Gathering Indeed. It was a disaster. Qin Xiaole, Zhang Yu, and Wu Luo exchanged glances. Unable to contain their amusement, they burst into laughter. "Old Tang, you are absolutely incredible," laughed Xiaole. "I thought I was the boldest, but old Tang truly has hidden depths." Zhang Yu chuckled as he observed Tang Ming's dazed expression. Truth be told, this audacious act left him utterly flabbergasted. He had a premonition that, after today, the name Tang Ming would become notorious throughout the computer science department. No, not just there. The entire School of Information would remember that name. Clearing his throat, Qin Xiaole attempted to conjure some witty remark to encapsulate Tang Ming's audacity, but found himself at a loss for words. This was truly beyond comprehension. Tang Ming, coughing softly, lowered his head and slowly approached Yang Tianju. All training ceased, and everyone's gaze fixated on the two of them. As Tang Ming drew near, Yang Tianju was taken aback. He had expected that such an item would belong to a female. Unexpectedly, it was a rather burly man. A male, utilizing this item? Swiftly, the two engaged in a warm and amiable exchange. Due to the distance, the content of their conversation remained unknown. All that could be observed was Tang Ming repeatedly bowing his head in apology, resembling an obedient child, while Yang Tianju, initially brimming with ire, gradually softened. Shortly thereafter, Tang Ming was seen heading towards the playground, intending to run 10 laps around it. Each lap measured 400 meters, totaling 4,000 meters for 10 laps. Moreover, Yang Tianju imposed a time constraint, demanding completion within 20 minutes, or an additional 5 laps would be added. In the face of these stipulations, Tang Ming dared not protest, silently making his way to the playground. Observing Tang Ming's despondent silhouette, an inexplicable sense of sorrow and amusement washed over the onlookers. Zhang Yu remarked, "Poor old Tang." Wu Luo added, "Let us mourn for him." Qin Xiaole sighed, "Alas, he is so unfortunate." The trio sighed in unison, yet soon the entire class erupted in laughter. At 6 in the evening, with a whistle's sound, Yang Tianzhu announced the conclusion of the afternoon training. However, they were to reconvene at 7:30 that evening. The group responded in a loud affirmation before dispersing. The evening hours remained ample, and the group did not rush as they had during lunch, engaging in conversation while strolling along the path. Yet, Tang Ming walked beside the three, his visage etched with one word: awkward. The trio, perceptively, refrained from mentioning the earlier incident, mindful of his discomfort. In such moments, recognizing another's embarrassment and refraining from exacerbating it with careless words is a mark of wisdom and camaraderie. The three seemed to have a tacit understanding, choosing to selectively forget the previous events, conversing about lighter topics, filled with laughter. After dinner, lingering in the dormitory for a while, the sky began to darken. "Is it time to gather?" Qin Xiaole inquired, glancing at the clock. "All right." The three responded in unison, then proceeded to the playground. Due to military training regulations prohibiting mobile phones, even in the evening, the four brought only water, leaving everything else behind. After all, the military training at Dongda is quite stringent. Any infraction, such as being caught with a phone, could result in failing the training and necessitating a repeat the following year. The nightscape of Dongda was enchanting. The streets were aglow with lights, and even in areas like the basketball court, numerous street lamps illuminated the surroundings. Hence, when the group assembled, it was not shrouded in darkness. Observing the neatly arranged lines of cadets, Yang Tianzhu's lips curved into a smile. "Good evening, everyone," he greeted. "Good evening, instructor." The cadets responded. Yang Tianzhu nodded and continued, "Tonight, we shall not train. There is no need for tension. The evening is designated for your camaraderie. The decision regarding which class to socialize with rests in your hands." Upon hearing Yang Tianzhu's words, the atmosphere among the students of Class 1 in the computer science department shifted dramatically. Excitement began to ripple through them. At last, the days of hardship have finally come to an end. A class social. How delightful. Instructor, let us proceed to engage with the new media class. Indeed, the ladies from new media are numerous and exceptionally attractive. Absolutely. Boys are simply creatures drawn to beauty. Regardless of age, a man's admiration for beauty remains unwavering. It is said that even men in their 30s or 40s, or even those in their 70s or 80s, will always hold a special affection for 18-year-old maidens. Such is the nature of men. Observing the fervor among his peers, Yang Tianzhu smiled gently. "Very well, then it shall be new media, let us embark." At once, this proclamation ignited an exhilarating fervor within the entire Class 1 of computer science. "Oh my goodness, long live the instructor." "Yes, indeed, the instructor is the most handsome. I adore him." "Oh, at last, we shall encounter the lovely ladies of new media. This moment shall be termed the harmony of new media." This phrase refers to the collaboration between the School of Information and the School of New Media. Soon, Class 1 of Computer Science set forth towards the New Media Department, attracting envious glances from various majors within the School of Information along the way. What an extraordinary instructor! How splendid! Yet, they could only gaze in admiration. Before long, the group arrived at the New Media campus. Their military training grounds were situated along a bustling street, illuminated by vibrant lights at night, surrounded by lush trees that created a delightful ambience. As a gentle breeze swept through, the trees rustled softly. Upon their arrival, the eyes of several handsome young men lit up at the sight of beautiful women. "Look at that beauty, and there's another. My goodness, what a paradise this is." In this space, they felt as if they had entered a realm of enchanting maidens. The new media program consists predominantly of art students, with a class of 30, comprising 24 or 5 young women. With such a significant number, it is only natural that the beauty quotient is exceedingly high. Sometimes, quantity breeds quality. Moreover, art students typically possess striking appearances or, at the very least, some notable talent. Yang Tianzhu proved to be quite resourceful. He was close friends with the instructor of the second broadcasting class, and together they orchestrated this delightful social event with great success. Given that there are 2 broadcasting classes, upon learning that the second class was engaging with Yang Tianzhu's group, the instructor of the first class eagerly decided to join in as well. Thus, the current gathering of 3 classes came to fruition, Class 1 of Computer Science and the 2 broadcasting classes. It is noteworthy that, in the realm of broadcasting, most of the female students are stunning, with melodious voices. The combined total of 60 individuals from these 2 classes boasts over 45 young women, each possessing commendable qualities. Zhang Yu's face was alight with excitement, his enthusiasm palpable. Wow, Instructor Yang is truly impressive. I absolutely adore him. I just want to embrace him and plant a kiss. Chapter 29. The Art of Subtle Flirtation and the Request for Votes. Soon, the 3 classes gathered together. Before the social event could commence, a figure gracefully approached. Her enchanting silhouette seemed particularly striking under the evening lights, adding an air of mystery and allure. She stood before Yang Tianzhu, her voice cool yet melodic. Instructor Yang. What brings you here? Yang Tianzhu, momentarily taken aback, broke into a warm smile upon recognizing her. Ah, Professor Mu. I am here for the evening's social gathering. At the behest of the students, to engage with the new media class. Indeed, the visitor was Mu Qinxiaole, dressed in a flowing black gown. The evening breeze caressed her attire, enhancing her delicate charm. She scanned the surroundings and casually inquired, "Which major is this?" With a gentle smile, Yang Tianzhu replied, "This is Broadcasting Class 1 and 2. These fellows are eager to see beautiful women, and luckily, we have plenty of them here, huh?" It was well known that the broadcasting department was filled with attractive individuals in every cohort, a fact Mu Qinxiaole was acutely aware of. Among the students before her, there were indeed many handsome faces. Although it was night, the illumination allowed her to discern them clearly. She uttered a soft "oh," her gaze drifting to Qin Xiaole. Noting his calm demeanor, she nodded and remarked, "I'll observe from the side for a while. You may begin." Yang Tianzhu, unbothered by her presence, felt delighted to have the renowned ice goddess professor watching over them. "All right," he exclaimed, positioning himself between the 3 classes alongside 2 other male instructors, and cheerfully announced, "Tonight, we shall have a social gathering among our 3 classes. If anyone has a performance, please step forward. There are so many beautiful girls watching. Indeed, with so many lovely girls present, showcasing a talent would surely elevate one's profile," someone mused. After all, once military training concluded, one might even find a partner. What a delightful prospect. In no time, the students' spirits began to stir. Zhang Yu chuckled to himself, rubbing his hands together. "I want to make a bold move. Is anyone willing to assist me?" Qin Xiaole and Tang Ming exchanged bewildered glances. "A bold move? Do you think we're in a battle?" Curiously, Qin Xiaole asked. "What do you plan to do?" Before Zhang Yu could respond, Wu Luo chimed in. "He wants to sing. This is his usual tactic from high school. He sings love songs, gazing into the eyes of a girl. It's quite the show." Qin Xiaole was momentarily stunned, then quickly grasped the idea and gave him a thumbs up. "Wow, that's quite a clever strategy. It is essential to understand that singing a love song in front of a crowd, while fixating on a particular girl, will undoubtedly cause her heart to flutter. As long as one possesses decent looks and a tolerable singing ability, the chances of success are significantly heightened. Coupled with the support of friends nearby, it is highly probable that one could win her over by the end of the evening. Subsequently, it would be a natural progression to exchange WeChat contacts or other means of communication. Ah, how chillingly thrilling. It must be acknowledged that, despite his flamboyance, this fellow possesses remarkable intelligence, particularly in the art of wooing women. His prowess is truly impressive. Even Qin Xiaole cannot help but concede to his exceptional skills. Tang Ming swallowed hard and inquired, "Old Zhang, just how many have you dated to be this skilled?" Observing Zhang Yu's confident demeanor, it was evident that he had experienced numerous romantic encounters. Otherwise, he could not possibly exhibit such expertise. The adage that practice yields true understanding holds profound truth in matters of love. Without experiencing romance, one can never truly grasp the myriad emotions intertwined within. Joy and sorrow alike remain elusive. No matter how much others may articulate or how many dramas one may watch, it is ultimately futile. Upon witnessing the exchange, Zhang Yu chuckled and declared, "Don't ask. The answer is that I'm perpetually single." Perpetually single? How absurd. While others may genuinely hold such a status, Zhang Yu's claim was utterly implausible, simply too far-fetched. Tang Ming was the first to express disbelief, exclaiming, "I don't believe you." "Come on." Zhang Yu merely chuckled, unfazed. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Luo, and they both rose to their feet. During their high school days, they were famously known as a dynamic duo, and in critical situations like this, they had always collaborated seamlessly. Thus, in the face of such scrutiny from an audience, They felt no trepidation. Instead, the sight of so many attractive girls brought them a sense of delight. Yang Tianzhu, noticing their rise, smiled and said, "Great. Finally, someone is willing to showcase their talent. Let us give them a round of applause." Instantly, thunderous applause erupted from the seated crowd, as they were the first to take the stage, bringing a sense of joy to all. As the duo approached the center, Yang Tianzhu continued, "What do you plan to perform?" Zhang Yu and Wu Luo exchanged glances and replied with a smile, "We intend to sing a duet for everyone." With that, they surveyed the audience, their faces adorned with smiles. However, this was not merely a casual glance. It was a strategic assessment of potential targets. When it comes to charming women, one must be meticulous and deliberate. Yang Tianzhu, still smiling, asked, "What song do you two intend to sing?" The two exchanged knowing smiles and, in perfect harmony, proclaimed, "An everlasting love that never fades." Indeed, it was just such a romantic ballad. The reason for selecting this particular song lay in their shared memories of frequently singing it together during their high school days, a melody they both cherished. Without delay, Yang Tianzhu placed the borrowed portable speaker at the center, connected it via Bluetooth, and soon the accompaniment filled the air. "Darling, where are you lost in thought? What burdens weigh on your heart that remain unspoken?" We often perceive life in a pessimistic light, as if others disallow our peculiarities. The moment Zhang Yu began to sing, the audience was momentarily stunned. It was beautiful. Indeed, it was captivating. His voice possessed a gentle, deep timbre, evoking a subtle sense of melancholy. However, despite the softness of his voice, his gaze was infused with an assertive intensity. Once he had fixed his sights on a target, his eyes remained transfixed, seemingly sparking with electric energy. Beside him, Tang Ming could not help but exclaim, "Wow, this guy is truly a cad." Qin Xiaole nodded in agreement, asserting, "I would gladly recognize him as the most notorious scoundrel in our dormitory." Yet, Tang Ming shook his head, countering, "No, he ranks second." "Second?" Qin Xiaole was taken aback, looking at him with confusion. "Who was the first?" Tang Ming replied with a nonchalant expression, "Well, obviously, it's you." "Me?" Qin Xiaole was bewildered. "Am I a scoundrel? How can that be? I'm so innocent." Tang Ming sighed. "With your looks, senior girls pursue you, and the vice class leader shows you favor. You are effortlessly charming. The troubling part is your utter indifference. Tell me, if you are not a cad, who is?" Qin Xiaole retorted, "Damn. I find myself at a loss for words." Author's note, just to clarify, this book features a singular female lead. So please do not be mistaken. If you find this story enjoyable, I kindly request your support with a vote. Chapter 30, Taekwondo. Meanwhile, as Qin Xiaole and Tang Ming engaged in conversation, Zhang Yu and Wu Luo's performance was nearing its conclusion. It must be said, their collaboration since high school had undoubtedly fostered a remarkable synergy. The song, both in vocal delivery and technique, was performed splendidly, drawing significant attention. Additionally, their good looks, reminiscent of youthful charm, further enhanced their appeal. Consequently, their performance created quite a stir, evident in the gleaming eyes of several girls in the audience. As they each selected their targets, a subtle flush began to grace the faces of those they had their sights set on. Upon finishing their song, they bowed in unison. The applause erupted, accompanied by an unending chorus of admiration. Observing the two as they concluded their performance, Yang Tianzhu laughed heartily, saying, "That was splendid. Is there anyone else who wishes to come up and perform?" As soon as Yang Tianzhu's voice faded, a young man from the broadcasting class promptly stood up. Standing approximately 6 feet tall, he appeared robust. While not conventionally handsome, he was certainly not unattractive. In a realm dominated by females, such looks were quite appealing, especially when it came to the future prospects of courtship during his 4 years at university. He strode confidently to the center, a slight smile gracing his lips, exuding self-assurance. "Greetings, everyone. My name is Yang Haohan, from the broadcasting class. Today, I shall demonstrate a Taekwondo performance. Is there anyone who wishes to engage in a sparring session with me?" From a young age, Yang Haohan had not cultivated many talents. The one skill he could proudly present was his proficiency in Taekwondo, a discipline he had dedicated nearly a decade to perfecting. It is worth noting that his skills were exceptional, and he doubted anyone among them could rival him. He envisioned the opportunity to showcase his abilities before the entire female cohort of the broadcasting program, believing it would undoubtedly attract a romantic partner. One cannot deny the merit in Yang Haohan's reasoning. Most females share a common trait, an admiration for strength. Historically, it has been said that beautiful women love heroes. What constitutes a hero? It is a person of social standing and renown, a figure of power. In contemporary times, women often gravitate towards affluent and influential men. It is evident that those born into wealth are frequently surrounded by a myriad of admirers. While university women may not be overtly materialistic, they possess an innate attraction to strength. Physical prowess is a manifestation of that strength. Yang Haohan surveyed the room, noticing that no one had stepped forward, and felt a twinge of frustration. His gaze shifted towards the computer science class, tauntingly proclaiming, "With so many boys in the computer science department, is there not one brave enough to engage in a practice match? Surely, you cannot be this timid." This was an unabashed provocation. Instantly, the boys from the computer science class were filled with indignation. Such derision, aimed at elevating oneself by belittling others in the presence of females, was particularly irksome. Tang Ming scoffed, visibly annoyed. "Damn it, this guy is incredibly arrogant. I'll go challenge him." Qin Xiaole furrowed his brow, remarking, "Old Tang, if he dares to boast like that, he must possess some skill." Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, what Lu Gu says holds merit." However, Tang Ming retorted with a smirk, "Rest assured, I've been in plenty of fights throughout my life. I'll show him what I'm made of." With that, he abruptly stood up, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Seeing that someone had finally accepted his challenge, Yang Haohan's expression brightened. A match would allow him to truly exhibit his formidable skills. As for the possibility of defeat, he had not entertained such thoughts. After all, he had trained in Taekwondo for 10 years and had recently achieved black belt status, with even his instructors praising his innate talent. His pride was unassailable. How could he possibly face defeat? At that moment, all eyes converged upon the two figures. Tang Ming let out a cold snort, his gaze fixed intently on Yang Haohan's face. "Come on, I'll spar with you." "All right," Yang Haohan replied, a slight smile gracing his lips, accompanied by a cold chuckle. Without further ado, they assumed their stances. The spectators seated in the front rows instinctively shifted back, wary of being caught in the crossfire of their movements. A vast space opened up between them. The three instructors exchanged knowing glances, opting not to intervene, instead choosing to observe the unfolding spectacle. This was, in essence, a form of performance. Such confrontations were common during military training and posed no significant concerns. However, the instructors remained close by, ready to step in at the first sign of danger, for both combatants were still students, and their strikes could lack precision. Should a heavy blow occur, they would be compelled to intervene immediately. All eyes were fixed upon the two, their gazes locked in a fierce contest of wills. One had been fighting since childhood, while the other had honed his skills in Taekwondo for a decade. Suddenly, breaking the tension, Tang Ming sprang into action, launching the first strike. His experience dictated that the offensive was the best defense. He aimed to disrupt his opponent's rhythm. With swift footwork, he executed a side kick, his movements fluid and decisive. Yet, Yang Haohan exhibited no sign of trepidation. He deftly evaded Tang Ming's kick and retaliated with a punch that landed squarely in Tang Ming's abdomen. Staggering back several paces, Tang Ming found himself at a disadvantage. The three instructors exchanged glances, intrigued by the unfolding drama. It was evident that Yang Haohan was indeed skilled, his movements seamless and effective. As he evaded his opponent's attack, he launched a counterstrike that showcased the hallmark techniques of Taekwondo, indicative of extensive practice. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow. Although he lacked expertise in combat, it was clear that Tang Ming was outmatched. "Lu Gu, is Lao Tang in for a rough time?" he queried. Qin Xiaole pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, even from this brief exchange, it's apparent that Yang Haohan possesses a significantly greater prowess than Tang Ming. They are clearly not of the same caliber. The match, which had barely commenced, seemed all but decided. As Qin Xiaole voiced his thoughts, Tang Ming, undeterred by the setback, snorted defiantly and charged at Yang Haohan once more, intending to leverage his height and engage in close combat. However, it was evident that Yang Haohan had no intention of playing into that strategy. As Tang Ming barreled toward him, Yang Haohan adeptly stepped back, preparing to counter. Immediately, a side kick surged forward with immense power and speed, striking the unsuspecting Tang Ming squarely. In an instant, he was sent sprawling to the ground, a dull ache blossoming in his chest, the gray shoe print starkly visible. It was evident that Tang Ming had suffered a complete defeat. Qin Xiaole, Zhang Yu, and Wu Luo, witnessing their friend in pain, hurriedly rushed to his side, gently helping him to his feet. Chapter 31. The intervention of Mu Qianxue around them. The members of Class 1 of the Computer Science Department looked on with concern. anxious about Tang Ming's condition. Are you all right, old Tang? After assisting him up, Qin Xiaole scrutinized his pale visage, worry etched across her features. Tang Ming shook his head. I'm fine, just a bit of pain in my chest. It's nothing serious. That last kick from Yang Haoan had been delivered with unrestrained force, leaving Tang Ming's chest vibrating from the impact. Mu Qianxue stood before Yang Tianzhu, her brow furrowed. As his instructor, it was natural for her to feel displeased seeing her student harmed. Instructor Yang, is Tang Ming okay? Yang Tianzhu shook his head. His constitution is robust. He is able to stand, so it shouldn't be a significant issue. He just needs to recuperate. It was unexpected that Yang Haoan had been so ruthless. That last kick had shown no mercy. As an experienced observer, Yang Tianzhu had seen clearly that the confrontation was executed with the intent to injure. Such individuals were indeed frightening, lacking any semblance of compassion. For their own selfish desires, they would not hesitate to inflict severe harm upon others. Upon hearing Yang Tianzhu's words, a hint of coldness flickered across Mu Qianxue's face. On the other side, Yang Haoan displayed no remorse whatsoever. Instead, a smirk crept onto his face, radiating arrogance. Oh dear. I hope you're all right. I truly didn't expect you to be so fragile, a mere fraction of my strength, and you couldn't withstand it. At that moment, Tang Ming's anger ignited. This fellow was truly insufferable. He yearned to charge at him for another bout, yet Qin Xiaole firmly restrained him. Given his current state, engaging again would only lead to further injury. Observing this, Yang Haoan chuckled. You're still far from my level. Our Taekwondo is among the finest martial arts in the world. Of course, if anyone is interested in learning, I would be more than happy to offer free lessons. Naturally, he was alluding to the many girls in the class. With so many beauties present, this was an excellent opportunity to showcase his prowess. If he could charm a few of them, it would be a rewarding endeavor. Indeed, upon hearing Yang Haoan's words, some of the girls began to feel intrigued. After all, they had all witnessed the impressive display of his Taekwondo skills against Tang Ming. If only I could learn something from him. It would also serve to protect myself. However, just as he wore a smug expression, Qin Xiaole let out a cold laugh and disdainfully remarked, Taekwondo? Merely a joke. The worthless trinkets of the Korean nation are treated by you as sacred. It is utterly laughable. Everyone knows the character of the Korean nation. In ancient times, it was but a vassal state of Huaxia. Their Taekwondo, when viewed through the lens of true Huaxia martial arts, resembles nothing more than children playing house. It is quite absurd. Upon hearing Qin Xiaole's scornful words, Yang Haoan's expression darkened considerably. He glared at Qin Xiaole and declared, from your tone, it seems you consider yourself formidable. How about a match? If you win, it will prove Taekwondo is worthless. If you lose, you shall retreat far away from me. What say you, dare to accept? Yang Haoan's words dripped with aggression, clearly intended to provoke Qin Xiaole. He believed that by continually defeating others, he could establish his own prowess and draw more attention to himself. His scheme was well laid out, but alas, he had encountered Qin Xiaole. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a side quest. Defeat Yang Haoan, undermine Taekwondo, and avenge Tang Ming. Reward, a random skill lottery once. Initially poised to take action, Qin Xiaole was suddenly taken aback. He had not anticipated triggering a side quest. This fellow truly was a stroke of good fortune for him. It seemed that yet another skill was about to be acquired. Noticing Qin Xiaole's prolonged silence, Yang Haoan assumed he had been intimidated and continued his taunts. What's the matter? Afraid? It appears you are merely one to speak bravely without action, haha. No sooner had Yang Haoan's words fallen than Qin Xiaole smiled slightly and stepped forward, saying, very well, let us fight. Yet, as soon as Qin Xiaole's words were uttered, several dissenting voices arose immediately. Absolutely not. The first voice belonged to Bai Zichuan from the class. Upon hearing that Qin Xiaole intended to fight Yang Haoan, she became anxious. After all, Yang Haoan had injured Tang Ming with just 2 moves. She could not bear to see Qin Xiaole take a beating. The second voice came from Tang Ming, who stood behind Qin Xiaole. He had witnessed Yang Haoan's strength firsthand. Though the fellow was arrogant and irksome, it could not be denied that his prowess was formidable. Tang Ming had felt utterly powerless against him, and he knew that Qin Xiaole, who was of similar build, would not stand a chance unless he had undergone specialized training. The third voice emerged from Mu Qianxue. She glanced at Tang Ming and Bai Zichuan, disregarding them, and slowly approached, standing beside Qin Xiaole. Her gaze locked onto his eyes as she said, you cannot fight him. Qin Xiaole was taken aback, not expecting that even Mu Qianxue would step forward to impede him. He smiled and reassured her. Rest assured, I am confident. Confident? How could that be? In Mu Qianxue's eyes, Qin Xiaole's actions were nothing more than a display of bravado. If even Tang Ming had been swiftly defeated, what could Qin Xiaole possibly achieve? Moreover, Yang Tianzhu had just mentioned that Yang Haohan employed ruthless techniques in every move. What if something were to happen to Qin Xiaole? After all, this was a contest, and unforeseen events could always arise during a fight. No, it was far too perilous. You cannot go. Mu Qianxue's stance was resolute. Today, no matter what Qin Xiaole said, she would not allow him to enter the arena. Qin Xiaole, she would protect him. No one could harm him. That was her decree. Qin Xiaole felt somewhat speechless. The crux of the matter was that he couldn't explain himself to Mu Qianxue. He claimed to be confident, but she did not believe him. How could he articulate that? Meanwhile, Yang Haohan sneered mockingly, deliberately provoking Qin Xiaole. I ask you, do you dare to come? If you don't, then stop dawdling here. However, before Qin Xiaole could respond, Mu Qianxue stepped forward, positioning herself in front of him. You must be Yang Haohan from the broadcasting class, correct? Upon hearing Mu Qianxue's voice, he stole a glance, momentarily struck dumb. Her breathtaking beauty and ethereal presence resembled that of a celestial being, untouched by the mundanity of the earthly realm. She was exquisitely beautiful, unlike any other. Although there were many stunning girls in the broadcasting classes, none compared to Mu Qianxue, the disparity was simply too vast. How could mere mortals hope to rival a goddess? This was the singular thought occupying Yang Haohan's mind at that moment. Yet, he remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, still fantasizing whether his previous performance had touched Mu Qianxue's heart. He nodded, his face brimming with smiles. Indeed, that's me. May I inquire your esteemed name? Would it be possible to add you on WeChat? Chapter 32. The terrifying threat of Professor Mu. Yang Haohan's voice resonated through the class, causing everyone in the computer science class 1 to collectively gasp in shock. Goodness, is this fellow attempting to flirt with Professor Mu Qianxue? Has he grown weary of living? It was well known throughout the entire information college that while one could provoke anyone, they must never cross Mu Qianxue. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Upon hearing Yang Haohan's words, Mu Qianxue, already displeased, grew even colder. With a derisive laugh, she remarked, You wish to know my name? Yang Haohan, completely unaware of the inappropriate nature of his words, nodded eagerly, his face adorned with a broad smile. Of course I do. Rest assured. Your instructor will personally inform you tonight. In that instant, Yang Haohan was taken aback. What does it mean that the instructor will come to tell me personally? Clearly, he had yet to grasp the gravity of those words. Meanwhile, the students of Class 1 in the computer science department were utterly exhilarated. Wow, Professor Mu is incredibly charismatic. That threatening remark is simply too imposing. It seemed that the fellow had yet to comprehend the situation, which was utterly amusing. Indeed, he probably hasn't realized the seriousness of the matter. Sensing the peculiar glances from those around him, Yang Haohan felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Could it be? Was there a problem? At that moment, he heard someone in the class exclaim, That's Professor Mu. Instantly, the previously bewildered expression on his face transformed into clarity. The name Mu Qianxue was known by all at Dong University. She was the most renowned ice goddess of the institution. You might not know the name of the university president, but you would certainly have heard of the title of the ice goddess. In the next moment, Yang Haohan involuntarily shivered, his voice trembling as he spoke. No, Professor Mu, you misunderstood. I was just joking. He was not foolish. He understood the severe consequences of offending Mu Qianxue, prompting his immediate retraction. It is known that to tease Mu Qianxue, he would likely be the first in Dong University's history to do so. Mu Qianxue snorted coldly, yet before she could speak, Qin Xiaole chuckled and suggested, How about this? Let's continue the competition we had earlier. If you win, I guarantee Professor Mu won't hold you accountable. In an instant, Yang Haohan was stunned, as were the spectators. You guarantee? How can you guarantee that? She's Professor Mu. Can you make decisions on her behalf? Are you out of your mind? However, Mu Qianxue looked at Qin Xiaole with a puzzled expression. She had clearly shifted the topic, and there was no need for Qin Xiaole to engage with Yang Haohan again. Nor would he lose face. For reasons unknown, this fellow had voluntarily involved himself once more. Understanding the look in Mu Qianxue's eyes, Qin Xiaole leaned closer to her ear and said with a grin, Rest assured. Trust me, I am truly confident. He leaned in so that only she could hear him. The onlookers were taken aback by the intimacy between Qin Xiaole and Mu Qianxue. Zhang Yu and the others were utterly bewildered. It had been years. They had never seen a boy dare to speak to Mu Qianxue at such a close distance. Moreover, astonishingly, there was no sign of anger on Mu Qianxue's face. This was simply unbelievable. Upon hearing Qin Xiaole's words, Mu Qianxue felt a twinge of doubt. Yet, seeing his resolute demeanor, she chose to trust him. This fellow surely wouldn't engage in something without assurance, would he? In truth, she herself was uncertain of the reason, as if a sudden wave of trust had enveloped her. Be cautious. If it becomes too overwhelming, concede. I am here for you. Mu Qianxue mused softly in Qin Xiaole's ear. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaole nodded with a cheerful smile. However, this scene left many onlookers utterly astonished, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Good heavens! This closeness is rather excessive. Yet, the astonishment of the crowd was far from over, as Mu Qianxue continued, as Qin Xiaole suggested. If you emerge victorious, we shall consider this matter settled. A collective gasp echoed among the spectators. Incredible! Qin Xiaole has genuinely persuaded Mu Qianxue. They marveled, overwhelmed by the sheer improbability of it all. For Yang Haoan, however, this presented an exceptional opportunity. Defeating Qin Xiaole was all that was required. He perceived this as a rather straightforward endeavor. With a slight smirk, he eagerly proclaimed, "If that is the case, let us begin." At that moment, his anticipation was palpable. Yet, Qin Xiaole smiled faintly and interjected, "One moment. What if you were to lose?" Lose? Huh. How could I possibly lose? With a decade of Taekwondo experience. His confidence was unshakable. A black belt master qualified to compete at the national level could never be bested by an ordinary university student. While this student might possess good looks, such traits bore no relation to strength. Thus, he harbored no concerns. "What do you think?" Qin Xiaole inquired with a slight smile. "If you were to lose, you must kneel and exclaim thrice. Taekwondo is garbage. Yang Haoan is worthless. What say you?" Although Qin Xiaole's condition was not excessively harsh, it was undeniably insulting. Naturally, this was intentional. He aimed to reprimand his roommate for belittling the revered martial arts of China while glorifying the inferior Taekwondo of a foreign nation. Such a sycophantic attitude deserved a stern lesson. Upon hearing Qin Xiaole's words, Yang Haoan furrowed his brows. Yet, upon reflection, he dismissed the notion of defeat. No matter how demeaning Qin Xiaole's terms were, they were inconsequential in the face of his assured victory. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, Yang Haoan confidently replied, "Very well. I accept. Let us proceed." "Excellent." Seeing Yang Haoan's agreement, Qin Xiaole's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Acceptance is all I required. Now, prepare for the moment you shall kneel." He glanced at Zhang Yu, Wu Luo, and Tang Ming, cheerfully stating, "You three should step aside. It's time for me to showcase my skills." Zhang Yu, Wu Luo, and Tang Ming exchanged worried glances, cautioning, "Be careful, leg. Indeed, do exercise caution. This fellow possesses considerable strength." Observing the concerned gazes of the three individuals, he offered a faint smile and gently patted Tang Ming's shoulder, assuring him, "Do not worry. I understand." The trio, seeing this, ceased their attempts to dissuade him and assisted Tang Ming in settling into his designated spot. Although Mu Qianxue's expression remained composed, her heart was laden with anxiety. However, she recognized that there was no way to persuade Qin Xiaole at this juncture. She simply took a deep breath and cautioned, "Be careful." At that moment, Mu Qianxue resembled a worried wife, devoid of the icy demeanor typically associated with her. The onlookers were taken aback by this display, questioning whether their eyes deceived them. Qin Xiaole offered a reassuring smile, "Rest assured." Mu Qianxue responded with a soft acknowledgement and then stepped aside, allowing the two of them the space they needed. Yet, her gaze remained fixed on Qin Xiaole, her eyes brimming with profound concern. Author's note: during the launch period of the new book, I shall ensure a minimum of 3 updates each day. Should the daily support in silver tickets reach 3,000, an additional chapter will be added. If it reaches 6,000, 2 additional chapters will be provided. Rest assured, even if it exhausts me, I shall fulfill this promise. Lastly, I humbly request a wave of support. Chapter 33. The strength of Qin Xiaole. As the crowd dispersed, only Qin Xiaole and Yang Haoan remained in the center. Under the illumination of the night's lights, their figures exuded an aura of artistic elegance. All eyes were fixed intently upon them, particularly those of the females from Class 1 of the Computer Science Department and Classes 1 and 2 of the Broadcasting Department, who were captivated by Qin Xiaole's extraordinarily handsome visage. Their hearts stirred with waves of admiration. He was simply stunning, particularly in such an enchanting ambience. resembling a figure straight out of a painting. However, the two were now poised in combat, locked in mutual scrutiny. While Qin Xiaole felt confident, he remained vigilant, fully aware that one must exert their utmost even against a seemingly simple opponent. Suddenly, Yang Haoan made his move, unsure of Qin Xiaole's true abilities. He estimated them to be comparable to those of the recently defeated Tang Ming. Such strength did not intimidate him. Thus, he aimed for a swift resolution to the confrontation. Yang Haoan was quick, launching a side kick in the blink of an eye. Mu Qianxue's heart tightened at the sight, her gaze towards Qin Xiaole tinged with apprehension, a sentiment echoed by those around her. Yet, Qin Xiaole exhibited no fear. A subtle smile graced his lips. Just as Yang Haoan's attack was about to connect, he deftly evaded the strike with remarkable agility. In an instant, he retaliated with a powerful punch, returning the very force of his opponent's attack. This was precisely the tactic he had employed to injure Tang Ming earlier, and Qin Xiaole had not forgotten it. He is not a person who harbors a grudge. Yet he shows no mercy to those who bully his family and friends, for he has never been a saint. In fact, he finds such saints quite distasteful, perceiving them as somewhat mentally unwell. Some individuals consistently attempt to coerce others with Confucius's doctrine of repaying kindness with kindness. However, what they fail to realize is that Confucius's original words state, repay kindness with kindness. How then to repay evil? Repay evil with justice, and kindness with kindness. This implies that one should respond to malevolence with fairness and to good deeds with goodwill. Thus, these so-called saints are, in fact, contradicting the teachings of the sage. With a punch that bore no restraint, Qin Xiaole demonstrated remarkable speed, so swift that it eluded the eyes of ordinary onlookers, leaving only a trail of afterimages. This epitomizes the pinnacle of martial arts, swift, precise, and fierce. There is no unnecessary flourish. Each move strikes directly at the opponent's vulnerabilities. Bang! A dull thud resounded, and in an instant, Yang Haoan was sent flying, skidding across the ground for a meter or two before coming to a halt, lying there in pain, clutching his abdomen as the lingering force of the blow seemed to persist. My goodness, Brother Lu struck that fellow with a single punch. How impressive. Oh my, how handsome. This is my idol, no arguments accepted, sob sob. This man, both dashing and formidable, is simply extraordinary. With such looks and prowess, the term school heartthrob hardly does him justice. Whether from class 1 of computer science or the broadcasting classes, the girls gazed at Qin Xiaole with starry eyes, utterly enchanted. This man is truly remarkable, not only strikingly handsome, but also incredibly skilled in combat. Yang Haoan, who is no pushover himself, was subdued in one move, unable to retaliate at all. How incredible! Mu Qianxue let out a sigh of relief. Winning or losing did not concern her. Her only worry was that Qin Xiaole remained unscathed. Given the circumstances, this was indeed the best outcome. However, as she listened to the surrounding girls express their admiration, a hint of displeasure stirred within her. This guy? He was showing off again, always flirting and being a playboy. Among everyone present, the three instructors were the most astounded. All seasoned veterans from the military. They had trained for years and possessed considerable skill. Thus, they immediately recognized that Qin Xiaole's capabilities were far from ordinary. Although his movements lacked ostentation, it is often the simplest actions that are the most formidable. Why? Because true martial arts are lethal techniques. They emphasize 3 words: swift, precise, and fierce. Achieving these 3 principles while discarding the superfluous reveals the essence of mastery. It is evident that Qin Xiaole's swift and simple action seemed to validate those 3 words. Although his movements mirrored the basic technique employed by Yang Haoan when he injured Tang Ming, there remained a significant distinction in the eyes of the seasoned observers. The foremost aspect was speed. Qin Xiaole's actions were astonishingly rapid. Before his opponent could react, he unleashed a powerful punch. The terrifying velocity was such that even the 3 onlookers could only perceive fleeting shadows. The second noteworthy point was precision. Qin Xiaole struck at a vulnerable point on the human body, where blows can inflict considerably greater damage. These 2 factors significantly altered the 3 instructors' understanding of him. This young man possessed remarkable abilities. At that moment, gazing at the prostrate Yang Haoan, a faint smile curled upon Qin Xiaole's lips. Have you conceded? Concede? How could that be? Yang Haoan, suppressing the discomfort in his chest, gradually rose to his feet. With a scoff, he declared, "You merely launched a sneak attack. I have not lost. Come on, let us continue." In front of such a large audience, he would never easily admit defeat. It must be said that while Yang Haohan's taekwondo skills from the land of the morning calm were lacking, he had certainly mastered the art of obstinacy. To Qin Xiaole, this nation appeared as a curious realm, perpetually fixated on appropriating elements from Huaxia, shamelessly seizing them without any semblance of sportsmanship, a fact well known across the globe. However, witnessing Yang Haohan's obstinate demeanor, Qin Xiaole felt an unexpected surge of amusement. Not willing to concede. Very well, let the contest continue, for he was far from satisfied. With a slight smile, he remarked, "In that case, let us proceed." He gestured towards Yang Haohan, who, upon seeing this, hesitated to advance, seemingly intimidated by Qin Xiaole's earlier strike, still lingering in trepidation. Noticing this, Qin Xiaole offered a derisive smile and slowly approached. Yang Haohan, like a startled bird, braced himself for combat. Standing a meter away from Yang Haohan, Qin Xiaole's lips curled into a smirk, igniting a foreboding sensation within Yang Haohan. He instinctively wished to retreat. Yet, at that moment, Qin Xiaole sprang into action. His speed was remarkable. Following this, a lateral kick surged towards Yang Haohan's head. He had no opportunity to evade, left only to witness Qin Xiaole's leg barreling toward him. The three instructors, witnessing this, were alarmed and attempted to intervene, only to realize they were already too late. At that instant, everyone was taken aback. Some timid girls even covered their eyes in fear. Even Yang Haohan himself had resigned to his fate, even shutting his eyes in anticipation. With this kick, he feared he would surely sustain significant injuries. However, after a few moments, he realized he seemed to be unscathed. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Qin Xiaole's south foot suspended perilously close to his ear. Had he exerted a tad more force, it would have undoubtedly landed squarely upon his face. The distance was but a hair's breadth. Of course, this was not due to Qin Xiaole's benevolence. Rather, he was acutely aware of his own strength. A single kick from him could easily induce a concussion in Yang Haohan, and the likelihood of him landing in jail would be substantial. Previously, he had already been lenient with himself. He absolutely could not afford to face incarceration again. The three instructors observed the scene with palpable relief. Thankfully, Qin Xiaole had shown restraint. Had he unleashed a kick at the last moment, any harm that befell Yang Haohan would have implicated them all. After all, they were instructors, duty-bound to ensure the safety of their students. Moreover, since this gathering had been orchestrated by them, it would have been even more difficult to absolve themselves of blame. Fortunately, Qin Xiaole had exercised caution. Seeing Yang Haohan's terrified expression, he smirked slightly and asked, "So, do you admit defeat?" The query hung in the air like a knife poised at one's throat. Terrified by Qin Xiaole's display of strength, Yang Haohan could no longer contain himself and hastily nodded, stammering, I concede. That moment had truly frightened him. He had no idea Qin Xiaole possessed such formidable prowess. It was nothing short of terrifying. Although he had trained in taekwondo for a decade, he was simply not in the same league as Qin Xiaole. It felt akin to a child foolishly attempting to showcase skills before a master. Upon hearing Yang Haohan's admission of defeat, Class 1 of the computer science department erupted in cheers. Wow, Brother Lu is incredible. Brother Lu, you're amazing. My idol. I'm in love, sob sob. Class leader, so composed. Qin Xiaole had triumphed, and he did so with honor. Every move of his was etched into the minds of those present. He was undeniably impressive. With Yang Haohan having conceded, Qin Xiaole's lips curled upward slightly. Now, let the terms of your wager commence. The wager had been established just before the match began between Qin Xiaole and Yang Haohan. The terms dictated that upon losing, Yang Haohan would kneel and loudly proclaim 3 times, Taekwondo is trash. Yang Haohan is worthless. Qin Xiaole had no intention of letting it slide merely for the sake of maintaining a positive image. A loss necessitated accountability. Otherwise, what would be the point of a wager? Moreover, this individual had previously dared to flirt with Mu Qinshui, although he was unaware of her true identity. Qin Xiaole could not overlook such affronts. What was to be done? Did you still wish to undermine someone publicly? Such an affront is utterly intolerable. Glancing around at the scrutinizing gazes, Yang Haohan found himself momentarily at a loss. Nevertheless, he recognized that he could not deny his involvement in this matter, especially since it had been declared in front of so many witnesses. Should he fail to comply, his credibility would undoubtedly collapse in an instant. After a moment's deliberation, he reluctantly knelt upon the ground and shouted, Taekwondo is worthless. Yang Haohan is a failure. Taekwondo is worthless. Yang Haohan is a failure. He repeated this thrice. each utterance more rapid than the last. Immediately upon finishing, he sprang to his feet, his expression somewhat grim, and hastily made his way towards his class. At that moment, he could no longer bear to remain in that spot, as the multitude of gazes focused upon him left him feeling exceedingly embarrassed. Such a sensation was unbearable for him. Qin Xiaole offered a slight smile before turning to leave as well. As he passed Mu Qianxue, he grinned widely, revealing his pearly whites. "Thank you, Professor Mu. For your concern. All is well. I am unscathed." While speaking, Qin Xiaole patted his chest to assure her of his well-being. Mu Qianxue raised her gaze slightly, glanced at him, and with an impassive expression, replied, "That's quite good." Qin Xiaole was taken aback. Quite good? Was that it? How cold? What had happened to the enthusiasm from before? This was too theatrical. Indeed, Qin Xiaole discerned Mu Qianxue's ploy at once. Such talent in acting was a waste not to be pursued professionally. She could easily secure the title of Best Actress. Before Qin Xiaole could utter a word, a voice suddenly interrupted him. Turning his head, he saw Bai Zichuan approaching with a smile, joyfully running toward him with a bottle of mineral water in hand. "Hey, class leader, you must be exhausted after the match. Here, have some water." As she spoke, Bai Zichuan cheerfully extended the bottle towards him. Her gaze fixated intently on Qin Xiaole. The image of him battling young Haohan was firmly etched in her mind. He had looked incredibly dashing. Thus, Bai Zichuan boldly took the initiative once more. What harm could there be in such a treasure of a boy taking the lead? The atmosphere grew distinctly peculiar. Qin Xiaole observed the water in Bai Zichuan's hand, and then glanced at Mu Qianxue's unchanging expression, feeling somewhat uncertain. At that moment, however, Mu Qianxue suddenly addressed him. "If you wish to drink, then drink. Why are you looking at me?" Goodness. Although these words seemed ordinary, Qin Xiaole immediately sensed an odd inflection in her tone. First and foremost, the emphasis placed on the word drink was pronounced. Something was amiss, very amiss indeed. Thus, he cleared his throat and replied with a cheerful demeanor, "No, no, I'm not thirsty at all. You should have it." Seeing Qin Xiaole decline, Bai Zichuan, though a tad disappointed, could only respond with a resigned "oh." A lovely face was etched with disappointment. Being rejected is indeed quite painful. Although Qin Xiaole felt a twinge of sympathy, he found himself powerless in the situation. After all, he was not a cad. He could not possibly straddle two boats. Such conduct is inappropriate. Moreover, Mu Qianxue was watching nearby, and he dared not act recklessly. Women can be quite fearsome when they feel jealous. Bai Zichuan fell silent for a moment before lifting her head to suggest, "Class monitor, why don't we go watch the performance in the back?" Bai Zichuan was still unwilling to give up, making another earnest invitation. If sending water earlier was merely a probe, this was a full-fledged advance. Even Mu Qianxue felt a twinge of anxiety. She could not help but glance at Qin Xiaole again, though she concealed her feelings, maintaining her usual aloofness. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaole cleared his throat and cheerfully replied, "Ahem, you go ahead. I need to discuss some academic matters with Professor Mu." As he spoke, Qin Xiaole cast a playful glance at Mu Qianxue. However, she instinctively averted her gaze from him. Bai Zichuan observed the two and sensed something amiss. Yet she could not articulate what it was. Chapter 35. Mu Qianxue's inquiry. After pondering for a moment, she said, "All right then, I'll head over first. You can talk to Professor Mu when you're finished." Watching Bai Zichuan finally relent, Qin Xiaole felt a sigh of relief within him. Had she continued to linger, he truly would have been at a loss for what to do. Hence, Qin Xiaole nodded with a smile. "No problem, you go ahead." "Okay." Before departing, she cast one last glance at Qin Xiaole and Mu Qianxue. A woman's intuition told her that there was indeed something between them. However, she could not pinpoint what it was. Shaking her head, she left. With Bai Zichuan gone, only Qin Xiaole and Mu Qianxue remained. At that moment, the performances from the three classes continued, captivating everyone's attention. Their corner was somewhat secluded, and the dim lighting meant that no one noticed them. Suddenly, Mu Qianxue spoke. "Why aren't you accompanying her to watch the performance? This is a rare opportunity." Her tone was flat, exuding a chilly demeanor. Yet, Qin Xiaole perceived a hint of discord beneath her icy facade. He smiled gently. "I just have a few academic questions I wish to discuss with the professor." "Academic questions? What nonsense." She shot him a glance of disdain, but refrained from exposing the pretense. Inwardly, she felt a flicker of delight. Although Mu Qianxue was pleased, her expression remained as impassive as ever. However, amidst the indifference, Qin Xiaole discerned a subtle change. Much like a glacier beginning to melt, this transformation, though minuscule, was perceptible to him. Speak. What learning issues do you have? Qin Xiaole raised her head and inquired with a calm demeanor. Qin Xiaole chuckled. Let us sit down and talk. As he spoke, his gaze shifted between the ground and Qin Xiaole. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded. Despite the dust on the floor, she did not express any disdain and sat down beside Qin Xiaole. Had it been in the past, such an act would have been inconceivable, yet, seated next to Qin Xiaole, it seemed effortlessly acceptable. So what is the problem? Problem? Qin Xiaole, of course, had none. It was merely a whimsical pretense on his part. With a cheerful demeanor, he suggested, let us watch the show first and discuss later. Oh, Qin Xiaole replied nonchalantly, yet her gaze flickered towards Qin Xiaole, her heart fluttering with excitement. She was well aware of his intentions, though they shared an unspoken understanding to leave it unaddressed. Thus, the two sat quietly together, watching the performances of the social event. Occasionally, Qin Xiaole would provide commentary, amusing Qin Xiaole several times. The gentle evening breeze caressed them, neither too cool nor too warm, enveloping them in a comforting warmth. Truth be told, it had been a long time since she had felt such ease, being in the company of someone not unpleasant, enjoying the evening breeze while watching a performance. This, too, was a form of romance. With this thought, the corners of Qin Xiaole's mouth involuntarily lifted, a sweet sensation blooming within her. This feeling was peculiar, yet undeniably real. Alas, joyful moments are fleeting. After a little over an hour, as the clock approached 10, the event gradually drew to a close. The instructor blew a whistle, and instantly, all students from the 3 classes stood up straight. Yang Tianju addressed the students of Class 1 of Computer Science. All gather, stand properly. Qin Xiaole glanced back at Qin Xiaole, reluctant to part with the comforting atmosphere they had just shared. However, it seemed that the time had come to assemble. Qin Xiaole appeared to understand the unspoken message in Qin Xiaole's eyes and said softly, all right, let us hurry back and line up. Okay, Qin Xiaole replied, promptly rushing to the formation and taking his position. Following that, Yang Tianju stood before the ranks and declared loudly, it's getting late. Today's training is concluded. Everyone, return and rest early, understood? Understood. The response echoed uniformly, like a tidal wave. Yang Tianju nodded in satisfaction, proclaiming, dismissed. In an instant, the entire class erupted in a chorus of excitement. One by one, the students gathered their belongings, preparing to depart. Qin Xiaole glanced at Qin Xiaole, who was standing nearby, and approached her with a cheerful smile, saying, Professor Mu, it's getting dark, and it's not safe for a girl to be alone. Allow me to escort you home. Qin Xiaole paused for a moment, then nodded gently, murmuring in agreement. Hearing her response, Qin Xiaole's lips curled into a faint smile. The two did not rush to leave. They lingered for a while, waiting until most classmates had departed before they prepared to go. Qin Xiaole resided in a single room within the faculty dormitory on campus, an abode with a pleasant environment, conveniently located near the eastern gate of the school. As they traversed the dimly lit campus, they walked towards the eastern gate in silence. Neither Qin Xiaole nor Qin Xiaole uttering a word, as if a unique understanding had formed between them. Suddenly, Qin Xiaole broke the silence midway, saying, I have a question for you. Qin Xiaole was taken aback for a moment, glanced at her, and inquired while continuing to walk, what is it? After a brief contemplation, Qin Xiaole finally spoke, what kind of girl do you like? Seemingly apprehensive that her question might be misconstrued, she quickly clarified, No, don't misunderstand. I was just curious why you seem so indifferent towards Bai Zichan, a girl who treats you so well. Bai Zichan, certainly, she is wonderful. She possesses a pure and captivating beauty, and it is evident that she genuinely cares for Qin Xiaole. Logically, one would expect a boy to have a favorable impression of such a girl. Qin Xiaole was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Qin Xiaole would pose such a question. After pondering for a moment, he replied with a smile, to be honest, I believe that having a preference for a certain type of person is rather meaningless. Meaningless? Qin Xiaole was taken aback. This perspective was one she had never encountered before. Qin Xiaole continued, I believe that when you meet someone special, someone who stirs your heart and ignites your yearning for love, that person is who you truly like. As for type, it holds no significance. Affection should be directed towards an individual, not a category. Otherwise, it is devoid of meaning. One cannot deny that Qin Xiaole's viewpoint was intriguing and quite reasonable. Even Qin Xiaole, upon hearing it, secretly nodded in agreement. She bit her lip, contemplating, and abruptly halted, looking earnestly at Qin Xiaole and stating, "I have another question." Before Qin Xiaole could respond, she continued, "Do you think that age matters in love?" Author's note: I was delayed today due to queuing for a nucleic acid test. I apologize for that. The author is quite exhausted. Chapter 36. Qin Xiaole's response upon hearing Mu Qianshui's question. Qin Xiaole was momentarily stunned. This question? It felt somewhat pointed. He lifted his gaze to glance at Mu Qianxue, who coughed lightly, her delicate face tinged with a subtle blush. Yet, beneath the dim light, Qin Xiaole had no opportunity to witness this. Do not overthink it. I was merely inquiring out of pure curiosity, she hastily clarified, seemingly apprehensive that Qin Xiaole might misconstrue her intentions. However, her reasoning lacked conviction, even to her own ears. Qin Xiaole regarded her with a smile that danced on the edge of sarcasm. Is it truly just curiosity? Yes, merely curiosity, Mu Qianxue affirmed with a nod of certainty. I see. Qin Xiaole pondered for a moment before suggesting, I believe being older has its merits. Really? A glimmer of delight flickered in Mu Qianshui's eyes as she eagerly pressed for clarification. Yet, she soon felt her enthusiasm might be excessive. Clearing her throat, she inquired, what advantages could there possibly be to being older? An older woman lacks the charm of a young girl and is not as vivacious. What's so appealing about that? In response to Mu Qianshui's intrigue, Qin Xiaole suddenly halted, adopting a serious demeanor. Do you not know? What do you mean? Mu Qianxue halted in her tracks, curious. Qin Xiaole cleared his throat, adopting a solemn tone. A woman 3 years older brings fortune. At 30, she offers a kingdom. At 300, she grants elixirs. At 3,000, she ascends to celestial ranks. At 30,000, she feasts with the Queen Mother. At 300,000, she stands before the Buddha. At 3 million, she commands the celestial realm. At 30 million, she traverses the 6 realms. At 3 billion. Watching Qin Xiaole's earnest absurdity, akin to a comedic performance, Mu Qianxue felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. This fellow is quite the character. Consequently, before he could continue, she decisively interrupted him, not bothering to engage further. She turned and strode away, feeling apprehensive about conversing with him any longer. Observing Mu Qianshui's retreating figure, Qin Xiaole followed with a cheerful demeanor. The two soon arrived at the faculty dormitory. However, late at night, Qin Xiaole could not ascend. Standing below, Mu Qianxue glanced up at him and stated matter-of-factly, It's getting late. I shall head back now. You should return as well. Qin Xiaole responded with a cheerful hum, yet he seemed in no hurry to depart. Mu Qianxue furrowed her brow, puzzled. What is the matter? Noticing Qin Xiaole standing still, she assumed he had something to say. With a gentle smile, he replied, I was just teasing you earlier. In all honesty, I believe there is nothing to fret about regarding age. Before Mu Qianxue could respond, he continued with a smile. Love transcends age, gender, and status. If two hearts are intertwined, age is utterly inconsequential. Indeed, love is a magnificent and wondrous force. The power generated by two individuals in love is immense. The societal constructs of age, gender, and status fade into insignificance when love is profound. What do the opinions of others matter? Mu Qianxue pondered for a moment, hesitantly inquiring, but are you not concerned about what others might say? Or will your family approve? In truth, many barriers to love arise from the gossip of those around and the disapproval of family. These obstacles can be formidable, and many find themselves unable to surmount them. However, in response to Mu Qianshui's question, Qin Xiaole smiled softly and confidently proclaimed, There is a saying, which I wonder if you have heard. My love for her is our affair alone, and it concerns no one else. What do opposition and rumors matter? With a heart full of roses, what fear do we have of blades and arrows? Upon hearing these words, Mu Qianshui's eyes suddenly sparkled with enlightenment. Those 8 words seemed to radiate an inexplicable strength. When love resides within the heart, fortified by unwavering resolve, how could one possibly fear external gossip? No matter how loud the clamor, what does it signify? What is there to fear? This statement was truly remarkable. Immersed in its essence, Mu Qianshui's gaze brimmed with joy. When she looked at Qin Xiaole again, her expression was imbued with delight, shedding the previous chilliness. It was as if a glacier had begun to melt. She bit her lip gently, and beneath the gentle moonlight, she smiled radiantly at Qin Xiaole. That smile was a work of art. For a moment, Qin Xiaole found himself utterly entranced. One glance can captivate a city, another can enthrall a nation. These phrases perfectly encapsulated Mu Qianxue's smile. Typically aloof, no one had ever truly witnessed her smile before. Yet, even her usual icy demeanor attracted countless admirers. At that moment, her unexpected smile seemed to dim the brilliance of the moonlight itself. I shall take my leave. You should head up soon as well. Seemingly flustered by Qin Xiaole's unwavering gaze, Mu Qianxue's cheeks flushed as she turned and dashed upstairs. Watching her retreating figure, Qin Xiaole lingered for a while, knowing he would only turn away once she vanished into the night. As he walked, a slight smile graced his lips, that enchanting image still etched in his mind. However, he sensed something was amiss, as if he had forgotten something. Just as he contemplated this, it suddenly dawned on him. He had yet to claim the reward for completing his task. After defeating Yang Haoan, the reward presented by the system had gone unclaimed, as he had spent the time with Mu Qianxue watching the social performance. Indeed, he had completely forgotten about it. At that moment, he understood why some ancient rulers despised early morning audiences and shunned work. With a beauty by one's side, who would willingly toil away all day. The allure of a beautiful woman is undeniably profound. Reflecting on this, Qin Xiaole found his thoughts immersed in the system. The recent task reward was a random skill extraction. Without a moment's hesitation, he silently invoked, random skill extraction. Ding. Extraction in progress. Suddenly, a colossal wheel materialized before Qin Xiaole's eyes, densely populated with over 100 equal segments, each identical to the next. This immense wheel was visible only to him, leaving others oblivious to its existence. Hence, Qin Xiaole felt no apprehension as he commanded, commence extraction. Ding. Extraction in progress. The wheel began to spin rapidly, and after approximately 10 seconds, its speed gradually diminished before ultimately halting at a specific segment. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Supreme Makeup Artistry. Upon witnessing the skill he had drawn, Qin Xiaole was momentarily taken aback. Supreme Makeup Artistry? Chapter 37, The Cross-Dressing Master Host, Qin Xiaole Appearance, 99 Height, 186 centimeters Strength, 20, Normal Adult, 10, Speed, 15, Normal Adult, 10, Resilience, 13, Normal Adult, 10. Acquired Skills, Supreme Combat Technique. Supreme Makeup Artistry. Qin Xiaole scrutinized the skill description and was instantly flabbergasted. Supreme Makeup Artistry, an unparalleled mastery of makeup, an essential for the cross-dressing master. Such a simplistic description left Qin Xiaole feeling utterly disoriented. What on earth? A cross-dressing master? This must be a joke. Why would a grown man need such a skill? It seemed utterly frivolous. However, in the next moment, all the memories associated with the skill were indelibly etched into Qin Xiaole's mind. Techniques on makeup application and the nuances of cross-dressing flooded his consciousness, as if he had engaged in it countless times before. Damn it! Qin Xiaole cursed inwardly, frustrated to have drawn such an absurd skill after finally obtaining one. What a ridiculous skill! After a moment of exasperation, Qin Xiaole sighed and swiftly made his way back to the dormitory. It was already past 10. Yet the campus streets of Dong University remained bustling with activity. Especially near the food stalls adjacent to the cafeteria, the crowd had noticeably thickened. Long queues formed outside many kebab shops, populated predominantly by second and third-year students who had come for a late-night snack after studying in the library. Qin Xiaole hurried back. Pushing open the dormitory door, he found Zhang Yu and the others huddled together, their faces occasionally displaying lewd smiles. Upon seeing Qin Xiaole's return, their expressions brightened even more. "Legu, come here quickly." Zhang Yu excitedly waved at Qin Xiaole, a broad smile illuminating his face. Qin Xiaole, filled with curiosity yet perplexity, closed the door and approached, asking the trio, "What is the commotion about?" The expressions on their faces were somewhat peculiar, each one wearing a grin that hinted at mischief. Tang Ming patted Qin Xiaole on the shoulder and said, "Legu, Lao Zhang and Lao Wu just finished training and successfully added that girl on WeChat. Tonight, they're planning to sing, and each has set his sights on a lovely girl." After training, they approached the two girls for their WeChat IDs. Being the first to perform on stage left a lasting impression, and their prolonged eye contact with the girls made it almost effortless to acquire their IDs. They are currently engaged in conversation. I must admit, despite their flirtatious nature, these two have a certain charm when it comes to pursuing women. It's something that most cannot replicate. Tang Ming watched with envy. How exhilarating. As someone who has never been in a relationship, I certainly cannot operate as smoothly as they do. I envy them dearly. Qin Xiaole chuckled. Not bad, truly deserving of the title of two great playboys. They've got some skills. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu stood up with a grin and said, Lugu, that is a misjudgment. Qin Xiaole replied. What do you mean by that? Zhang Yu smirked and explained, girls crave love. They all desire a home. I merely wish to provide each girl with a sense of belonging. Is that wrong? Qin Xiaole remarked. Truly, you are unapologetically shameless. Impressive. He gave Zhang Yu and Wu Luo a thumbs up. When it comes to the art of wooing women, these two are undoubtedly exceptional. Not only in their dormitory, but across the entire information college, they stand out as notorious charmers. Zhang Yu chuckled and said, Lugu, I need a favor. A favor? Qin Xiaole paused, unsure of what scheme Zhang Yu was concocting. Zhang Yu rubbed his hands together, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Well, the girl I added has a roommate who has taken a liking to you. Upon learning that we are roommates, she wishes to add your contact information. You see, while chatting with that girl, I accidentally revealed our roommate relationship. To my surprise, her roommate became excited and insisted on adding your contact details. Consequently, that girl approached me and promised that if you accepted, she would treat me to a lavish meal in the next few days. The meal itself is of little significance. What truly matters is the prospect of spending time with a beautiful woman. The first step in pursuing a girl, beyond online conversations, is being able to arrange a meal and engage in face-to-face dialogue. Such in-person encounters are indeed far more significant. Such a splendid opportunity was not one that Zhang Yu would easily forsake. Thus, he turned to Qin Xiaole for assistance. However, upon hearing Zhang Yu's request, Qin Xiaole was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly an option? He hesitated, not out of reluctance to help, but because he was already managing a considerable load. With both Bai Zichuan and Li Ying on his plate, he needed to find a way to clarify matters with these two. Frankly speaking, he was not inclined to involve himself with any additional females. Noticing Qin Xiaole's hesitation, Zhang Yu cleared his throat and said, Brother Lu, once you add her, you need not meet or chat extensively. A few casual replies will suffice. Seeing that Qin Xiaole remained silent, Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and added, I'll cover your breakfast for an entire week. How does that sound? At this, Qin Xiaole couldn't help but smile. This arrangement seemed feasible, a mere addition of a contact without the necessity for conversation, and he would enjoy a week of complimentary breakfasts. Nevertheless, in business, one must always negotiate. He feigned difficulty, sighed, and patted Zhang Yu's shoulder, saying, You are well aware of my situation. I have too many girls adding me, and I cannot manage them all. But since we are brothers. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's spirits soared. Clearly, Qin Xiaole was considering conceding. Excellent. Just as expected of Brother Lu. So reliable. However, before he could express his joy, Qin Xiaole continued. Thus, there must be an additional fee. Zhang Yu was left utterly dumbfounded. What kind of audacious proposition was this? Brothers. And yet he was to pay more? How outrageous. Following this, Qin Xiaole cheerfully raised 2 fingers, 2 weeks of breakfasts. Zhang Yu exclaimed, This is a scam. Such a ripoff. Yet, having reached this point, he had no choice but to acquiesce. For the sake of a beautiful woman, he would endure 2 weeks of breakfasts. After all, as a local in the bustling metropolis, his living expenses were not negligible. With some grit, he could manage. Thus, Zhang Yu resolved, All right, it's a deal. Ultimately, he succumbed to the allure of beauty. To foster any further development, one must possess the audacity to make sacrifices. Observing Zhang Yu's pained expression, Qin Xiaole grinned and said, All right then, send me your WeChat. In an instant, Zhang Yu seemed rejuvenated, his earlier discomfort evaporating. Great, Brother Lu. For Zhang Yu, the prospect of charming a girl rendered 2 weeks of breakfasts a trivial matter. The girl was the crux of his desires, especially since she was a broadcasting major from Dongda, possessing both beauty and a melodious voice. Who can resist such temptation? Certainly, he cannot. After sharing Qin Xiaole's WeChat, within mere seconds, his phone emitted a notification indicating someone had added him. Zhang Yu chuckled and said, Lugu, to be honest, her roommate is quite attractive. Look, here's a photo. You might want to give it a try. As he spoke, Zhang Yu presented a picture from his phone to Qin Xiaole. To be frank, she was indeed decent looking, perhaps scoring around 85 out of 100 in terms of attractiveness. However, it could be that the abundance of beauty surrounding him, or the striking allure of someone like Mu Qianshui, had elevated his aesthetic standards. Thus, when he laid eyes on the photograph, His heart remained utterly unmoved. He shrugged in resignation and accepted the friend request. The other party initiated a conversation with warmth, but Qin Xiaole merely offered casual responses before stating he needed to wash up, bidding farewell. Their interaction was rather lukewarm. Typically, after a few exchanges of indifference, the other person would likely discern his lack of interest and cease their pursuit. This is, in fact, a common method to extricate oneself from unwanted entanglements, sparing both parties from discomfort without needing to articulate the situation too bluntly. After hastily refreshing himself, Qin Xiaole reclined on his bed with his phone in hand. Checking his phone before sleep had become a habitual practice for most. Ding dong. Suddenly, his phone chimed. Upon checking, he saw a message from Mu Qianshui. Have you reached the dorm? Qin Xiaole felt a surge of joy at her message. He replied with a smile. I'm back, just finished washing up and lying in bed. She responded, Great, sleep early, there's training tomorrow. Qin Xiaole replied, Sure. You too, sleep early. Though Mu Qianshui's words seemed rather mundane, much like her demeanor, there was an intriguing detail. After Qin Xiaole sent a message, she almost always replied instantaneously. In fact, the speed at which a girl responds to your messages can significantly reflect her feelings towards you. Soon, the lights in the dormitory dimmed, and Qin Xiaole refrained from further phone usage, placing it beside him as he drifted off to sleep. The following morning marked the second day of military training, and everyone appeared to be gradually acclimatizing to this new routine. One by one, they rose early upon hearing the alarm, quickly commencing their morning rituals. They hurried to the cafeteria for breakfast, and for the past 2 weeks, Zhang Yu had been treating him, making life exceedingly enjoyable. Nearby, Tang Ming and Wu Luo looked on with envy. However, such a thing was beyond their grasp, as Qin Xiaole was indeed relying on his looks to navigate through life. Without his striking looks, it is indeed difficult to emulate him. After finishing their meal, the four hurriedly made their way to the assembly point for military training. Fortunately, they arrived early, and the instructor had yet to arrive. However, upon reaching the designated area, everyone instinctively set their water bottles aside and lined up in an orderly fashion, standing silently in military posture. The morning's training consisted of repeating the movements from the previous day. Yet, with yesterday's experience, today's practice felt considerably less exhausting. This morning, Mu Qianshui was absent. Qin Xiaole was unaware of the specific reason, but he glanced around and indeed did not spot her. However, she did come by in the afternoon for a brief visit before leaving again due to her busy schedule. As a counselor, her workload was far from the leisurely pace one might imagine, especially at the beginning of the semester when numerous tasks demanded her attention. Thus, they trained for 3 days. In the afternoon, Yang Tianju gathered everyone together and addressed the students of Class 1 in the Computer Science Department, stating, Our college is currently recruiting for 2 formations. One is the National Flag Formation, and the other is the Choir Formation. Every year, after military training concludes, there is a grand performance attended by school leaders who observe the training progress. This is also a prime opportunity for each college to showcase their prowess. The national flag and choir formations are staples for each college, serving as a representation of prestige. They select the elite from each major to make a strong impression. Naturally, participating in these formations offers numerous benefits. The final military training grades will be higher than those of ordinary students, and champions will receive rewards. Upon hearing Yang Tianju's words, Qin Xiaole smiled slightly and remarked to his 3 companions, You guys must join the choir formation. The 3 exchanged puzzled glances. Why? Tang Ming leaned forward to catch a glimpse of the instructor and quietly inquired. Qin Xiaole chuckled. The choir formation is the easiest. We simply sing each day without much training required. Moreover, the final scores are relatively high. He had learned this insider information from Mu Qianshui just before she went to bed the previous night, perhaps concerned that he would find the training too exhausting. She had advised him to choose the choir formation for a more enjoyable experience. Thus, today he shared this tidbit with Zhang Yu and the other 2, as they were all dormitory mates. While the national flag formation certainly had its merits, the training demands were far greater and more exhausting than usual. As those who wished to take it easy, they naturally opted out. Instantly, the 3 understood the implication. Easy. Yang Tianju surveyed the group and asked, Is there anyone interested in joining the national flag formation? Please raise your hand. In the next moment, a few hands were raised in the class, but not many. Yang Tianju scrutinized the situation before addressing Qin Xiaole and Tang Ming. You 2 possess a height advantage. You might consider joining the national flag formation. The foremost requirement for this formation is height, and both of you excel in that regard. Yang Tianju intended for the duo to give it a try. However, exchanging glances, they promptly declined. Qin Xiaole chuckled, reporting to the instructor, "We plan to join the choir formation." The choir formation? Yang Tianju furrowed his brow. Why? Frankly, he believed that Qin Xiaole and Tang Ming's stature was perfectly suited for the national flag formation. Qin Xiaole, with a grin, replied, "It's because I love to sing." Yang Tianju. The others? Love to sing? Surely not. The memory of Qin Xiaole's singing in class was still fresh. It would be an exaggeration to call it melodious. In truth, he was utterly off-key. Had it not been for the lyrics, no one would have understood a word. As for Tang Ming, his strong Tangshan accent made even his occasional humming a trial to endure. They seemed entirely disconnected from the realm of music. Author's note: please ensure to cast your votes on the latest chapter. Chapter 39, an idea of mine ultimately, after fierce competition. Qin Xiaole and his companions successfully entered the choir formation, comprising individuals from various disciplines within the School of Information, totaling 120 participants. In the afternoon, they departed from their original class to join the choir ensemble. Wow, this is ridiculously easy. We just have to sing, Tang Ming exclaimed, visibly excited. Spending the entire afternoon here was pure bliss. There was no standing at attention, no marching drills, just singing together in the shade of trees, far removed from the scorching sun. Furthermore, the breaks were plentiful. It was nothing short of paradise. Zhang Yu and Wu Luo shared similar expressions of exhilaration. This wonderful place was simply delightful. Qin Xiaole remained silent, smiling. Suddenly, his gaze drifted, landing on a familiar figure not far away. Dressed in a black gown and high heels, her perfect silhouette exuded undeniable femininity. Her presence instantly captivated the attention of everyone in the choir formation. Indeed, it was Mu Qianxue. However, she stood at a distance, observing quietly, without uttering a word. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the sound of a bell marked the conclusion of the day's military training. In charge of the choral formation was a robust male instructor named Zheng. He was of short stature and had a dark complexion. With a sharp whistle, he announced in a loud voice, "The training for this afternoon has concluded. Everyone performed commendably. We will reconvene here tonight. Is that clear?" "Understood," came the resounding reply of all 120 participants, their voices echoing with clarity. Instructor Zheng nodded and declared, "Dismissed." Instantly, smiles illuminated the faces of the group. Just as they were about to disperse, Mu Qianxue approached gracefully. Those who intended to leave halted in their tracks, captivated by her presence. The mature and poised demeanor she exuded drew countless gazes. With exquisite features and a serene visage, she was simply breathtaking. "Qin Xiaole, come here," she called out, her tone calm, yet commanding. Qin Xiaole was taken aback, not expecting Mu Qianxue to seek him out. Aware of the surrounding stares, he cleared his throat and hurried over. "Professor Mu, is there something you need?" he inquired. Without responding verbally, Mu Qianxue cast him a fleeting glance and instructed, "Follow me." Without waiting for Qin Xiaole's reaction, she turned and walked away. Though somewhat perplexed, he obediently followed her. The onlookers from the choral group exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with envy. "Wow, Professor Mu is incredibly impressive," one remarked, while another added, "She just whisked away Xiaolu. Something feels off between them. I sense it too, but I can't quite put my finger on it." "Ah, how enviable," a third sighed as they watched Qin Xiaolu and Mu Qianxue depart. On the other hand, Qin Xiaolu trailed behind Mu Qianxue, uncertain of her intentions. He refrained from asking questions, realizing she would not respond, and simply followed her lead. After all, Mu Qianxue surely wouldn't betray him. Moreover, it seemed they were heading towards the office. Upon reaching the office door, Mu Qianxue retrieved her keys and unlocked the door. She pushed it open, turned to Qin Xiaolu, and said, "Don't just stand there, come in." Qin Xiaolu acknowledged with a nod and stepped inside, while Mu Qianxue deftly closed the door behind them. The office was meant for two, her and Xie Xijia, who was currently away. Thus, Mu Qianxue found herself alone in the office. She glanced at him and said flatly, "Take a seat." There was an empty chair beside her. Qin Xiaole nodded and sat down. Before he could pose a question, Mu Qianxue suddenly produced 2 lunchboxes from the side and handed one to him. "What is this?" As Mu Qianxue handed over the lunchbox, Qin Xiaole suddenly froze, gazing at her in perplexity. Mu Qianxue cleared her throat, a hint of embarrassment gracing her otherwise icy countenance. "Open it and see for yourself." "Oh, Qin Xiaole exclaimed, then proceeded to unveil the lunchbox. Instantly, a delightful aroma wafted into the air. Succulent pieces of beef lay atop fragrant rice. Is this beef rice? Qin Xiaole swallowed hard, his expression one of utter bewilderment as he looked at Mu Qianxue. Did you make this? Mu Qianxue cleared her throat again, slightly flustered. Indeed, this meal was crafted by her own hands. However, she would never readily admit it in front of Qin Xiaole. With a reddened face, she coughed lightly and said, I bought it. Why are you asking so much? Hurry up and eat. Bought it. The color and quality of the beef indicated otherwise. Qin Xiaole was no fool. He could easily see through the facade. Coupled with Mu Qianxue's flushed cheeks, it was evident something was amiss. With a playful grin, he asked, What made you suddenly give this to me? At this, Mu Qianxue momentarily froze, surprised that Qin Xiaole would boldly inquire about it. Why? Truth be told, she herself was uncertain, simply acting on a whim. After all, after the grueling military training, wasn't it justifiable to indulge in something nice? With her gaze evasive, she stammered, Class monitor manages the class. It's quite tiring. This is a treat for you. Whether you eat it or not is up to you. As she spoke, she made a move to reclaim the lunchbox from Qin Xiaole's grasp. However, now that the food was in his possession, Qin Xiaole would never relinquish it. With a cheerful nod, he replied, Hee, I will eat it. Without further ado, he picked up his chopsticks and took a generous bite. Remarkably, the flavors were exquisite. The aroma was rich, and the beef's texture was delightful. Initially, he had thought Mu Qianxue was incapable of cooking, yet here he was, utterly astonished by her culinary prowess. Seeing Qin Xiaole enjoying the meal brought a smile to Mu Qianxue's heart, and a flicker of joy danced in her eyes. Mid-bite, Qin Xiaole suddenly looked up, keenly noticing the glimmer of a smile at the corner of Mu Qianxue's eye. He set down his bowl and chopsticks with a grin. Mu Qianxue, observing this, inquired with curiosity, What's wrong? Is it not tasty? Qin Xiaole shook his head with a smile. It's delicious. Pausing momentarily, he added, But I have a thought. A thought? What kind of thought? Upon seeing Qin Xiaole's demeanor, Mu Qianxue felt a surge of anxiety. Her heart tightened as she stammered. What thought? Chapter 40 Let us give it a try. Fixating on Mu Qianxue's eyes, Qin Xiaole smiled gently and proposed, How about we give it a try together? Try what? Mu Qianxue was momentarily taken aback. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she nervously clenched her fists, gazing at Qin Xiaole and demanding, What do you mean by try? With a slight smile, Qin Xiaole clarified, Of course, I mean we should attempt to be boyfriend and girlfriend. It's our first time for both of us, and honestly, I don't mind the age difference. Qin Xiaole was indifferent to age. Besides, the gap was minimal. He was 19, while Mu Qianxue was 23. Was that significant? Not at all. Moreover, considering Mu Qianxue's beauty, age seemed inconsequential. Even a woman in her 30s with a child could be accepted, right? Furthermore, during their time at the small inn, they both experienced their firsts. Over the course of their interactions, Qin Xiaole found himself increasingly enamored by Mu Qianxue. He would often think of her feelings when engaging with other girls. A single day without seeing her would leave him feeling discontented. Quite simply, he cared. As for Mu Qianxue, Qin Xiaole could sense her feelings as well. If she were indifferent toward him, she wouldn't have asked those questions when he took her home that night. If she felt nothing, how could she have cooked for him today? And if she were truly apathetic, would she have felt jealous? All of these sentiments resonated deeply with him. However, upon hearing Qin Xiaole's words, Mu Qianxue was momentarily stunned. Her already flushed face deepened in color, and her heart began to race. After all these years, it was the first time she had experienced such emotions. Her heart raced, and she felt somewhat dizzy. For over 20 years, she had devoted herself to her studies, never having been in a romantic relationship. Hearing Qin Xiaole's invitation left her completely speechless. Their eyes locked in a moment of shared understanding. If their previous interactions were shrouded in ambiguity, this moment had definitively shattered that veil. After a prolonged silence, Mu Qianxue pondered earnestly, then shook her head, saying, No, that's not possible. We've only just met. It's too soon. I haven't fully accepted it in my heart. Just as Qin Xiaole had surmised, Mu Qianxue did not harbor any aversion towards him. In fact, she felt a peculiar stir within her. It was an unfamiliar sensation, one she struggled to articulate. She found herself inexplicably worried about him, feeling jealous, and wishing to care for him. After all, she had never experienced love in her 20-plus years, and this newfound feeling brought with it a unique attachment. Yet, The time they had known each other was far too brief, and she truly was not prepared for such a leap. As for their encounter at the small inn, it had been entirely accidental. However, at this moment, it was impossible for Qin Xiaole to completely sever ties with Qin Xiaole. In any case, everything required time. Love demands the accumulation of moments, rather than hasty actions. Otherwise, it would merely resemble a fast food romance, devoid of any significance. Qin Xiaole seemed to grasp Qin Xiaole's sentiments. Rather than feeling disappointed, he was, in fact, somewhat elated. Why? Because this, for him, was undeniably a positive signal. Their previous relationship had been shrouded in ambiguity, yet now, with clarity, it leaned towards a legitimate flirtation, an entirely different nature. He smiled gently and asked, "All right, I shall wait for you. But what is our current relationship?" "What relationship?" Qin Xiaole found herself momentarily at a loss for an answer. A conventional teacher-student relationship? Was that truly normal? The answer was a resounding no. Yet, it was also not quite a romantic relationship. After pondering for a while, Qin Xiaole shook her head and replied, "What do you think?" Qin Xiaole chuckled and suggested, "How about we call it a prospective boyfriend?" The term prospective implied that he had yet to be officially recognized and was still in a trial phase. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaole was momentarily taken aback, but soon found the description rather apartment. Lowering her head and gently biting her lip, she murmured, "All right." This simple affirmation from Qin Xiaole signified a deeper progression in their relationship. In truth, both Qin Xiaole and Qin Xiaole required this transitional phase of being prospective partners. Firstly, there was the matter of their identities. After all, one was a university professor while the other was merely a freshman. Despite their minimal age difference, their status remained distinct. Secondly, neither had experienced romance before. Like two novices in love, they were somewhat oblivious to the intricacies of genuine affection, necessitating a transitional period. Having discussed everything, they exchanged smiles. The previously frosty countenance of Qin Xiaole was now tinged with warmth. Her gaze toward Qin Xiaole softened. Indeed, it was warmth. Over the years, few had been able to perceive such tenderness in Qin Xiaole's eyes. Even if it had been present, it certainly was not directed toward a man. She smiled slightly and said, "Hurry and eat, or it will get cold." Her words were light and gentle. Qin Xiaole returned her smile and replied, "I know. Just like my mother." Qin Xiaole rolled her eyes at him and playfully patted his head. How disrespectful. Yet, despite her words, Qin Xiaole felt an undeniable joy within. They shared a smile and began to eat together. The meal was fragrant, a testament to the care Qin Xiaole had poured into its preparation. For all these years, apart from his mother, it was the first time he had enjoyed a meal prepared by another girl. One must admit that Qin Xiaole felt quite elated. This sensation seemed rather delightful. After a span of 7 or 8 minutes, Qin Xiaole had finished his meal. He ate with remarkable speed, and after training for an entire afternoon, he was indeed quite hungry. Thus he devoured his food voraciously. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaole had only just completed half of her meal. Observing the blissful expression on Qin Xiaole's face, a smile crept onto Qin Xiaole's lips as she said, "Are you full? I can't finish all this. Would you like to have more?" Upon hearing her words, Qin Xiaole was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he felt he was nearly satisfied. However, with Qin Xiaole's suggestion, he sensed he could eat a bit more. With a grin, he unceremoniously helped himself to half of her rice. A few minutes later, they had both finished their meals. Qin Xiaole felt quite stuffed, yet thoroughly satisfied. Qin Xiaole stood up, closed the 2 food containers, and set them aside, intending to wash them later. Glancing at the time, she realized it was almost time for training. Qin Xiaole turned to her and inquired, "Are you going to training tonight?" Qin Xiaole pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "I have some matters to attend to at the academy, so I might not have time." At the start of the semester, everyone was quite busy, especially for a counselor. The reason Qin Xiaole had frequently visited Qin Xiaole these past few days was that she had deliberately carved out time for him. Hearing Qin Xiaole's words, Qin Xiaole expressed his understanding. After all, her situation differed from his. She had work to manage. He nodded and said, "All right. I will come to your office after my training tonight. It's not safe for a girl to be out alone at night. I'll escort you back." Qin Xiaole smiled slightly at this. Within the school, there were still plenty of students around even past 10 o'clock. Where would the danger lie? Nevertheless, she did not wish to refuse Qin Xiaole, so she nodded in agreement. "Okay, I will wait for you." With that, they exchanged smiles. and Qin Xiaole tidied up a bit before preparing to leave. Just before he departed, Mu Qianshui called out to him. Let us keep our relationship under wraps for now. This was primarily due to their respective identities. Should it be revealed, they feared gossip would ensue. Rumors could be quite formidable. In this era, there are always individuals who delight in meddling in the affairs of others, both online and in reality. Qin Xiaole, of course, understood Mu Qianshui's intent. He turned with a smile and said, "As you wish." After which, he flashed her a cheeky grin and turned to leave. Watching Qin Xiaole's retreating figure, Mu Qianshui felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. It was a rather peculiar feeling, as if possessing something precious. A newfound concern blossomed within her. Without much contemplation, a smile graced Mu Qianshui's lips. After Qin Xiaole departed, she took the 2 lunchboxes to wash them. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaole emerged from the office and made his way directly to the training grounds. As dusk settled and the shadows deepened, the time for training approached. Upon arriving at the coral formation, he immediately spotted Zhang Yu and the others. As Qin Xiaole sauntered over, Zhang Yu flashed a grin and remarked, "Hey, Lugu, where have you been? You didn't go to the cafeteria or return to the dormitory. TSK, something off with you." Wu Luo and Tang Ming raised their eyebrows in agreement. Meeting their inquisitive gazes, Qin Xiaole maintained his composure and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, Professor Mu had a little matter for me. With the new students enrolling, there is much to attend to." Sigh. He feigned exhaustion with a dramatic sigh. The trio exchanged glances, harboring no suspicions. Indeed, the influx of new students kept them busy, and as the class monitor, Qin Xiaole certainly had his hands full. Moreover, even if they pondered endlessly, they could not fathom any special connection between Qin Xiaole and Mu Qianshui. "Lugu, have you eaten?" Tang Ming inquired with genuine concern. Without missing a beat, Qin Xiaole replied, maintaining his composure, "Just had a little steamed bun, rushed over." Instantly, the 3 felt a twinge of sympathy. He'd come all this way late at night after just a bun. Truly, it was quite a hardship. They patted Qin Xiaole on the shoulder, expressing their sentiments. "Lugu, you've worked hard. Being a class monitor is no easy feat." Qin Xiaole cleared his throat, suppressing a smile as he absorbed their words. Soon, the instructor approached, and the formation quickly assembled. The evening was not designated for rigorous training, allowing for a more relaxed atmosphere. Most participants in the choral ensemble possessed at least one talent, and many sang remarkably well. Consequently, the group of 120 reveled in merriment throughout the night, forming a joyful circle. At 10 o'clock, the formation was dismissed. Tang Ming threw an arm around Qin Xiaole's shoulders and cheerfully said, "Let us go, Lugu." Back to the dormitory, Qin Xiaole, still smiling, replied, "I have a few matters to attend to. You all go ahead." Without further explanation, he strode purposefully in the opposite direction, his steps brisk and somewhat hurried. The trio stared at Qin Xiaole's retreating figure, bewildered. What could he possibly have to do at this hour? Zhang Yu pondered aloud. "Do you think Lugu is dating someone?" With a sigh, Zhang Yu replied, "I don't know, but I reckon with his looks, he could change girlfriends every day without a hitch." Indeed, with such striking features, Qin Xiaole could effortlessly attract numerous admirers, and many young women would eagerly approach him. His appearance alone ensured that he need not pursue romantic interests actively. An abundance of suitors would come to him willingly. Tang Ming, alas, those words evoke such envy. Navigating through the throngs of people and the asphalt paths of the campus, Qin Xiaole swiftly arrived at the base of the office building. Gazing upward, he noted that only a few offices emitted faint glimmers of light. It was already past 10 o'clock. Most professors had likely returned home. In truth, university instructors generally lead rather relaxed lives, primarily preparing lessons. Those less diligent educators often merely recite from outdated materials. However, the faculty at Dong University is commendably responsible, as it ranks among the top 3 institutions in Huaxia, boasting an impressive array of academic talent. Each instructor is indeed exceptional. Hastily ascending the staircase, he soon stood before Mu Qianshui's office door and gently knocked. "Come in." Her voice resonated from within. Qin Xiaole pushed the door open and beheld Mu Qianshui diligently attending to her tasks. He offered a subtle smile, and their eyes met. He instinctively settled into a chair beside her, patiently awaiting her completion of the work at hand. Quietly, he admired the profile of Mu Qianshui as she focused on her responsibilities. As a counselor, her role encompassed administrative duties, managing various aspects of the college. Qin Xiaole remained still, captivated by her exquisite features, a faint smile gracing his lips. Her visage was strikingly beautiful, especially under the soft glow of the evening lights, enhancing her elegance and maturity. In that moment, he found himself utterly entranced. After an indeterminate span of time, Mu Qianxue's voice broke through his reverie. "I'm finished. Let us go?" Qin Xiaole, snapping back to reality, noticed her teasing smile and chuckled, feeling no embarrassment. Rising to his feet, he remarked, "Let us head out now that you're done." Mu Qianxue acknowledged with a soft then stood to tidy her desk, extinguished the lights, locked the door, and together they departed. As they walked towards the staff dormitory, Qin Xiaole paused at the school snack street and cheerfully inquired, "Are you hungry?" He had consumed a substantial portion of their afternoon meal, while Mu Qianxue had eaten little. Given the long hours of work she had endured, it seemed likely that she might be feeling peckish. Indeed, Mu Qianxue touched her stomach and nodded a little. With a grin, Qin Xiaole replied, "All right, you wait here. I'll fetch you something to eat. By the way, can you handle spicy food?" "Absolutely," she affirmed without hesitation. "Great. Wait for me. I'll be back shortly." As he dashed off, Mu Qianxue smiled softly, a warm sensation flooding her heart. Chapter 42. Shall I go up for a cup of tea? Qin Xiaole walked briskly ahead, and as she gazed at his retreating figure, a warm current surged within Mu Qianxue's heart for reasons unbeknownst to her. This sensation was peculiar, yet undeniably real. Over the years, Qin Xiaole was the sole individual capable of evoking such feelings within her. Although many suitors had pursued her previously, Mu Qianxue had remained as unyielding as a millennium-old iceberg, never once thawing. In fact, she had harbored a distaste for those boys. However, since encountering Qin Xiaole, that aversion seemed to dissipate, and the ice surrounding her heart began to melt gradually. After waiting for a while, she noticed Qin Xiaole approaching with a box of grilled skewers. With a cheerful smile, he remarked, "These are authentic squid skewers. They taste quite delightful. Do give them a try." Unsure of Mu Qianxue's preferences, Qin Xiaole purchased a variety, totaling around 11 or 12 skewers. Upon hearing his words, Mu Qianxue responded with a faint smile. Although she typically shunned such fare, she could not refuse the offering from Qin Xiaole. She picked up a large, thick grilled sausage and took a bite. The rich aroma, complemented by the perfect balance of cumin and Sichuan pepper, was exquisite. After savoring a mouthful, she nodded happily, exclaiming, "Delicious." Qin Xiaole smiled faintly at her reaction. "Let us walk and eat," he suggested. "All right," Mu Qianxue replied, clutching the skewer as they strolled along. Throughout her life, she had rarely indulged in grilled skewers. After middle school, she had completely abstained. Perhaps it was the upbringing imparted by her parents that instilled in her a reluctance to consume unhealthy foods from outside. Grilled skewers, indeed, ranked among the epitome of unhealthy indulgences, fried and potentially prepared in oil that had been reused countless times. Moreover, during her school years, she had few friends to accompany her on such culinary adventures. Consequently, the skewer she had just tasted marked her first in nearly a decade, an utterly astonishing revelation. With each bite, Mu Qianxue found the skewers increasingly delectable, and her pace of eating quickened. Glancing at Qin Xiaole beside her, she urged, "You should eat too. I cannot possibly finish all these alone." The portions of the skewers were substantial. Relying solely on Mu Qianxue, it was evident that she could not consume them all. Qin Xiaole nodded with a smile, unreservedly taking a piece of stir-fried rice cake and placing it in his mouth. The surface of the rice cake was smeared with a layer of ketchup, yielding a delightful taste. As they walked and enjoyed their meal, they neared the dormitory building. Having nearly finished their feast, after such a lengthy period without indulging in such treats, Mu Qianxue could not help but lick her lips, exclaiming, "So delicious." At that moment, Qin Xiaole suddenly halted, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Wait a moment." Mu Qianxue was momentarily taken aback. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at him and asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Xiaole retrieved a pack of tissues from his belongings, delicately pulling one out to gently wipe at the corner of Mu Qianxue's mouth. Her face, exquisitely crafted, appeared almost ethereal under the moonlight, her porcelain skin seemingly so delicate it could be pierced with a breath. Such a complexion was unparalleled, even surpassing that of an 18-year-old girl. It was as if she were born of beauty itself. Wu Qian, observing the scene, could not help but exclaim in admiration. However, watching Qin Xiaole's tender actions left Mu Qianxue rooted to the spot, her heart racing wildly. The rapid thumping of her heart grew more frenetic. and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. For the very first time, apart from her father, an opposite sex was so close to her, attending to her in such an intimate manner. This moment struck deeply at her tender heart. The more inexperienced a girl was in love, the more overwhelming such a scene could become. Watching Qin Xiaole's earnest and meticulous demeanor made Mu Qianxue's heart soften even further, filling her with an unfamiliar sensation, like the fabled feeling of love. Indeed, though she could not articulate it, she sensed it vividly. Her heartbeat and inner thoughts could not deceive her. In a brief moment, Qin Xiaole finished his task and cheerfully declared, "All done." Oh. Mu Qianxue finally regained her senses, her face still flushed, her gaze evasive as she dared not meet Qin Xiaole's eyes. The two fell into a moment of silence. And after a brief cough, Mu Qianxue glanced at the tissue in Qin Xiaole's hand and suddenly posed a soul-searching question. Why do you carry tissues when you go out? Typically, boys seldom carry tissues. It is usually the meticulous girls who bring along such items as tissues or wet wipes, while it is rare for boys to do so. Qin Xiaole replied with a smile, "It's a habit I've formed. I take them with me every day." Every day? Mu Qianxue was taken aback, her gaze towards Qin Xiaole now scrutinizing. What's wrong? Feeling somewhat self-conscious under her intense stare, Qin Xiaole inquired with a hint of confusion. Mu Qianxue pondered for a moment before saying, "But I've heard that only scoundrels carry tissues every day, as it makes it convenient for them to flirt. I wonder, are you a scoundrel, Qin Xiaole?" "What the heck? Who said that? Come forward and take a beating. Who claims that boys who carry tissues are scoundrels? Is it wrong to be prepared?" This was utterly ridiculous. Clearing his throat, Qin Xiaole calmly explained, "How could I possibly be a scoundrel? I am so innocent, so pure." Yet Mu Qianxue suddenly lifted her head, locking her gaze onto Qin Xiaole's eyes. "Are you pure?" This question struck a chord deep within. Was Qin Xiaole truly innocent? Cough, cough. He considers himself rather innocent. However, it remains uncertain how others perceive him. Qin Xiaole cleared his throat and swiftly shifted the topic. Subsequently, he successfully escorted Mu Qianxue to the ground floor, cheerfully announcing, "Professor Mu, we have arrived." Mu Qianxue responded with a soft "oh," inhaled deeply, and gazed up at him. Why does time seem to pass so swiftly? It feels as though we've reached the staff dormitory in the blink of an eye. Perhaps my pace was too brisk? Reflecting on this, Mu Qianxue resolved to slow her steps next time, mindful not to hurry. Noticing her momentary distraction, Qin Xiaole waved his hand in front of her, puzzled. "Professor Mu, we have arrived." "Oh." Mu Qianxue coughed lightly to mask her embarrassment at having momentarily lost focus. She glanced at Qin Xiaole and, pressing her lips together, said, "It's getting late. I shall head upstairs." Qin Xiaole chuckled. "How about inviting me up for a cup of tea? I wouldn't mind." The staff dormitory, essentially the teacher's apartments, consists of single rooms, each spacious, approximately 70 to 80 square meters, with a comfortable environment. Inviting Qin Xiaole upstairs wouldn't pose a problem. However, how could Mu Qianxue possibly bring him up? That scoundrel might be plotting something nefarious. Thus, without hesitation, Mu Qianxue distinctly uttered, "Scoundrel, absolutely not." Goodness. It seemed her perception of him as a scoundrel had deeply embedded itself within her mind. With every utterance of scoundrel, it felt as if he had indeed wronged her. Just then, as their gazes locked, a familiar voice suddenly broke the silence. "Qianxue?" Hearing that voice, both Qin Xiaole and Mu Qianxue turned in unison to see the figure approaching. Beneath the night sky, dressed in a flowing gown with her hair in a ponytail, it was Xie Xijia. Indeed, the newcomer was Xie Xijia. The three of them exchanged glances, and the atmosphere quickly became awkward. How fortuitous it was to run into Xie Xijia while escorting Mu Qianxue back. Observing the two, Xie Xijia approached quickly, standing beside Mu Qianxue with a puzzled expression. "Qin Xiaole, Qianxue, what are you two up to?" In the stillness of the night, the sight of them standing face to face beneath the staff dormitory was undeniably peculiar. At Xie Xijia's inquiry, Mu Qianxue's cheeks flushed crimson, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words, as though she had been caught in an illicit affair. This situation was beyond her ability to explain. Seeing her flustered state, Qin Xiaole cleared his throat and said, "It's quite simple. I just finished military training and was called by Professor Mu to her office to discuss some matters regarding our class. As the night grew late, I expressed my concern for the professor's safety, suggesting that I accompany him home." Upon hearing this, Mu Qianxue's eyes brightened, and she eagerly agreed, exclaiming, "Yes, indeed. CSC glanced between Mu Qianxue and Qin Xiaole, finding the reasoning somewhat plausible. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that something seemed off between the two, though she couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. It struck her as peculiar. After a moment's contemplation, she dismissed her concerns, cheerfully linking her arm with Mu Qianxue's and saying, "It's getting late. Let us head back, Qianxue." With a sigh of relief, Mu Qianxue felt a heavy burden lift from her heart. She nodded and promptly replied, "Yes. Yes, let us go." Turning to Qin Xiaole, she added, "It's late. You should hurry home as well. If there's anything, we can discuss it later." Qin Xiaole smiled slightly at her words, nodding in agreement. "All right, Professor Mu, and thank you, Teacher Xie. I shall take my leave now." With that, he waved goodbye to the two and turned to depart. Mu Qianxue observed his retreating figure, exhaling softly before ascending the stairs alongside CSC. In Mu Qianxue's room, CSC settled comfortably onto the sofa, grinning as she looked at Mu Qianxue. "So, Qianxue, what do you think? Isn't Qin Xiaole quite handsome?" Caught off guard while reaching for her cup, Mu Qianxue paused abruptly, clearing her throat before responding. Cough, cough. "Yes, he is quite impressive." CSC chuckled and said, "If I were a few years younger, I might have pursued him myself. What girl wouldn't be drawn to such good looks?" Even she, despite her awareness of her age and the likelihood of not measuring up in terms of appearance, felt the allure. However, Mu Qianxue had a different perspective. Her expression faltered, and her complexion appeared somewhat unusual. Noticing this, CSC quickly inquired with concern, "Qianxue, what's wrong? You don't look well." Mu Qianxue coughed lightly and reassured her. "I'm fine, just a bit tired." CSC, not dwelling on it further, understood that dealing with college matters this late would indeed be exhausting. She promptly stood up, saying, "I'll head back then. Make sure to rest early and don't overexert yourself." "All right," Mu Qianxue replied calmly, watching CSC leave. She sighed in relief once more. Meanwhile, upon entering his dormitory, Qin Xiaole was met with the simultaneous gazes of three peers. The intensity of their stares sent a chill down his spine. "What are you three staring at?" he asked, clearing his throat. Zhang Yu grinned and stepped closer, saying, "We're just admiring the dormitory's notorious playboy." Notorious playboy? What an absurd title this is. I beseech you all, let us act like civilized individuals. Indeed, Qin Xiaole has come to the realization that his roommates are nothing short of extraordinary. Wu Luo, grinning widely, remarked, "Brother Luo, out so late and not returning to the dormitory? Pray tell, you aren't off to meet a girl, are you?" Tang Ming eagerly chimed in, "Exactly, Brother Luo. You've kept this from us for far too long. It's high time you confess. Who else would venture out at this hour unless it were for a rendezvous? Surely, playing on your phone or browsing videos in the dormitory is far more appealing. Without the allure of a girl, who in their right mind would go out?" Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaole found himself momentarily speechless, as he realized he had no means to refute their assertions. He certainly could not disclose the existence of Mu Qianxue. That would be rather inappropriate. It would be better to let them believe he had a mysterious girlfriend. This way, they wouldn't indulge in wild speculation. Alas, life is indeed challenging. Qin Xiaole sighed, then with a wistful gaze, confessed, "To be honest, I do have a hidden girlfriend, but she is not at Dongda. I was just on the phone with her." Instantly, the three showed great interest, pulling up chairs to sit beside Qin Xiaole. "Come now, Brother Lu, do share," they urged. Yes, yes. We want to hear your love story." Their curiosity piqued. They yearned to uncover the saga of Qin Xiaole's romantic entanglements. Surely, the love life of a male deity must be filled with twists and turns, imbued with an air of mystery. As Qin Xiaole observed their eager expressions, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Suddenly, he had an idea. One morning, as I awoke, a notification appeared. Someone had added me on WeChat. Upon opening it, I discovered it was a girl. She claimed she stumbled upon my phone number in her contacts and decided to add me as a friend. From that day forth, we chatted extensively, and she would encourage me daily. Then, one day, she confided in me that her tea leaves were unsold, and she feared her grandfather, who had labored tirelessly to cultivate them, would be heartbroken if they didn't tea sell. Upon hearing this, I couldn't let that happen. So I bought 10,000 yuan worth of tea. In that moment, she declared she would be my girlfriend in gratitude. As Qin Xiaole recounted his tale, the three listened with rapt attention, utterly enchanted. What an incredible story. It is truly enchanting and mystical. No wonder you are a male deity. Your love life is unlike anything the average person would experience. Consequently, They accepted his narrative without a hint of skepticism. Tang Meng sighed, patting Qin Xiaole on the shoulder. Brother Lo, I never imagined you had such a backstory. Truly, good deeds are rewarded. You bought tea for her, and she reciprocates by being your girlfriend. Indeed, such a love story is enviable. Upon hearing their unwavering belief, Qin Xiaole was taken aback. This was all a figment of his imagination. To his astonishment, these three had actually bought into his fabrication. Nevertheless, it is for the best, as it spares him a great deal of trouble. In the future, when he seeks out Mu Qianxue, he will possess an excuse and justification, which will not easily arouse suspicion from others. Quite satisfactory. After engaging in light-hearted banter with the trio, Qin Xiaole cheerfully proceeded to freshen up. Casting a glance at the time, he noted it was already 11:30, rather late indeed. He removed his clothing and shoes before climbing into bed, placing his phone on the bedside table. Opening WeChat, he sent a message to Mu Qianxue. Are you finished with your tasks? Merely 2 seconds after dispatching the message, he received a response from her. Yes, just wrapped up. Upon reading Mu Qianxue's reply, Qin Xiaole smiled faintly and inquired, by the way, did Xie harbor any doubts? He feared that Xie might question the nature of their relationship, as any rumors could potentially cast a shadow over Mu Qianxue. However, Mu Qianxue reassured him, rest assured. Everything is fine. Given Xie's perceptiveness when it comes to emotions, as long as we refrain from displays of affection in her presence, she likely will not suspect anything. Therefore, for the time being, there was no need for concern. Hearing this, Qin Xiaole let out a sigh of relief. After a brief pause, she added, it's getting late. You should sleep early, as there's training tomorrow. All right, good night. Good night. The two exchanged glances at their screens for a moment, both smiling simultaneously, akin to two young lovers bidding each other good night before slumber. Setting his phone aside, the lights in the dormitory were extinguished, and Qin Xiaole lay quietly in bed. A subtle smile gracing his lips, his spirits soaring. Time trickled by steadily. During the day, Qin Xiaole continued to participate in the choral formation, while each evening, he would escort Mu Qianxue back to the faculty dormitory, their relationship blossoming rapidly as a result. In the blink of an eye, military training was nearing its conclusion. The competition among the choral formations was scheduled for 2 days before the end of the training, with the School of Information achieving commendable results, ranking 6th among the 18 colleges within the university. Such an achievement marks an improvement compared to previous years. Soon, Qin Xiaole and his peers returned to their respective class teams. As night fell, Yang Tianzhu surveyed the group, his gaze tinged with reluctance. Tomorrow, they would part ways, and military training would officially conclude. It must be said that after spending so many days together, Yang Tianzhu had developed a fondness for them. After all, humans are emotional beings. The countless days and nights of training inevitably stirred ripples within his heart. He looked around and said, thank you all for your companionship during this time. It has been a pleasure to meet you. After the performance tomorrow, we may never have the chance to see each other again. I am grateful for your cooperation over these past days. As the departure approached, Yang Tianzhu set aside his authoritative demeanor and sincerely bid farewell to everyone. Some girls, whose emotions ran thin, had tears streaming down their faces. The atmosphere within the group seemed to darken with sorrow. Mu Qianxue, standing by, felt a wave of sentiment as well. Unlike other counselors, she frequently visited, often coming every single day, spurred by her concern for Qin Xiaole. Naturally, her feelings were profound. Observing the crowd, Yang Tianzhu took a deep breath, a faint smile gracing his lips. All right, everyone should be happy. No more grueling military training, no more blazing sun, no more rigid postures, no more precision marching. Upon hearing Yang Tianzhu's comforting words, the group broke into smiles. Indeed, the military training had been a trying ordeal. Yet, once one endured it, they found that returning was no longer an option. Such is life. Each phase represents a journey, and once passed, it cannot be revisited. Now, let us enjoy ourselves tonight. If anyone has a talent to showcase, feel free to share. On this last night, there would be no special drills. Only one word, play. Upon hearing Yang Tianzhu's words, everyone instantly relaxed. Initially, during the military training, they had been somewhat unfamiliar with one another. However, as time passed, coupled with frequent chats in the class group and casual visits between dorms, they gradually became more comfortable. Suddenly, someone in the crowd suggested, how about we have the class president perform first? Yes, that sounds reasonable. Class president, please go ahead. Instantly, All eyes turned to Qin Xiaole, who was taken aback. Goodness, perform a talent? Must I be the center of attention? I felt a bit embarrassed myself. Moreover, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to perform in women's clothing in front of everyone. Nonetheless, unable to refuse such enthusiasm from his classmates, Qin Xiaole reluctantly stood up, pondering what to showcase. Observing his bewilderment, Mu Qianxue smiled gently, quietly watching from the side. Yang Tianju rose, cheerfully approaching Qin Xiaole. I saw your duel with the broadcasting student previously. You must have practiced. How about we give it a try together as a performance? Yang Tianju stepped forward. Driven by memories of that night's competition between Qin Xiaole and Yang Haoan, feeling a twinge of excitement. This lad clearly had some skills worth noting. However, before Qin Xiaole could respond, Mu Qianxue abruptly stood up, hastily interjecting, "No, that won't do." Yang Tianju was taken aback, but quickly turned to her, smiling, "Professor Mu, I'm merely going to practice with Qin Xiaole. Rest assured, I will be mindful. It would be unwise if either of you were to sustain injuries. It would lead to complications." In Mu Qianxue's perspective, engaging in combat with Yang Tianju would likely result in Qin Xiaole's defeat. After all, Yang Tianju hails from the military, possessing genuine combat training. The training one undergoes in the armed forces is vastly different from the superficial techniques practiced by individuals like Yang Haoan. It involves lethal maneuvers designed for real combat. Nevertheless, Qin Xiaole cheerfully reassured, "Rest assured, Professor Mu, Instructor Yang, and I will maintain discretion. It will merely be a test, nothing more." Upon hearing Qin Xiaole's words, Yang Tianju was instantly invigorated, responding with enthusiasm. Indeed, just a test. Very well. With the consent of the parties involved, Mu Qianxue found herself unable to intervene. She merely nodded in agreement, though internally she felt considerable displeasure towards Qin Xiaole. This was already the second time he had contradicted her. If he didn't receive a proper lesson, he might never understand who is in charge. Mu Qianxue scoffed inwardly, her gaze still fixed on the two, anxious for Qin Xiaole's safety. The author's note: I sincerely ask everyone to refrain from neglecting this book. Let its ranking rise. Chapter 45. Qin Xiaole's strength. Unaware of Mu Qianxue's irritation, Qin Xiaole's focus was entirely on Yang Tianju. Their eyes locked, and an intense atmosphere enveloped them. The students of Class 1 in the Computer Science Department watched in a state of heightened tension, their gazes fixated on the duo, with several in the front row instinctively retreating to create a considerable space between them. This was primarily due to the palpable aura emanating from both combatants, instilling a sense of trepidation in those nearby. Indeed, this was the manifestation of authentic training, accompanied by an almost imperceptible aura. Yang Tianju, having emerged from the rigors of military conflict, exhibited this to a greater extent. Before long, not only Class 1 but numerous other specialized classes gathered around, with several instructors curiously drawn to the spectacle. For them, witnessing a contest between an instructor and a student was a rare event, perhaps occurring only once every few years. Suddenly, with a mighty shout, Yang Tianju sprang into action. His speed was astonishing, nearly unattainable by the average person. The air crackled with energy as he fixed his gaze intently on Qin Xiaole, launching a series of swift lateral kicks. Qin Xiaole, aware of Yang Tianju's formidable prowess, understood that he was no ordinary opponent. Although he possessed top-tier martial arts skills, he suspected that he might not outmatch Yang Tianju in terms of strength and speed. In response to Yang Tianju's fierce onslaught, Qin Xiaole deftly evaded, employing a technique of using his opponent's force against him, avoiding direct confrontation. The ensuing exchange resembled a cinematic battle, mesmerizing the onlookers with its thrill. However, Mu Qianxue's brow was furrowed, her heart racing as she fixated on Qin Xiaole, fearing for his safety. Although she felt a twinge of displeasure at being disregarded by the man, at that moment, she could hardly dwell on it, only hoping that Qin Xiaole would remain unscathed. That scoundrel. All he does is incite worry, Mu Qianxue thought to herself. Meanwhile, after a series of evasive maneuvers, Qin Xiaole decided to take the offensive. Following another roundhouse kick from Yang Tianju, Qin Xiaole seized the opportunity, deftly dodging his attack, yet his body surged toward Yang Tianju. Indeed, he intended to engage him in close combat, relying on his martial arts skills to carve out a path to victory. In the blink of an eye, while Yang Tianju was still momentarily stunned, Qin Xiaole was already within arm's reach. In an instant, he transformed his palm into a fist. delivering a powerful blow aimed directly at Yang Tianju's chest. Yang Tianju was taken aback. By the time he sought to evade, it was too late, and he hurriedly raised his arms in defense, bracing himself with both hands tightly clasped before his chest. Bang! The force of Qin Xiaole's punch landed squarely upon him. Staggering back several steps, Yang Tianju felt a burning sensation in his hands. This kid is quite formidable. Yang Tianju grimaced, hissing to alleviate the pain in his hands. His gaze fixed warily on Qin Xiaole, fully aware that he could not afford to underestimate him. This young man possesses impressive strength and remarkable reflexes. It appears he has experience in martial arts, exhibiting exceptional combat and close-quarters capabilities. The onlookers were filled with excitement as they witnessed Qin Xiaole push back Yang Tianju. Wow, Brother Lu is incredible. Even Instructor Yang has been repelled by him. Goodness, their exchange was intense. I was on the edge of my seat. I never expected Brother Lu to be so powerful. My idol is so handsome. I'm smitten. Ladies, I am definitely rooting for this man. The fierce clash between the two resembled a scene from an action film, devoid of any superfluous embellishments, each strike resonating with raw power. A seamless blend of offense and defense. It was truly exhilarating. The instructors nearby couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, eagerly preparing for the next moment. Yet, this was not the end. Qin Xiaole sought to conclude the fight swiftly and initiated another assault. Seizing the moment while Yang Tianju's arms were still numb, he sprinted forward. Then, with a swift whip kick, he struck down with force. Quick, precise, and fierce. It aimed straight for Yang Tianju's shoulder. Yang Tianju's eyes widened in shock. The speed and suddenness of Qin Xiaole's approach rendered him unable to evade. He raised his arms to absorb the impact of Qin Xiaole's leg. Bang! The audience collectively gasped. There stood Qin Xiaole, perched upon Yang Tianju's arms, which were raised in an effort to cushion the force against his shoulder. Yang Tianju's face flushed crimson, his expression taut, as if he were bearing an immense weight. Primarily, Qin Xiaole capitalized on his swift speed, coupled with his long legs, which provided him an undeniable advantage. Catching Yang Tianju completely off guard, casting a glance at Yang Tianju, Qin Xiaole offered a slight smile and moderated his strength. Yang Tianju sensed this and, seizing the moment, pushed Qin Xiaole away. Their brief skirmish had effectively determined the victor. Standing face to face, Qin Xiaole cheerfully remarked, "Instructor Yang, your prowess is formidable. I lack confidence in continuing this match. Shall we call it a draw?" Continuing the bout would be uncertain. Although he currently held the upper hand, it was primarily because Yang Tianju had yet to reveal his lethal techniques. The martial skills within the military predominantly pertained to lethal arts and combat techniques. However, during their encounter, Yang Tianju was unable to fully unleash his capabilities, thus encountering some difficulties. Brushing off the dust from his attire, Yang Tianju exhaled a sigh of relief, saying, "You are quite remarkable, kid. Today, I concede defeat." With that, he gave Qin Xiaole a thumbs up. He was not one to shy away from defeat. Qin Xiaole's strength was indeed impressive. Qin Xiaole smiled faintly, unfazed by the outcome. Winning or losing was of little consequence. It was merely a performance. A playful exhibition of skills. The onlookers were immediately stirred with excitement. Wow, the instructor has voluntarily conceded. This is exhilarating. Goodness, our idol is so handsome. Even the instructor can't match him. My heavens, this man is tall, handsome, and adept at fighting. He is simply extraordinary. My brother Lu is truly amazing. The crowd was brimming with exhilaration, their faces alight with excitement. Only Mu Qinshui breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of the outcome, her primary concern was that Qin Xiaole remained unscathed. Qin Xiaole and Yang Tianju stepped aside, while students from other classes who had been watching began to disperse. Following the martial display by Qin Xiaole and Yang Tianju, the atmosphere in Class 1 of the Computer Science Department grew increasingly vibrant, with students eagerly taking turns to showcase their talents. Bai Zichuan also took on the role of host, displaying a lively demeanor. Qin Xiaole and Yang Tianju retreated to a corner. Yang Tianju playfully punched Qin Xiaole's chest, grinning, "I didn't expect this from you. Your abilities are extraordinary." Qin Xiaole chuckled and scratched his head. "I've practiced a bit. It's nothing remarkable." His speed and strength had been honed from childhood training, rendering him significantly stronger than the average person. As for his combat skills, they were derived from the system, a detail he naturally kept to himself. Suddenly, a soft voice emerged from behind. "Oh, Qin Xiaole seems quite excited." Startled, Qin Xiaole felt a jolt. The voice belonged to someone he knew all too well. Both he and Yang Tianzhu turned around in unison. Indeed, it was Mu Qianxue. She approached slowly, her face devoid of expression, appearing as usual. However, the perceptive Qin Xiaole could sense that at this moment, Mu Qianxue's mood was far from simple. In fact, she was on the verge of an emotional explosion. Before Qin Xiaole could utter a word, she turned to Yang Tianzhu and said, "Instructor Yang, I need to discuss a few academic matters with the class leader." Yang Tianzhu, though puzzled, clearly understood the underlying intention behind Mu Qianxue's words. She wished to have a private conversation with Qin Xiaole. Not one to be oblivious, he chuckled and replied, "Haha, very well, Professor Mu. You two carry on. I'll go check on their performance." With that, Yang Tianzhu turned and walked away. Watching his retreating figure, Qin Xiaole felt a moment of shock, his confidence wavering as he gazed at Mu Qianxue's face. It seemed that Qin Xiaole was indeed quite pleased. Stunned, he quickly cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, no, absolutely not." Mu Qianxue stepped closer, fixing him with a penetrating gaze. "Is that so? Just now, you seem to revel in the adoration from your female admirers. Do you need me to help you exchange contact information, or perhaps set up a group for them? It would certainly make it easier for you to manage." Qin Xiaole thought to himself, allowing Mu Qianxue to create a fan group for him? He would have to be insane to agree to such a thing. After all, a woman's jealousy could be quite terrifying. If he let her establish a group, it could lead to chaos. He quickly smiled and replied, "How could that be? I have no interest in them. You must believe that you are the one and only in my heart." What a bold declaration. To call her the singular existence in his life sounded like the words of a cad. Mu Qianxue rolled her eyes at him, yet she felt a stir within her heart. It was reminiscent of how some women, despite knowing a man's flaws, could forget everything when he spoke sweetly. A cad? Let him be one. After all, her own happiness was of paramount importance. This sentiment resonated with the thoughts of most women. As Mu Qianxue's expression gradually softened, he leaned in closer with a grin. "Professor Mu, tonight marks the final evening of military training. Would you accompany me to watch the performance?" With that, Qin Xiaole winked at her, his handsome face playfully charming. Who could resist such an appeal? Instantly, Mu Qianxue's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and she softly replied with an mm. All traces of her earlier displeasure vanished. Qin Xiaole, beaming, settled beside Mu Qianxue in the dim light. Seeking to conceal their presence among the throng of people, he dared not make any bold moves for fear of being discovered. Such an event would be exceedingly awkward. The performances continued on stage. Suddenly, a figure approached from the front. "Leg?" The figure called out as it reached Qin Xiaole's side. The sound was not loud, yet both Qin Xiaole and Mu Qianxue heard it distinctly. They turned to see Tang Ming approaching. Curiously, Qin Xiaole inquired, "Old Tang, what brings you here?" With a grin, Tang Ming replied, "I urgently need to relieve myself, planning to head to the restroom." He paused, then continued upon noticing Mu Qianxue. "So, you're here watching the performance with Professor Mu. I thought you were busy chatting with that girlfriend of yours from outside school." With that, and driven by his pressing need, Tang Ming dashed away without further ado. However, as he left, Qin Xiaole felt an overwhelming aura of hostility enveloping him. It was as though time itself had come to a standstill around him. A shiver ran down his spine. He knew instinctively what was amiss. Mu Qianxue's icy voice pierced through the air. "Tang Ming is your roommate. Isn't? Qin Xiaole cleared his throat awkwardly. "Well, sort of. Then that implies you have a girlfriend outside of school, doesn't it?" "Quite impressive," she remarked, clapping her hands. "Indeed, a scoundrel. I never imagined you'd have a girlfriend outside of your studies. Is this something a rational person would do? Juggling multiple relationships? No, it's not merely two. With your looks, you could easily be entangled with dozens." The more she pondered, the angrier Mu Qianxue felt. This despicable fellow was truly reprehensible. Yet Qin Xiaole, taken aback, quickly defended himself. "No, it's not like that. I swear, you're the only girlfriend I have." Mu Qianxue retorted, "Who exactly is your girlfriend?" After that, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of grievance. To have given her heart to such a rogue for the first time was indeed a misfortune. She felt like crying, yet the tears refused to come. "Is she beautiful?" After a long pause, Mu Qianxue managed to utter those words. "That girl, is she beautiful?" Qin Xiaole replied, "She is just a con artist selling tea. Who knows if she is beautiful or not? He has merely been deceiving them. Who knows why the three of them believe him so readily? They're all a bunch of naive fools." seizing Mu Qianxue's arm. Qin Xiaole met her gaze and earnestly stated, "Give me 3 minutes to explain." Many girls, when angered, wouldn't grant their boyfriends the opportunity to clarify. However, seeing the sincerity in Qin Xiaole's eyes, Mu Qianxue took a deep breath and said, 3 minutes, go ahead. She glanced at her watch, starting the timer. Goodness, this setup was quite impressive. Sighing, Qin Xiaole recounted the events of that night when he had deceived the three of them. After a considerable pause, Mu Qianxue finally spoke. Her expression dazed. Are you saying you tricked those three? Qin Xiaole shrugged helplessly and said, I was merely concerned about you being exposed, so I fabricated a girlfriend. A tea seller, to protect you. Who would have thought those three would be so easily deceived? Mu Qianxue replied, Indeed, they are rather gullible. It's astonishing that anyone would believe such a ridiculous tale. Of course, it primarily stemmed from how convincingly Qin Xiaole presented it to them. Coupled with his impressive demeanor, what is so absurd about having an outlandish love story? Is there a problem? None at all. Mu Qianxue, still skeptical, looked into his eyes. During her university days, she had dabbled in psychology and learned to discern lies through eye contact. Although her studies were brief, her intelligence allowed her to achieve a modicum of success in just a few days. Qin Xiaole was taken aback, but maintained his gaze on Mu Qianxue. Under the moonlight, their eyes met in the stillness of the night. He stared intently, not even blinking, and in turn, Mu Qianxue felt a flush of embarrassment as she realized her initial intent to discern his honesty had backfired, making her feel shy under his unwavering scrutiny. Chapter 47. Scoundrel, don't take advantage of me. A call for votes. Unable to withstand Qin Xiaole's penetrating gaze, Mu Qianxue's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, and she impulsively pushed him away. Ahem, there's no need to continue looking. I trust you. Qin Xiaole chuckled, noting the rosy hue on her cheeks, and playfully remarked, Professor Mu, you've misunderstood me, causing me emotional distress. Shouldn't you compensate me for that? Compensate? Mu Qianxue was momentarily taken aback, raising her gaze to him. What do you mean by that? Qin Xiaole smiled subtly, remaining silent as he gazed upon her exquisite features. Her beauty was ethereal, as if sculpted by divine hands, particularly enchanting under the soft glow of the moonlight. Feeling the intensity of his gaze without a word, Mu Qianxue grew increasingly anxious. What are you not saying? However, before she could finish her sentence, Qin Xiaole leaned forward and pressed his lips against hers. Though it was merely a fleeting peck, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, it sent a jolt through Mu Qianxue, causing her to tremble slightly. Qin Xiaole just kissed me? Even as his lips departed, she remained in disbelief. If one disregarded that night in the small inn, this would be considered her first kiss. After all, she was oblivious to whether they had actually kissed that night, having been inebriated and lacking coherent memory of the events. To her surprise, this audacious fellow had taken the initiative while she was distracted. Glaring at Qin Xiaole's smug grin, Mu Qianxue felt a mixture of shyness and indignation. She glanced around, relieved that no one was watching. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Mu Qianxue delivered a forceful punch to Qin Xiaole. Her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. You scoundrel! You've taken advantage of me. Observing Mu Qianxue's flustered demeanor, Qin Xiaole chuckled. How is this taking advantage? We are merely in a pre-relationship phase. Isn't it natural to engage in a bit of intimacy? Mu Qianxue retorted. Is it really necessary to go that far? Although she had never been in a romantic relationship before, she was not naive enough to believe Qin Xiaole's ridiculous claims. Yet, having already shared a kiss, she could not possibly retaliate. That would be a loss for her. She shot him an irritated glance, knowing she had no choice but to accept the situation. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaole gleefully reveled in his perceived victory. Before long, it was time for the evening military training to conclude. Fearing the possibility of being spotted by acquaintances, Mu Qianxue made her way to a distant pavilion a few minutes before the end, waiting for Qin Xiaole to escort her back to the faculty dormitory. In truth, the campus of Dong University was quite safe at night, devoid of any disturbances. Following a recent crackdown on misconduct, universities across China no longer assessed their quality based on the number of international students. This indirectly led to a decrease in their numbers and a decline in conditions, thereby enhancing the quality of life for domestic students and increasing the availability of scholarships. Consequently, international students had to remain compliant, as any troublemakers were swiftly dealt with. This action was met with widespread public support, as the sentiment was that China belonged to its people and outsiders should remain humble. Aspiring to be among the elite was simply out of reach. Thus, walking through the campus of Dong University at night felt remarkably safe. Nevertheless, Mu Qinxue would not decline Qin Xiaole's offer to walk her back, for she secretly cherished the feeling of companionship. Soon, as Yang Tianju called for dismissal, the students of Class 1 in the computer science department gathered their belongings to leave. Just as Qin Xiaole was about to stride over to Mu Qinxue, Bai Zichuan unexpectedly called out to him, "Qin Xiaole, wait a moment." Taken aback, Qin Xiaole turned around to see Bai Zichuan appearing somewhat flustered. He furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. "What's wrong?" he inquired, noticing her unusual demeanor. Bai Zichuan cleared her throat, glancing around before suggesting, "Could we find a quiet place to talk?" "A quiet place? To discuss something?" He hesitated, for Mu Qinxue was still waiting for him at the pavilion, and he needed to hurry back. Observing the indecision on his face, Bai Zichuan reassured him, "Don't worry, it'll only take a few minutes." "All right," he conceded. Qin Xiaole pondered for a moment. Just a few minutes, and decided that he could always run over later, so he did not refuse. Upon hearing Qin Xiaole's agreement, Bai Zichuan was instantly elated. The two walked to a quieter, dimly lit corner of the playground, where there were fewer people. As they walked, Bai Zichuan discreetly stole glances at Qin Xiaole. "Let us discuss what's on your mind here," Qin Xiaole said as they came to a halt. She nodded, lifted her head, took a deep breath, and it was evident she was somewhat anxious, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Class monitor, the truth is, I like you." Gathering her courage, Bai Zichuan finally expressed her feelings. This thought had lingered in her heart for quite some time, yet she had scarcely voiced it. With military training coming to an end, she could no longer contain herself. This was the spirit of a girl from Sichuan and Chongqing, open and straightforward, unafraid to love or hate. Seeing Bai Zichuan's demeanor, Qin Xiaole felt a pang of reluctance, yet he knew he could not keep her in suspense. He had made a concerted effort to avoid too much interaction with her, often leaving her messages unanswered at night, not wanting to lead her on. However, since she had spoken her heart, he had no choice but to reject her directly. "I'm sorry, but I actually have someone I like." Although he felt a twinge of guilt for hurting Bai Zichuan, it was imperative to convey the truth. Upon hearing Qin Xiaole's words, Bai Zichuan felt her heart twist in anguish. She had never anticipated that he had someone he favored. Tears began to flow down her cheeks. Her eyes reddening, she looked up at Qin Xiaole and asked, "Who is she? Is she pretty? Is she from our school?" Still unwilling to give up, Bai Zichuan could not help but inquire. Qin Xiaole was taken aback. Surely, he couldn't say it was Mu Qinxue. He sighed and said, "It was one morning when I woke up to find someone had added me on WeChat. I opened it to see a girl who said she had stumbled upon my phone number in her contacts." In the following minutes, Qin Xiaole elaborated on the tale of the girl selling tea leaves, weaving a narrative that was both compelling and heartfelt. Bai Zichuan listened, momentarily entranced, failing to notice any discrepancies. After a while, Qin Xiaole sighed and said, "Well, that's how it is. I love her and am willing to help her grandfather sell tea leaves. That's that. I need to return her call." Qin Xiaole wished to avoid making Mu Qinxue wait too long, so he resolved to conclude his conversation with Bai Zichuan swiftly. She took a deep breath, visibly unsettled. Little did she expect that she would be outdone by a girl selling tea leaves. Was this fate? Qin Xiaole departed, never to return. Chapter 48. A bold inquiry. After leaving Bai Zichuan, Qin Xiaole quickened his pace significantly. Having squandered some time, he was determined not to keep Mu Qinxue waiting. Before long, he beheld the quaint pavilion, shrouded in the velvety darkness of night, enveloped in an ethereal haze. Surrounding it, the leaves rustled softly, swaying gently with the cool breeze, creating a unique ambience. Just as Qin Xiaole was about to approach, a familiar cough unexpectedly halted his steps. Turning his head, he saw Mu Qinxue standing not far to his left, a faint smile gracing her features upon noticing him. Yet, perhaps due to her habitual cold demeanor, even this slight smile remained somewhat subdued. Qin Xiaole offered a gentle smile as he hastened over, his curiosity piqued. "Professor Mu, were you not waiting for me at the pavilion? What brings you here?" Mu Qinxue cleared her throat, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. "Ahem. A couple just entered the pavilion, so I decided to let them have the space." This secluded little pavilion attracts couples each night seeking a private rendezvous. Its discreet location and pleasant surroundings make it an ideal spot. However, with the allure of such a place, it naturally draws many visitors. First come, first served after all. One cannot expect a mere pavilion to accommodate two couples simultaneously, as that would be quite awkward. Even kissing would feel uncomfortable. Qin Xiaole paused. Realizing the slight flush on Mu Qianxue's face indicated an understanding of something unspoken. It was evident she had witnessed something during the couple's meeting that should not have been seen, leading to her embarrassment. With a cheerful demeanor, he suggested, "It's getting late. Let me escort you back?" All right, Mu Qianxue replied, lowering her head slightly as they walked side by side toward the faculty dormitory. Throughout the journey, an unusual atmosphere enveloped them. Perhaps it was the recent kiss Qin Xiaole had stolen that left her feeling bashful, given that it marked her first genuine kiss with a boy. Although it was an unexpected ambush by Qin Xiaole, it remained a fact. Observing her shy demeanor, Qin Xiaole couldn't help but smile. He understood that her emotions were complex at that moment, but certainly, discontent was absent. Shyness and excitement reigned supreme. At that moment, Qin Xiaole realized he should take the initiative. Only by breaking through the barrier between them could their relationship advance further. With that thought in mind, he discreetly glanced at Mu Qianxue before extending his right hand, gently grasping her delicate, fair hand. In the blink of an eye, their fingers intertwined, firmly clasped together. Indeed, just like that, he held her hand tightly. Instantly, Mu Qianxue was taken aback, momentarily at a loss as to what had transpired. Yet, in the next heartbeat, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, brimming with shyness. "Qin Xiaole, you must let me go." Mu Qianxue felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. This was the first time in many years that a boy had held her hand so tightly, the atmosphere laden with unspoken intimacy. She yearned to break free. Yet Qin Xiaole's strength was beyond her capacity to match. His grip was firm, and even a slight tug made it impossible for her to escape. Glancing around nervously, fearful of being seen by acquaintances, she urged, "Please, let go quickly. It would be so embarrassing if someone noticed." Observing her flustered demeanor, Qin Xiaole smiled gently. "Is it forbidden to hold hands in a crowded place?" "Of course it is," Mu Qianxue retorted, her cheeks flushed. After all, they were on campus. She was a professor, and he was a student, their relationship marked by a significant disparity in status. Qin Xiaole chuckled. "So, when we are alone, may I hold your hand freely?" "Oh, such a profound inquiry." Mu Qianxue's face turned crimson, momentarily at a loss for words. Deep down, she had no objections. She simply found it difficult to voice her feelings. A girl must maintain her modesty. After a brief pause, Qin Xiaole lowered his head and softly replied, "Well, that would be acceptable." Hearing her affirmative response brought joy to Qin Xiaole's heart, prompting him to swiftly release her hand. Although it was nighttime on campus, there were still people around, and being seen by acquaintances could lead to undesirable consequences. Nevertheless, having received Mu Qianxue's assurance that it was permissible when alone, he felt he had gained much. This was, of course, information he had skillfully sought out. Relationships function in such a manner. If one does not probe forward, they may never progress. Some individuals remain in a relationship for months without even a kiss, while others, barely a day or two into their connection, are bold enough to suggest intimacy. The disparity between these two extremes is akin to traversing an entire galaxy. Why does this occur? Because the former are cautious individuals, hesitant to overstep boundaries, while the latter are willing to set aside their pride and continually explore. Although girls may verbally express reluctance, their hearts often harbor a willingness that exceeds that of their male counterparts. They merely refrain from voicing their desires due to concerns about propriety. As Qin Xiaole finally released her hand, Mu Qianxue exhaled deeply, the weight on her heart lifting at last. However, in an instant, a flicker of disappointment surfaced. Was it truly over? To be honest, in the fleeting moment when Qin Xiaole held her hand, she experienced an unprecedented sense of security. It felt as though, even if the entire world turned against her, she would fear nothing as long as Qin Xiaole was by her side. Stealing a glance at him, her emotions swirled in complexity. Perhaps this is the nature of girls, their thoughts ever-changing. Sometimes, following their whims leads to entirely different sentiments occupying their minds. Such curious creatures they are. The two meandered along the path, gradually arriving at the entrance of Mu Qianxue's faculty apartment building. As they journeyed along, the two of them moved in perfect harmony at a leisurely pace. The narrow path, coupled with the late hour of 10 o'clock, resulted in a sparse presence of people, and they encountered few along the way. "I've arrived. You should head back swiftly, as the military training concludes tomorrow morning." After the morning rehearsal, Their university military training experience would come to a definitive end. No more scorching sun, no more arduous tasks. Qin Xiaole nodded cheerfully, all right. Just as he was about to depart, something crossed his mind, and after a moment's hesitation, he decided to voice it. There is something I wish to tell you. Seeing Qin Xiaole's bashful demeanor, Qin Xiaole was taken aback, her heart tinged with a hint of concern. What is it? Qin Xiaole paused momentarily before continuing, tomorrow evening. I intend to invite Li Ying to dinner, considering she provided me with your phone number. Otherwise, I might have spent the night at the police station. Had it not been for Li Ying that night, I wouldn't have received any system rewards. I would have truly ended up behind bars, which would have been unbearable. Chapter 49. Senior, I have something to tell you. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaole pressed her lips together. Although the idea of Qin Xiaole dining alone with another girl did not sit well with her, she was not entirely unreasonable. After all, she was aware of Li Ying's assistance to Qin Xiaole. Inviting her to dinner was a natural gesture of gratitude. Thus, after a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Xiaole nodded. Yes, that's fine. Qin Xiaole smiled gently. Rest assured, I will return immediately after dinner. I shall not linger. Listening to Qin Xiaole's assurance, Qin Xiaole felt a warmth in her heart. What do girls truly need? It can be distilled into 3 words, a sense of security. When you can provide her with that security, she will not be overly jealous or upset. Qin Xiaole smiled and nodded. By the way, one more thing. No drinking. Alcohol can lead to reckless behavior. There is a saying, drunkenness leads to indiscretion. It was only after a few too many drinks that our story unfolded. Thus, I am particularly cautious about allowing Qin Xiaole to go out drinking with other girls, as it could lead to undesirable situations. Such occurrences must be avoided at all costs. Observing Qin Xiaole's anxious demeanor, Qin Xiaole chuckled. As you command, I shall abstain from alcohol. Seeing Qin Xiaole's promise, Qin Xiaole felt a surge of happiness within her. Though her expression remained calm as she nodded, good to know. They exchanged smiles and waved goodbye downstairs. As Qin Xiaole watched Qin Xiaole ascend, he finally took his leave. The following morning, Qin Xiaole and his companions donned their uniforms and headed straight to the playground. This was the final event of their military training, the military training exhibition. In essence, it was an exhibition of their prior training, intended for the instructors and school leaders to observe and evaluate. Frankly speaking, this segment proved to be rather tedious, all in the name of a supposed sense of class honor. However, upon entering university, the concept of class diminishes significantly, lacking the intense camaraderie found in high school. In university, multiple classes often share the same lectures, thus the notion of dormitory life assumes greater significance. After a morning of strenuous activity, the ordeal finally reached its conclusion. At the moment the principal announced the end of military training, a wave of exhilaration surged through countless hearts. The relentless exposure to the sun and arduous training had finally culminated in this moment of liberation. Indeed, this sentiment resonated deeply within everyone's thoughts. After the dispersal of Qin Xiaole and his peers, the instructors, including Yang Tianzhu, had already departed without a word, leaving quietly. Some felt a twinge of loss as they realized the absence. Qin Xiaole shared this sentiment, recalling the previous night's competition with Yang Tianzhu. He now faced the reality of their potential infrequent encounters in the future. After all, the military is not like other environments, where one might struggle to communicate with the outside world even once a month, let alone meet in person. Perhaps, this is the nature of life. Some individuals enter your existence, but after a time, they inevitably depart. By 6 o'clock in the afternoon at the eastern gate of the school, Li Ying, who had arranged to dine together, arrived early, meticulously made up, eagerly awaiting. Suddenly, she spotted a figure approaching her, instantly invigorating her spirit. She excitedly waved, calling out, "Junior Xiaole." Indeed, the person was none other than Qin Xiaole. Upon seeing him again, Li Ying's face radiated excitement, her exquisite features adorned with a bright smile. Qin Xiaole approached with a gentle smile, saying, "Did you wait long, senior?" Li Ying chuckled and replied, "Not at all. I just arrived." In truth, her enthusiasm had compelled her to arrive nearly half an hour early, eagerly anticipating Qin Xiaole's arrival. Today, her makeup was slightly more pronounced, yet it only enhanced her allure, adding a hint of seduction. Unlike the innocent demeanor of Bai Zichuan, Li Ying embodied the quintessential senior aura, her every action imbued with a subtle charm. With a cheerful demeanor, Qin Xiaole declared, "Let us go. I'll treat you to dinner." Li Ying giggled, her heart brimming with joy. Sounds great. As they passed the eastern gate, Qin Xiaole caught sight of the security guard, Zhao Daba, who had escorted him to the police station that night. Their eyes met, and they exchanged an awkward smile. Clearly, Zhao Daba had not forgotten Qin Xiaole, as the absurdity of that night was indelible in his memory. Good evening, security uncle. Qin Xiaole greeted warmly, a smile lighting up his face. Zhao Daba coughed lightly and smiled, nodding. Hello. After escorting Li Ying out of the school gates, she curiously inquired, Do you know that security uncle? Qin Xiaole pondered for a moment and replied, It was he who took me to the station that day. Li Ying exclaimed, Goodness. What a coincidence. Adjacent to the school was a barbecue restaurant named Once Upon a Time Barbecue. The name was quite artistic, and the interior decoration was commendable. Most patrons were students from Dong University, and the establishment flourished. Since they arrived early, the restaurant was not crowded, allowing them to choose a table by the window. This restaurant did not utilize a menu. Instead, a QR code was placed at the corner of the table for ordering via scanning. Qin Xiaole took out his phone and scanned the code, quickly revealing the ordering interface. You go ahead and order first. I will order after you, he said, handing his phone to Li Ying. Without hesitation, she began to select items from the menu. Grilled kidneys, leeks, oysters, so many nourishing dishes that Qin Xiaole could not help but exclaim her expertise. These dishes are bound to ignite a fiery appetite. He glanced at Li Ying but chose not to intervene. After all, he was treating her, and it would be inappropriate to restrict her choices. Soon, Li Ying turned to him and suggested, Why don't we have a drink to liven things up? Qin Xiaole coughed lightly and promptly declined. If I drink, I would surely face the wrath of Qin Xiaole. He sighed, Never mind, let us avoid any drunken mischief. Noticing Qin Xiaole's resolute demeanor, which seemed genuine, Li Ying felt a tinge of disappointment but could do nothing about it. All right then, she acquiesced. After she finished her selections, Qin Xiaole chose a few more items and added a bottle of juice before submitting the order. While waiting for the food to arrive, Li Ying rested her chin on her hand, beaming as she gazed at Qin Xiaole. Little Lu, the student council elections are approaching. Would you be interested in joining our college's student council? Her reasoning was simple. If Qin Xiaole joined, they would have more opportunities to interact. Their essay saying, ISNT there? Familiarity breeds affection. Qin Xiaole raised his head to meet Li Ying's gaze, understanding her underlying implication. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Senior, there's something I wish to share with you. Li Ying was taken aback and asked curiously, What is it? Actually, I have a girlfriend. Chapter 50. The story continues. Please support the book. Upon hearing Qin Xiaole's words, Li Ying was immediately taken aback. You have a girlfriend? That must be a joke. I've never heard of her. Observing the confusion on Li Ying's face, Qin Xiaole sighed and began to explain the situation. On a serene morning, as I awakened, I was startled by a notification of someone adding me on WeChat. Upon investigation, I discovered it was a young lady who claimed to have stumbled upon my phone number in her contact list. Qin Xiaole soon realized that weaving a tale about the tea-selling maiden could easily deceive others. The three fellows in the dormitory were utterly entranced by the narrative, as was Basican. Each one exhibited an extraordinary belief in the story. Consequently, Qin Xiaole feigned heartfelt emotion in order to dissuade Li Ying from pursuing the matter further, brimming with confidence. After all, with his poignant acting and the story's delicate charm, how could anyone possibly doubt its authenticity? Upon concluding his tale, he sighed dramatically, proclaiming, my love for her is genuine. I believe that distance cannot hinder our bond. He anticipated that Li Ying would be moved, yet, to his astonishment, she merely chuckled, her face aglow with amusement, as though she were observing a fool. Furrowing his brow, Qin Xiaole inquired, Senior, what is so amusing? Do you dare question our love? Impossible. Our feelings are steadfast, and no one can obstruct us. Li Ying, still smiling at him, replied, Continue your performance, dear Qin. Qin Xiaole was bewildered. Could she have seen through his ruse? That seemed impossible. Unwilling to concede, he persisted in his charade. Senior, I don't comprehend your words. How could our love story be mere pretense? Li Ying giggled, gazing intently into his eyes. Oh, dear Xiaole, though I have yet to enter the workforce, I am no fool. I have heard tales of the tea-selling maiden before. Next time you concoct a story, make sure to be more convincing. Initially, Li Ying found the story somewhat touching, her heart tightening. However, when the grandfather of the tea-selling maiden was introduced into the narrative, the realization struck her. Was this not a scam? Qin Xiaole was fabricating a story with this absurdity? Who would believe such nonsense? Only a fool would. Coughing nervously, Qin Xiaole stammered. No. Senior, please allow me to continue. Listen to me further. Ling chuckled, and just then, the waitress began serving their skewers and other dishes, each item arriving in succession. Li smiled and said, Come now, dear Xiaole, let us eat while you speak. There's no rush. I'm all ears. Qin Xiaole sensed her dismissive demeanor. He realized he could no longer maintain the deception. Alas, he resolved to concoct a better story next time. For this one was riddled with flaws. He sighed in resignation and began to eat the skewers. Li took a bite, her eyes sparkling with joy as she glanced at Qin Xiaole, secretly delighted. In deceiving her, Qin Xiaole inadvertently revealed that he currently had no girlfriend. Then doesn't that present her with an opportunity? Li continued, By the way, have you considered joining the student council? There are numerous benefits, and it allows for increased interaction with the school's leadership, providing a chance for self-improvement. Qin Xiaole pondered for a moment before responding, Senior, have you heard the joke circulating online? A joke? What joke? Li inquired, her curiosity piqued. Qin Xiaole took a sip of his drink and recounted. When the university semester commenced, several members of the student council were distributing flyers proclaiming, Dear students, join our student council. Rest assured, you will definitely be accepted. However, during the interview, those same council members sat there like monarchs, posing the existential question, Why do you wish to join our student council? The student was left utterly bewildered. Aren't you the ones who invited me? This encapsulates the current state of the student council. Although this varies from one university to another, bureaucratic tendencies persist. It is merely a matter of degree. Li was taken aback, then chuckled. Our East University Student Council is free from such trivialities. At least, the School of Information has none. Qin Xiaole shook his head, saying, Forget it. I am accustomed to a laid-back lifestyle and do not have the time for grueling tasks. Instead of that, I would rather spend time in Mu Qinshua's office, nurturing those connections. Why toil for others? The so-called training can be acquired in just a week after entering society. Upon hearing this, Li felt a pang of disappointment. However, since Qin Xiaole had already made his decision, she refrained from pressing the matter further. The two enjoyed their skewers in silence, discussing mundane topics related to university life. As night fell around 9 o'clock, they had nearly finished their meal. Qin Xiaole cheerfully asked, Are you full? Li nodded, Absolutely. I've eaten quite a lot this late at night. Walking back will surely be a challenge. I feel so stuffed. Qin Xiaole chuckled, That's good to hear. He then picked up his phone to scan a code and ordered a few more skewers, including 2 sausages, a lamb skewer, and some grilled gluten. Li looked at him quizzically. Why are you ordering more? Aren't you full? These are, of course, for my roommate. Qin Xiaole replied, concealing the truth. He had noticed that Mu Qinshu had a fondness for these skewers, so he thought to bring some back this time. Oh, Li nodded, not suspecting anything. After all, you don't have a girlfriend, so it must be for your roommate. Soon, Qin Xiaole had packaged the freshly ordered skewers and stood up, saying, Shall we go? Sure. Li smiled and nodded. Today had indeed been a fruitful day for her. She had enjoyed a meal alone with Qin Xiaole and discovered that he likely did not have a girlfriend. What a perfect gain. The two parted ways at the east gate, with Qin Xiaole watching Li walk away before he headed towards the office, wary of being seen by her and having to explain himself. After all, his affair with Mu Qinshu was still under wraps. Mu Qinshu's office remained brightly lit. As she was alone, diligently attending to her tasks, Qin Xiaole cautiously approached the door, peering through the crack to find no one else inside but Mu Qinshu. He smiled subtly and gently pushed the door open. Perhaps lost in her work, she had yet to notice his presence. He tiptoed, controlling his footsteps and breathing, and quietly stood before Mu Qinshu. The moment she lifted her head, Mu Qinshu let out a startled scream. Oh my goodness! How can there be someone else here? Once she recognized it was Qin Xiaole, her heart raced as she patted her chest in disbelief. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Why would you scare me like that? Author's note. I don't know where the trolls in the comments are coming from, claiming this book is plagiarized. I find it laughable. Writing a series is hardly plagiarism. It seems they're intentionally trying to mess with people's minds. But I have no idea who they are. Chapter 51. Qin Xiaole, unrestrained Mu Qinshu, still recovering from her fright, felt her heart racing as she quickly patted her chest. After a few moments, she finally regained her composure, glaring at Qin Xiaole with wide eyes. Qin Xiaole chuckled and stepped forward, saying, I didn't want to disturb you while you were working so diligently. Not wanting to disturb me while I work? Is that your excuse for scaring me? Mu Qianxue retorted, rolling her eyes at him. Noticing her displeasure, Qin Xiaole grinned and revealed the skewers he had hidden behind his back, placing them in front of her. Instantly, the alluring aroma of grilled meat filled the air. Upon catching the familiar scent of barbecue, Mu Qianxue's eyes lit up, and she instinctively swallowed hard. She suddenly looked up, exclaiming, "Grilled skewers." Qin Xiaole chuckled and said, "I specially bought these for you here." He extended the bag of skewers towards her. Although she did not verbalize it, joy welled up within her. This rascal, despite his mischief, had a good heart. For a girl, a man's character is often reflected in the little things he does. For instance, remembering to bring food for his girlfriend after a meal out can be quite touching. At that moment, Mu Qianxue felt warmth in her heart. Having not eaten due to work commitments earlier that evening, her stomach was already beginning to grumble. Without any formality, she accepted the skewers handed to her by Qin Xiaole, holding them in her hand, and began to devour a sausage with great enthusiasm. The barbecue served here was quite delectable, its flavors authentic and rich. Mu Qianxue was immediately captivated, joyfully indulging in the feast before her. Qin Xiaole observed her with a warm smile. Frankly, very few had the privilege to witness this side of Mu Qianxue, for in the presence of others, she always exuded the demeanor of an icy goddess, rarely allowing herself the freedom to relish skewers with such abandon, entirely neglecting her image. "Would you like to eat?" Mu Qianxue suddenly offered a skewer to Qin Xiaole while still munching heartily. Qin Xiaole chuckled and shook his head, replying, "You enjoy it. I'm quite full. I had a substantial meal with Liang earlier this evening, and I am still quite satisfied." "All right then." Mu Qianxue did not press him further. Soon, she had devoured several skewers, her initially rumbling stomach now feeling content. She patted her belly with satisfaction, her face adorned with a beaming smile. Observing this, Qin Xiaole couldn't help but smile faintly. This image bore little resemblance to the icy goddess she usually portrayed. She appeared instead as an innocent girl, wholly consumed by her meal. "Such a glutton!" Qin Xiaole chuckled, shaking his head. He then pulled out a pack of tissues, carefully extracting one. Leaning slightly forward, he gently wiped the grease from the corners of Mu Qianxue's lips, remnants of the skewers she had just enjoyed. The close proximity caused a flutter of nervousness within her, as her heart raced and her cheeks flushed. She clenched her small hands tightly, but made no protest, simply closing her eyes and awaiting Qin Xiaole's ministrations. After a moment, feeling that the wiping had ceased, she slowly opened her eyes. "All done. Shall we leave now?" "Ah, wait a moment. I still have some work to finish." "Very well." Qin Xiaole, of course, would not decline. He cheerfully adjusted his chair to draw closer to Mu Qianxue, their bodies now nearly touching. Then, his right hand stealthily climbed onto her shoulder, gently caressing it. Instantly, as she focused on her computer, Mu Qianxue felt a tingling sensation spreading across her shoulder, prompting a soft gasp from her lips. Her cheeks flushed, and she turned to Qin Xiaole, asking, "What are you doing?" Qin Xiaole grinned mischievously. "Didn't I mention last time that when no one is around, we can indulge ourselves?" Mu Qianxue replied, perplexed. "Did I say that? That we can do as we please when no one is around?" For a moment, she found herself doubting her memory. Qin Xiaole chuckled again. While he had not explicitly stated "do as we please," he recalled their earlier conversation about holding hands when alone. However, one must not be so rigid in their interpretations. To understand the essence of adaptability, one must ponder, is a mere hand-holding all that is promised? Such a narrow perspective. Some individuals, even when venturing out for a film, bring along their identification and a charger. This is precisely why they excel. Perspective is of utmost importance. Observing the bewildered expression of Mu Qianxue, Qin Xiaole chuckled. "No worries, you carry on with your tasks. I assure you I won't cause any disturbances." "Assure?" Mu Qianxue thought. "Why does your assurance only heighten my apprehension?" Nevertheless, she needed to attend to matters concerning the academy, leaving her little time to engage with him. Thus, she shot Qin Xiaole a sidelong glance before resuming her work. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, her gaze fixed intently on the screen. Mu Qianxue was engrossed in administrative duties, areas in which he had no involvement, hence he refrained from paying too much attention. His hand rested lightly on her shoulder, deliberately avoiding any unnecessary movements, mindful that she was still occupied with her responsibilities, lest he disrupt her. The two remained in the office, enveloped in an eerily harmonious atmosphere. with one hand on Mu Qianxue's shoulder and the other scrolling through his phone. Qin Xiaole noticed that many had posted about their military training experience after it concluded. Each post was accompanied by images and reflections, and he found amusement in perusing them. Suddenly, while engrossed in his phone, he stumbled upon a particular post. For the rest of my life, through all seasons, it is you, entirely you. Accompanying it was a picture of two hands tightly clasped under the moonlight. Wow, just after military training, and someone has already found a girlfriend? My goodness, it's only been half a month since school started. How swift it is. Qin Xiaole couldn't help but admire this astonishing speed. Some had turned as dark as charcoal during training, while others, in the same span, silently secured a girlfriend. How utterly outrageous. The author of the post was Qin Xiaole's high school classmate, now studying at a notable 211 university in Kyoto. He casually liked the post and commented with an enthusiastic 999999999. Don't ask. It's merely to maintain the formation. After surveying the posts, he noticed that Mu Qianxue had finished her work. She stretched and turned to see Qin Xiaole engrossed in his phone. I'm done, she announced. At her words, Qin Xiaole quickly tucked his phone away with a smile. All right, it's getting late. Let us head out. Before we go, could you kindly remove your hand? She retorted, aware of his mischievous nature. Although his hand was merely resting on her shoulder, his reach was long enough that he occasionally let his fingers wander. On one such occasion, his hand inadvertently brushed against her chest. She contemplated speaking up several times, yet he was cunning enough to retract his hand swiftly, appearing every bit the gentleman. Chapter 52. You must sit in the front row tomorrow thus, despite the fact that Mu Qianxue was so infuriated that she nearly spat blood. She found herself powerless to change the situation. Qin Xiaole chuckled mischievously and reluctantly withdrew his hand from Mu Qianxue's presence, cheerfully suggesting, let us go. After casting him a withering glance, Mu Qianxue began to gather her belongings. Before long, she stood up with her bag slung over her shoulder. Qin Xiaole, understanding her unspoken cue, stood up straight and gently took hold of Mu Qianxue's small hand. Just holding hands, is there a problem? No, there is no issue. Mu Qianxue merely shot him a glance, opting for silence. Gripping Qin Xiaole's hand tightly, she felt a surge of strength emanating from him, which instilled a sense of security within her. Although her heart fluttered with sweetness, her lips remained sealed, maintaining an air of calm aloofness. With the lights and windows secured, they descended the stairs towards the direction of the apartment. As it approached 11 o'clock, the campus was nearly deserted, allowing Mu Qianxue to accept Qin Xiaole's hand without protest. They strolled leisurely, the evening breeze caressing them, and she could not help but feel an unusual atmosphere enveloping them. This must be the essence of love. Reflecting on her university days, she remembered how her roommate would return late, her face always adorned with a blissful smile. At that time, Mu Qianxue could not fathom the reason behind such joy. Yet now, she seemed to grasp the sentiment. Love. Indeed, it was exquisitely sweet. A subtle smile graced her lips as she stole a few glances at Qin Xiaole, before clearing her throat to shatter the tranquil moment. Ahem. Tomorrow marks the start of classes. Have you prepared everything? This inquiry, though resembling a typical teacher's concern for a student's academic readiness, seemed oddly out of place given their current context, especially while still holding hands. Qin Xiaole nodded in affirmation. Yes, everything is ready. Mu Qianxue responded with a firm nod. Remember, my class is the first period in the morning. Make sure to sit in the front row, do you understand? Although she held a professorial title, Mu Qianxue was undeniably a leading figure in the realm of computer science. The course she was to teach Qin Xiaole and his peers was an introduction to programming languages, which serves as the foundational language for computer science majors in various esteemed universities. It is relatively straightforward and devoid of unnecessary complications. Unlike more complex languages that involve intricate aspects such as linked lists or pointers. Nonetheless, it is essential to learn. Why? Because this knowledge forms the bedrock of their education. A towering edifice rises from the ground. Without a solid foundation, the pursuit of mastering more complex languages becomes virtually unattainable. Qin Xiaole chuckled and nodded, inquiring, Are you asking me? Mu Qianxue responded with incredulity. Me? Requesting you to sit in front? Ah, what a dream. With an icy demeanor, she asserted, You are mistaken. This is an order. Qin Xiaole grinned and replied, All right then, I shall rise early tomorrow to secure a spot. In university classrooms, seats are not fixed. They are chosen according to personal preference. Should one choose not to attend lectures, It is permissible to occupy the last row daily, indulging in games or mobile devices. As for whether the instructors will intervene, the answer is decidedly negative. Why? Because in universities, teachers generally do not oversee their students. Those in esteemed institutions require little supervision, while those in less reputable schools do not merit attention. Consequently, a phenomenon arises. University students typically experience minimal oversight. Even if a teacher observes gaming during class, they often feign ignorance, provided the student does not disrupt others. In fact, one might even skip classes altogether, as some instructors are too apathetic to take attendance. A subtle smile graced Mu Qianxue's lips, her heart a touch lighter as she calmly stated, "Indeed." Before long, she found herself at the entrance of the dormitory. Strangely, the faculty apartment, which usually felt distant from the office building, seemed remarkably close when returning with Qin Xiaole each evening. Time passes swiftly, does it not? I have arrived. You should head back. Remember, you must go early tomorrow and occupy the front row, understood? Observing Mu Qianxue's serious expression, Qin Xiaole found it amusing yet maintained a solemn tone. No problem. I'll head home and sleep. I shall rise at 4 in the morning to secure my spot in the classroom. I will occupy the entire front row alone. No one is permitted to sit there but me. Mu Qianxue raised an eyebrow. Are you not afraid of being beaten for taking an entire row for yourself? Although aware that he was jesting, she could not refrain from rolling her eyes at him. Enough of your nonsense, and do not wake so early. It is detrimental to your health. While early to bed and early to rise is beneficial, waking at 4 in the morning is excessively early. Lack of sufficient sleep can harm your body and leave you feeling fatigued during the day. Upon hearing her words, Qin Xiaole chuckled, recognizing her concern. He nodded, rest assured. I understand. He even offered a salute in a show of respect. Mu Qianxue laughed softly. All right then, return home and rest early. Very well. Standing still, he watched her ascend the stairs before finally turning to depart. The night in the male dormitory is always filled with joy. As one strolls through the corridor, the sounds emanating from various rooms can be heard, some engaged in gaming, others partaking in sports, and everything in between. Although the University of Tokyo is a prestigious institution, its students, being top scholars, are not devoid of personal interests and hobbies. Some revel in gaming, others in athletic pursuits, and some even indulge in exercises on their beds. It ultimately boils down to individual preferences. Hence, not every academic prodigy is merely a bookworm. Most of them excel in their studies while also enjoying their leisure time more than the average person. Their intelligence affords them the ability to balance both worlds. Upon opening the door, Qin Xiaole was greeted by the sight of his 3 eccentric roommates. They were huddled together, intensely focused on Zhang Yu's mobile screen. Upon seeing Qin Xiaole return, their excitement was palpable. Tang Ming and Wu Luo exchanged glances, their enthusiasm evident as they exclaimed, "Lugo, you're finally back. Hurry, come over." Qin Xiaole, momentarily taken aback, inquired with curiosity, "What is going on?" Their eager expressions only deepened his intrigue. Zhang Yu, beaming, stood up and glanced at Tang Ming and Wu Luo before announcing, "It's nothing much, just that my buddy here has scored." Scored? After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Xiaole's eyes widened in surprise. Did Zhang Yu manage to win over that girl from the broadcasting department? Chapter 53, The Gathering Place of Scoundrels. At the end of this chapter, the group number is provided. After a long pause, Qin Xiaole finally raised his thumb in approval. Impressive. Truly impressive. Here we are, just finishing military training, and most people, let alone having a girlfriend, are still getting to know their classmates. Yet this guy already has a girlfriend. Intrigued, Qin Xiaole leaned in with a smile. Old Zhang, share the details. Tang Ming and Wu Luo exchanged mischievous glances, grinning. Yes, we want the details. Zhang Yu chuckled. Details? It's not like we're renting a room. He cleared his throat and continued. It's actually quite simple. Relationships hinge on mutual consent. Personally, I have never pursued girls. Tang Ming appeared momentarily perplexed. Being perpetually single, he lacked experience. Thus, Zhang Yu's statement left him bewildered. Old Zhang, how can you succeed without pursuing? He questioned. Isn't it all about chasing girls? However, Zhang Yu shook his head with a smile. Your perspective is rather narrow. It's not about chasing. It's about mutual attraction. For instance, if I were 160 centimeters tall and weighed 160 kilograms, resembling a ball, do you think I would be able to find a girlfriend? Absolutely not. First and foremost, I would have already lost in terms of appearance, and the defeat would be complete and utter. Such remarkable looks make it not only challenging to find a girlfriend, but even difficult to secure a female friend. Thus, Tang Ming shook his head without hesitation. Zhang Yu smiled enigmatically. However, if I were short and overweight yet possessed assets exceeding 100 million, do you think I could attract a girlfriend? 100 million in assets? Incredible. Moreover, there would be countless beauties flocking to you, calling you handsome with every breath. They may be fully aware of your looks, yet they would still feign sincerity in their compliments. Zhang Yu chuckled and concluded, therefore, the pursuit of a girlfriend essentially hinges upon your allure. Height, appearance, and wealth are the core competitive advantages in attraction. Do you understand? In that instant, Tang Ming comprehended. Goodness. So this is the crux of the matter. Until now, he had believed that winning a girl's heart relied solely on genuine feelings. In reality, that was a grave misconception. With an average height and modest looks, what reason would a girl have to be with him? Just a fleeting moment of sentiment? Come on, brother, that's implausible. Even if she momentarily succumbed to emotion and accepted you, one day, you would inevitably be the one to leave. Don't question it. That is human nature. Qin Xiaole couldn't help but applaud. Surprisingly, this fellow truly had some insight, his analysis impeccable and without error. Love is about attraction, not pursuit. What you pursue is not love, it's mere servitude. Qin Xiaole curiously asked, Hey, why haven't you two made your relationship public yet? Just earlier, while browsing social media, he noticed a high school classmate announcing their relationship, to which he had commented. However, he had seen no announcement from Zhang Yu. Tang Ming also looked at him with curiosity. Right, old Zhang, why haven't you publicized it? Zhang Yu chuckled, sighed, and said, Your perspective is too narrow. What benefit does announcing a relationship bring me? Qin Xiaole. Tang Ming. Zhang Yu cleared his throat. Grinning at Wu Luo, old Wu understands, let him explain. As high school roommates, they were quite familiar with each other. Wu Luo smiled and said, The announcement of a relationship can lead to the fish in the pond realizing you have a girlfriend and jumping out of it. Moreover, if you break up later, you will have to delete those announcements. How troublesome. And honestly, isn't being single in public better? Showcasing affection leads to a swift demise. Zhang Yu added with a grin. Additionally, I genuinely don't know how long this will last. Love is ethereal. Who knows when the feelings might fade? Silence enveloped the dormitory in eerie stillness. Qin Xiaole and Tang Ming exchanged glances, both astonished by the depth of the conversation. Goodness. This dormitory seems to be a haven for scoundrels. These two individuals spoke with such conviction, their words unmistakably revealing their insidious nature. What is critical, however, is that their arguments bore an alarming semblance of reason. Is it necessary to publicly announce a romantic relationship? Absolutely not. Are there complications that arise post-announcement? Undoubtedly. Such declarations can easily lead to unforeseen consequences. In an instant, Qin Xiaole and Tang Ming simultaneously gave the two a thumbs up. Impressive. This single exclamation encapsulated their profound astonishment at the duo's discourse. The four engaged in a detailed discussion within the confines of the dormitory, and upon realizing the late hour, they proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. As Qin Xiaole lay in bed, he picked up his phone and, upon unlocking it, discovered a message from Mu Qianxue. Mu Qianxue, I'm going to sleep now. You should rest early too. Good night. This message had been sent 10 minutes prior. He had just been chatting and boasting with his friends, followed by a shower, hence his delayed response. Judging by the time, she must have already drifted off to sleep. Qin Xiaole replied with a simple good-night emoji. Just as he was about to set his phone aside and close his eyes, it chimed again. Mu Qianxue, what were you doing just now? Why are you only replying now? Confronted with Mu Qianxue's seemingly accusatory tone, Qin Xiaole was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't she just mentioned going to bed 10 minutes ago? How could she respond so quickly? Although puzzled, he replied, I was chatting with my roommates and then brushed my teeth. Didn't you say you were going to sleep? Why are you still awake? Qin Xiaole's words momentarily caught Mu Qianxue off guard. She had indeed intended to sleep. But the delay in receiving Qin Xiaole's reply had instilled a sense of dissatisfaction within her. A nagging worry crept in. Was he conversing with another girl? It was this very sentiment that kept her from falling asleep, and instead, her mind became increasingly alert. In those 10 minutes, she felt an unexpected surge of energy. Staring at the screen, Mu Qianxue found herself at a loss for words. After a moment's contemplation, her fingers danced across the screen. Oh, I wasn't asleep earlier. But now I am. Qin Xiaole, not overthinking the situation, responded. All right, Then sleep well. I'm going to rest too. Good night. Good night. After exchanging farewells, a sense of tranquility seemed to envelop Mu Qianxue. For a girl, if a boy fails to reply before bedtime, her imagination might run wild, leaving her restless throughout the night. However, if he responds again and provides an explanation, the weight of uncertainty is lifted. Thus, Mu Qianxue gradually closed her eyes, a subtle smile gracing her lips as her mood lightened, and before long, she fell asleep. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaole also refrained from staying up late. After setting his alarm for the morning, he placed his phone aside, closed his eyes, and surrendered to slumber. The dormitory soon settled into a profound silence, punctuated only by the sound of breathing. Author's note: Book Club 726-305546. Everyone is welcome to join for some light-hearted banter and conversation. Chapter 54. The alarm for morning urination. In the early morning, when the sky had yet to brighten, a sudden, urgent alarm rang out from dormitory 315. However, its piercing sound was silenced within just 3 seconds. Qin Xiaole, still nestled in his bed, stretched languidly before sitting upright, his mind clouded with drowsiness. Rubbing his eyes, he could not suppress a yawn that threatened to escape. The overwhelming fatigue was undeniable. Several of his roommates were startled by Qin Xiaole's alarm, each reaching for their phones to check the time. Instantly, they were taken aback. Goodness, Legu, you're up at 6 o'clock? Seriously, have you lost your mind? This isn't the final year of high school. What kind of respectable university student rises at such an ungodly hour? Does waking up at 6 still qualify as a proper student? They bombarded him with questions, all in a state of disbelief. After all, it was only 6 in the morning. The exterior world was not yet fully illuminated. Although it was not entirely dark, the campus streets were nearly deserted. At this hour, most were still lost in slumber. It was important to remember that this was not high school, it was university. Qin Xiaole felt a sense of helplessness. He, too, would have preferred to linger in bed a while longer. If it weren't for Mu Qianxue insisting that today's first class was hers and urging him to sit in the front row, he would have gladly slept in. However, he could not confess this to his roommates, for it would raise their suspicions. If they discovered his connection with Mu Qianxue, it could lead to complications. Their relationship was still in its infancy. It was too soon to reveal such matters. The secrecy was exhilarating. Clearing his throat, Qin Xiaole declared, "I'm just getting up to relieve myself. You all can continue to sleep. Don't mind me." His roommates stared at him in bewilderment. "You set an alarm just to take a leak? What is going on?" Confused, they succumbed to their sleepiness, their heads heavy as they lay back down without further discussion. Qin Xiaole lingered in bed for a moment, feeling a mix of reluctance and resignation, before rolling off the bed and beginning his morning routine. It is often said that preparing to go out is a hassle for women, but in truth, men also need to tidy themselves up before stepping out. Washing one's face and hair should be routine, right? A touch of skincare, a dab of sunscreen, and a spritz of fragrance, all perfectly normal in Qin Xiaole's eyes. Although he was studying computer science, a discipline often associated with coding and technicality, he took great care in maintaining his appearance. Grooming, dressing stylishly, and applying fragrance and sunscreen were all part of his regimen. After all, one should not appear disheveled every day. That would be far too dull. By around 7 o'clock, Qin Xiaole was ready. He gently opened the dormitory door and stepped outside, finding that his 3 roommates were still soundly asleep. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was still early, only a few minutes past 7. He strolled leisurely to the cafeteria for breakfast. The university schedule comprised merely 2 classes in the morning, commencing at 8:30 and extending until noon. Although there were only 2 sessions, each lasted an hour and a half, which was considerably more daunting than high school. The continuous engagement of the mind for such an extended period left one's brain utterly fatigued, not to mention contemplating what to have for lunch. The thought was too exhausting. At 7:30 in the morning, after finishing his meal, Qin Xiaole made his way to the classroom. However, upon reaching the doorway, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The vast classroom was already populated by numerous students, each absorbed in their own studies. It was still not yet 8 o'clock, and yet so many had chosen to come to the classroom to study at such an early hour. How astonishing! Yet, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, this was one of the premier institutions in Huaxia, and the students who gained admission here were not only endowed with talent, but also possessed an unwavering determination to succeed. Furthermore, the primary attraction was the first class taught by Mu Qianxue, who wouldn't he wish to be closer to the icy goddess. Without further ado, Qin Xiaole swiftly entered the classroom. The front row was nearly full, but he spotted 2 vacant seats in the aisle. He hurried over, only to find that one of the seats was occupied by a backpack, presumably claimed by someone else. The other seat, however, was entirely unclaimed. With a cheerful smile, Qin Xiaole settled into the chair. At long last, he had secured a spot in the front row, eagerly awaiting Mu Qinshua's arrival to surprise her with his presence. Rising at 6 in the morning just to claim this seat, all for the chance to engage in intimate discourse with her, was that not a cause for heartfelt emotion? It was truly moving. Qin Xiaole was almost brought to tears by his own touching gesture. Surely, he deserved recognition as one of the top 10 most inspiring individuals in Huaxia. As he quietly studied in his seat, time passed gradually. By 8:20, he noticed his 3 roommates arriving. When they entered through the front door and spotted Qin Xiaole diligently studying in the front row, their eyes widened in astonishment. "Hey, Legu, weren't you supposed to be taking a leak? Why are you here studying? Right? We were all worried about you. And here you are in the front row studying." Qin Xiaole, faced with the incredulous gazes of his esteemed roommates, cleared his throat, unsure of how to respond. As class time approached, they exchanged no further words, opting instead to find seats together at the back. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the classroom became lively. Qin Xiaole lifted his gaze and, at the doorway, beheld a familiar and graceful figure entering slowly. She entered the room clad in a pristine white blouse, a sleek black skirt, and black stockings, her heels clicking rhythmically against the floor. Her exquisite visage and finely chiseled features radiated an aura uniquely befitting a goddess. Beautiful. Flawlessly beautiful. All eyes turned toward her, and some, unable to contain themselves, swallowed hard. Indeed, the newcomer was Mu Qinshuo. This classroom hosted students from 3 different classes, Computer Science 1, 2, and 3. However, it was evident that a considerable number of attendees were merely there to audit the class. After all, this was a lecture by Mu Qinshuo. Some students, even if they had a morning class, chose to skip it entirely just to attend hers. As for the risk of being marked absent, that was of little consequence. Skipping class to attend Professor Mu's lesson was a matter of personal favor. Getting caught was merely an unfortunate incident. Hence, it was hardly a significant issue. As Mu Qinshuo stood at the podium, gently placing her textbook upon the lectern, she scanned the room and immediately spotted Qin Xiaole in the front row. A smile brightened her face, and her lips curled slightly. This fellow had shown some decency by arriving early to secure a good seat. Well done. She was aware of the high demand for her lectures. Arriving at 8:30 meant that even getting a front row seat could be a challenge. Just as she was reveling in her satisfaction, a figure slowly entered through the door, causing her smile to falter. Chapter 55. Qin Xiaole's dire predicament by Zichuan walked in with deliberate grace, making her way directly to Qin Xiaole's side. Standing obediently next to him, all eyes turned to her, filled with curiosity about her intentions. Qin Xiaole was momentarily taken aback, gazing at her with confusion. "Is there something you need?" As Bai Zichuan stood there, her cheeks flushed, she pointed to the seat beside Qin Xiaole and asked, "Class monitor, that seat belongs to me. Could you let me in?" In an instant, Qin Xiaole was left speechless. The space next to him, which had been occupied by her backpack, was indeed Bai Zichuan's? How could he have been so unaware? Having occupied that space for an entire morning, he had genuinely not realized it was hers. He turned stiffly to glance at Mu Qinshuo, and in that moment, he felt an ominous aura enveloping him. Just moments ago, he had seen a smile on Mu Qinshuo's face. Now, that smile had vanished, replaced by what seemed a desire to strike him down. He had intended to surprise her by securing a front row seat, but now he was left with nothing but shock. He cleared his throat awkwardly and stood up, allowing Bai Zichuan to take a seat. Bai Zichuan expressed her gratitude with a soft thank you and settled into her place, her face radiant with joy, while her heart fluttered like a startled deer. Despite Qin Xiaole's clear declaration the previous evening about his girlfriend, a girl who sold tea, yet whom he adored immensely, Bai Zichuan found herself secretly elated by this unexpected twist of fate. At that moment, her heart felt both liberated and yet not entirely free. Sitting in her seat, she stole glances at Qin Xiaole, her heart secretly racing with excitement. Mu Qinshuo stood at the front, clearing her throat with an air of displeasure. Qin Xiaole immediately sensed the change and looked up, meeting her gaze for a fleeting moment. However, Mu Qinshuo's expression bore no hint of engagement. She was cold and detached, reminiscent of her previous icy demeanor. Suddenly, the bell rang. It was inappropriate for Mu Qianxue to confront Qin Xiaole in front of so many people. Clearing her throat once more, she announced, "Class is starting. Everyone, please take out your books." Her frosty voice echoed in the ears of the students. Though none perceived anything unusual, as Professor Mu was typically quite aloof. Qin Xiaole cleared his throat, lowering his head to flip through his book. Shortly after, Mu Qianxue commenced the lecture. Her delivery was succinct and engaging, skillfully progressing from simple concepts to more complex ideas. At such a young age, she had attained the rank of associate professor, excelling both academically and in her teaching. However, her pace was remarkably swift. A common characteristic in many universities where instructors often rush through material, caring more about completing the syllabus within a limited time frame than ensuring students fully comprehended the content. Those who struggled were expected to study independently afterward. Just as Qin Xiaole was intently listening, Bai Zichuan suddenly nudged his arm and whispered, "Class monitor. Could I borrow your red pen for a moment? I need to highlight some key points." Of course, Qin Xiaole readily agreed. As it was merely a matter of lending a pen, not a significant issue, he handed her the red pen from his desk. Bai Zichuan grinned and said, "Thank you, class monitor." Qin Xiaole smiled slightly in response, "No problem." However, as he raised his head, a chance encounter with Mu Qianxue's gaze sent a shiver down his spine, and his heart began to race with an ominous premonition. The next moment, Mu Qianxue's voice cut through the air with chilling clarity. "Qin Xiaole." "Ah!" Qin Xiaole exclaimed, immediately standing up. The two individuals locked eyes, and Mu Qianxue let out a cold snort, remarking, "Is it appropriate to converse while seated in the front row?" Qin Xiaole was momentarily taken aback, unable to muster a retort. "Ahem, no, it is not," he stammered. Mu Qianxue dismissed the notion of punishment, intending merely to issue a reminder. "Next time, refrain from speaking." Beside them, Bai Zichuan, observing Mu Qianxue's frosty demeanor, felt a surge of urgency. It was her request for a red pen that had prompted Qin Xiaole to engage in conversation. Thus, she was the catalyst for the entire situation. Bai Zichuan promptly rose and addressed Mu Qianxue, "Professor Mu, do not blame the class monitor. It was I who asked him for a red pen, and that is why he spoke." Upon hearing this, Mu Qianxue narrowed her eyes, her displeasure intensifying. "Oh, so this is a case of husband and wife siding with one another? An explanation, you say? How delightful." She cast a sidelong glance at Qin Xiaole, asserting, "It seems I have unjustly accused you, haven't I?" A wave of anxiety washed over Qin Xiaole at her gaze. He realized he was in deep trouble. Had Bai Zichuan not intervened, he might have escaped unscathed. Yet, her stand for him, while seemingly protective, had inadvertently ensnared him. Swallowing hard, Qin Xiaole cleared his throat and said, "No, Professor Mu is right. I was in the wrong." "Very well," Mu Qianxue replied, her tone firm. "No need to sit. Remember this lesson well. Come stand here." She gestured to the space beside her, indicating that he should stand there. She had no desire for Qin Xiaole to sit alongside Bai Zichuan any longer. Who knew what mischief this scoundrel might concoct? Daring not to oppose her icy gaze, Qin Xiaole complied with a nod, clutching his textbook as he moved to her side. The rest of the class gasped at the scene unfolding before them. Goodness, Professor Mu is exceedingly strict. Wow. The class monitor merely borrowed a red pen, and now he's being punished to stand at the front? Oh dear. Brother Lu is in a predicament. Never again will he sit at the front. Seeing Qin Xiaole's punishment unfold, Bai Zichuan wished to interject, but was swiftly silenced by a glance from him. "Oh my, for heaven's sake. Please, do not say anything further. This is quite satisfactory. If you provoke her any more, who knows what punishment may follow." Qin Xiaole sighed inwardly, reflecting on the terrifying nature of a woman's jealousy. Mu Qianxue glanced at Qin Xiaole standing beside her, a flicker of satisfaction igniting within her. "Just stay obediently by my side." With Qin Xiaole nearby, Mu Qianxue's instances of passing by him increased significantly, bringing her a small joy. During her lecture, she even allowed a hint of a smile to grace her lips, causing the hearts of all in attendance to race. When Mu Qianxue smiled, she was truly enchanting. Chapter 56. Let us eat together, ding ding ding. As the school bell rang, signaling the end of the class, the time slipped away quietly. For those boys devoted to admiring Mu Qianxue's beauty, this class felt alarmingly brief. Especially during the latter half, when Qin Xiaole stood up, her face blossomed with an enchanting smile, rendering her irresistibly captivating. "All right, class dismissed," Mu Qianxue remarked nonchalantly as she closed her book. Just as her words faded, she turned to Qin Xiaole and added, After school at noon, come to my office. I have a task to assign you. Qin Xiaole was momentarily taken aback, nodding in response to Mu Qianxue's gaze. Oh. Instantly, countless sympathetic glances filled the classroom. Directed at Qin Xiaole. Going to Mu Qianxue's office? Wasn't he that akin to courting reprimand? Given Qin Xiaole's expression, it was likely she would face severe scolding. Zhang Yu sighed. Alas, Brother Lo is too unfortunate. Waking up so early to study only to be berated by Professor Mu. Indeed, it's quite pitiful. My heart aches for Brother Lo. Mu Qianxue cast a lingering glance at Qin Xiaole before turning to leave. Qin Xiaole sighed, feeling quite unlucky today. Bai Zichuan approached with concern. Class monitor, are you alright? It's all my fault. How about I accompany you to see Professor Mu at noon? We can surely clarify everything. Qin Xiaole interjected. No. It's I who will clarify things, not us. Including you would only complicate matters. He certainly did not dare to bring Bai Zichuan along to the office. That would be a recipe for disaster. Qin Xiaole quickly declined. No, it's fine. Don't worry. I can handle it alone. It's just a minor issue. However, Bai Zichuan seemed poised to say more, but Qin Xiaole swiftly redirected the conversation. The next class is about to start. We should hurry and secure our seats. With that, he grabbed his backpack and waved goodbye to Bai Zichuan as he exited the room. The distinction between university classes and high school lies in the fact that each professor typically teaches in different classrooms. Consequently, students do not have fixed classrooms. Perhaps one class is in Building 3, while the next could be in Building 4. This is quite common. As Qin Xiaole hurried away, Bai Zichuan bit her lip lightly before picking up her backpack and following him. The second class was Advanced Mathematics, a requisite for nearly every major. Aside from a few liberal arts disciplines that do not require mathematics, nearly all students in the university must engage in this subject. In this class, Qin Xiaole chose not to sit in the front row, but rather positioned himself in the middle of the classroom with Zhang Yu and the others. Among the densely packed students, the four of them remained inconspicuous. After attending a class that lasted for over an hour, the bell finally rang to signal the end. A collective sigh of relief escaped from everyone, as the duration of the lesson exceeded their expectations, with the teachers speaking incessantly throughout. Clearly, this experience differed greatly from their high school courses, and many were still struggling to adjust. Lugu, hurry and prepare for Professor Mu's judgment. We believe in you. Came the supportive words. Lugu, stay strong. As soon as class concluded, three friends patted Qin Xiaole on the shoulder in a show of sympathy. Soon, he would face the tempestuous scrutiny of the icy goddess, Professor Mu. Previous students who had spoken out of turn in her classes had received a stern lesson from Mu Qianxue, who had brought them to tears solely through her words. Now, it was Qin Xiaole's turn, and they hoped he would remain resilient. Watching the somewhat gleeful expressions of his friends, Qin Xiaole could only shrug in resignation. Exiting the classroom, he made his way toward the office, the familiar path guiding him. At noon, most teachers and professors had gone to lunch, resulting in a sparsely populated teaching building. Ascending the stairs, he stood before the door of Mu Qianxue's office. Gently, he knocked, and a cool voice beckoned from within. Enter. Recognizing her voice, Qin Xiaole pushed the door open and stepped inside. At that moment, Mu Qianxue, wearing glasses and crossing her legs, was focused intently on him. Clearing his throat, he closed the door behind him and cheerfully asked, Professor Mu, is there something you called me for? Mu Qianxue glanced at him before gesturing toward the chair in front of her. Have a seat. With a chuckle, Qin Xiaole complied and sat down swiftly. The scene between them carried a distinct air of a reprimand. Do you understand your mistake? Qin Xiaole paused at her words, quickly nodding in affirmation. I understand. How could he dare to deny his wrongdoing? The pressure of the situation was overwhelming, especially in front of his professor. Did Qin Xiaole dare to resist? Most likely not during the day. Thus, he knew when to yield. Mu Qianxue acknowledged him with a sound, then fixed her gaze upon him. From now on, remember not to speak casually during class, not just in my lessons, but in others as well. Do you understand? I understand. Qin Xiaole replied. Satisfied. Mu Qianxue nodded. Recognizing one's faults and striving to improve signifies a good student. Very well, she remarked, observing him. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Qin Xiaole nodded. I rushed over right after class and haven't had a chance to eat. His response fell well within Mu Qianxue's expectations. Clearing her throat, she reached for a thermal container from her desk and placed it before them. Gently opening the lid, a wave of fragrant aromas wafted forth, prompting Qin Xiaole to inhale deeply. It smelled divine. Mu Qianxue cleared her throat and said, "We have chicken cutlet rice, along with some ribs and cabbage. If you're not picky, feel free to share." This meal was prepared by Mu Qianxue in the morning and brought to school in a thermal container. She seldom dined in the school cafeteria or outside, opting instead to cook for herself, as the cafeteria food lacked flavor and the meals outside were not always clean. Thus, she brought her own lunch every day. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaole's face lit up with joy. Picky? How could he be? This was something many envied. He quickly responded with a grin, "Not at all. What kind of relationship do we have for me to be picky?" As he spoke, Qin Xiaole playfully draped his arm over Mu Qianxue's shoulder, inadvertently brushing against her soft chest. Mu Qianxue shot him a glare. "It's broad daylight. Behave yourself." Qin Xiaole instantly grasped the implication. During the day, it was inappropriate. At night, however, he could be more casual. He nodded with a cheeky smile. Got it, got it." Seeing Qin Xiaole's demeanor, Mu Qianxue rolled her eyes and produced 2 pairs of chopsticks, handing him one. "Let us eat." "All right," Qin Xiaole replied cheerfully. And soon they sat together in the office, enjoying their meal. As they shared a smile and happily dug into the lunchbox, Mu Qianxue's culinary skills truly shone. The chicken cutlet was cooked to perfection, and the sweet and sour ribs were just to Qin Xiaole's liking. It was delicious, just as he was indulging without restraint. A sudden, urgent knocking echoed from outside the door. The two paused mid-bite, startled. Who could possibly be visiting at this hour? They exchanged glances, and Mu Qianxue appeared anxious. "Quick, wipe your mouth and tidy up." She snatched the chopsticks from Qin Xiaole's hands and swiftly pulled out a tissue to wipe his mouth, as he had gotten greasy from the meal. Aware of the urgency, Qin Xiaole quickly wiped his mouth and stood aside. Mu Qianxue glanced at him and lowered her voice. "Are you all set?" Qin Xiaole nodded. "No problem." Seeing him ready, Mu Qianxue nodded back, cleared her throat, and called out to the door, "Please come in." In the next moment, the door creaked open. Upon seeing the visitor, Qin Xiaole's eyes widened in shock. "Is that Bai Zichuan?" Indeed, the person who entered was none other than Bai Zichuan. She slowly entered the room and noticed Qin Xiaole standing in the corner. A wave of guilt washed over her. Had she not insisted on borrowing a red pen from the class monitor, Qin Xiaole would not have faced the professor's punishment, enduring the midday sun without even having lunch. The cold expression on his face suggested he had just been reprimanded, perhaps even brought to tears, as there had been precedents before. A boy had once been scolded in class for speaking out of turn and had ended up crying after being taken to the office by Professor Mu Qianxue. This thought only deepened Bai Zichuan's remorse. Glancing at Qin Xiaole, she took a deep breath and said, "Professor, the fault does not lie with the class monitor. It is I who borrowed the red pen from him during class, which prompted him to speak. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me." Qin Xiaole was taken aback. What? The matter was already resolved, and they were enjoying lunch. Now, she was complicating things again. Indeed, upon hearing Bai Zichuan's words, Mu Qianxue's demeanor turned chilly. She directed her gaze at Qin Xiaole, inquiring, "What do you think?" Qin Xiaole stammered, I don't know," coughing lightly. Driven by a strong desire to survive, he added, "I believe it was merely a misunderstanding on the part of the vice monitor. Professor Mu is amiable, understanding, and graceful. She has not punished me at all. Vice monitor, you should return." Upon hearing Qin Xiaole's words, Mu Qianxue seemed pleased. What girl wouldn't appreciate compliments? Perhaps when praised, they might feign indifference to maintain an aura of grace, but internally, they are often elated. However, Bai Zichuan did not share this sentiment. Was Professor Mu truly understanding, gentle and generous? While she indeed exuded elegance, such qualities surely did not stem from Qin Xiaole's experience of being subjected to harsh reprimands. In that moment, Bai Zichuan felt even more heartbroken. Qin Xiaole had suffered. She wished to say more, but Mu Qianxue interrupted with a cough, stating, "All right, Vice Monitor, you may return. I need to discuss some matters with the class monitor. He will be free shortly." Bai Zichuan wanted to protest further, but seeing Mu Qianxue's demeanor, she relented, casting an apologetic glance at Qin Xiaole as she departed. Watching her retreating figure, Qin Xiaole exhaled in relief, sitting down and cheerfully saying, "Professor, now that she's gone, let's continue eating." Yet, Mu Qianxue shot him a glare. "Always chasing after trouble, you are not allowed to eat. Just watch." With that, she huffed and began to eat on her own, leaving Qin Xiaole to stare blankly beside her. "Darn, I want to eat too. If only I had eaten a bit more earlier." Qin Xiaole let out a sigh, casting a pitiful gaze at Mu Qianxue. The look in his eyes was so forlorn that it stirred a sense of guilt in the observer's heart. Qin Xiaole occasionally glanced at Qin Xiaole, finding the situation rather amusing. What a scoundrel, she thought. Take your time. Next time you indulge in flirtations, you'll be finished. A couple of minutes passed, and Qin Xiaole wiped her mouth, glancing at Qin Xiaole once more. Here, take the remainder and finish it off. Remember, wastage is not an option. With that, she handed the food container to Qin Xiaole. Seeing that there was still a good amount left, Qin Xiaole chuckled with delight. Indeed, Qin Xiaole still cared for him. He nodded eagerly, having been starved by the enticing aroma for quite some time. He dove into the food ravenously. Qin Xiaole watched with a smile. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Don't choke. No sooner had she spoken, Qin Xiaole suddenly felt as if something had lodged in his throat. Instantly, he ceased eating, pounding his chest in desperation. Goodness! Is Qin Xiaole's mouth enchanted? He thought. Just as she spoke, he found himself choking. However, at that moment, he could not articulate his thoughts, only continuing to strike his chest in distress. Qin Xiaole was taken aback. Choking just like that? Without a moment to ponder, she quickly rose, grabbed her cup of tea, and hurriedly offered it to Qin Xiaole, urging, "Drink some water, it will help." As she spoke, her hand gently rubbed his back, aiding him. Qin Xiaole gulped down a few sips, then tilted his head back for a moment, swallowing hard. Finally, it was over. He set down the cup, gasping for air. That nearly choked me to death. Goodness, to almost suffocate over a meal. What a situation. Qin Xiaole chuckled softly, giving his back a light pat. Who told you to flirt around? This is your consequence. Her words bore the tone of a wife expressing grievances to her husband. Qin Xiaole turned to her. Really, Professor Mu? It's clearly your fault. You said that, and I choked right after. Isn't that a curse? Therefore, you owe me compensation. Qin Xiaole responded. How can this be blamed on me? What about my dignity? Do I still have it? She shot Qin Xiaole an exasperated glance and playfully punched his chest. In your dreams, scoundrel. However, Qin Xiaole was not one to let it slide easily. With a sly smile, he stepped closer, pinning Qin Xiaole against the wall. One hand braced against the surface, his eyes locked onto hers. Indeed, he had her cornered. As Qin Xiaole loomed within mere centimeters of her, Qin Xiaole swallowed hard, her heart racing, her small hands clenched tightly, overwhelmed with nervous anticipation. This was a situation she had never encountered before. Although she had seen it on television, referred to as wall slam, it had not elicited much of a reaction from her back then. However, now that it was happening to her, she felt an overwhelming tension, her heart racing, as if it were suspended in midair. Chapter 58. The compensation desired by Qin Xiaole. As their gazes locked, the atmosphere transformed into a still tableau. Qin Xiaole's face flushed crimson, an air of ambiguity enveloping her. Qin Xiaole, what? What do you intend to do? After a moment of grappling with her anxiety, she managed to speak, though her tone was laced with nervousness, her words lacking their usual fluidity. This was a stark contrast to her usual demeanor as the icy goddess. Professor Qin Xiaole. Qin Xiaole smiled faintly, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Xiaole, acutely aware of her palpable tension. Nervous? That is precisely the reaction I sought. He chuckled. Professor Mu, are you feigning ignorance? I have come to seek compensation. Compensation? What compensation? At their current proximity, Qin Xiaole felt a wave of panic wash over her. She could sense the robust masculinity radiating from Qin Xiaole, his strong physique and male presence overwhelming her. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Please, don't mess around. It's daytime. What if someone arrives? Yet Qin Xiaole merely chuckled. No worries, the door is closed. Anyone would have to knock first. Besides, who would come at this hour? In the middle of the day, people are either dining in the cafeteria or ordering takeout. It's highly unlikely anyone would be here. But Qin Xiaole attempted to protest, only to be interrupted by a sudden tingling sensation at the corner of her mouth. Qin Xiaole had leaned down and kissed her directly. After all, this was not their first encounter. He felt no trepidation. The previous time had merely been at night. As human beings, one must always strive for progress and not remain stagnant. Last time, under the guise of trickery, he had stolen a kiss from Qin Xiaole. This time, Qin Xiaole had taken a step forward, daring to kiss her in broad daylight. This kiss signifies the evolution of our bond, a transcendence of our relationship. To refrain from kissing, you would only serve to solidify our connection. Is there a problem with that? None whatsoever. Time seemed to stretch, and Qin Xiaole felt her eyes growing hazy. Beneath Qin Xiaole's lips, she was engulfed in a wave of bliss, a sensation she had never experienced in her 20-plus years. Logic urged her to resist. However, perhaps out of sheer exhaustion, after a brief struggle, she ultimately surrendered. Leaning against the wall, the two embraced tightly. After a while, Mu Qianxue truly felt her strength waning and found it difficult to breathe. Only then did she regain her senses and open her eyes. With a sudden push, she shoved Qin Xiaole away, hastily wiping away the drool at the corner of her mouth. Anxious and flustered, she felt a surge of panic within her. It was broad daylight. In the office, she had engaged in such behavior with Qin Xiaole. This was utterly unbelievable. Qin Xiaole stood by with a cheerful demeanor, quietly observing her. At that moment, Mu Qianxue's face flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and anger washing over her. After all these years, this was undeniably the first time a boy had cornered her against a wall, and in the office no less. It was simply surreal. She covered her burning face, feeling utterly at a loss as she gazed at Qin Xiaole. How could you do this? This is the office, and it's still daytime. As her words trailed off, Mu Qianxue herself became speechless, her heart racing, her chest rising and falling erratically. Qin Xiaole was aware that Mu Qianxue was exceedingly nervous and excited at that moment. With a smile, he remarked, "Isn't this the compensation we just discussed?" Mu Qianxue? We discussed it? Who agreed to this? In an instant, Mu Qianxue was left bewildered. This guy was utterly shameless. She had never encountered someone so audacious. He had taken the initiative to kiss her while she was distracted, and then had the audacity to claim it was a mutual agreement. Furious, Mu Qianxue stepped forward and delivered a solid punch to Qin Xiaole. "Scoundrel, you have no shame." Qin Xiaole chuckled. "Scoundrel? What shame does a scoundrel have? Your perspective is too narrow." He cleared his throat and, with a playful grin, said, "Professor Mu, please calm down. I promise, I will never engage in such behavior in the office during the day again. You can supervise me. If I do it again, I'll treat you to a cup of milk tea." Mu Qianxue? "So, you're saying that if you commit this act again, you'll treat me to milk tea? You think you can use a cup of milk tea as an excuse to kiss me? You really are a genius. It's a shame you don't go into business." With a fierce glare, Mu Qianxue pointed towards the door and coldly uttered a single word, "Get out." She was truly appalled by his shamelessness. In her eyes, there could be no one more brazen than Qin Xiaole. He was undoubtedly the epitome of audacity. Qin Xiaole cleared his throat and, with a cheeky grin, said, "But, Professor Mu, please don't be so angry. It's not good for your health. Can we negotiate the terms? Even when buying groceries, one often haggles. Wouldn't you agree?" However, Mu Qianxue chose to ignore him entirely, rummaging around in her space as if in search of something. Qin Xiaole, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Professor Mu, what are you looking for?" "I can assist you." Mu Qianxue responded, "Where's my fruit knife?" Qin Xiaole, taken aback, stammered, "A fruit knife?" He gulped nervously as he observed the displeased expression on Mu Qianxue's face, panic immediately setting in. Goodness, this was a matter of life and death. Thus, Qin Xiaole quickly excused himself, clearing his throat. "Professor Mu, ahem, I have matters to attend to in my dormitory, so I shall take my leave." Without waiting for a response, he swiftly turned and fled. If he lingered any longer, he might find himself at the receiving end of a blade. Damn it! He had lost his nerve. Watching Qin Xiaole's retreating figure, Mu Qianxue spat out a curse under her breath. That despicable scoundrel. Huh. She remained seated, her heart still racing, especially recalling the moment when Qin Xiaole had pushed her against the wall, the instant their lips had met. Her heart nearly threatened to burst from excitement. Yet, that moment was unlike anything she had ever experienced in her life. The sensation was peculiar, almost an irresistible allure. Particularly, there was something uniquely captivating about Qin Xiaole, his masculine charm and striking good looks. Hardly any girl would dare to express anger towards him. For indeed, beauty is justice. This adage applied to Qin Xiaole with utmost accuracy. Contemplating this, Mu Qianxue found her lips curving into an involuntary smile. However, she quickly shook her head, determined to dispel such thoughts. "You wretched scoundrel, just wait. I will make you regret this." Chapter 59. If worst comes to worst, I'll cross-dress to solicit votes. As Mu Qianxue glanced toward the door through which Qin Xiaole had exited, she huffed softly. Resolute in her intent, she vowed not to let that fellow off easily. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had gone by. During the second class of the afternoon, Mu Qianxue was delivering a language lesson to her students. Qin Xiaole, as usual, occupied the front row. The classroom was filled to capacity, with not a single empty seat available. After all, this was Qin Xiaole's class, and the number of students eager to audit was overwhelming. In university, auditing classes is permitted and even encouraged. Ding, ding, ding. As the bell rang to signal the end of class, Qin Xiaole closed her textbook and looked at the students, announcing, "Class is dismissed, but I have an important announcement to make." Upon hearing her call for attention, all the students raised their heads, watching her attentively. She surveyed the room, casting a fleeting glance at Qin Xiaole before speaking calmly. "Next Monday, our School of Information will host a departmental welcome party. Each department is required to present 3 performances, with rehearsals scheduled for this weekend." Upon hearing Qin Xiaole's words, everyone was taken aback. What? An orientation gala for the college? Rehearsals this Saturday and Sunday? The timeline is exceedingly tight. It is already Thursday, and tomorrow is Friday. This implies that the performers and their acts must be finalized by tomorrow, followed by rehearsals the day after and the day after that. The performance is set for Monday. Qin Xiaole continued, "For this college orientation gala, every department must participate and contribute a performance. Additionally, the college leaders will be present to observe. Therefore, I have decided to assign the task of organizing our department's performance to Qin Xiaole." Instantly, Qin Xiaole was left bewildered. What on earth? Me in charge? This is no small task. As they are majoring in computer science and technology, there are predominantly male students, which means there are few individuals with the requisite skills, and even fewer willing to take the stage. Being in charge is a thankless job, requiring one to recruit participants, and if none can be found, the burden falls solely on the organizer. However, that was not the end of it. Qin Xiaole paused, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Xiaole, and declared, "To set an example for the organizer, Qin Xiaole will also present a performance." Qin Xiaole exclaimed, "What? Me perform? You must know I have no talents worth showcasing. Is she expecting me to go up there and awkwardly sing?" Noticing a glint of mischief in Qin Xiaole's eyes, Qin Xiaole realized she must have done this on purpose, perhaps as retribution for what had transpired that afternoon. Damn. Indeed, women can be extraordinarily formidable beings. Even after 2 days, she still manages to ensnare me. Is this not akin to committing fratricide? Below the stage, the crowd erupted with excitement. Wow, Professor Mu is incredible. Haha. Surely, the class leader won't be singing, will they? If they do, the venue is bound to explode with laughter. Hee, I think so too. Poor leg, this is quite the ordeal. Observing Qin Xiaole standing there alone, the others couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Qin Xiaole's lips curled into a slight smile as she encouraged, "Qin Xiaole, I believe in you. Go for it." Qin Xiaole replied, "Go for it? Go for what?" At that moment, Qin Xiaole was still pondering what he would perform. Surely, he could not genuinely sing on stage. Suddenly, as he was deep in thought, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations. You have received a task. Dazzle at the orientation gala and astonish everyone with an unforgettable evening. Reward, dependent upon the results achieved. Note, a maximum of 3 random skills may be obtained." 3 random skills? Qin Xiaole's eyes widened in astonishment. I must admit, this reward is indeed quite enticing. Completing a single task offers the chance to acquire up to 3 random skills, akin to accomplishing 3 tasks at once. Moreover, the skills produced by the system are of exceptional quality. Once obtained, one ascends to the pinnacle of the profession, thus becoming a leading figure in the field. Naturally, the challenge of securing 3 random skills in one draw is substantial. Otherwise, such generous rewards would not exist. Yet, Qin Xiaole was still inclined to take the plunge. The allure of the reward was too great to resist. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Isn't it about shining brightly? Everyone has their unique talents. Singing is not my forte. Damn it. Worst case scenario, I'll cross-dress. Indeed, at that moment, Qin Xiaole's sole thought was cross-dressing. The last reward he received was a top-tier makeup skill, which included cross-dressing. He could always showcase his cross-dressing on the stage of the welcome party. With this thought, a confident smile spread across Qin Xiaole's face. 3 random skills? Bring it on. However, standing on the platform, Qin Xiaole was taken aback by Qin Xiaole's confident smile. For a moment, she was puzzled. Could it be that this fellow possesses some hidden talents? Surely not. Qin Xiaole was somewhat perplexed, as she had no idea whether Qin Xiaole harbored any undisclosed skills. Glancing at the crowd below, she cleared her throat and said, "All right, classes are dismissed. Everyone go have lunch. By the way, Qin Xiaole, please come to the office with me later. With that, Mu Qianxue paid no further attention to Qin Xiaole and directly left with her textbooks. Once Mu Qianxue had departed, Zhang Yu and the others hurried over, grinning broadly as they regarded Qin Xiaole. Brother Lu, did you offend Professor Mu? Why is she specifically calling you out? One remarked. Yeah, you're in quite a predicament. Another chimed in. Although the three feigned sympathy for Qin Xiaole, they could barely contain their laughter. What a disaster. Sorry, I just can't help but laugh. Qin Xiaole shot the three a bemused glance, then turned his attention to Zhang Yu and Wu Luo, grinning as he said, Old Zhang, Old Wu. How about you two take the stage and show off your talents with a song? Don't worry, I'll handle everything behind the scenes. The performance will be flawless. Zhang Yu replied, What the hell is this behind-the-scenes operation? You can't even find anyone to perform, so you're trying to rope in your roommates. Clearing his throat, Zhang Yu chuckled, Brother Lu, it's not that I'm unwilling to help. It's just that my girlfriend won't let me get involved with other women. Performing is out of the question, as I'm simply too charming. During this period, Zhang Yu and the broadcasting girl have made significant progress in their relationship, advancing by leaps and bounds. They are merely a breath away from a home run. Alas, Qin Xiaole glanced helplessly at Wu Luo. Yet, before he could speak, Wu Luo cheerfully declared, Legu, there's something I haven't told you. I also have a girlfriend now. Wu Luo's girlfriend was the very girl he flirted with alongside Zhang Yu during military training. However, his progress was slightly slower than Zhang Yu's. Yet today, he successfully secured her affection. Qin Xiaole. Chapter 60. Treat you to dinner. Casting a resentful glance at the three who reveled in his misfortune, Qin Xiaole felt a tinge of melancholy. His situation truly was dire. Not only did he have to take the stage himself, but he also needed to gather two more groups to form a complete professional performance. This task was exceedingly challenging. If it were for a broadcasting major, it would be relatively simple. However, they were, after all, studying computer science. Their usual activities revolved around coding, leaving little room for artistic performances. Surely, he could not simply perform coding on stage, could he? That would be absurd. With a sigh, he resignedly shouldered his backpack and exited the classroom, heading towards Mu Qianxue's office. He could not simply swallow his frustration. If he had been wronged, he must seek retribution. This was his principle in life. Striding confidently into the office building, he stood before the office door with practiced ease. This time, he did not knock. Instead, he pushed the door open. Mu Qianxue, perched in her chair, furrowed her brows upon noticing Qin Xiaole's discontent. A subtle smile curved her lips. Displeased? Quite right. This was his consequence for daring to slam her last time. Clearing her throat, she feigned nonchalance and said, You're here? Qin Xiaole was unabashed, firmly shutting the door behind him and dramatically tossing his backpack aside. Indeed, I have arrived, he replied, slowly approaching her. Mu Qianxue was momentarily taken aback. As she watched Qin Xiaole approach, an ominous feeling washed over her. Clearing her throat again, she mustered her composure and stated, This time, I entrust you with organizing the welcoming party for the accounting department. No need to thank me. This is merely recognition of your capabilities. Qin Xiaole. Recognition of capabilities? Am I daft? And no need to thank you? Do I appear to have come here to express gratitude? Fixing his gaze intently on Mu Qianxue, he declared, Professor Mu, I suspect this is an act of retribution. Retribution? How could that be? I would never retaliate against my students. Mu Qianxue smiled faintly, her lips curling into a playful arc as she gazed at Qin Xiaole. Yet, her eyes seemed to unabashedly convey the message. I am indeed retaliating. Want to challenge me? Qin Xiaole cleared his throat and said, Professor Mu, I suppose this counts as me assisting you? Mu Qianxue was taken aback for a moment, but nodded in agreement, asking, Yes, what is it? Qin Xiaole smiled slightly. Surely, when one undertakes a task, there should be some form of compensation or benefit, right? Farmers in ancient times were paid for their labor by landlords. I should at least receive some advantage for assisting you, Professor Mu. Qin Xiaole had come to terms with the situation, especially since Mu Qianxue had publicly declared that he would be in charge before the entire department. This decision was irrevocable. Therefore, his aim was to extract maximum benefit from the limited circumstances. However, his words left Mu Qianxue momentarily bewildered. In all her years, she had never encountered someone like Qin Xiaole, who, when assigned a task by a teacher, would dare to negotiate for rewards. Was this behavior even normal? Before she could respond, Qin Xiaole stood up with a cheerful demeanor, his gaze fixed intently on her. Instantly, Mu Qianxue recalled the events that transpired in the office that afternoon, causing her to feel anxious. She cleared her throat and hurriedly asked, "What kind of benefit do you desire?" Qin Xiaole chuckled softly, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "Professor, what do you think?" Mu Qianxue was taken aback. "No, it can't be that we are going to reenact what happened that afternoon, right?" Panic surged through her, and she quickly retorted, "No, absolutely not. We cannot do that in the office." Seeing her flustered expression, Qin Xiaole couldn't help but laugh. He cleared his throat, adopting a mock-serious tone. "Professor Mu, what are you saying? I don't quite comprehend." Mu Qianxue thought to herself, "What a despicable man. Pretending to be innocent now?" Observing Qin Xiaole's feigned purity, her irritation grew. With a huff, she turned away from his gaze. "How about this? You treat me to dinner tonight. What do you think?" "Dinner?" Mu Qianxue contemplated this suggestion. It seemed feasible. After a moment's reflection, she nodded. "All right then, considering your efforts, I will treat you to dinner tonight. However, we are not dining out." Qin Xiaole was taken aback and curiously inquired, "Not dining out? Then where are we going?" The reason Mu Qianxue preferred not to eat out was twofold. Firstly, she did not enjoy the food offered at restaurants. To be candid, it was often greasy and not necessarily healthy or clean, unless it was a more upscale establishment, which would cost them several hundred for two people. Would she spend that amount on Qin Xiaole? Absolutely not. The answer was a resounding no. The second point is that Mu Qianxue feared being seen by other classmates from the school while dining with Qin Xiaole, which could lead to undesirable repercussions. After all, during her time at Dawn University, she had never dined alone with a boy. Moreover, the fact that it was evening and she was with a male student only amplified her anxiety. Even if she were to explain herself later, it would likely fall on deaf ears. Of course, she could not offer any justification, as she was acutely aware of the nature of their relationship. Given these two considerations, it was evident that dining out was not an option. Clearing her throat, Mu Qianxue remarked, "You need not concern yourself with that. Just accompany me when I step out." "Oh." Qin Xiaole shrugged in resignation and refrained from further inquiry. Since Mu Qianxue had expressed her stance, waiting seemed the best course of action. After all, she was not the one at a loss. She certainly wouldn't be selling herself short. As Mu Qianxue had matters to attend to and could not leave immediately, Qin Xiaole turned his attention to his phone. Out of sheer boredom, he launched the game, Honor of Kings, a nostalgic reminiscence for many in their youth. This game still boasts a considerable player base even now. With countless updates each year, the graphics and characters have seen significant enhancements. In recent years, the domestic mobile game industry in China has flourished, with a plethora of titles emerging. Yet, Honor of Kings remains steadfast and resilient. Quite unexpectedly, I must say. Upon entering a ranked match, Qin Xiaole quickly selected Bai Li. Although this season saw Bai Li weaken, the thrill of sniping from a distance was simply exhilarating. Thus, disregarding his teammates' opinions, Qin Xiaole resolutely pressed on. As the game commenced, the opposing marksman was Xiao Luban. With quick reflexes, Qin Xiaole executed a flash and fired 2 shots, followed by a basic attack, successfully securing first blood. The game continued, but unfortunately, his teammates were proving to be less than competent. What began as a promising start devolved into a disadvantageous scenario, leaving Qin Xiaole feeling frustrated. Nonetheless, there was no choice but to persevere. Mid-lane, someone is coming. Don't focus on the turret, run. While maneuvering with Shou Yue in the bottom lane, Qin Xiaole heard that familiar voice, nearly dropping his phone in shock. Chapter 61. Hooked a rich woman. Qin Xiaole abruptly turned his head to find Mu Qianxue's exquisite face beside him. Unbeknownst to him, she had suddenly appeared, her gaze fixed intently on the phone's screen. "Don't look at me, focus on the game. Hurry, run." "Oh." Qin Xiaole paused momentarily, then redirected his attention to the screen, hastily guiding Bai Li to escape against the wall. Just as he had barely made it, the opposing mage, marksman, and jungler descended upon him in unison. Thankfully, Qin Xiaole had managed to flee in time. Otherwise, capture would have meant certain death. He had no confidence in surviving or counterattacking against 3 opponents. He was not a professional. He lacked the skill. Even for a professional player, it is highly improbable to evade the pursuit of a mage, an archer, and a jungler simultaneously. The challenge is simply too great. After narrowly escaping, Qin Xiaole felt a surge of joy and chuckled. "Not bad. How did you know they were coming for me?" Mu Qianxue replied nonchalantly. "A sharp mind is a valuable asset." Qin Xiaole responded with confusion. "A sharp mind is a valuable asset? Do I not possess one?" I suspect you are making a veiled jab at me. He cleared his throat and continued to maneuver by Li, darting around to take stealthy shots. Of course, Mu Qianxue watched from the sidelines, occasionally providing verbal guidance. Remarkably, with her assistance, the previously unfavorable battle situation swiftly turned in their favor. 5 minutes later, a large victory sign appeared on the screen. Indeed, Qin Xiaole had triumphed in this match. He beamed as he put away his phone, stretching his limbs. What a delightful experience. Each time he played with Li Shouyue, his heart brimmed with joy. The thrill of sniping opponents from afar was an exhilaration that no other hero could replicate. Mu Qianxue shot him a disapproving look, saying, "Your skills are quite mediocre." Although they had only played for a brief period, she had already discerned his lack of prowess. He was undoubtedly a novice at the game, woefully inexperienced. A game as intellectually demanding as Honor of Kings may not be suited for Qin Xiaole. He likely wouldn't grasp its complexities, though he felt a twinge of annoyance. Qin Xiaole knew he couldn't alter Mu Qianxue's criticisms. After all, without her guidance, they might have faced defeat in that match. He cleared his throat. Attempting to change the subject, "Ahem, have you finished your work? Shall we go for a meal?" Mu Qianxue lifted her gaze and replied, "Let us go." With that, she stood up, tidied her belongings, and together with Qin Xiaole, they departed the office. Mu Qianxue led the way, but instead of heading toward the faculty dormitory at the east gate, they ventured to a more secluded area of the school. This place was deserted, with vehicles belonging to the school's leaders and teachers parked around. At this hour, there were few people, rendering the area somewhat desolate. Curious, Qin Xiaole inquired. "Why are we here? There's no one around." Could it be that she intended to engage in some clandestine activity? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, as his mind waged a silent battle. Should he comply, or should he take the initiative? Mu Qianxue glanced back at Qin Xiaole with an exasperated look, choosing not to respond. Soon, they arrived in front of a white sedan, a sleek Audi A6. Although Qin Xiaole was not particularly knowledgeable about cars, he could estimate that this vehicle was valued at around 500,000 to 600,000 yuan, certainly not inexpensive. The next moment, Mu Qianxue picked up the key and pressed a button, causing the car to flash. She then opened the door and glanced at the still stunned Qin Xiaole, saying, "Stop dawdling, get in." Qin Xiaole, get in? Are you serious? He swallowed hard and asked, "Is this car yours?" Mu Qianxue replied nonchalantly, "Yes. It's just an ordinary car, it'll do." Qin Xiaole, an ordinary car worth 500,000 to 600,000? And you're saying it'll do? Goodness, what is your status? For a moment, he was completely bewildered. He was unaware of Mu Qianxue's background, but the way she spoke made it seem like that price was trivial to her, indicating that she was anything but ordinary. He had hitched a ride with a wealthy lady. "Mom, I'm making it big." Mu Qianxue shot him an exasperated glance and urged, "Hurry up and get in, stop stalling." With that, she got into the car, ready to start the engine, and Qin Xiaole, not daring to hesitate, cheerfully took his seat. As he sat in the car, he soaked in the luxury around him. It felt exhilarating. Growing up, Qin Xiaole's parents adhered to the principle of raising boys with modesty. He had never ridden in such an expensive car before. Experiencing this today was simply thrilling. Soon, Mu Qianxue started the car, putting on a pair of black sunglasses that made her look incredibly cool, like a glamorous urban woman. She was stunning. Qin Xiaole cleared his throat and remarked, "It's going to get dark soon. Aren't you worried about getting lost with those sunglasses on?" Instantly, Mu Qianxue was left speechless. This guy was something else. She turned her head slightly to look at Qin Xiaole and coolly uttered a single word, "Scram." "Qin Xiaole, I was just trying to be helpful. Is that too much?" After driving for about half an hour, Mu Qianxue parked the car beside a vegetable market. "Get out," she said flatly, unbuckling her seatbelt. Qin Xiaole quickly followed suit and exited the vehicle. Before them was the largest vegetable market in the vicinity, bustling with crowds every day. What were they here for? To buy groceries. She cooked for herself daily and frequently visited this market. Although Mu Qianxue was stunningly beautiful, she was not the type to shy away from the mundane. Some girls, despite not being particularly attractive, were completely inept in the kitchen. In contrast, Mu Qianxue, while not claiming to be an expert, certainly surpassed the majority in culinary skills. "How much for this chive per pound?" she inquired. 90 cents. The vendor replied cheerfully. Mu Qianxue examined the chives and shook her head, saying, "That's too expensive. It usually costs 80 cents. Without hesitation, she turned away. At that moment, the vendor lady quickly called out to Mu Qianxue, "Hey, miss, it's 8 dimes, just take a look." Mu Qianxue smiled faintly, then turned around to weigh some leeks. After she completed her purchase, Qin Xiaole gazed at her with curiosity, as if he were seeing a new side of her. Mu Qianxue was taken aback and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Qin Xiaole chuckled, "I find you quite intriguing. You drive such an expensive car and are a university professor, yet you still bargain for vegetables. Nowadays, many young people wouldn't dream of haggling, whether for groceries or anything else. First, it's a matter of laziness. They feel it's not worth the trouble over such small amounts. Second, it's a matter of fear. They are afraid of losing face and damaging their image. So, they shy away from negotiation. Yet here you are, calmly bargaining without a care for your appearance." Mu Qianxue replied serenely, "What is so strange about that? I'm buying vegetables, she is selling them. It's business. Isn't it entirely normal to haggle?" She continued, "As for the importance of image, is it really that significant?" Qin Xiaole paused, suddenly struck by her words. Indeed, Mu Qianxue had a point. It is business, albeit trivial, involving just a few yuan. One shouldn't shy away from bargaining due to fear of losing face. Haggling is a fundamental aspect of commerce, isn't it? He nodded thoughtfully. "You make a valid point." The two exchanged smiles. Soon after, Qin Xiaolu accompanied Mu Qianxue to purchase more vegetables before placing them in the car and preparing to depart. The vehicle accelerated and arrived at a residential area near the university. In the vicinity of Dongda, the property prices in this neighborhood were not inexpensive, as it lay in the city center, surrounded by bustling commercial districts. Mu Qianxue naturally parked in the underground garage, then exited the car and called for Qin Xiaolu to grab the vegetables and take the elevator upstairs. Throughout the ride, Qin Xiaolu looked bewildered, uncertain of what was to come. Before long, the elevator stopped at the 13th floor. He followed Mu Qianxue out and walked towards room 1301. Mu Qianxue took a key from her bag, inserted it into the lock, and with a slight turn, opened the door. "Come in," she said, stepping inside first, followed closely by Qin Xiaole. The apartment spanned over 100 square meters, adorned with modern decorations that exuded a warm ambience. Curious, Qin Xiaolu inquired, "When did you rent a place outside?" Until now, he had assumed that Mu Qianxue resided in the staff dormitory. He was taken aback to learn that she had rented an apartment off campus. Mu Qianxue placed the keys on the table and said nonchalantly, "No. This house was purchased by my father. I occasionally stay here." In truth, Mu Qianxue had been residing here for an extended period, seldom returning to the faculty dormitory. However, in order to provide Qin Xiaole with a reason to escort her home in the evenings, she had recently been living at the faculty dormitory. This, however, was a fact she had never disclosed to Qin Xiaole. Suddenly, as Qin Xiaole prepared to take a seat on the sofa, he found himself suspended in disbelief. This house, it was specifically purchased for Mu Qianxue by her father? Goodness, what kind of family is this? A car worth 500,000 to 600,000 is merely a casual matter, and a house worth over 10 million is just as easily acquired. One must consider that the property prices here are far from affordable, averaging around 70,000 to 80,000 per square meter. After all, this is the bustling metropolis, the economic epicenter of China. Moreover, this area is in proximity to Dongda, surrounded by numerous commercial hubs. He found himself utterly bewildered. Indeed, she is truly a wealthy heiress. Mu Qianxue glanced at him and said, "Stop dawdling. Come help me wash the vegetables." Coming. Qin Xiaole cleared his throat and hurried over. The kitchen was modest, spanning only 3 to 4 square meters. However, the two of them fit comfortably within it. The household was well equipped with pots, pans, and all the essentials for cooking. While Qin Xiaole washed the vegetables, Mu Qianxue tied on an apron and began chopping ingredients for the meal. Their demeanor resembled that of a married couple who had been together for many years, exuding warmth and harmony. The tasks of washing and preparing vegetables posed no challenge for Qin Xiaole, as he had done such chores during his childhood. He was far from being inept or unfamiliar with the basics of life. After a period of bustling activity in the kitchen, Mu Qianxue glanced at him and said, "All right, you can go sit on the sofa for now. I can manage here." As the next step involved frying the dishes, Qin Xiaole would not be of much assistance, so she preferred he vacate the kitchen to avoid taking up space. Okay. Acknowledging her request, Qin Xiaole did not linger. After washing his hands, he slipped out of the kitchen and occupied himself with his phone on the sofa. It must be noted that Mu Qianxue had a penchant for cleanliness. Her home was immaculate, with every corner spotless. After approximately half an hour, Mu Qianxue's voice resonated from the kitchen. "Dinner is ready. Wash your hands and prepare to eat. All right, Qin Xiaole responded, promptly washing his hands on the balcony before rushing to the kitchen to serve the dishes. This evening, Mu Qianxue had prepared a sumptuous feast. Stir-fried chives with eggs, sweet and sour ribs, sautéed eggplant, and dry pot potatoes. All dishes emanated a delightful aroma. Qin Xiaole instinctively swallowed, overwhelmed by the enticing fragrance. It was simply irresistible. Though I have previously tasted the dishes prepared by Mu Qianxue, I was still astonished to see the lavish spread she had laid out today. Indeed, one should not judge a book by its cover. Such a beautiful Professor Mu, capable of creating such delectable meals. Mu Qianxue served 2 bowls of rice, then removed her apron and sat facing Qin Xiaole. To be honest, this was her first experience dining alone with someone, especially in her own home. Shall we drink? Mu Qianxue suddenly inquired. Qin Xiaole was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, "Sure, I can hold my liquor. How about you?" Without a word, Mu Qianxue rose and retrieved a bottle of red wine. This bottle was no ordinary vintage. It was undoubtedly of considerable quality. "I've never been drunk." Mu Qianxue smiled confidently. Her tolerance for alcohol was remarkable, as if it were an innate trait. Over the years, she had rarely succumbed to inebriation. Even after consuming a substantial amount, she maintained her composure. However, Qin Xiaole was taken aback. "Didn't you get drunk that day at the bar?" Yet, he dared not voice this thought, for it would be a slight against Mu Qianxue. Qin Xiaole chuckled, "Just don't blame me if you drink too much." Mu Qianxue smiled subtly, unfazed, as she poured red wine for both of them. "Let us toast before we eat," Qin Xiaole said cheerfully, raising his glass towards Mu Qianxue. Without hesitation, Mu Qianxue lifted her glass, and they gently clinked them together before taking a sip. Unlike beer, red wine is savored rather than gulped. One should take a sip and allow it to linger for a moment to fully appreciate its flavor. "This is exquisite." Qin Xiaole couldn't help but exclaim. Although he held no particular fascination for wine, he had learned a thing or two about it over the years, and this wine was undoubtedly exceptional. Mu Qianxue smiled and remarked, "Let us see if the dishes are to your liking." "Delicious," Qin Xiaole exclaimed as he sampled a bite of scrambled eggs with chives. Quite good. The aroma of the chives is just right." He tried a few more dishes and had to admit the flavors were superb, especially the sweet and sour ribs, which were incredibly flavorful. "Delicious. Your culinary skills are remarkable. I shall certainly return for more." Mu Qianxue? Return for more? Do you expect to mooch off my food? Have some self-respect. She shot him a sidelong glance before taking a piece of rib for herself, perfectly seasoned. "Have you prepared your performance for the welcome party?" "I have it figured out." "What is it?" "A secret." Chapter 63. Qin Xiaole, can you do me a favor? "A secret?" Seeing Qin Xiaole's mysterious demeanor, Mu Qianxue felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. What was he up to? What mischief might arise this time? One can never be too certain. While others might behave themselves, Qin Xiaole is hardly the type to conform. Would he truly remain so compliant? Of course not. However, Mu Qianxue could hardly fathom the extent of Qin Xiaole's intentions. Clearing her throat, she cautioned him, "Do not entertain any improper thoughts. Our program must remain lawful, devoid of any illicit themes or gambling, and we cannot skirt the edges of legality. These are unequivocally prohibited." Qin Xiaole responded with incredulity. "Illicit themes, gambling, skirting legality? What do you take me for? Am I really that sort of person?" He shrugged helplessly, asserting, "I am not that kind of individual. Just look at my face. What does it reveal?" Mu Qianxue paused, contemplating, "What can be discerned from your face?" She shook her head. "I cannot tell." Qin Xiaole straightened up, leaning closer to Mu Qianxue. "Surely you can see the sincerity etched all over my face." Mu Qianxue replied, "I truly cannot see it." Rolling her eyes, she added, "Let us eat. Refrain from those pointless discussions." With a chuckle, Qin Xiaole began to eat earnestly. The dishes crafted by Mu Qianxue were indeed delightful, and the two enjoyed a tranquil meal together, enveloped in a unique warmth. It felt akin to a long-married couple sharing a quiet dinner, savoring fine wine. "Why is your face so flushed? Have you had too much to drink?" Qin Xiaole inquired after taking a sip of wine. Noticing her cheeks flushed with color, she appeared to be tipsy. They had been enjoying their meal and drinks together, and Qin Xiaole had assumed Mu Qianxue could handle her liquor. But who would have guessed she would become intoxicated so quickly? She had previously claimed she had never been drunk. Mu Qianxue's gaze was somewhat hazy, yet her mind remained clear. She was merely tipsy, not yet lost to consciousness. Drunk? How is that possible? When I drink at home, I never get drunk. Qin Xiaole remarked, when drinking at home, it is inevitable that one does not become inebriated. Suddenly, he recalled their night at the bar. Goodness, how could she boast about her drinking prowess? With a resigned expression, he gently took the wine glass from her hand. All right, you've had enough. If you drink any more, you may end up collapsed. I would rather not be the one to clean up after you. Let us focus on the food instead. He set her glass aside, and Mu Qianxue pouted, fine. I do feel a bit lightheaded. She recognized it was time to cease drinking. Qin Xiaole had also refrained from excessive drinking, and their focus shifted entirely to their meal. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, both were satiated. Mu Qianxue stood up, supporting her forehead, feeling somewhat dazed. Fortunately, I refrained from drinking further. Otherwise, I might not be able to stand upright at this moment. You should rest on the sofa while I wash the dishes. Mu Qianxue glanced at Qin Xiaole. However, observing her flushed cheeks and seemingly dazed expression, Qin Xiaole chuckled and said, let me handle the dishes. You should sit on the sofa and sober up. With that, he disregarded Mu Qianxue and took the empty bowls into the kitchen. Mu Qianxue was taken aback, watching his busy figure in the kitchen, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Cooking for herself and Qin Xiaole washing the dishes seemed quite agreeable. Qin Xiaole was quite adept at washing dishes. Back home, he was raised with the philosophy of teaching his son to be self-sufficient. Thus, he was familiar with household chores. For him, washing dishes posed no challenge. With a beaming smile, Mu Qianxue lingered at the kitchen door for a moment before saying, you wash the dishes first, and once you're done, you can play on the sofa while I take a shower. Feeling the pleasant buzz from the alcohol, she believed a shower would help her feel more awake. After drinking, the best remedy for sobering up was indeed a shower. The water would invigorate her senses and awaken her mind. All right, Qin Xiaole replied, continuing to wash the dishes while turning his head to acknowledge her. Mu Qianxue smiled gently, entering her room to fetch her clothes before heading to the bathroom for a shower. Before long, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Qin Xiaole quickly finished washing the dishes, glancing towards the bathroom with a bemused shake of his head. After all, it was a common understanding that girls took quite a long time in the shower. Therefore, Qin Xiaole was not in a hurry. He settled on the sofa to play a game. In a ranked match, he instantaneously selected Bai Li. As soon as he entered the canyon, he unfortunately gave away first blood. Damn it! He cursed silently, realizing that the opposing marksman and support had ambushed him. Undeterred, he maneuvered Bai Li to maintain a safe distance. After about a minute, both teams were evenly matched. Just as Qin Xiaole was completely engrossed in the game, a voice suddenly emerged from the bathroom. Qin Xiaole. Startled, he paused, a look of confusion crossing his face as he rose and walked towards the bathroom door, softly asking, Professor Mu, is there something you need? Inside the bathroom, the sound of running water had ceased. Clearing her throat with slight embarrassment, Mu Qianxue said, Ahem. Could you do me a favor? Do you need a helping hand? Qin Xiaole asked, momentarily taken aback, curiosity evident in his expression. What is it? Do you need a back scrub? Mu Qianxue? Goodness. Are you really that audacious? A back scrub? What on earth? Had it not been for her reliance on Qin Xiaole, she would have lunged forward and struck him a blow. Mu Qianxue cleared her throat and said, Could you please fetch a pair of underwear from my room? At that moment, Qin Xiaole was taken aback. Fetching underwear from Mu Qianxue's room? Was this for real? For a brief instant, he thought he must have misheard her. Could you repeat that? I didn't catch it. Mu Qianxue, feeling exasperated, thought to herself, Is he doing this on purpose? Yet, being in need of assistance, she had no choice but to lower her voice and repeat. Could you please help me get a pair of underwear from my room? I felt a bit dizzy when I was gathering my clothes for a shower, and I think I forgot something. However, she couldn't recall what it was at that moment. It was only after her shower, when she was about to dress, that she realized she had forgotten her underwear. Thus, she reluctantly sought help from Qin Xiaole. At that moment, she stood in the bathroom, her figure bare, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. The effects of the alcohol had completely worn off, leaving her feeling shy and bashful. Qin Xiaole, momentarily stunned, coughed, and said, All right, I'll go right away. Chapter 64. The Essence of Light and Shadow. With that, Qin Xiaole hurried to Mu Qianxue's room. The space was vast, yet devoid of anything particularly distinctive. It contained merely a desk, a lamp, a bed, and a bedside table, all of which seemed rather uncharacteristic of a young woman's chamber. Typically, a girl's room would be adorned with an array of dolls or immersed in a sea of pastel hues, with everything from the sheets to the duvet in soft pinks. However, Mu Qianxue's room was stark and minimalist, save for a small, exquisitely crafted doll perched at the desk. With no time to linger, he cast a glance at her wardrobe and opened it to search inside. Upon opening the wardrobe, Qin Xiaole was taken aback by the sheer volume of clothing within. Goodness! The spacious wardrobe was filled to the brim with garments neatly arranged. This was indeed a true woman-esque wardrobe. However, most of the clothing appeared to be designed for mature women, such as black stockings and fishnet attire. Though visually appealing, Qin Xiaole couldn't afford to linger, as Mu Qianxue was still waiting for him to retrieve her underwear. After rummaging through the garments for a considerable time, Qin Xiaole finally found what he was looking for, a pair of black underwear adorned with lace. Instantly, his heart began to race uncontrollably. This was far too tempting. The wardrobe was filled with black stockings and fishnets, and now he held lace in his hands. If he were to present this, which official could withstand such a temptation? Glancing at the clock and realizing he had been absent for too long, Mu Qianxue began to urge him from the bathroom. Qin Xiaole, have you found it? Momentarily pulled from the brink of temptation, he quickly regained his composure and cleared his throat, exclaiming, I found it. I'm coming right now. With that, he promptly rose and made his way to the bathroom door, clutching the item. He gently tapped on the door and called out, I have it in my hands. You can come and take it. Instantly, the cheeks of Mu Qianxue inside the bathroom flushed crimson. She coughed softly and said, You close your eyes first. No peeking. Qin Xiaole, with a demeanor of utmost seriousness, assured her, Rest assured, I will not peek. You can trust me. As he spoke, he slowly shut his eyes. Within the bathroom, Mu Qianxue silently opened the door just a crack, extending her hand. After a brief moment of searching, she finally grasped the item from Qin Xiaole's hand. She swiftly took it and closed the door again. Clearing her throat, she announced, I got it. You go wait on the sofa for me. Only then did Qin Xiaole gradually open his eyes, a smile gracing his face as he replied, All right. He turned and settled onto the sofa, lingering there for a while. Before long, Mu Qianxue emerged from the bathroom. Her hair was damp and cascading over her shoulders. She wore a black short-sleeved top paired with black shorts that fell just above her knees. Being at home, her attire was far less formal than what she wore at school. Yet, it was the first time Qin Xiaole had seen her in such casual wear, and he couldn't help but think that the mature aura she exuded was quite captivating in this ensemble. Mu Qianxue approached slowly, her previously cold expression now adorned with a rosy hue, embarrassed at the recent awkward moment of having Qin Xiaole fetch that item for her. Clearing her throat, she fixed her gaze on Qin Xiaole's eyes and asked, You didn't see anything, did you? Caught off guard, Qin Xiaole looked up, meeting her gaze with a grin. I had my eyes closed. What could I possibly see? I'm so honest, I never speak. At that moment, there was only a shadow of light before me. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianxue felt a wave of relief wash over her. Just a shadow of light, thank goodness. However, she might not fully grasp Qin Xiaole's interpretation of a shadow of light, which, in his mind, was merely the outline of a figure. Ahem. But Qin Xiaole certainly could not reveal that, lest he find himself in dire straits. Tonight, it seemed, he might not even be able to leave this place. Mu Qianxue coughed once more and sat beside Qin Xiaole, feeling much less embarrassed thanks to his earlier words. It's getting late. When will you be leaving? Qin Xiaole, taken aback, thought, Is she trying to rush me out? Just moments ago, she had sought his assistance. He cleared his throat and glanced at his phone. It's only just past 8. There is still plenty of time. No rush. Mu Qianxue retorted, What a thick skin you have. Two individuals sat quietly on the sofa, enveloped in an eerie silence. Suddenly, Qin Xiaole cleared his throat and turned to Mu Qianxue, saying, Ahem, your hair is still damp. Shall I assist you with that? The long-haired girl found it inconvenient to dry her hair alone. Huh? Mu Qianxue was taken aback, but before she could refuse, Qin Xiaole had already risen to his feet. Inquiring, Where is your hairdryer? Mu Qianxue coughed softly and, hesitantly, pointed towards the bathroom. It's in the bathroom. All right. Without hesitation, Qin Xiaole strode confidently into the room. However, as he reached the threshold, Mu Qianxue suddenly realized, Oh no, the clothes and underwear I just took off are still in the bathroom. Instantly, she could no longer sit still, springing up to shout at Qin Xiaole, Stop. Yet her warning came too late. Qin Xiaole had already stepped inside, his gaze inevitably landing on the garments strewn on the floor. He cleared his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and quickly picked up the hairdryer before exiting. Observing the crimson flush that adorned Mu Qianxue's cheeks, Qin Xiaole hurriedly explained, "Ahem, I didn't see anything. You must believe me." Mu Qianxue offered a feeble retort, akin to a futile denial. "If you hadn't explained, I might have been better off." Blushing, she coughed slightly and said, "All right, let us just dry your hair quickly." At this moment, she found herself with no other recourse but to swiftly change the subject, diverting their attention from the recent awkward scene. "Okay," Qin Xiaole responded affirmatively, promptly plugging in the hairdryer and positioning Mu Qianxue in front of him. Standing behind her, he switched on the device and gently maneuvered her hair. In that instant, Mu Qianxue experienced an electric thrill coursing through her. Over the years, Qin Xiaole was the first boy to ever dry her hair. Previously, not a single boy had dared to approach her hair at such close proximity. The sensation was peculiar, especially considering the unique bond she shared with the boy tending to her tresses. With this thought, her heartbeat quickened, an unprecedented feeling blossoming within her. Chapter 65. Taking advantage of free food and drink, Qin Xiaole diligently dried Mu Qianxue's hair, and after approximately 7 or 8 minutes, he cheerfully turned off the hairdryer, saying, "All done, your hair is nearly dry." Mu Qianxue was momentarily stunned, running her fingers through her hair, confirming that indeed, it was mostly dry. She raised her gaze to meet Qin Xiaole's eyes, a hint of regret flickering within her own. It seemed that the brief moment of having her hair dried had left her yearning for more time. If only such moments were more abundant, how wonderful that would be. For this was a sensation she had never experienced in over 20 years. Novel and utterly addictive. "Please, set aside the hairdryer." Mu Qianxue dared not let Qin Xiaole take the hairdryer into the bathroom again. That would be too embarrassing. Qin Xiaole chuckled, understanding her unspoken words, nodded cheerfully, and placed the hairdryer on the table. He glanced at the clock. It was already 9 o'clock, and there was little point in lingering further. After all, dinner had been served, and it was time to depart. He stretched lazily and looked at Mu Qianxue, saying, "It's about time. I must be on my way." Mu Qianxue murmured softly. Although she had just said that Qin Xiaole should leave promptly, as he prepared to go, a sense of reluctance welled up within her. Was he truly leaving just like that? She raised her gaze to meet Qin Xiaole's eyes and suggested, "How about I drive you home? I have nothing else to do." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaole smiled slightly. The distance between here and East University was merely a street apart. Was it necessary to offer a ride? He shook his head with a grin, saying, "No need, it's not far. You should rest at home. Besides, it wouldn't be good if someone saw us." "All right." Mu Qianxue pondered for a moment and chose not to press the matter further. Indeed, if she drove him home and was spotted by others, it could lead to unfavorable assumptions. After all, a female professor driving her male student home late at night would prompt misinterpretations from anyone. Such is human nature. Qin Xiaole took a deep breath and jokingly remarked, "I'm leaving now after helping you so much. Shouldn't there be some reward?" Mu Qianxue was taken aback. Reward? For what? Just for mooching off food and drink? What an audacious scoundrel. However, before she could dwell on her thoughts, she felt a familiar collision of lips. In an instant, their mouths met. And that well-known sensation surged within Mu Qianxue once more. After what felt like an eternity, Qin Xiaole pulled back, grinning as he patted her shoulder. "I'll be off now. Thank you for the hospitality. No need to see me out. I know the way." With that, he made his exit. Mu Qianxue stood frozen, bewildered. What a rogue. Mooched food and drink and took advantage too? For some reason, she felt a mix of anger and amusement. Yet, as she watched his retreating figure, she found it impossible to harbor resentment. What a scoundrel, she muttered under her breath before closing the door. Once outside Mu Qianxue's home, Qin Xiaole felt elated. He had come for a free meal and ended up gaining even more. What a splendid profit. Emotions are often characterized by a certain passivity, particularly among women. At such times, it is imperative for men to take the initiative. If you lack the courage to seize opportunities, your romantic endeavors will likely progress at a snail's pace. And you may even risk being cast aside. Why is this? There is a saying, men who are not bad will not attract women. This adage is one to remember. No woman is ever truly fond of a mere do-gooder. Such a sentiment is non-existent. Women inherently possess a tendency to be attracted to strength. It is only the so-called bad boys who exhibit assertiveness and consequently find it easier to win the hearts of women. Qin Xiaole returned to his dormitory from the East Gate, wearing a cheerful smile. That evening, he messaged all members in the computer science department group. inviting those interested in participating in the upcoming orientation gala to sign up with him before the following afternoon. With 5 classes in the computer science department, each comprising approximately 30 students, the total number amounted to about 150. However, after sending the message, he waited for over an hour without receiving any responses. Not a single person approached him. After all, they were a group of robust young men, and the majority of computer science students tend to be introverted. Few possessed any noteworthy talents. Even those who had previously learned some skills were often too timid to perform at a departmental event. Such a display of courage was indeed daunting. With at least several thousand individuals in attendance, not to mention the faculty and administration. After taking a shower, Qin Xiaole sat on his bed, staring at his unresponsive QQ account, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. Apart from himself, he needed to coordinate 2 more performances. Zhang Yu, whose bed was positioned behind Qin Xiaole's, glanced over at him while engaged in a gaming session with his girlfriend and remarked, "Brother Lu, what is troubling you? You seem a bit distracted." Qin Xiaole sat on his bed, lost in thought, gazing blankly at his phone screen. To an outsider, it might appear he had suffered a heartbreak. Could it be that he had a falling out with the girl selling tea? Zhang Yu pondered this, and the more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. With a sigh, Qin Xiaole responded, "It's just so frustrating. It's that task assigned by Professor Mu. No one from our major has signed up. How peculiar." Tang Ming, seated at the desk below, took a bite of an apple and chuckled. There are plenty of boys in computer science, but most can barely write code, let alone showcase any talents. Indeed, with the semester just beginning, they were only just being introduced to programming languages. If they struggled with coding, performing on stage was out of the question. Zhang Yu, with a grin, suggested, "Brother Lu, I have an idea that is guaranteed to work." Instantly, Qin Xiaole's eyes lit up. "My loyal subject, what strategy do you propose?" Zhang Yu chuckled. Where did this rebellious rascal come from, seeking to usurp my position? He cleared his throat and continued, "I do have a solution. But as for the benefits, he. Just a glance at Zhang Yu's expression made Qin Xiaole immediately aware of his intentions. Last time, he took advantage of his breakfast for 2 weeks. Indeed, what goes around comes around. Speak up, what reward do you desire? Zhang Yu chuckled. Legu, we are roommates. Brothers. He was abruptly interrupted by Qin Xiaole. Get to the point. Zhang Yu grinned. 3 bottles of yogurt. Well, this little rascal truly knows how to exploit. However, Qin Xiaole nodded. If the method works, I shall give you 5 bottles. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu was instantly elated, his hands trembling with excitement as he operated the game. Legu, you are generous. He grinned and continued. Actually, this matter is quite simple. The trouble can be transferred. Trouble, transferred? Qin Xiaole was taken aback, not comprehending his meaning. After a brief pause, Zhang Yu elaborated, for the 2 programs. You could have the class representatives from the 5 classes in the computer science department draw lots. Whoever is selected can be responsible for choosing a program. This is what we call transferring the trouble downwards. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Qin Xiaole's mind. What this lad suggested makes sense. Damn. No wonder he is known as the Prince of Dormitory Tricks. Author's note, make sure to cast your silver tickets on the latest chapter, Chapter 66, Program Lottery. Indeed, Zhang Yu's words hold wisdom. Transferring the trouble downwards. Isn't that exactly what Mu Qianshui does? She simply shifts the blame onto him. Qin Xiaole chuckled, a smile appearing on his face as he gave Zhang Yu a thumbs up, saying cheerfully, Old Zhang, you are quite clever. This method has some substance. This fellow managed to find a decent girlfriend in such a short time since school started, and she is even a broadcasting student. I must say his tactics are impressive. Indeed, whether it be flirting or getting things done, one must be audacious and understand the game. Both elements are indispensable. Only then can one attract high-quality women. TSK. Quite something. Zhang Yu, who was engrossed in his game, looked up and grinned. Oh, it's nothing much. Legu. Don't forget, 5 bottles of yogurt, he. Qin Xiaole smiled slightly. All right, they are on my desk. Once you finish your game, help yourself. This could also be considered intellectual labor. Zhang Yu chuckled. The boss is generous. I appreciate it, moi. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's tone, Qin Xiaole couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. This guy is so obnoxious. On the other side of the game, Zhang Yu's girlfriend seemed equally disgusted by him. Accidentally misfiring Wang Zhaojuan's skills, she exclaimed through the phone. Zhang Yu, you are so repulsive. Zhang Yu chuckled, looking at his phone. Darling, I'm just joking. How could I possibly be affectionate towards other men? Qin Xiaole. That one utterance of baby is utterly enchanting. Is this what it means to be a scoundrel, so effortlessly immersed in the role? I'm utterly smitten. With a cheerful chuckle, Qin Xiaole shook his head, then opened his QQ account to contact the class leaders of the other 4 classes. All 4 class leaders were male and shared the same floor as Qin Xiaole. After sending them a message individually, he arranged to meet them at his dormitory door in 3 minutes. Quickly, Qin Xiaole sprang from his bed and fashioned 5 slips of paper, 2 of which were designated for performances. Having completed this task, he stood at the dormitory entrance awaiting their arrival. Before long, the other 4 approached. After all, they were all class leaders from the computer science department, and while they weren't intimately acquainted, recognizing names and faces was a considerable achievement, especially since the semester had only just begun. With a warm smile, Qin Xiaole addressed the group. We, the computer science department, shall present 3 performances. Aside from myself, we need to select 2 more. Let us draw lots, and the 2 fortunate class leaders will arrange for their classes to present a performance. The 4 exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. After all, Qin Xiaole had already committed to 1 performance. It would be rather unfair to burden him with arranging the remaining 2. All right. I have no objections. Neither do I. Let us proceed with the draw. Come on, let us pick. Once everyone was in accord, they began to prepare for the lottery. With a cheerful demeanor, Qin Xiaole presented the slips to the 4. They drew theirs first, leaving Qin Xiaole to take the final one. Once everyone had their slips, Qin Xiaole glanced at his own and found it blank. Sighing in relief, he thought to himself, what luck! I've escaped this time. Unfortunately, the class leaders from Class 2 and Class 4 were not as fortunate, having drawn the slips that required them to perform. Qin Xiaole looked at the 2 and said with a smile, please submit your performance details and names to me by tomorrow at 6 in the afternoon, and I will relay them to Professor Mu. They nodded in agreement, responding affirmatively. Subsequently, the group exchanged no further pleasantries, and Qin Xiaole returned to his dormitory with a smile. The troublesome task had been deftly transferred. What a relief. It was simply delightful. I must say, Zhang Yu is quite impressive. That night, after settling into bed, Qin Xiaole sent a message to Mu Qianxue. Have you gone to sleep yet? As soon as he sent the message, Mu Qianxue replied almost instantly. I just got into bed and was about to sleep. By the way, don't forget to send me the performance list tomorrow. If you fail to deliver, be prepared for the consequences. Reading Mu Qianxue's message, Qin Xiaole chuckled to himself. Dear Professor Mu, would you truly dare to punish me? Woe is me. Mu Qianxue, seated on her bed. She was momentarily taken aback. Good gracious. Is he starting to act cute? Indeed, you are quite something, you scoundrel. With a playful demeanor, you seem to forget your kin. Mu Qianxue's fingers danced swiftly upon the screen. Humph, I don't care. Your charm is ineffective. Should you fail to accomplish your task, be prepared to face repercussions. A little whip shall be your reward. Qin Xiaole. What the? A little whip? Is this really the icy goddess, Professor Mu? She seems more like a ruffian leader. Qin Xiaole couldn't help but tense up. Clearing his throat and swallowing hard, he replied, Ahem, rest assured. The task will be completed without issue. After all, he had already delegated the responsibilities among several class monitors, so there shouldn't be any problems. Surely, one person could be found from each class. Thus, he felt no concern. After chatting for a while, they exchanged goodnights and drifted into slumber. In the dormitory, the lights were turned off, and Zhang Yu refrained from playing games with his girlfriend. He and Wu Luo were considerate. Although they were in relationships, they never disturbed their roommates. Some individuals, however, delight in making phone calls to their girlfriends in the dormitory, and not only that, they engage in video calls and conversations loud enough for everyone to hear. They remain blissfully unaware of their inconsideration, reveling in their own joy. Such behavior is truly exasperating. To put it plainly, it reflects a lack of emotional intelligence. Regardless, one must not disrupt their roommates with personal affairs. This is the most fundamental rule. Fortunately, Zhang Yu and Wu Luo possessed enough awareness and emotional intelligence to avoid such issues, fostering a harmonious living environment. The following morning, it was Friday. Surviving this day meant 2 days of respite. However, for Qin Xiaole, it was not quite so simple. He still had rehearsal commitments on Saturday and Sunday in preparation for the welcome party on Monday. After tidying up, Qin Xiaole, along with Zhang Yu and their companion, ventured out for breakfast at the cafeteria before heading to class. The first lesson of the day was advanced mathematics, not taught by Mu Qianxue. So Qin Xiaole did not feel the need to arrive early. After all, there was no necessity to secure a front row seat. After the first class concluded, the class monitors from the second and fourth computer science classes approached him. They had finalized the roster of participants and the titles of the performances for the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. Upon returning home the previous night, they had sent a notification in the class group chat, but received no replies. No one seemed inclined to perform. In desperation, they conducted a lottery within the group, each participant having a 1 in 30 chance. Whoever's name was drawn would take the stage. Fairness, justice, and transparency. Chapter 67. A free meal, however. In such a seemingly fair situation, no one could predict whether tomorrow or an unforeseen event would arrive first. After all, with a probability of 1 in 30, no one believed that such a small chance could befall them. This is what is known as the survivor's bias. But, as the lottery progressed, Li Gaoming, the class president of Class 2, found himself utterly bewildered. He had indeed struck the jackpot. One must admit, his luck was remarkably poor. To win with such a minuscule probability was quite the feat. Consequently, when he approached Qin Xiaole, his face was a mask of despair. With no recourse, he enlisted a few friends to accompany him in a singing performance. Such luck was truly unparalleled. Upon receiving the performance list from the two, a smile graced Qin Xiaole's lips. At last, he could fulfill his obligations. After the second period concluded, the clock struck noon. With practiced ease, he made his way from the teaching building to Mu Qianxue's office. He knocked lightly on the door. "Come in," came Mu Qianxue's voice from within. With a cheerful demeanor, Qin Xiaole opened the door and gently closed it behind him. Approaching Mu Qianxue, who was in the midst of her meal, he smiled broadly. However, Mu Qianxue was taken aback. What was he doing here? Had he come to mooch off her lunch? Unfazed, Qin Xiaole settled beside her and caught a whiff of the dish in her lunchbox. "Professor Mu, you have made my favorite braised pork today. I'm utterly smitten," he exclaimed dramatically. Mu Qianxue swore she had not invited Qin Xiaole today. This scoundrel had undoubtedly come solely to scavenge her meal. Without hesitation, Qin Xiaole grinned. "Just pass me some chopsticks. You want to finish all this anyway. Let me help you digest it." Mu Qianxue shot him a glare, yet her hands moved dutifully, retrieving chopsticks and handing them to him. Qin Xiaole chuckled. Previously, Zhang Yu still owed him 2 weeks' worth of breakfasts, which had yet to be settled. Now, he could enjoy lunch at Mu Qianxue's office daily. All day long, his only expense was the occasional dinner. And sometimes, he even dined for free, like the previous night. While others attended university spending money, Qin Xiaole had come solely to feast. The irony was that his meals were far superior to what others spent. It was infuriating. The two sat closely, diving into their meal. Although Mu Qianxue had not summoned Qin Xiaole to her office, the quantity of food prepared was ample, sufficient for two. Thus, upon witnessing the generous spread, Qin Xiaole smiled and began to eat without reservation. After all, he had completed the tasks assigned by Mu Qianxue. The list of performances and their titles were firmly in his grasp. Did he not deserve a reward? Certainly. I do my work, you provide my lunch. It's a fair exchange. This is called reciprocity. Is there any issue with that? There was none. Hence, Qin Xiaole relished his meal with great joy. Mu Qianxue cast a sidelong glance at Qin Xiaole, yet her hands remained swift in motion, as the two of them ate as if in a competitive feast. Fearful that the other might eat excessively, while she chewed, she threw several glances of disdain toward Qin Xiaole. Could it be that this fellow was inherently destined to be her nemesis? Was this what they referred to as a fateful adversary? Alas, approximately 10 minutes later, both had satiated their hunger. Qin Xiaole felt a delightful tingle. The cuisine was indeed far superior to that of the school cafeteria. With a cheerful demeanor, he turned to Mu Qianxue and inquired, "Professor Mu, what shall we dine on tomorrow noon? I wish to prepare myself mentally." Mu Qianxue responded with incredulity. "What do you mean? Are you planning to mooch off me again tomorrow noon? You shameless scoundrel." With a fierce glare, she retorted, "Tomorrow noon, we shall feast on air." Qin Xiaole, unfazed, grinned and approached her. "Air, you say? May I partake in the air from Professor Mu's mouth?" In an instant, Mu Qianxue felt her cheeks flush, her mind reeling. "The air from my mouth? Does he mean to kiss me? Huh, you shameless scoundrel." Blushing furiously, she pushed Qin Xiaole away, indignantly exclaiming, "You shameless rogue. Don't even think about it." She was genuinely astonished that such unabashed individuals existed in the world, a true blemish on humanity. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaole, observing the flustered and furious expression on Mu Qianxue's face, could not help but smirk. A man ought to possess a touch of mischief, to continuously provoke the emotional core of a woman. Of course, a man can be mischievous, Yet mischief should not descend into vulgarity. The two are fundamentally distinct. Qin Xiaole was a rogue, not a cad. As he chuckled to himself, Mu Qianxue finally regained her composure after several deep breaths. Glaring at him with a mix of anger and curiosity, "What brings you to my office?" Qin Xiaole, still smiling, produced the performance list and handed it to Mu Qianxue. This was the program for the computer science department's upcoming showcase, meticulously prepared. Mu Qianxue paused momentarily before swiftly taking it from him. The list contained 3 performances. And upon seeing Qin Xiaole's name, she was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, she looked up with widened eyes. "You intend to perform a dance?" "Indeed." Qin Xiaole's program list clearly stated dance. At that moment, Mu Qianxue was genuinely stunned. Qin Xiaole could dance? This perplexity nestled deep within her mind. With a mischievous grin, Qin Xiaole replied, "Of course, it's written there. How could I possibly back out now?" Mu Qianxue swallowed hard, asking, "What kind of dance do you plan to perform? Hip-hop? Or perhaps jazz?" Generally, men do not dance much. Street dance and jazz are somewhat more prevalent, along with Latin styles. As for the rest, there is indeed a scarcity. Of course, one cannot forget the emergence of breakdancing 2 decades ago. However, that art form has long since faded from popularity, with few taking to the dance floor. In response to Mu Qianxue's curiosity, Qin Xiaole offered a mysterious smile, stating, "Well, that is naturally a secret." He certainly could not divulge to Mu Qianxue his intention to dress in women's clothing. He planned to surprise her instead, though it might also come as a shock. Seeing Qin Xiaole's reluctance to share, Mu Qianxue had no choice but to let it go. Yet, a nagging sense of foreboding lingered within her. This fellow, could it be that he would conjure up some mischief again? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed, especially observing Qin Xiaole's demeanor, which only heightened her doubts. Yet, he remained tight-lipped. Cheerfully, Qin Xiaole placed the list on Mu Qianxue's desk and stood up, saying, "All right, I've eaten well and completed my tasks. I shall return to sleep now." Mu Qianxue cleared her throat and nodded. "Fine, you may go back. I shall rest for a bit as well." With afternoon classes ahead, she did not intend to return home, opting instead to take a brief respite in the office. Qin Xiaole nodded in agreement. "All right, take care and rest well. I'm off now." Upon returning to the dormitory, Qin Xiaole climbed into bed for a nap, and the afternoon classes passed swiftly. In the evening, he refrained from visiting Mu Qianxue's office and instead returned to his dormitory to prepare for dance practice. He was not overly concerned about the women's clothing aspect. Considering his exceptional makeup skills, dressing as a woman was merely a trivial task for him. However, he would need to borrow a piece of clothing from a female acquaintance. For now, Qin Xiaole set aside such thoughts and focused intently on his dance preparation. The freshman welcoming gala would not merely involve a brief appearance in women's attire. It necessitated a choreographed routine. After scouring the internet for dance inspirations, he finally settled on a piece titled "The New Noble Concubine Drunk." This dance features a cross-dressing theme, originally sung by a male artist who astonishingly mimicked a female vocal tone. It was truly impressive. Nevertheless, Qin Xiaole did not intend to sing, but rather to adapt the choreography, using the original music for his performance. With this in mind, he began to learn the routine from online resources. One of his significant advantages was his remarkable memory, allowing him to grasp concepts swiftly. This aptitude was, after all, a factor in his achievement as the top student in his province during the college entrance examination. Attaining such a distinction is not simply a matter of hard work. It requires intellect and innate talent. Without sufficient talent, even studying tirelessly for 24 hours a day would not yield such remarkable results. Alas, life is inherently unfair in that regard, a fact that remains indisputable. Therefore, after reviewing the dance several times, Qin Xiaole had nearly mastered it. Subsequently, practicing his steps in sync with the music would suffice. While there was indeed a level of difficulty, it was not as formidable as Qin Xiaole had anticipated. Time flowed on. On Saturday, while others indulged in leisure or immersed themselves in the library, Qin Xiaole attended rehearsals. His dance was commendable, passing without any issues. Naturally, he did not present his cross-dressing persona during the rehearsal, as the system's task was designed to create a profound shock. The greater the astonishment, the more generous the rewards. With the prospect of obtaining up to 3 skills as a reward, how could Qin Xiaole possibly decline? Thus, he was determined to give his all. After 2 days of rehearsals, his dance had become remarkably polished, exhibiting virtually no flaws, infused with a unique charm. On Sunday afternoon, with Mu Qianxue absent from the office, Qin Xiaole sent her a message. Where are you? On the other end of the phone, Mu Qianxue felt a twinge of confusion but replied dutifully, at home. Why? Her notion of home referred to the apartment she had purchased near Dongda University. Qin Xiaole responded, all right, wait for me. I need to discuss something with you. No need to come pick me up. I know the way, don't worry. Mu Qianxue thought. I haven't even spoken yet. Ugh. This audacious fellow is becoming increasingly bold, daring to come directly to her residence. With a slight huff, Mu Qianxue tidied up her home a bit before settling on the sofa to await Qin Xiaole's arrival. The school was not far from Mu Qianxue's apartment. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, the doorbell rang. She peered through the window and caught sight of Qin Xiaole's eyes before opening the door. Today, he had made a special effort to dress nicely, opting for a Japanese-style young gentleman look. The term Japanese here denotes a charming youth, distinctly different from the connotations associated with the Japanese military. Thus, when Mu Qianxue opened the door and laid eyes on Qin Xiaole, she couldn't help but feel a spark of admiration. It must be said, this scoundrel looked quite handsome with a little grooming. His looks were truly impressive. Clearing her throat to mask the tumult within, she welcomed him inside. Come in. All right. Qin Xiaole chuckled, not refusing her invitation, and promptly stepped inside. Shutting the door behind him, he changed into a pair of slippers at the entrance and made his way to the sofa, sitting beside Mu Qianxue. She lifted her gaze, curiously asking, what brings you here so late? I've already had dinner, so if you're here to mooch off me, you're too late. She had just finished her meal, so if he intended to scavenge for food, he had indeed arrived late. However, Qin Xiaole chuckled, rest assured. I did not come here to mooch. Not to mooch. Mu Qianxue was momentarily taken aback, her gaze turning to him in confusion. Qin Xiaole did not keep her waiting long and cheerfully said, actually, I came mainly to borrow something from you. Borrow something? Upon hearing this, Mu Qianxue's bewilderment deepened. What do you wish to borrow? Clearing his throat awkwardly, Qin Xiaole replied, well, it's nothing much, just a few outfits for women, dresses, pants, and perhaps some black stockings if you have them. Mu Qianxue's expression shifted to one of shock, her mouth agape in disbelief. I must have misheard. You came to borrow clothes from me? Could it be that this fellow is a pervert? Upon further reflection, she found this possibility troublingly plausible. What normal man would seek to borrow women's clothing, let alone stockings, unless he intended to use them for some unspeakable purpose? Indeed, it was quite possible. She had seen on television how many young men, in the dead of night, would stealthily take items belonging to women and then engage in peculiar activities under the covers. They referred to this as release. Thus, Mu Qianxue's expression toward Qin Xiaole grew increasingly strange. However, upon noticing her peculiar demeanor, Qin Xiaole realized he had been misunderstood. Damn it, my reputation is at stake. He quickly cleared his throat and insisted, no, I am not engaged in any odd activities, I assure you. I have a legitimate use for them. I promise I will return everything in perfect condition. Return them? The mere thought of receiving the garments back from Qin Xiaole, potentially tainted with unspeakable remnants, sent a shiver down Mu Qianxue's spine. Forget it, I'll get them for you. As for what you do afterwards, that's your concern. It sounds rather unpleasant. With that, Mu Qianxue rose and went to her room to fetch the clothes. Qin Xiaole remained seated on the sofa, engulfed in embarrassment. Damn, I am truly not a pervert. Unfortunately, he had no way to explain himself to Mu Qianxue at that moment, and would have to wait until the welcome party concluded. Perhaps after viewing the program, she would come to understand. For now, he would have to bear the burden of this undesirable label. Before long, Mu Qianxue returned carrying a stack of clothing. To avoid any awkwardness should others see Qin Xiaole, she had even placed them in a black plastic bag. Stepping in front of him, she cleared her throat and, with a strange look in her eyes, said, ahem, the clothes are in here. You may use them as you wish. No need to return them, even if they are clean, just keep them. Qin Xiaole thought to himself, damn, given her expression, it is clear I cannot explain this situation. He hastily took the bag of clothing and made his way back. Chapter 69. The welcome party begins. After obtaining the clothes from Mu Qianxue, Qin Xiaole hurried back. Throughout the journey, he carefully concealed his clothing within the black plastic bag she provided, anxious to avoid the gaze of others. After all, nestled within were black stockings. Should anyone discover that this grown man was carrying such items, he would undoubtedly be labeled a pervert. This burden, Qin Xiaole refused to bear. He was, after all, a respectable young man. How could he possibly be deemed deviant? Absolutely not. As time slipped by, the evening of the following day arrived. Students from various disciplines within the Information College flocked to the venue, which was none other than the eastern playground of the school. Dong University boasted two playgrounds, the East Playground and the West Playground, both of considerable size. In this land where every inch is precious, the value of these two playgrounds was indeed substantial. However, given that it is one of the top 3 universities in China, such circumstances were to be expected. The institution received ample funding each year, supplemented by generous contributions from distinguished alumni, rendering Dong University financially robust. Furthermore, the university also housed research institutes and had collaborations with various companies, thus generating considerable revenue from research endeavors annually. As night fell, the grass of the East Playground was filled with students, seated according to their class arrangements. The computer science department was fortunate enough to be positioned at the center of the playground, affording them an excellent view of the performances on stage. "Old Zhang, what do you think Legu will showcase today?" Tang Ming inquired, glancing at the stage before turning to Zhang Yu. Qin Xiaole had been rather secretive over the past few days, leaving them in the dark about his planned performance. Each evening upon returning to the dormitory, he neither rehearsed nor shared, merely watching videos and playing around, shrouded in mystery. Just last night, he had mysteriously procured a bag of black plastic, refusing to disclose its contents, further deepening the intrigue. Though the three were curious, Qin Xiaole did not allow them a glimpse, leaving them with no recourse. They all felt he must have something spectacular in store, and such thoughts only intensified in their minds. Zhang Yu shook his head, letting out a sigh. "Legu is the only man I cannot fathom, but I believe his performance today will likely be astonishing." This was Zhang Yu's inner sentiment. Although he was unaware of what Qin Xiaole would present, the busyness of the past few days suggested that it would be anything but ordinary. Perhaps he was preparing to unveil something grand. Tang Ming nodded thoughtfully. Before long, the esteemed leaders of the college had all assembled, and Mu Qianxue, accompanied by a host of school officials, ascended the podium. As always, her expression remained stern, devoid of any visible emotion. Yet, no one was surprised. This was precisely the demeanor expected of Mu Qianxue, the icy goddess, untouched by the mundane world. The various department heads took their designated seats. Mu Qianxue held a position of significant importance, seated directly among the dean's circle, which, while not formally designated as such, could certainly be considered a central position. It is evident that her status is undeniably prestigious. After all, she was specifically recruited by the esteemed University of Tokyo and has already attained the position of associate professor at such a young age. It is merely a matter of time before she is promoted to a full professorship. At just 23 years old, she is still quite youthful. In a few years, the title of professor will be effortlessly within her grasp. As everyone settled into their seats and prepared for the event, a male and female host ascended the stage. Both were adorned in vibrant attire and appeared quite spirited. Once on stage, the male host, microphone in hand, greeted the audience with a warm smile. "Good evening to all esteemed leaders, teachers, and students. In this delightful autumn season, we welcome you to the Information College's Orientation Gala." The female host continued, "Now, we officially commence our program. Please welcome our first performance. A skit titled, 'Am I a Young Father?' presented by the students of the telecommunications major. Let us give them a round of applause." Instantly, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The title of the skit was quite striking. One could not help but marvel at such talent that could produce a piece like this. Everyone was momentarily taken aback by the name, including the leaders seated at the front. However, as the skit unfolded, the audience soon realized its poignant nature, evoking a torrent of emotions. Despite the somewhat whimsical title, the performance itself was truly commendable. The leaders in attendance applauded one after another, expressing their approval. After all, such endeavors that promote the rich traditions of Chinese culture deserve robust support. Once the performance concluded, the next act swiftly followed, and the audience was equally impressed. The Information College is indeed home to a plethora of talent, showcasing remarkable singers, dancers, and even comedic skits, along with traditional crosstalk performances. Additionally, there was a fashion show featuring young women in kipayos, each exuding elegance with their statuesque figures and long legs, illuminated by the dazzling lights, creating a captivating spectacle for the audience. They could not help but feel thoroughly entertained. Soon, it was time for the computer science department's performance. The first to take the stage was the class monitor of Class 2. Unfortunately, he had the dubious luck of being selected from a 1 in 30 chance. It can only be attributed to fate. Lacking any particularly special talent, he and his girlfriend serenaded the audience with a love song, much to the amusement of those present. It was as if they were being showered with dog food right in front of the entire faculty and student body. Even the dean and various leaders were not spared from this display of affection. Dog food. Here, take it. Eat, indulge. Although the leaders appeared somewhat bemused, the couple merely held hands without engaging in any overtly intimate actions, leaving little to comment on. Following them, a girl from Class 4 of Computer Science was next to perform. She was indeed a rather unfortunate soul. However, fortune smiled upon her with a wonderful roommate, and together they crafted a traditional dance that turned out remarkably well. The audience responded with enthusiastic applause, and even the leaders of the institution displayed satisfied smiles. Why? Because in recent years, a wave of traditional Chinese culture has surged in popularity. These traditional dances have come to symbolize the essence of this cultural revival. Previously, the influence of foreign trends, particularly those from Japan and South Korea, had prevailed in China, especially with the rise of young idols. Yet, in recent years, that trend has waned. The so-called young idols lacked genuine talent and merely captivated fans, resembling nothing more than a pyramid scheme. Consequently, a new wave of skilled performers has emerged, gradually overshadowing the foreign influences. It must be said, this is a promising trend. The female host glanced at the program list and cleared her throat, announcing, "Next, let us invite the students from Class 1 of the Computer Science Department to present their dance, The New Drunken Concubine." Class 1 of Computer Science? That must be Qin Xiaole. Instantly, the entire class erupted in excitement, their gazes converging eagerly. Chapter 70. Mu Qianxue was bewildered. Even Mu Qianxue felt a flush of color on her cheeks. Her gaze darted towards the stage, her eyes fixed intently, her breath becoming slightly hurried. Deep down, she felt a surge of anticipation. Eager to see what Qin Xiaole had in store, her heart brimming with curiosity. However, when her eyes landed on the stage, she was suddenly taken aback. For she did not see Qin Xiaole stepping forward. Instead, there stood a girl with flowing golden hair, clad in a crisp white blouse, a delicate pink tie, and a short skirt complemented by black stockings. Her exquisitely beautiful face resembled that of a princess emerging from a painting. Stunning, utterly breathtaking. Though Mu Qianxue was well aware of her own striking appearance, she was nonetheless astonished by the girl before her. This girl was simply too beautiful. From the audience came an array of gasps and murmurs. My goodness, this girl is from Class 1 of Computer Science? She is breathtaking. Indeed, she is practically goddess-like. We have so few such beauties at our university. Absolutely, her face is so exquisite, she could debut as a star. Yes, from childhood to now. I've never encountered anyone as beautiful as her. Surrounding them were countless whispers and exclamations of admiration. Indeed, the girl before them shattered all their preconceived notions of beauty, appearing nothing short of ethereal. Yet, the students of Class 1 of Computer Science were left utterly bewildered. This was their classmate. Why had they never seen her before? Tang Ming swallowed hard, his face a mask of astonishment as he exclaimed, "What the heck? Lao Zhang, Lao Wu, is this girl from our class? How come I've never seen her before?" It wasn't just Tang Ming who was curious. Even Zhang Yu appeared utterly bewildered. My goodness, this is a girl from our class? How on earth have I never encountered her? Is it possible that I enrolled in a fake university? Indeed, the shock was palpable and impossible to conceal. Had he known there was such a stunning girl in their class, Zhang Yu would certainly have pursued her instead of that broadcasting girl. How delightful it would be to bring treats to such a beautiful goddess every day? Zhang Yu swallowed again, shaking his head in confusion. I have no idea. Wu Luo also wore a perplexed expression, shaking his head. I don't know either. The three of them directed their gaze toward the stage, silently observing the golden-haired girl. However, Mu Qianxue furrowed her brow, seemingly having discerned something. The girl was wearing the outfit that Mu Qianxue had given to Qin Xiaole the previous night. Could it be? Was this girl an auxiliary chosen by Qin Xiaole? But where was his own companion? Mu Qianxue scanned the surroundings but found no trace of Qin Xiaole. A flicker of doubt crossing her mind. What on earth was this scoundrel up to? It had only been a few days since the school year began, and he had already enticed another girl to join him on stage for a performance. The key point was that she was wearing her own clothes. How infuriating. Instantly, Mu Qianxue let out a few huffs, her eyes radiating displeasure, even brimming with an aura of menace. The dean, seated beside her, seemed to sense the unease and turned to her with curiosity, inquiring, Professor Mu, Is something the matter? Startled, Mu Qianxue quickly composed herself and coughed lightly, saying, No, it's nothing. Let's just enjoy the performance. The dean chuckled heartily, as long as everything is fine. After their brief exchange, the music for the new noble concubine gets drunk began to resonate from the stage. In the next moment, the golden-haired girl began to dance gracefully to the melody. Instantly, countless spectators were left dumbfounded. The dance was simply too exquisite. She moved like a startled swan, as graceful as a swimming dragon. It was nothing short of perfection. Such a dance, performed by such a beautiful girl, was an absolute feast for the eyes. Countless boys gazed in a daze, unable to suppress their salivation. Some even stood up, craning their necks to get a better view of the stage. Oh my, this is too beautiful. Good heavens. I've never seen such a stunning girl in my life. Me too. Is this the legendary fairy? The saying to die under the peony is to be a ghost with style is truly not an exaggeration. Exactly. Just as I thought, I must pursue this girl. Me too. Countless young men profess their desires, their hearts set on winning over the golden-haired girl on stage. Such allure is irresistible. Her beauty is nothing short of breathtaking. Moreover, the temptation of her black stockings is simply overwhelming. Who could possibly withstand such a sight? However, as Mu Qianxue intently watched the performance, a frown suddenly creased her brow. Sensing that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared, she had just been scanning the crowd for Qin Xiaole's whereabouts, yet found no trace of him. Aside from the girl on stage, there was no one else present. As she scrutinized the performer more closely, she was momentarily taken aback. This face seemed oddly familiar. Despite the makeup, the contours of her face remained unchanged. Furthermore, the girl exuded an inexplicably familiar aura. Mu Qianxue found this perplexing, for she was certain she did not know the girl before her. Yet, an uncanny sense of familiarity washed over her, reminiscent of her encounters with Qin Xiaole. Qin Xiaole. The moment those three words flitted through her mind, she was momentarily stunned. Rubbing her eyes vigorously, she glanced back at the stage. What she saw left her nearly speechless. Qin Xiaole? Indeed, she recognized him. The stunningly beautiful girl before her, with a graceful figure, was none other than Qin Xiaole. As this realization dawned upon her, disbelief flickered within her. However, seated in the front row and familiar with Qin Xiaole, she instantly recognized him. The girl before her was unequivocally Qin Xiaole. Good heavens! What on earth is this? Publicly dressing as a woman? Is this even human? The most shocking part was that she wore the outfit that Mu Qianxue had given him. Mu Qianxue swallowed hard. Today had truly broadened her horizons, revealing such audacious antics. She had always known that Qin Xiaole had a wild streak, but today he had once again redefined her understanding of flamboyance. It seemed that there were truly individuals capable of such audacity, defying all conventions. Noticing Mu Qianxue's unusual demeanor, the dean and several leaders turned their attention toward her, puzzled. Xiaomu, is there an issue with the performance? They inquired, their expressions filled with curiosity. Typically, Mu Qianxue was composed and aloof. Why did she seem so out of sorts today? At their questioning, Mu Qianxue hesitated. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 71. Aside from cross-dressing, I shall not request any votes. She dared not disclose to the dean that the strikingly handsome girl on stage was indeed Qin Xiaole in drag, as she observed the dean watching intently, his eyes gleaming with delight. If she were to reveal this, the enchanting figure you see is, in fact, a man. She harbors suspicions that the dean might suffer a heart attack on the spot. This situation is rather alarming. After a brief moment of contemplation, Mu Qianxue shook her head and said, Ahem, Dean, it's nothing. The dean, under the impression that Mu Qianxue was merely fatigued from her research endeavors, quickly reassured her. Professor Mu, you need not overexert yourself at work. It is imperative to take care of your health. After all, one's body is the foundation of all endeavors. If one's health deteriorates, it would adversely affect one's research. Mu Qianxue took a deep breath to regain her composure and nodded, rest assured. Dean, I understand. The dean, smiling warmly, replied, very well, let us continue to enjoy the performance. The students' showcase is quite impressive. With that, he turned his attention back to the stage, where Qin Xiaole was dancing. I must admit, it was indeed a captivating sight. The young lady was not only beautiful, but also an exceptional dancer. However, in stark contrast to the dean's cheerful demeanor, when Mu Qianxue glanced back at the stage to observe Qin Xiaole's performance again, her initial intrigue had morphed into a sense of nausea. A boy, dressed as a girl, looked so stunning and danced so gracefully. It was utterly astonishing. Even Mu Qianxue, who seldom uttered curses, found herself unable to contain her frustration at this spectacle. That scoundrel Qin Xiaole was simply too outrageous. Soon, as the song concluded, Qin Xiaole ceased his dance and stood gracefully on stage. His gaze immediately locked onto Mu Qianxue, who was intently watching him. Their eyes met, and from Mu Qianxue's expression, Qin Xiaole surmised that she had recognized him. Thus, he playfully raised an eyebrow at her. This sight elicited a pang of discomfort in Mu Qianxue's stomach. Meanwhile, the students in the audience were filled with excitement. Oh my, the goddess just raised her eyebrow at me. She must be in love with me. Haha. She was clearly acknowledging me. Can you stop being so narcissistic? The real narcissist here is you. Oh my, I adore the goddess so much. At that moment, countless eyes were fixated on Qin Xiaole, shimmering with admiration. Zhang Yu, observing the stage, looked around curiously and remarked, "Hey, where's Le Guo? How come he hasn't appeared at all?" Tang Ming, equally perplexed, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I haven't seen him. It's quite strange." Wu Luo stroked his chin and pondered. Could it be that Le Guo has brought this captivating beauty to the stage while he remains backstage? Zhang Yu and Tang Ming exchanged glances, finding the notion plausible. That scoundrel. He has this stunning girl on stage while he himself is nowhere to be seen. A young lady stood alone on the stage, looking pitiful and helpless, surrounded by no support. Furthermore, it was rather peculiar that such a stunning girl had not informed her roommates of her presence. Had Qin Xiaole mentioned it earlier, the four of them would have undoubtedly insisted on joining the goddess on stage for a performance. At that moment, as the three indulged in their fantasies, Qin Xiaole gracefully bowed deeply to the audience below, then swiftly dashed off the stage. Below, countless spectators gazed at Qin Xiaole's hasty retreat, their eyes glimmering with regret and longing. Such a beautiful girl, such an enchanting dance. Why did it end so quickly? It was simply breathtaking. One could say that this performance left them utterly mesmerized. A multitude of eyes followed Qin Xiaole's fleeing figure, lips pursed in disbelief. Mu Qianxue cleared her throat and turned to the dean beside her, saying, "Dean, I need to use the restroom." The dean nodded in agreement. Go ahead." "All right." Mu Qianxue replied and discreetly left her seat. At that moment, everyone was still savoring the recent dance, completely oblivious to her departure. After leaving her seat, she walked briskly, not heading to the restroom, but rather towards the backstage. She was determined to uncover what tricks Qin Xiaole was up to. Upon arriving backstage, she spotted Qin Xiaole curled up in a corner. With her keen eyesight, she immediately recognized him. She quickly approached and coldly exclaimed, "Qin Xiaole." Instantly, Qin Xiaole was taken aback, his hands, which were in the midst of removing his trousers, frozen in midair. After his performance, he had been eager to find a place to change back into his regular clothing. He never wished to wear women's attire again. Enduring the predatory gazes of countless boys on stage had been exhausting. He vowed never to don women's clothing again. However, just as he had partially undressed, Mu Qianxue arrived. Their eyes met, and upon seeing Qin Xiaole's predicament, she almost cried out. Quickly, Mu Qianxue turned her head away, her face flushed with embarrassment. How could the scoundrel undress in public? Have some dignity. Noticing Mu Qianxue turning away, Qin Xiaole exhaled a sigh of relief and hastily changed his clothes. He cleared his throat and approached her. "What brings you here?" At that moment, Mu Qianxue should have still been at the podium, watching the performance. It was indeed strange for her to appear here. Was it intentional to witness him disrobing? A shiver ran down Qin Xiaole's spine at the thought. Yet, Mu Qianxue turned around to observe Qin Xiaole's expression and immediately sensed something amiss. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she cleared her throat and said, "How could you expose yourself in public? Have you no shame? In public? Where exactly is the public? This is merely a corner, for heaven's sake," Qin Xiaole retorted. Initially, he had intended to change in the restroom, but it was rather far away. Moreover, since he only needed to change out of a skirt, he thought it would be a swift endeavor. Who would have anticipated that Mu Qianxue would arrive so promptly? Blast it! Qin Xiaole chuckled. "Professor Mu, you've seen everything. You ought to take responsibility." Upon hearing this, Mu Qianxue's face turned crimson as she spat at him. "Bah! You shameless scoundrel," dreaming fancifully. Afterward, she glanced at the dress in Qin Xiaole's hands and continued, "Why were you dressed as a woman just now? Did you borrow my dress and stockings merely to engage in such antics?" Seeing the incredulity in Mu Qianxue's eyes, Qin Xiaole sighed. "Indeed, I possess no talents." Nor can I sing. Apart from cross-dressing, I am utterly clueless. Mu Qianxue responded, when it comes to flamboyance, you truly lead the pack. Author's note, be sure to cast your silver on the latest chapter. Chapter 72. Resting on your lap, observing Qin Xiaole's brazen demeanor, Mu Qianxue was left utterly speechless. She took another look at the women's clothing he held and expressed her disdain. You can keep that. I refuse to wear anything that a cross-dressing master has donned. It's too terrifying. Is it really that serious? He replied, casting her a helpless glance before letting out a sigh. Their eyes met, and Mu Qianxue fixed her gaze on Qin Xiaole, saying, don't linger backstage. Come with me to watch the performance. It's a rare welcome event, and the quality of the shows is quite good. Wouldn't he be ashamed to miss it? Qin Xiaole cleared his throat and replied, but, Professor Mu, you are seated on the VIP platform, next to the dean. I can't possibly sit on the dean's lap. Mu Qianxue remarked. If you were to sit on the dean's lap after dressing as a woman, he would likely be quite pleased. However, she dared not voice that thought aloud. Clearing her throat again, Mu Qianxue insisted, all right, enough chatter, just follow me. With that, she shot Qin Xiaole a knowing glance and began to walk ahead. Reluctantly, Qin Xiaole followed her discreetly. The audience's attention was focused on the stage, captivated by the stunning performance he had just delivered, which had energized the atmosphere. Countless hearts swelled with excitement. Soon, Mu Qianxue and Qin Xiaole found a secluded spot in the back row where the lighting was dim, allowing them to enjoy the show without disturbance. Fortunately, both of them had keen eyesight. Otherwise, they might not have been able to see clearly. The two individuals sat on the ground, reminiscent of the nostalgic moments spent watching military training performances. Aren't you going to take a seat at the podium? He inquired, noticing the vacant spot beside the dean from a distance. Mu Qianxue nonchalantly replied, it's nothing, just a minor issue. Given her stature, there was no need for her to adhere to such formalities. After all, it was merely a performance. The dean would not mind. All right then, since Mu Qianxue is unconcerned, I have no grounds for objection either. Her gaze shifted towards the stage as the performance commenced. Although Qin Xiaole's eyes were directed forward, his mind had already immersed itself within the system. In his mind, the system's voice resonated. Congratulations, host. You have astonished the audience and outshone your peers. You are rewarded with 3 random skills. Would you like to draw them immediately? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Qin Xiaole's heart leapt with joy. 3 random skills were indeed a remarkable boon. Since the beginning of the semester, he had only acquired 2 skills, one of which was an unreliable makeup technique. Thus, he excitedly declared, let us draw now. Ding! Initiating the draw. In the next moment, a colossal wheel materialized before him, segmented into countless sections, visible solely to him. Mu Qianxue remained completely oblivious to the spectacle. In the following instant, the pointer began to whirl rapidly. After it paused at a particular segment, the draw continued anew, an uninterrupted triple draw. Half a minute later, the pointer finally came to rest, and the system's voice echoed in his mind once again. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn 3 skills: top-tier hacking techniques, exceptional singing abilities, and elite basketball skills. Upon hearing this announcement, Qin Xiaole was momentarily taken aback before being engulfed in euphoric delight. Indeed, the rewards from the system were extraordinarily advantageous. Top-tier hacking techniques were virtually synonymous with dominance in the realm of the internet. Possessing such skills would allow him to infiltrate any company and retrieve someone's information with remarkable ease. Of course, Qin Xiaole had no intention of engaging in such activities unless absolutely necessary, as they were, after all, illegal. A slip-up could land him in serious trouble. Fellow computer science students were likely aware that the university administration placed great emphasis on ideological education, devoting more time to ethics courses than other disciplines. Why? Because they feared the potential misuse of such skills. Aside from the hacking prowess, the other 2 skills, exceptional singing abilities and elite basketball techniques, were equally commendable. In at least these 2 aspects, Qin Xiaole can be regarded as an exceptional existence. Soon, an inundation of memories began to flood into Qin Xiaole's mind. Hacking skills, vocal techniques, basketball prowess. Seemingly unrelated elements surged together in his consciousness. After several minutes, he finally exhaled deeply, regaining his composure. Beside him, Mu Qianxue noticed the peculiar expression on Qin Xiaole's face, as if something were amiss. With a hint of urgency, she inquired, "Are you all right? You look rather pale." Qin Xiaole's face was indeed ashen. After absorbing such a multitude of memories, His mind was significantly fatigued. However, in response to Mu Qianshui's concern, he naturally could not disclose the existence of the system. He shook his head and replied, "I'm fine, just a bit tired." Upon hearing this, Mu Qianshui assumed he was exhausted from his recent performance and nodded, suggesting, "How about you lie down on the lawn resting your head on my lap for a while? There's still some time before the gala concludes. And we cannot leave just yet." Qin Xiaole cast a jovial glance at Mu Qianshui's slender legs. Regrettably, she was wearing tight jeans today, which hindered the opportunity to experience the softness of her fair skin even while resting his head on her lap. Nevertheless, such close proximity was already a dream cherished by countless boys. What more could he desire? With a playful smile, he nodded and said, "All right. I shall reluctantly accept your gracious offer." Mu Qianshui raised an eyebrow. "Reluctantly? Are you implying that I am begging you to lay your head on my lap?" This rogue. However, she merely rolled her eyes and then spread her long legs invitingly. Qin Xiaole, unceremoniously, laid down with a grin. The spot he chose was quite comfortable, just a little above her knee. Immediately, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. The evening breeze, the starry sky, the gala performance, and the beauty of her legs beneath him. This life felt utterly blissful. If only time could freeze at this moment. He closed his eyes, quietly savoring it all. Perhaps due to the sheer beauty of the experience, or perhaps the exhaustion from absorbing those memories. He soon fell asleep with his head resting on Mu Qianshui's lap. His breathing became steady. Mu Qianshui did not watch the program, but instead gazed quietly at Qin Xiaolu's face. His features were exquisitely handsome, surpassing over 99% of girls even in feminine attire. Yet, how could he possess such an air of flamboyance? Chapter 73. The so-called reward offset. As Mu Qianshui watched him, a smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. This rogue seemed to be sleeping quite comfortably. The two nestled together in serene silence. Time slipped away quietly, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. The performance on stage was drawing to a close, and Mu Qianshui gently patted Qin Xiaole's face. Before long, he sleepily opened his eyes, a hint of confusion flickering within them. Mu Qianshui smiled softly and said, "Wake up, it's almost over. If the crowd disperses and sees us like this, rumors will surely spread throughout the school." The thought of such a scene was too daunting for her to fathom. Thus, she hastily roused him from his slumber. Qin Xiaole rubbed his eyes and struggled to sit up. After a brief nap, his mind felt clearer. The drowsiness that had enveloped him moments ago was now replaced with a newfound lightness. Everything seemed so beautiful. He looked at Mu Qianshui with a grin and said, "Thank you, Professor Mu, for your long legs. I slept quite comfortably." Mu Qianshui rolled her eyes in response. "All right, hurry back to your class's group. I need to head to the podium." After the performance, as a judge, she was required to score the participants. Thus, she needed to be on her way. As she prepared to rise, her legs suddenly weakened, causing her to bend at the knees. Quick as a flash, Qin Xiaole caught her, enveloping her in his embrace. Having dozed on her lap for too long, her legs had grown numb and powerless. The sudden movement had understandably caused a cramp. As she fell into Qin Xiaole's arms, their eyes met, and Mu Qianshui's cheeks flushed with warmth. Her gaze darted, a tinge of embarrassment creeping in as she urged, "Please let me go. Someone might see us." Qin Xiaole smiled gently. "All right." He then exerted a slight force, placing her back on the ground. He stood up first and extended his hand to her. "Your legs are numb. Let me help you up." Mu Qianshui lifted her gaze and beheld the scene before her. For reasons unknown, Qin Xiaole appeared irresistibly charming at that moment. This man was undeniably handsome, simply incomparable. She lowered her head, her cheeks aflame, and lightly placed her small hand in his. In the next instant, she felt a surge of strength pulling her up, and before she knew it, she was enveloped in Qin Xiaole's embrace, bathed in the soft moonlight. They stood face to face, holding each other tightly. Though the surroundings were dim, it added an enchanting quality to the moment. Qin Xiaole gazed into Mu Qianshui's eyes with a playful smile, saying, "Professor Mu, given how much I've helped you, don't you think I deserve a reward?" "Reward?" At the mere mention of the word, Mu Qianshui's thoughts immediately drifted back to the events of that afternoon in the office, vivid in her memory. The rogue, indeed, harbors ill intentions. A reward? Bah! She shot Qin Xiaole a disdainful glance and retorted, "You just rested your head on my lap. Should I not also receive a reward? Let us consider it settled." However, Qin Xiaole chuckled and replied, "Professor Mu, your reasoning is flawed. How can we call it even? It should be a kiss from you, followed by a kiss from me, and that would suffice." At that moment, Mu Qianxue was taken aback. Goodness, you truly are audacious. You stand to gain in both ways. Drat. Mu Qianxue rolled her eyes at Qin Xiaole and then vigorously extricated herself from his embrace. Dream on, you scoundrel. With that, she turned on her heel and strode towards the podium, leaving Qin Xiaole to chuckle at her retreating figure. Not wishing to linger, Qin Xiaole rejoined his classmates. For as the class monitor, he had responsibilities to uphold. Upon his return, the entire class 1 of computer science erupted with excitement, their gazes fixated on him, shimmering with an inexplicable light. A wave of anxiety washed over Qin Xiaole. Could it be? Had they recognized that he had been in women's attire? Just then, Zhang Yu approached with a grin, playfully punching Qin Xiaole on the chest. Where did you disappear to, Brother Lu? We didn't see you on stage. Tang Ming chimed in. Yeah, where were you? Hearing this, Qin Xiaole felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed they were oblivious to his cross-dressing escapade. Otherwise, he would surely be in a predicament. What if they pressured him to don women's clothing in the dormitory in the future? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. That scenario must be avoided. He cleared his throat. I had to attend to a matter. The others exchanged knowing glances and rubbed their hands together. Brother Lu, what is the relationship between you and that girl who performed on stage? Qin Xiaole coughed again. Just a friend. At this moment, he dared not reveal the truth. He certainly could not let his secret slip. Upon hearing this, the group chuckled. Tang Ming quickly added, I knew it. That girl must just be a friend of Brother Lu. After all, Brother Lu has a girlfriend. That tea vendor must be the one for him. Wu Luo nodded in agreement. I think so too. Hearing their comments, Zhang Yu grinned. In that case, Brother Lu, why not help your brothers out and share that beautiful lady's contact information with us? It would be a boon for all. Though unaware of where Qin Xiaole had conjured such a beauty, her figure and looks were simply mesmerizing, leaving one utterly captivated. If I could find a girlfriend like that, I would gladly trade 10 years of my life for her. Upon hearing the words of several individuals and observing the gazes of those around him, Qin Xiaole was momentarily taken aback, a shiver coursing through him. He glanced at Zhang Yu and Wu Luo, remarking, Aren't you two already in relationships? What more do you seek? However, Zhang Yu chuckled and replied, Brother Lu, your vision is too narrow. We merely wish to expand our circle of acquaintances. It is a simple and unpretentious desire. Expand our circle of acquaintances? Qin Xiaole regarded them with skepticism. I can hardly believe you. The demeanor of these individuals clearly indicated their intentions. It was evident that they were pursuing something more. Nonetheless, if such a person truly existed, Qin Xiaole would not hesitate to share her contact details with them. After all, he was already involved with Mu Qianxue and could not entertain any special connections with other women. However, the crux of the matter was that such a person did not exist. They were merely figments of his imagination. He could not possibly reveal his alter ego to them. The consequences would be dire if discovered. One could easily envision a headline reading, Roommate's alter ego as a goddess leads to fatal consequences with 3 roommates. The thought sent another shiver down Qin Xiaole's spine, prompting him to shake his head vigorously and declare, Stop dreaming. She already has a boyfriend. Chapter 74. The recipient of the award is a man. Upon hearing Qin Xiaole's declaration, the group was left in stunned silence. A goddess? With a boyfriend? Surely this was a fabrication. What kind of man could possibly be worthy of such a woman? It was simply inconceivable. All present wore expressions of astonishment. Just as they were about to utter more words, the dean ascended the stage, microphone in hand, smiling as he addressed the audience. Good evening, students. Tonight, our Information College's welcoming gala has concluded splendidly. Instantly, the audience erupted in applause. The group fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the dean. After all, it was the dean speaking, and one must show him some respect. As the dean paused, he continued, To be honest, I was deeply moved after watching this welcoming gala. The students of our Information College are exceptionally talented. He then proceeded to announce the list of award recipients. 3rd place, the skit, Am I a Young Father? To be frank, the fact that this skit won an award is quite remarkable. The title alone attests to that fact. Whoever came up with this title is undoubtedly talented. However, the quality of the performance was commendable, and its core values aligned well with mainstream ideals. Soon, the cast of the 3rd place skit took to the stage, standing behind the dean in anticipation of their award. Subsequently, the dean paused for a moment and announced, The 2nd place goes to the song My Heart for China, performed by 2 young ladies. Their choice of material was excellent, and at that moment, the emotional tone was instantly established. Coupled with their commendable singing skills, their victory was entirely expected. Everyone gazed at him in silence, eager to discover who the first-place winner was. The dean cleared his throat and continued. First place, the dance-drunken concubine. To be honest, this performance truly astonished me. That young girl exhibited remarkable talent. Suddenly, upon hearing the dean's words, Qin Xiaole, who was seated at the podium sipping water, unexpectedly spluttered. Wow, incredible. That girl did exceptionally well. Qin Xiaole nearly burst into laughter, already envisioning Qin Xiaole's flustered expression. At that moment, she wondered whether he should go on stage to receive the award or remain rooted in place. Truly a dilemma. Indeed, Qin Xiaole was in such a predicament, as he had no idea that there was this segment following the performance, let alone that he would win an award, especially the grand prize. His face was a portrait of disbelief. On stage, the third and second place winners had already ascended, yet Qin Xiaole, the first place winner, remained hesitant. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow, glancing curiously at Qin Xiaole. Brother Lu, where's that girl? Why hasn't she come up to receive her award? It was evident that everyone was anticipating her presence, and even Zhang Yu felt a twinge of excitement. Although she already had a boyfriend, he had resolved that as long as she appeared, he would approach her backstage to secure her contact information. After all, with the right approach, there was no wall that could not be breached. However, Qin Xiaole coughed lightly and replied, She went to accompany her boyfriend. So she probably won't be coming. The murmurs from the audience grew louder. The dean looked around, yet could not spot the young lady. He urged once more for her presence. At this point, Qin Xiaole could no longer hesitate. Gritting his teeth, he made his way to the stage, hastily running from the back. When everyone saw a boy ascend the stage, they were all taken aback. What is this situation? Why is a boy going up? Exactly. I want my goddess. Yes, where's my goddess? As they witnessed Qin Xiaole ascend, confusion spread among the crowd. How could it be a boy? Yet, few entertained the notion of him being in drag. It was simply too difficult to accept. Such a beautiful girl, akin to a celestial moon, could easily debut without issue. Yet you informed them that it was a man, one endowed with certain characteristics. Who on earth would believe such a tale? In an instant, one would be ready to engage in a duel. For you have shattered their cherished illusions, an illusion that holds immense significance. Qin Xiaole is not foolish. He approached the dean and whispered a few words. Immediately, the dean raised the microphone and cheerfully announced, the female student who just secured first place is unwell, so her friend will come on stage to accept the award on her behalf. As soon as the dean finished speaking, a wave of commotion erupted among the audience. My goodness, what has happened to my goddess? Is she injured? Oh dear, my heart aches, Hua. Indeed, it must be that she hurt herself while dancing just moments ago. Countless faces in the crowd reflected concern. After all, how could one not feel sympathy for such a beautiful girl suffering an injury? Only Qin Xiaole in the audience felt her lips twitch in disbelief. How could such a ridiculous tale garner so many believers? This scoundrel. His talent for deception is truly remarkable. Henceforth, I must remain vigilant, lest I be sold out. Qin Xiaole mused to herself. After all, Qin Xiaole's knack for lying is quite formidable. I must be on guard, lest I fall victim to his schemes. If that happens, I would have nowhere to lament. Soon, the dean cheerfully presented certificates and awards to the three groups. The members posed for photographs with the dean before departing the stage. As the hour grew late, the dean offered no further remarks, simply declaring the event concluded and urging everyone to return home for rest. As the crowd dispersed, Qin Xiaole did not hasten to leave, but instead approached Qin Xiaole with a beaming smile. What do you intend to do? Qin Xiaole, observing the bustling crowd, regarded him with a hint of wariness. If he were to make any intimate gestures, she feared she would be doomed. When the crowd was sparse, she felt no fear. Rather, it was in moments like these, amidst the throng, that Qin Xiaole felt apprehensive. Qin Xiaole chuckled and handed her a black bag filled with women's clothing, saying, I won't be taking these back, as I fear my roommate might see them. Please help me dispose of them. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaole shot him an irritated glance. Truly a scoundrel. Initially, she had thought him a pervert or that the clothes were meant for some girl, but now that she knew otherwise, her irritation diminished. In fact, witnessing Qin Xiaole's cross-dressing antics brought her a modicum of joy. After all, this indicated that he was not a deviant. Thus, she accepted the bag without refusal, cleared her throat, and nodded, saying, Fine, I'll take care of it. With so many people around, if there's nothing else, you should hurry back. Qin Xiaole shot her a cheerful glance before departing, nodding with a grin. All right, don't forget about our reward. I'll collect it later. Mu Qianxue? Collect it later? Huh, what an optimistic scoundrel. Author's note. I would like to recommend a book. The Beautiful Goddess is actually a hidden master by Rabbit Eats Pork Hawk, a talented and attractive female author. Her new work is quite captivating. Do take a moment to explore it. Chapter 75, Aftermath Nightfall. Mu Qianxue drove back to her neighborhood, holding a black plastic bag containing the women's clothing that Qin Xiaole had worn. Gazing at the garments, a faint smile crept onto Mu Qianxue's lips. This scoundrel, it must be said, possesses a certain charm. He knows how to play the game. The audacity to don women's attire is commendable. Moreover, he truly looks striking in it. Although Mu Qianxue harbors considerable confidence in her own beauty, which is indeed well-founded, she cannot help but acknowledge that Qin Xiaole is quite stunning in women's clothing, exuding a certain ethereal allure. Reflecting on Qin Xiaole's performance on stage, a subtle smile graced Mu Qianxue's face. Instead of discarding the clothes, she opted to carefully place them in the depths of her wardrobe for safekeeping. Perhaps one day, she might bring them out to tease that fellow. With this thought, her spirits brightened considerably. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaole returned to his dormitory, took a shower, and hurriedly climbed into bed, seeking refuge from his roommate's incessant inquiries. After all, the girl in question was non-existent. Moreover, he was genuinely exhausted from the day's labors, culminating in a performance that evening which had drained him significantly. A night of silence ensued. The following morning arrived, as routine as ever, with the start of another school day. Since his first class did not involve Mu Qianxue, Qin Xiaole leisurely enjoyed breakfast before making his way to the classroom. However, upon arriving at the door, he suddenly halted in surprise. A large crowd had gathered outside, their intentions unclear. Most of the onlookers were boys, their eyes alight with excitement, gleaming with an unexplainable fervor. Furrowing his brow, Qin Xiaole entered the classroom and curiously inquired of Zhang Yu and the others. What is going on outside? Why are there so many people gathered? Is something happening? Zhang Yu sighed. Ah, they are all infatuated admirers. It's quite a predicament. Infatuated admirers? Qin Xiaole looked bewildered, clearly not yet grasping the situation. Nearby, Tang Ming interjected. They are all waiting for that girl from last night, hoping to get her contact information. You didn't tea here? Our school forum erupted last night. Qin Xiaole? The forum erupted? He was utterly perplexed. Having gone to bed early the previous night, he had no knowledge of the events that transpired. He swiftly retrieved his phone and opened the school forum. At the top was a prominently featured post regarding last night's welcome party, titled, Welcome Party, a Stunning Goddess Emerges. Below is the content of the post. Attending the freshman welcome party at the School of Information, I was unexpectedly captivated by a breathtaking beauty. The moment I laid eyes on her, I was utterly enchanted. In this lifetime, she is the only one for me. Images. Images. Upon seeing this post, Qin Xiaole was immediately taken aback. It even included a photo of him dancing, and what's more, it was a close-up shot where his facial expressions were distinctly visible. Fortunately, his makeup skills were exceptional. Otherwise, being recognized would have been disastrous. Qin Xiaole swallowed hard and continued scrolling down. The post garnered immense attention, accumulating thousands of comments. To think that within a single evening, there were thousands of remarks was utterly astonishing. Goodness, this freshman is extraordinarily beautiful. My heavens. Is she a celestial being descended to Earth? I adore her. How could I have missed the welcome party? What a tremendous loss. Echoing the sentiments above, what a regret. May I inquire which major this enchanting freshman belongs to? I recall it was mentioned she is from the Computer Science Class 1. Computer Science, what an impressive field. I shall chance upon her tomorrow morning. I will join too. As he perused the comments, Qin Xiaole's astonishment grew. My goodness. Is the fuss truly warranted for a mere dance? At the entrance, many upperclassmen from the second and third years stood waiting, eager to catch a glimpse of the goddess. Surely, they must see what this freshman looks like. If only one could obtain her contact information, it would be an absolute triumph. Qin Xiaole glanced out the window, and then at his phone, feeling a sense of despair brewing within him. This is outrageous. Zhang Yu sighed and remarked. It's a pity they are unaware that the goddess already has a boyfriend. By the way, Brother Lo, which school and major does this goddess belong to? Why have I never seen her before? Logically, a girl as stunning as she is should have already made waves throughout the school. For instance, Professor Mu Qianxue, being so attractive, was known to all faculty and students from her very first day. The beauty in question rivals her in allure. She ought to be quite well known indeed. The others listened, equally puzzled, their gazes fixed intently on Qin Xiaole. It is worth noting that he was the one who brought in this external talent, and only he understood the specifics about her. Outsiders remained completely oblivious. As soon as her performance concluded, the girl seemed to vanish into thin air. Qin Xiaole cleared his throat and pondered for a moment before saying, "Ahem, in truth, the girl is rather ordinary looking. It is merely her makeup that is impressive, combined with the enchanting lights and scenery that accentuated her appearance." Makeup? The three of them exchanged astonished glances, bewildered. Is that truly the case? In an instant, they could no longer discern reality from illusion. This was due to the fact that makeup is considered one of the four great arts of deception in Asia. The level of horror it can inspire is unimaginable. Some individuals, whose appearances are exceedingly unattractive, have transformed into goddesses in the eyes of many through the art of makeup. Such occurrences are not without precedent. If this were in ancient times, it would be deemed a crime of treachery against the sovereign. "Come on, leg," one might protest. Though I sit at a distance, I can clearly see that the young lady possesses exquisite features, as delicate as if she had stepped out of a fairy tale. There is no way this beauty is merely the result of makeup. Zhang Yu possesses an extraordinary talent for discerning beauty in women, even from afar. That young lady was undoubtedly a paragon of perfection, the second most stunning woman he had encountered in all his years, the first being Qin Xiaole, of course. Noticing the gazes of the three, Qin Xiaole cleared his throat and, with a forced bravado, stated, "Ahem, you must be mistaken. I wouldn't deceive you. Besides, she already has a boyfriend, so you might as well give up." With that, he glanced out the window at the group, sighed, and turned his attention back to his textbook. Truth be told, he was at a loss. Were those people truly toxic? Did they have an affinity for cross-dressing? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. As the class bell rang, the crowd outside finally dispersed. Qin Xiaole exhaled in relief and settled into the lesson. The hour passed swiftly. Chapter 76. The university network has been hacked at noon. Qin Xiaole, as was his custom, did not head to the cafeteria, but instead made his way briskly to Mu Qianxue's office. Since the semester had begun, he had scarcely dined in the cafeteria, treating Mu Qianxue's office as his personal dining hall, one that was free of charge and far more nutritious. What? Shamelessly living off her? Some might criticize. Your vision is too narrow. This was not about dependency. It was simply a matter of social etiquette. Skillfully pushing open the office door, Mu Qianxue glanced up at Qin Xiaole but was not surprised. After all, it was mealtime, and he naturally made his appearance. What a loyal dog! With a cheerful smile, Qin Xiaole approached Mu Qianxue and took a seat beside her. "Professor Mu, still busy?" Mu Qianxue responded with a noncommittal hum, engrossed in analyzing research data. Aside from occasionally lecturing, she spent most of her time engaged in scholarly pursuits. Therefore, her schedule was far from the leisurely existence one might imagine. She was a person of ambition and ideals. Qin Xiaole chuckled. "All right, you carry on. I'll eat first." Mu Qianxue, momentarily taken aback, stared at him in astonishment. "The meal is prepared by me. The box is brought by me. And you don't even wait for me to eat? Are you even human?" It must be said that Mu Qianxue was once again rendered speechless by this individual. Their shameless audacity is indeed remarkable. "It is impossible, unless I finish my task first. We shall dine together." Mu Qianxue would never indulge this fellow. If one wishes to eat, let it be together. Otherwise, they may wait. The thought of feasting alone is utterly out of the question. Qin Xiaole cleared his throat, observing Mu Qianxue's demeanor, and couldn't help but touch the tip of his nose. "Very well, then let us patiently await." With a sense of resignation, Qin Xiaole quietly waited nearby. Mu Qianxue processed the data with remarkable speed. After all, her intelligence set her apart. The brilliance of a genius is difficult for ordinary minds to fathom. In this world, geniuses and ordinary people exist as entirely distinct species. While this assertion may seem somewhat exaggerated, it holds a kernel of truth. The realm of genius is one that ordinary individuals struggle to comprehend, much like mortals cannot grasp the thoughts of the divine. After a brief moment, Mu Qianxue set aside the data, sighed, and glanced at Qin Xiaole. She then retrieved the lunchbox. "Let's eat first. Don't let yourself go hungry." A slight smile appeared on Qin Xiaole's face, and soon both of them picked up their chopsticks to begin their meal. Noticing Mu Qianxue's slightly furrowed brow, Qin Xiaole curiously inquired, "What is the matter? Is there a problem?" Mu Qianxue cast a sidelong glance at Qin Xiaole and sighed. I've encountered a bit of trouble. The intranet at the school has been compromised. We were attacked by hackers. The latest research on quantum technology was nearly leaked. Fortunately, the firewall was promptly repaired. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. However, it seems the attackers will not easily relent. As one of China's top universities, Dong University's research naturally leans towards high-end topics. Quantum technology is of utmost importance at this stage. Many universities and research institutions are conducting studies, yet progress varies, with most having labored for a long time without significant results. However, Dong University boasts an academician specializing in this field, and with the cooperation of their team, they have achieved groundbreaking advancements in quantum technology, placing them at the forefront globally. This news has circulated, prompting some nations to harbor ill intentions and seek to steal our data. After all, breakthroughs in their own research seem too slow. They prefer to resort to thievery instead. Thus, this morning, Mu Qianxue was informed of the firewall attack, and fortunately, the researchers managed to patch the vulnerabilities in time, thwarting the attackers' attempts. Yet, from this brief encounter, it is evident that their hacking skills are formidable. They are unlikely to let this matter rest easily. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaole furrowed his brow as well. He naturally understood that quantum technology is the focal point of current efforts. This technology is indeed frightening. To illustrate with a simple analogy, if one wishes to travel 1,000 miles, one may opt for trains, planes, high-speed rail, or even a road trip. However, if quantum technology were to achieve a breakthrough, in the future, the aspiration to traverse 1,000 miles in an instant may become a reality through the application of quantum entanglement technology. However, reaching this pinnacle is still a formidable journey ahead. Nevertheless, the University of Tokyo has already taken a significant step forward, which explains why it has become a target for hackers, jealous of its advancements. This technology is of paramount importance. If utilized in military applications, it could deliver a substantial blow to adversaries. Qin Xiaole pondered for a moment and inquired, "Do you know the location of those who attacked our school's firewall?" In response, Mu Qianxue shook her head and said, "Our school's cybersecurity experts have limited hacking skills, while the opposing party is quite sophisticated, making it impossible to trace their origin or know where to begin." To put it bluntly, a prestigious institution like the University of Tokyo lacks formidable hackers. Genuine hackers wouldn't conceal themselves within a university. They would either be recruited by major internet companies or have joined official platforms in Huaxia. The University of Tokyo simply does not harbor any significant hacking talent. Qin Xiaole was not surprised by this revelation. He glanced at Mu Qianxue's computer and suggested, "Let us eat first and discuss this afterward." All right. The two shared a quiet meal, each lost in their own thoughts. After about 10 minutes, they finished eating. Mu Qianxue packed up and remarked, "It's about time. You should head back to rest. I need to contemplate how to address this hacking issue. It is undoubtedly a serious matter, and we cannot afford any delays." Thus, Mu Qianxue had to use her time wisely to devise a strategy. With a gentle smile, Qin Xiaole said, "You should stand up and make some space." Mu Qianxue looked bewildered and replied, "Stand up and make space." Despite her confusion, seeing Qin Xiaole's earnest demeanor prompted her to rise, asking curiously, "What do you intend to do?" Qin Xiaole, unreserved, cheerfully took Mu Qianxue's seat and said, "Just watch. I will help you resolve the hacking issue. I acquired top-notch hacking skills last night and am eager to put them to the test." As a premier hacker, his skills were nearly unrivaled globally, with only a handful capable of matching him, certainly fewer than 3 in the entire world. What? Mu Qianxue was genuinely taken aback. Qin Xiaole was willing to assist her with the hacking problem? It seemed unbelievable, after knowing him for such a long time. This was the first she had heard of his hacking abilities. This was far from mere coding. Mastering programming languages merely made one a programmer, not a hacker. She stared in disbelief and asked, "Qin Xiaole, are you joking?" With a slight smile, Qin Xiaole turned to look at her and replied, "Do I seem like I'm joking? Now sit back and watch closely." Chapter 77. Qin Xiaole's hacking skills. Upon finishing his statement, Qin Xiaole swiftly turned his attention to the computer screen, his fingers dancing purposefully across the keyboard. His first step was to infiltrate the school's intranet. Knowing that a hacker seeking information would inevitably leave traces behind, he felt confident there would be clues to follow. Mesmerized by Qin Xiaole's intricate maneuvers, Mu Qianxue stood by, momentarily astonished. With her background in computer science, She was aware of hacking techniques, albeit not an expert herself. Yet, she recognized Qin Xiaole's intent with clarity. Within mere seconds, he successfully breached the school's intranet, leaving Mu Qianxue in a state of disbelief. It was astonishingly easy. At that moment, she realized that Qin Xiaole's hacking prowess was far from ordinary. His ability to penetrate the elite university's defenses spoke volumes of his skill. The university, known for its formidable firewalls, had withstood an assault from an unknown hacker earlier that day. Yet, here was Qin Xiaole, navigating it with remarkable ease, truly unbelievable. Without lingering, Qin Xiaole meticulously searched through the intranet. After a brief moment, his brow furrowed in concentration. Mu Qianxue, keenly perceptive, noticed the change in his demeanor and inquired curiously, "What's wrong? Have you discovered something?" Nodding, Qin Xiaole replied, "Indeed, I have found something. The origin of the intrusions is traced back to an island nation." An island nation? Mu Qianxue was taken aback, realizing the implication. These individuals were indeed ambitious and unscrupulous. "What do you intend to do?" she asked. Looking at him intently, with a slight smirk, Qin Xiaole responded, "Naturally, I shall return their tactics in kind." With that, his gaze returned to the screen. Rather than directly invading the adversary's computer, he opted to first secure a few zombie machines. These so-called zombies were not the poultry we consume, but rather a term denoting compromised computers used as shields. Should the adversary trace back to Qin Xiaole's location, employing certain methods might lead them to discover his identity. However, by securing a few zombie machines in advance, the addresses they would uncover would belong to these decoys. In essence, Qin Xiaole was providing them with false leads, thus enhancing his own security measures. In the realm of hacking, safety is paramount. If he and Mu Qianxue were to be discovered, it could precipitate unwarranted conflicts. For a hacker, the most crucial aspect is to remain concealed. While they may wield significant power in the digital sphere, the same does not always hold true in the tangible world. Thus, concealing one's identity is imperative for every hacker. Qin Xiaole captured 2 meat chickens from an island nation, ensuring that even if the opposition attempted to trace the origin, they would remain undetectable. With all preparations meticulously made, he proceeded to track the hacker's location. The intruding hacker hailed from a research institute in the island nation, known as the Black Flagwood Institute. This establishment is renowned internationally, specializing in cutting-edge technology, and has indeed produced some commendable scientific products, earning considerable acclaim. It is astonishing that they would resort to such underhanded tactics to pilfer from others. Truly, you live up to your reputation. Life seems quite pleasant for you individuals from that island nation. Qin Xiaole made some deft maneuvers and uncovered the Institute's information and internal network. He then began searching for vulnerabilities in their firewall. Mu Qianxue observed in wide-eyed amazement. This operation was extraordinary. "Eureka!" Qin Xiaole suddenly exclaimed, an expression of joy illuminating his face. He had discovered the vulnerability on the other side. Without hesitation, Qin Xiaole launched an attack. Given his prowess, he exploited the opening without the slightest fear of detection. He breached their defenses so swiftly? Mu Qianxue inquired, astonished and incredulous. Was Qin Xiaole's speed truly this remarkable? In such a brief span, he had infiltrated the internal network of the research institute. One must acknowledge that the firewall they possessed was no trivial matter. The fact that Qin Xiaole managed to penetrate it with such ease was indeed terrifying. With a slight smile, Qin Xiaole remarked, "In truth, their firewall harbors certain vulnerabilities, albeit minor. Yet, for us elite hackers, even the slightest flaw serves as the key to entry. While these vulnerabilities may pose a challenge for an ordinary hacker, to a top-tier hacker like Qin Xiaole, it was akin to being handed a key, allowing for unrestricted access." Mu Qianxue paused in surprise. Was Qin Xiaole boasting? An elite hacker? However, witnessing his skill and speed in breaching the firewall, she couldn't help but feel that there was some truth to it. Qin Xiaole, not missing a beat, cheerfully inquired, "Would you like the data from the Black Flagwood Institute?" Mu Qianxue's eyes lit up with excitement. "You can procure it?" This was a renowned research institute worldwide, and its research content would undoubtedly hold significant reference value. After all, they explored a wide variety of subjects, and there might be some elements beneficial to Huaxia. Qin Xiaole nodded, responding nonchalantly, "Certainly." Instantly, Mu Qianxue was filled with exhilaration. "This is invaluable. Some of their research could greatly benefit our military in Huaxia." Qin Xiaole nodded, albeit with some hesitation as he gazed at Mu Qianxue. "The information can certainly be procured, But the channels must remain confidential. I cannot be exposed. He trusted Qin Xiaole, yet he was wary of others. One must always guard against betrayal. Qin Xiaole met his gaze, their eyes locking in understanding. After a moment, she nodded, reassuring him, "Rest assured, I shall keep your secret. Moreover, as long as I choose to remain silent, no one would dare interrogate me regarding the source of my information." Qin Xiaole's background was formidable. As long as she desired discretion, no one would have the audacity to press her for answers. This was her confidence. "Very well. Since you have said so, I shall not doubt you." Qin Xiaole replied with a slight smile. "Little pests. Research data? Bring it forth." Internally, Qin Xiaole harbored a deep-seated aversion towards the island nation. It was an instinctual disdain. He would never forget the atrocities committed on Chinese soil during the war, nor could he ever forgive. Therefore, he would unconditionally engage in any actions detrimental to the interests of that nation. Simply put, it was for the sheer thrill of it. Before long, as Qin Xiaole's fingers danced across the keyboard, a multitude of data began to copy automatically, progressing smoothly. Remarkably, the other party had yet to detect any irregularities. After all, Qin Xiaole's techniques were masterful. His top-tier skills were not to be underestimated. This was genuine expertise. Chapter 78, granting them benefits after roughly 4 to 5 minutes. Qin Xiaole cheerfully announced, "Mission accomplished. I have successfully duplicated all the data from the other side." Instantly, Qin Xiaole was taken aback, her excitement palpable. "Is that true? You really copied everything?" It was well known that the Black Flagwood Research Institute was prestigious, housing a vast array of research content. Some of the material had not yet seen significant progress in China. The fact that Qin Xiaole claimed to have acquired all their research data in just 5 minutes was astonishing. Qin Xiaole smiled slightly and switched the interface. "I have copied all the data. Look, here it is." He casually opened a document. Qin Xiaole quickly leaned closer. To her astonishment, she realized the value of what lay before her. Good heavens! These were treasures from the Black Flagwood Research Institute, irreplaceable assets. If shared with the University of Tokyo and the Chinese authorities for research, these materials would undoubtedly prove invaluable. "Oh my goodness, Qin Xiaole, you are truly remarkable." The gleam in Qin Xiaole's eyes was filled with joy and excitement. She had never anticipated that Qin Xiaole would possess such prowess. The prowess displayed was utterly remarkable. Initially, she harbored doubts about his prowess as a top-tier hacker. However, after witnessing undeniable evidence, her skepticism dissipated, for such feats were beyond the capability of an ordinary individual. With a subtle smile, Qin Xiaole glanced at the official website of the Black Flagwood Research Institute and cheerfully suggested, "How about we bestow a little humiliation upon those insignificant islanders?" Humiliation? Qin Xiaole's eyes sparkled with intrigue. To be frank, her disdain for those islanders mirrored Qin Xiaole's. It felt deeply ingrained since childhood. Were it to involve pranks on any other Chinese enterprises, she would likely intervene. Yet, the prospect of orchestrating mischief against the islanders exhilarated her, and she would wholeheartedly endorse it. But what if you get caught? Qin Xiaole expressed her concern, fearing that should Qin Xiaole attract the attention of the islanders, it could lead to perilous consequences. This was a significant concern. If Qin Xiaole found himself in the crosshairs of the islanders, it could threaten his very life. In response, Qin Xiaole offered a confident smile, declaring, "Rest assured. With my capabilities, those islanders will not detect my presence. After all, there are only a handful of individuals worldwide who can rival my skills." The islanders? He held no fear. "Well, if that's the case, then go ahead and create some chaos. I won't stop you," Qin Xiaole chuckled. The thought of Qin Xiaole preparing to deliver a little gift to the islanders brought her immense joy, making it impossible for her to refuse. Excellent. With Qin Xiaole's approval, Qin Xiaole smiled slightly and commenced his operations. Since he was going to engage, he intended to do so on a grand scale. Hacking the Black Flagwood Research Institute posed little challenge. If he were to strike, he might as well target the islanders. Soon after, Qin Xiaole fervently searched for bots on his computer. Although he had previously captured 2 as a cover, it was still insufficient. After all, should he take action against the entire nation, he would be facing the scrutiny of a nation's hackers. Thus, he needed to be thoroughly prepared. In a matter of minutes, Qin Xiaole captured over 100 bots, not only from the islands, but also from the United States and other nations, all intended to mislead his adversaries. Once these preparations were complete, he first sought out an adult website from the islands. Qin Xiaole watched, bewildered. The sight of the islanders, bare-chested, engaged in explicit acts made her cheeks flush crimson. Qin Xiaole, how can you indulge in such things? This is so shameless. Indeed, in Mu Qianshui's eyes, it was utterly shameless. That scoundrel dared to watch such content right before her, and in the office no less. He truly regarded her as no outsider. Qin Xiaole cheerfully captured a portion of the most captivating short video and remarked, "You don't understand. I am here to provide a benefit to the people of the island nation. Such a documentary, steeped in the island's unique charm, would surely be immensely appreciated by them." However, Mu Qianshui shot Qin Xiaole a disapproving glance, scoffing, "You seem quite familiar with that website. I presume you frequent it often." Indeed, just moments ago, Mu Qianshui had been curious when she saw Qin Xiaole inputting the URL, thinking it might be something impressive. To her dismay, it turned out to be a rather risky site. What was more alarming was how effortlessly he recited the URL, almost without pause. Clearing his throat and scratching his head, Qin Xiaole found himself at a loss for words. Do you believe me if I say I have never visited it? Yet, even he doubted his own words. After all, it was primarily for educational purposes. As is well known, Qin Xiaole is a diligent student, and his thirst for knowledge naturally led him to explore various subjects, including this one. With a grin, Qin Xiaole turned his attention back to the computer screen and began typing vigorously. Before long, he transformed those snippets of captivating videos into a small virus. Once disseminated, this virus would propagate in a chain reaction, infecting all computers in its wake. Just imagine, upon returning home and opening the computer in front of his parents, only to be greeted by such exuberant educational content. What would they think? Surely, it would evoke a sense of dread. And when they discovered that the video could not be closed, wouldn't their frustration intensify? Of course, this was merely a trivial matter. What if such a video were to be shown during a meeting of the island nation's leaders? That would indeed escalate the situation. Presenting a video is one thing. Viewing it in a formal setting is another. Does it truly matter? Not in the least. Before long, Qin Xiaole had successfully created his little virus. Although simple and lacking any profound destructive capability, unlike the infamous panda burning incense virus, it would undoubtedly bring joy to the people of the island nation. However, this was something that ordinary hackers could hardly counteract. It would surely wreak havoc on the island's territory for a time. With everything in place, Qin Xiaole first sent these viruses to the unsuspecting targets he had just ensnared. These targets would then spread the infection to other computers in the island nation. Such a mode of transmission was undeniably formidable. Do not underestimate the capacity of computers to contract viruses. In fact, they can be infected even more swiftly and alarmingly than humans. Chapter 79. Doubling the reward. Qin Xiaole set down his keyboard, a broad smile illuminating his face as he turned to Mu Qianshui and declared, "It's all done." Mu Qianshui was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the rapid conclusion. She gazed at Qin Xiaole in disbelief. Has it truly ended so swiftly? How could you accomplish this so quickly? Qin Xiaole responded, "Can the term quick truly encapsulate a man? That would be an affront." He cleared his throat and continued, "Fear not. Let the bullets fly for a while. Soon, you shall witness the headline declaring the fall of the island nation in international news." Mu Qianshui blinked, her expression fraught with skepticism. Is that genuine? Although she hailed from a computer science background, her knowledge regarding hackers was relatively shallow, leaning more towards research than the intricate art of hacking. She had never been acquainted with individuals of such remarkable prowess. Thus, she lacked a first-hand experience. However, witnessing Qin Xiaole's extraordinary skills today illuminated the true capabilities of hackers. They could even procure research documents from the Black Flag Research Institute. In the realm of the internet, they seemed to exist as deities, omnipotent. With a cheerful demeanor, Qin Xiaole rose from his seat and faced Mu Qianshui. "Do not doubt your partner." "My partner? Huh, what a pretentious notion. You're merely a scoundrel, taking advantage." She rolled her eyes at him, retorting, "You are not my partner. Dream on, you cat." Nonetheless, Qin Xiaole was unperturbed. He gazed at her with a grin and slowly approached, standing before her. "Please rise." Mu Qianshui raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Rise." Given Qin Xiaole's demeanor, she sensed that he was up to no good. Resolutely, she turned her head away. "No way. I refuse to heed your command." She had no desire to fall into his traps again, as he had already deceived her numerous times since their acquaintance. Qin Xiaole chuckled mischievously. "Since you refuse to stand on your own, do not blame me." With a playful grin, he placed his hands on her and, with a sudden tug, pulled her up. Mu Qianxue found herself bewildered, caught off guard by his actions. Is this even humanly possible? Their gazes locked, and Qin Xiaole grinned. You still owe me a reward from last night. Given the substantial favor I've done for you today, it would only be fitting to double the reward. Mu Qianxue stammered. What? However, before she could articulate her thoughts, she felt her lips pressed against something, effectively silencing her. This was, after all, not her first encounter with such an experience. In that fleeting moment, she instantly grasped his intentions. Their lips collided. Mu Qianxue symbolically resisted a couple of times. But realizing she could not escape Qin Xiaole's strength, she ultimately surrendered and began to acquiesce. If she could not overcome him, then she might as well join him. Amidst this fervent kissing, Mu Qianxue felt her breath becoming increasingly chaotic. Gradually, after approximately 3 minutes, she sensed her strength waning. She hastily pushed Qin Xiaole away and gasped for fresh air. This scoundrel, she had to admit, possessed remarkable kissing prowess. Clearing her throat, she cast him a resentful glance. However, despite the resentment in her gaze, there was no trace of malice. Scoundrel, this is the last time. There will be no next. Observing Qin Xiaole's playful demeanor, Mu Qianxue quickly wiped her mouth and spoke urgently. Yet, Qin Xiaole seemed unfazed, chuckling. You said the same last time. And the time before that. Mu Qianxue suddenly recalled that indeed, she had declared it the last time in the office. However, it had proven futile. Hearing Qin Xiaole's words, her cheeks flushed, a rosy hue spreading across her face. This fellow was insufferable. Qin Xiaole continued with a smile. All right, let's not concern ourselves with these trivial matters. Come, let us see if there are any international news updates regarding the island nation on your phone. Mu Qianxue was taken aback, realizing the significance of the matter, and quickly opened her phone to search online. Instantly, she was rendered speechless. The internet was inundated with reports about the island nation. On Weibo, she exclaimed, "Who is this divine being? Absolutely stunning. Ha ha ha. I can't stop laughing. One person has outshone an entire nation, truly impressive, a model for our generation." Exactly. The highlight is that this divine being used their own romantic films, which is utterly hilarious. They had not witnessed the Prime Minister of the island nation delivering a speech when suddenly, the sounds of a film erupted behind him. Ha ha ha. Incredible, simply incredible. Countless individuals were exhilarated. Not only Weibo, but also Douyin and various other platforms were abuzz with discussions about this incident. It was inevitable for the people of Huaxia. The downfall of these islanders brought unparalleled joy. The entire nation had been ridiculed, which was undoubtedly a moment of triumph worth celebrating for all of Huaxia. As Mu Qianxue read through the myriad of messages, she too became elated. She never anticipated that Qin Xiaole would actually achieve this feat, managing to compromise the computers of the entire island nation. It was simply unbelievable. At that moment, her previous shyness dissipated, and she gazed at Qin Xiaole with a beaming smile, as if she were looking at a great hero. Women are inherently drawn to strength. Even if a woman possesses remarkable abilities, the presence of someone stronger can evoke ripples in her heart. This seems to be an intrinsic element of the female psyche. Qin Xiaole, splendidly executed. At this moment, Mu Qianxue could only think of this perfectly fitting remark. Indeed, it was an impressive feat. Qin Xiaole chuckled nonchalantly, stating, I was merely toying with it, a trivial matter. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Suddenly, Mu Qianxue noticed an international news report revealing that the Prime Minister of the island nation had publicly declared a nationwide effort to track down the hacker, insisting that he must pay the price. Qin Xiaole, are you certain you won't be discovered? The Prime Minister has vowed to find you. Such a proclamation from a national leader undoubtedly carries weight. However, Qin Xiaole merely smiled faintly, confident in his hacking prowess. Discovering him? Perhaps in another lifetime. He gazed at Mu Qianxue with twinkling eyes, assuring her, as long as you don't speak of it, no one will ever know. Indeed, only he and Mu Qianxue were privy to this matter. As long as she remained silent, it would remain a secret. Mu Qianxue was momentarily taken aback and quickly replied, Rest assured, even if others press me, I will not divulge anything. Chapter 80. A little more. Qin Xiaole seeks votes. Observing Mu Qianxue's anxious assurances, Qin Xiaole couldn't help but find it amusing. He feigned seriousness, nodding gravely. Yes, comrade Mu Qianxue, the organization trusts that you will uphold your promise. Mu Qianxue retorted, You scoundrel. Here I am, making a solemn commitment, and you're jesting. She shot him a disapproving glance before glancing at the time, saying, It's getting late. You should head back. You have class in the afternoon. Qin Xiaole grinned. It's already past 1. And I have over half an hour before I need to prepare for class. Why rush back to the dormitory? I might as well take a nap in your office. Running back to the dorm for just a few minutes of rest before heading to class seemed pointless. Mu Qianxue exclaimed, You're eating a loss? A nap in my office? Is that what you call a loss? Scoundrel! She spat at him in jest. Nevertheless, Qin Xiaole, chuckling, feigned ignorance and shamelessly remarked, By the way, you must have a folding bed. Sleeping on the desk isn't comfortable. Mu Qianxue indeed had a folding bed. After all, there were times when she would be busy in the office all afternoon and would take a short nap on it when fatigue set in. However, witnessing his unabashed demeanor, she suddenly felt disinclined to retrieve it. This scoundrel deserved to sleep on the floor. A folding bed? Huh. He was unworthy. However, upon witnessing Qin Xiaole's pitiful wink, Mu Qianxue's heart instantly softened. Beneath her seemingly tough exterior, this fade seemed to unravel when faced with Qin Xiaole. Rolling her eyes at him, she promptly retrieved a folding bed from the corner. Then, like a dutiful wife, she arranged the bed neatly, casting a glance at Qin Xiaole and saying, Come over and sleep. Although her tone was nonchalant, Qin Xiaole felt a surge of joy for someone as prideful as her. Even the invitation to join her was delivered with an air of seriousness. With a chuckle, Qin Xiaole hastened over and lay down on the bed. Immediately, he was met with a delightful sense of comfort. Though the folding bed was not as plush as his own, it was certainly far more agreeable than sleeping on a table. Given the circumstances, this was a splendid arrangement. What more could one desire? Lying on the bed, Qin Xiaole grinned at Mu Qianxue and proposed, Would you like to join me? Don't worry, I won't mind. Although, I might not fit beside you. So I suppose I'll just lay on top of me. After all, this folding bed was rather narrow, accommodating only one person at best. However, if width was insufficient, height could be a solution. One could lie atop the other, maximizing the space. Yet, Mu Qianxue stared at Qin Xiaole in bewilderment. Was this something a normal person would say? Sleep on top of you? What a lecher! She shot him a disdainful glare and retorted fiercely, Cretin, sleep by yourself. Don't even think about it. This scoundrel was becoming increasingly brazen. Qin Xiaole chuckled in response. Naturally, he approached the matter with a trial-and-error mindset, knowing that, given Mu Qianxue's temperament, the likelihood of her acquiescing was nearly non-existent. Nevertheless, he thought, there was no harm in trying. If, by some stroke of luck, she agreed, it would be a tremendous gain for him. Observing Mu Qianxue's flustered demeanor, Qin Xiaole closed his eyes with a grin and drifted into slumber. The midday hours were perfect for a nap. Research indicates that napping can enhance intelligence. Mu Qianxue sat at her desk, diligently attending to her tasks, while Qin Xiaole slept beside her. The atmosphere in the office fell into a tranquil silence. From time to time, Mu Qianxue would glance at Qin Xiaole, his face seemingly exuding an enchanting charm. Rogue. As she stole another look at him, Mu Qianxue playfully chastised him with a smile, her lips curving upward, betraying no hint of displeasure. In a world tinged with a hint of arrogance, the thoughts of the average person remain inscrutable. Time flows gently onward, and within the realm of slumber, it seems to accelerate. In the blink of an eye, several hours have slipped away. Mu Qianxue gently patted Qin Xiaole's shoulder, calling out for him to awaken. After a prolonged moment, Qin Xiaole finally opened his eyes, bleary and disoriented, with Mu Qianxue's visage being the first thing to greet him. He gazed at her, still in a state of drowsiness, and yawned. Awake now? We have class soon. The first session this afternoon is my lecture, Mu Qianxue informed him. The first class of the afternoon began at 2:30, a language course that Mu Qianxue would be teaching. Qin Xiaole responded with a soft acknowledgement, then turned and laboriously rose to his feet. It must be said that rousing someone from slumber at midday is quite an arduous task. Sighing, Qin Xiaole quietly folded up the cot, washed his face, and glanced at the time, nearly 2:20. By now, the classroom would likely be filled to capacity, especially for a course taught by Mu Qianxue. Her reputation extended far beyond the confines of the information college. She was renowned throughout the entire university. Shall we be on our way? Mu Qianxue replied affirmatively, gathering her books and belongings before standing. Let us go. Qin Xiaole responded, and together they exited the office, heading towards the classroom. Around 2:30, they arrived at the classroom door, entering in succession. Immediately, all eyes turned towards them. What a surprise! Qin Xiaole entered alongside Professor Mu. What could this mean? Was there something amiss between them? The atmosphere in the classroom shifted, curiosity piqued. Mu Qianxue, her gaze sharp, seemed to sense the growing intrigue. With a composed demeanor, she addressed the class. The class monitor registered our department's participants for the upcoming welcome gala during lunch. All attendees will receive additional comprehensive assessment points. This vague clarification assuaged the students' speculations, revealing that Qin Xiaole had merely been reporting to the office. Clearing her throat, she turned to Qin Xiaole and said, "All right, go find a seat." However, as he turned to do so, he was struck with dismay. Every seat in the classroom was occupied, leaving no available spots. Surely, he couldn't sit on someone else's lap during the lecture. That would be inappropriate, and Mu Qianxue would certainly not permit it. Chapter 81. Watching together at night, Mu Qianxue shifted her gaze and pointed to the chair on the podium, saying, "Please move that chair beside me." Qin Xiaole was taken aback. The chair on the podium was originally meant to be Mu Qianxue's seat. However, the classroom was brimming with students, and there were no vacant spots. Yet, Mu Qianxue was inviting him to occupy her place. The extent of such favoritism was evident. Qin Xiaole felt a twinge of emotion in his heart. Is this what love feels like? Oh, how moving. Below the podium, countless students were astonished by this scene. Could it be that arriving late Grants won the privilege of sitting beside Professor Mu? This method was worth a try. In an instant, it felt as if they had opened the door to a new world. With a cheerful demeanor, Qin Xiaole moved the chair next to Mu Qianxue and took a seat. Mu Qianxue glanced at him, her expression neutral, yet inwardly she chuckled. This scoundrel. Consider yourself fortunate. Before long, she retrieved her textbook and commenced her lecture. Qin Xiaole also opened his book, attentively listening beside Mu Qianxue. He was fully engaged. The only discomfort arising from the fact that, seated on the podium, all eyes were directed towards that area, making Mu Qianxue feel somewhat uneasy. Although everyone appeared to be focused on the blackboard and listening to Mu Qianxue's lecture, a mere glance could easily catch sight of Qin Xiaole. Any of his subtle movements or changes in demeanor would not go unnoticed and would be swiftly detected. With a sigh, Qin Xiaole resigned himself to listening intently. It must be said that Mu Qianxue's teaching prowess was indeed exceptional. She excelled in research and was also an excellent lecturer. Many students were captivated, their minds expanding with creativity. These were students from Dong University, renowned as a collection of geniuses across all of China. They represented the future talents of society. Their intelligence was self-evident, and they worked diligently. Some had even preemptively studied certain programming languages during their summer after high school graduation. The class passed swiftly. As the bell rang, Mu Qianxue announced the end of the lesson and gathered her books in preparation to leave. Before departing, she cast a glance at Qin Xiaole but refrained from speaking. After all, with so many eyes upon them, it was prudent to maintain a degree of discretion to avoid any potential gossip. Holding his book, Qin Xiaole was ready to join Zhang Yu and a few others for their next class. Along the way, Zhang Yu, grinning broadly, remarked to Qin Xiaole, "Lego, you missed a significant event while you were out reporting at noon." A significant event? Qin Xiaole paused, curiosity piqued as he turned to him. What event? Zhang Yu approached mysteriously and whispered into Qin Xiaole's ear. Just now, the island nation was invaded by a mysterious hacker, and the screens across the entire country displayed adult films, quite intense. Qin Xiaole was momentarily taken aback. What did he think it was? It was this. Of course, he knew about it. It was his doing. However, he was determined not to disclose this information, as it involved significant repercussions. This matter pertained to an entire nation, and the ramifications were substantial. If he were discovered, what if the emperor of the island nation became enraged and sent someone to eliminate him? It was prudent to exercise caution. He cleared his throat and chuckled. Oh, really? That sounds rather intriguing. Zhang Yu smirked and raised an eyebrow at him. Aren't you curious about what kind of film it was? Qin Xiaole. Goodness. He had initially thought Zhang Yu was surprised by the hacking incident, but it turned out he was more concerned about the type of film. Damn it. Indeed. My perspective was too narrow. Clearing his throat again, he replied, we can't even watch it, so what's there to be curious about? After all, the regulations in Huaxia regarding such films are quite strict. Generally, one cannot easily access those filled with explicit content. Zhang Yu chuckled, while Tang Ming and Wu Luo also surrounded him with an air of mystery. They were all grinning, which sent a shiver down Qin Xiaole's spine. Zhang Yu cleared his throat, glanced around to ensure no one was listening, and leaned closer to Qin Xiaole's ear, whispering, Brother Lo, I managed to download that film through special channels. Would you be interested in watching it together tonight? Qin Xiaole. Wow. You truly are something else. You don't partake in what others do at all. You actually downloaded this. As a roommate, Qin Xiaole felt a sense of gratitude. After all, this fellow remembered to invite his roommate when he had something good. However, as the class monitor, how could he indulge in such things? Especially in a group setting? If word got out that the class monitor's dormitory was gathering to watch adult films, what would happen to his reputation? Thus, Qin Xiaole cleared his throat and said solemnly, "Ahem, as the class monitor, I cannot possibly partake in watching adult films with you all. I have never engaged in such viewing." Thankfully, this statement went unheard by Qin Xiaole. Otherwise, it would have resulted in yet another eye roll. Never engaged in such viewing? Yet, he seemed quite familiar with the website. But the trio, perplexed by Qin Xiaole's righteous demeanor, paused momentarily. Could it be that a man truly existed who did not enjoy watching such films? Was he still considered a proper man? The three of them cleared their throats, exchanging glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Qin Xiaole cleared his throat and said, "All right, you all can watch on your own tonight. I will supervise you and ensure you do not get too engrossed." Zhangyu. Wu Luo. Tangming. Supervise? Come on. Isn't that just an invitation to watch together? This Qin Xiaole truly has no shame. To suggest watching together while maintaining such a righteous facade, where is the modesty in that? How brazen. Though the three felt Qin Xiaole was rather audacious, there was an undeniable thrill in this shared mischief. They exchanged glances and chuckled. "Brother Lu, we understand. We still need your supervision." "Exactly. If we three cannot maintain control, we'll rely on you." "That's right. With Brother Lu guiding us, who would dare to object?" The four shared a hearty laugh, and then happily headed to class. For the boys' dormitory, this was quite normal. There is a saying, a man's true nature. Meanwhile, upon leaving the classroom, Qin Xiaole made her way to the office, safeguarding the contents copied by Qin Xiaole. She prepared several high-capacity disks to store all this information. After all, this was the essence of research from the Black Flagwood Research Institute, a treasure accumulated over decades. However, thanks to Qin Xiaole, these materials had now become their own. What do you call this? A case of losing the rice while trying to steal a chicken. Had the other party not attempted to pilfer the data first, Qin Xiaole would not have retaliated. Chapter 82. Qin Xiaole's grandfather. Once she had copied all the data, Qin Xiaole exited the office with several high-capacity disks in hand. Dan University, as one of the top institutions in all of Huaxia, boasts an illustrious faculty. Here, numerous professors, associate professors, and even a few academicians can be found. Among them, President Qin Xiaole is an academician in the field of computer science. At the entrance of the president's office, she gently knocked on the door. Moments later, a voice from within called, "Come in." Without hesitation, Qin Xiaole pushed the door open and entered. Inside the office, only Qin Xiaole was present, engrossed in his computer work. Upon seeing Qin Xiaole, he stood up with a warm smile, saying, "Qin Xiaole, what brings you here today?" Qin Xiaole grinned, her youthful smile radiating like that of a child. It is worth noting that such a demeanor is rarely seen from this ice queen, and no one at Dan University has had the privilege of witnessing it. Perhaps only Qin Xiaole gets to see this side of her on occasion. With a cheerful demeanor, Qin Xiaole approached Qin Xiaole and said sweetly, "Grandpa, I have some wonderful news to share with you today." Wonderful news? Qin Xiaole was taken aback. He knew that his granddaughter was certainly not one to seek fame and fortune. She remarked that any significant matter could not possibly be trivial. Qin Xiaogu promptly inquired, "What has happened?" Qin Xiaole chuckled and replied, "Are you aware of the Black Flagwood Research Institute abroad?" The Black Flagwood Research Institute? Qin Xiaogu nodded. He was indeed familiar with it, as it was a renowned research institution recognized worldwide, populated by numerous eminent figures, and having produced considerable scientific achievements in recent years. He nodded and said, "I know. What's the matter?" With a playful smile, Qin Xiaole continued, "What would you think if I told you that I possess all the research data from their institute?" Qin Xiaogu. Possessing all the research data from the Black Flagwood Research Institute? How could that be possible? It is well known that institutions of such caliber have formidable security measures in place, with robust firewalls. Ordinary hackers would find it impossible to penetrate, and even moderately skilled ones would be detected if they attempted a breach. An investigation would likely lead to significant trouble. Yet, his granddaughter claimed to have all the data from the Black Flagwood Research Institute. How could that be? "Qin Xiaole, are you serious?" Qin Xiaogu asked, his throat dry and a look of concern etched on his face. Qin Xiaole nodded affirmatively, then cheerfully produced several high-capacity drives from her bag. "Grandpa, All the data regarding the Black Flagwood Research Institute is right here, with no omissions whatsoever. What? Qin Xiaole stared wide-eyed at the drives before him. As an academician in computer science, no one understood the value of such items better than he did. If this were true, it would provide significant support not only for their university, but also for the entire nation. As the Black Flagwood Research Institute had recently conducted research that they desperately needed, this assistance would be monumental. With a puzzled expression, Qin Xiaole gazed at Qin Xiaole and asked, Qin Xiaole, honestly tell your grandpa, where did you acquire this data? Such information is not something just anyone could obtain. If you obtained it through illicit means, it could lead to serious complications. Thus, Qin Xiaole needed to ascertain the truth. While research data is indeed precious, his granddaughter was equally a treasure to him, and he could not allow any harm to come to her. Qin Xiaole smiled and said, Grandpa, you must have heard about the recent hacking incident in Japan, right? Naturally, Qin Xiaole was aware of it, as it was a significant international event. And as the president of Dong University, it would be impossible for him not to know. However, upon hearing Qin Xiaole's words, he immediately understood. The island has been besieged by hackers, and the scientific materials have resurfaced before us. The situation is quite apparent, isn't it? Qin Xiaole inhaled deeply and asked solemnly, Qin Xiaole, can the individual who provided you with this be trusted? If they are discovered, will they implicate you? Qin Xiaole feared that this individual might not be reliable. Should they betray Qin Xiaole, it would plunge her into peril, which would be a grave blow for him. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaole smiled subtly. Although she occasionally quarreled with Qin Xiaole, finding him rather mischievous and prone to taking advantage of her, she harbored a deep-seated trust in him. Otherwise, she would not have allowed him such unrestrained access nor invited him to her home for dinner late at night. With a smile, she nodded reassuringly, Rest assured, Grandpa. It will be absolutely fine. His hacking skills are exceptional. As long as I remain silent, no one will unearth the truth. You can be completely at ease. Seeing Qin Xiaole's unwavering confidence, Qin Xiaole's eyes sparkled with a hint of intrigue. He realized that the person assisting Qin Xiaole must be a young man. And judging by her demeanor, she harbored considerable affection for him. After all, having come from an earlier generation, he understood that her current demeanor indicated a budding infatuation, albeit when she may not yet recognize herself. Nevertheless, this development was a positive sign for Qin Xiaole. His granddaughter seldom interacted with boys, let alone dating. She was disinclined towards even casual exchanges. The family had been concerned about her future prospects for marriage, but it appeared that worries were unwarranted. Since Qin Xiaole was so resolute, Qin Xiaole felt reassured. He chuckled, It seems we, at Dongda, have stumbled upon a remarkable opportunity. I shall arrange for our research institute to make a copy for the National Research Institute. The contents are not only immensely beneficial for Dongda, but also hold significant value for all of Huaxia, given that the focus of the Haikamu Research Institute is high technology. This was precisely why Qin Xiaole was so exhilarated. Qin Xiaole smiled and nodded. Qin Xiaole felt a wave of pride. His granddaughter was indeed maturing. Come, Qin Xiaole. Let us enjoy some tea and converse. You have been at Dongda for quite some time, yet we have not had a proper chat. Qin Xiaole had been at Dongda for over half a year, often preoccupied with work and research, leaving little time to visit Qin Xiaole. Of course, a primary reason for her limited visits was to avoid any semblance of impropriety. With a cheerful nod, she obediently replied, All right, Grandpa, I will pour you some tea. Excellent. As the afternoon classes commenced, Qin Xiaole's phone chimed. It was a message from the class leaders group of the Information College, comprising leaders and representatives from various majors. The group leader is Qin Xiaozhong, the secretary of the School of Information. He addressed all members, announcing that next week there will be a basketball competition for new students, with each major forming a team to participate. He requested a confirmation of receipt. One by one, the class leaders responded, Received. From Class 1 of Communications, received. From Class 4 of Communications, received. From Class 1 of Air Communications, and finally, Qin Xiaole responded, Received. Subsequently, Qin Xiaole conferred with the class leaders from the Computer Science Department, and they unanimously decided that he would be responsible for the arrangements. Qin Xiaole truly wished to express his discontent. What a predicament. Initially, he intended to be a mere bystander. However, little did he know that these individuals would shift responsibility onto him even before he could voice his thoughts. How absurd. Was this the work of a reasonable person? During the previous welcome party, he had already been entrapped by Qin Xiaole, and now it seemed he was ensnared once more, this time by a coalition of class leaders. Sighing deeply, as the class bell rang and the teacher departed, he quickly stood up and exclaimed, "Everyone, please do not leave. I have an announcement to make." Qin Xiaole's words were effective, as all the computer science students halted and gazed at him in curiosity. He slowly approached the podium and cleared his throat, stating, "Next week, we will have a basketball match for the new students of the School of Information. If anyone wishes to participate, please contact me. There will undoubtedly be many girls cheering for us, so this is a splendid opportunity, and I trust you understand my meaning." Fearing a lack of participants, Qin Xiaole resorted to the allure of the prospect of female spectators. In this sweltering heat, who could say if anyone would actually come? Regardless, he decided to put the word out and lure people in first. With this approach, his task would be accomplished. Whether or not he would actually play was of little concern to him. Though he possessed exceptional basketball skills, he could easily feign ineptitude if enough players were gathered. After all, playing was quite exhausting. Once he finished speaking, he dismissed everyone, encouraging them to think it over and message him if they wished to sign up. He then left with Zhang Yu and the others to have dinner. Typically, at this hour, Qin Xiaole would accompany Mu Qianxue for a meal. However, she seemed to have prior engagements and informed him that she would not be in her office. Zhang Yu and Wu Luo had gone out to dinner with their girlfriends. Thus, Qin Xiaole chose to dine with Tang Ming instead, as there were significant plans to execute later that evening in the dormitory. On their way back to the dorm after dinner, Tang Ming inquired with curiosity, "Do you really think there will be girls coming to watch the basketball match?" Noting that both Zhang Yu and Wu Luo had girlfriends, and that Qin Xiaole had a certain young lady who sold tea, he pondered the possibilities. He is indeed quite moved internally and desires to find a girlfriend. However, as a computer science major, opportunities are scarce. Moreover, he prefers not to date someone from his own field, as that would lack excitement. Thus, he seeks a venue abundant with female presence to showcase his masculine charm. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaole was instantly delighted. It is evident that old Tang possesses a heightened awareness. He cheerfully remarked, "Of course, as long as you excel in basketball, there will be plenty of girls around." Tang Ming, upon hearing this, found it to be quite sensible. However, he may not have considered that during the sweltering summer, attractive girls are usually resting and taking care of their skin. Even those who attend matches tend to be either less appealing and on the lookout for partners or already in relationships, supporting their significant others. Thus, the situation becomes rather challenging. Naturally, Qin Xiaole would never voice such thoughts. Otherwise, how could he recruit participants for the game? "That's wonderful, Brother Lo. If that's the case, I shall participate," Tang Ming exclaimed joyfully, as if envisioning a girlfriend waving at him. Qin Xiaole's heart soared with joy, yet he maintained a composed demeanor, asking, "Are you certain? The basketball competition is quite demanding." Tang Ming, with confidence, patted his chest and replied with a grin, "Fear not. I've been playing since middle school. My skills are solid, and with my physical prowess, playing center should be no problem." Standing at a height of 185 meters, Tang Ming was nearly the same stature as Qin Xiaole, and with his robust physique, he was certainly a capable center. Qin Xiaole quickly responded with a cheerful demeanor, "There's no doubt about it. Since that is settled, I'll note down your name as a participant." Tang Ming was instantly elated. "Hee, thank you, Brother Lo." Qin Xiaole laughed heartily. "We're brothers, no need for formality. I wouldn't lead you astray." Indeed, Qin Xiaole had no intention of misleading him. He merely exaggerated the quantity and quality of potential female companions. After all, this was a splendid opportunity to shine. "I'll help you register for the competition. It's a favor. If you don't encounter any attractive girls, well, that is just unfortunate. Is there a problem with that?" "None at all. At the very least, you will experience joy from basketball." The two chatted amiably as they strolled back. Later that evening, shortly after Qin Xiaole and Tang Ming returned to their dormitory, Zhang Yu and Wu Luo also arrived, both sporting smiles on their faces. "Brother Lu, old Wu and I thought you weren't in the dorm." Wu Luo chuckled. "Indeed. It's just the right time to kick off our dormitory's nightlife." The two exchanged glances, giggling, their eyes brimming with youthful excitement. This so-called nightlife referred to the film-watching session they had discussed earlier that afternoon. On this late evening, the dormitory decided to gather and watch an action movie, a delightful way to strengthen their camaraderie. Observing the expressions of his three companions, Qin Xiaole felt somewhat speechless. "Lao Zhang, Lao Wu, don't you both have girlfriends? Why indulge in this?" While Tang Ming's interest was understandable, it puzzled him why these two would join in. Is there a need for this with girlfriends around? Zhang Yu, with a mysterious smile, stepped forward and said, Brother Lu, you seem to misunderstand. Having a girlfriend means there's still much to learn. Exactly. We are all enthusiasts of knowledge, not the sort who remain uneducated, he added, harmonizing with his friend. Qin Xiaole couldn't help but admire their banter. These two were indeed impressive. Soon, Zhang Yu opened his laptop, while Wu Luo hurried to lock the door. At such a moment, it was most crucial to avoid any interruptions, otherwise it would be social death, indeed, a catastrophic embarrassment for the entire dormitory. The trio of Wu Luo, Zhang Yu, and Tang Ming positioned themselves nervously in front of the computer. Qin Xiaole sighed. They were watching a censored version, while he possessed the original. Yet, seeing their eager anticipation, he decided to join them. Alas. Chapter 84. A Face Full of Righteousness. Qin Xiaole, the three in the dormitory were engrossed in a censored short film, savoring every moment. In fact, after finishing the first viewing, they were eager to watch it again, simply to refresh their memories. After all, studying requires constant review. Zhang Yu smacked his lips, feeling a flush of warmth. Being gathered together to watch a film stirred emotions that were hard to quell. Old Tang, did you see that? Their movements are impeccable. Unlike the others, Tang Ming was not only a virgin but had never even had a girlfriend. The thought was rather sorrowful. Watching such a film ignited a myriad of feelings within him. Wow, this film is truly remarkable. Wu Luo nodded in agreement, his excitement palpable. Indeed, those creators from the island nation really know how to incorporate action into their narratives. In this regard, they are undoubtedly world leaders. No other country dares to claim superiority over them when it comes to romantic action films. The island has produced numerous stars, such as the renowned teacher Tsang, who are household names. Among the four, only Qin Xiaole, after a brief while, returned to his bed to play on his phone. Once the trio finished watching, they let out a sigh of relief. Spotting Qin Xiaole sitting on his bed, Zhang Yu curiously inquired, Brother Lu, why aren't you watching? Tang Ming echoed the sentiment. Perplexed, yeah, I thought this was quite enjoyable. Indeed, the clarity of the visuals and the quality of the audio are commendable, a remarkable piece of work. Observing the three individuals brimming with excitement, Qin Xiaole let out a sigh. They could become so animated over a censored version, were they to witness the unabridged edition. It was likely they would forego sleep this night. Clearing his throat, Qin Xiaole declared with a sense of integrity, I possess little interest in this. As university students of the new era, we should be vibrant and aspiring. How can we gather to watch such things? The primary issue was that this truncated version lacked substance. Having caught a glimpse, he found the narrative disjointed and devoid of its authentic essence. Naturally, the principal reason lay in the fact that Qin Xiaole himself had edited it. He was intimately familiar with every plot point and scene. Once one knows every detail, the experience inevitably loses much of its allure, rendering it rather dull. Just moments ago, he had been unable to continue after watching halfway through. The three exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of shame at Qin Xiaole's righteous words. Indeed, they were the pride of the new generation of university students, the elite of Dongda, the future pillars of Huaxia. How could they indulge in such trivialities? While not illegal, it certainly lacked moral integrity. When immersed in the joy of the viewing, they had felt no remorse. However, once that joy faded, a profound sense of loneliness arose within them, as though the entire experience had been ephemeral and devoid of meaning. Merely a waste of time. They sighed in unison, recognizing that, in comparison to Xiaole, their consciousness and awareness needed elevation. Zhang Yu lowered his head and said, Xiaole is right. We shall not watch such videos again. Tang Ming also sighed. Truly, as the class leader, your awareness is commendable. Xiaole, you shall be my role model henceforth. Wu Luo nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Xiaole has become the exemplar of our dormitory. Observing the fervent expressions of his companions, Qin Xiaole felt an unexpected pang of modesty. Despite his thick skin, he found it somewhat overwhelming. Clearing his throat once more, he said, Ahem, as long as you understand. Let us be more mindful in the future. After chatting for a while, the four proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. In his bed, Qin Xiaole's phone chimed. It was a message from Mu Qianque. What are you up to? She inquired. Upon reading her message, Qin Xiaole smiled faintly, his fingers tapping away at the screen. Just moments ago, he had been engaged in the noble act of guiding his roommate to be a person of integrity. Alas, he couldn't help but revel in being a benefactor and a moral exemplar. Mu Qianque replied. Qin Xiaole? Integrity? A benefactor? A moral exemplar? Are any of these terms applicable to him? Could he show a modicum of humility? Qin Xiaole discerned that this fellow possessed an unparalleled audacity. How shameless. It would truly be a blessing if he did not cause trouble for his roommates, and yet he maintained a facade of integrity. Qin Xiaole stifled a laugh, remarking, "How can you slander the class monitor? That's simply unjust." Qin Xiaole scoffed lightly. "Your information has proven immensely helpful. Tomorrow evening, I shall treat you to a sumptuous meal." This was primarily due to her grandfather's exuberance. Such significant information had been entrusted to Qin Xiaole, compelling her to express her gratitude towards the hacker. Thus, she intended to invite Qin Xiaole to dinner as a token of appreciation. After all, he had indeed contributed significantly, not only preventing the school's data from being pilfered, but also managing to retrieve all the information that had been handed over. Such technical prowess was truly commendable. Qin Xiaole chuckled upon hearing this. "Quite impressive indeed. It seems you possess a modicum of conscience." Although he thought this to himself, he did not convey it as such. A mere meal could hardly suffice as compensation for such vital information, which was worth its weight in gold. "Professor Mu, this simply won't he do." "Really? Are you trying to push your luck?" Qin Xiaole retorted with a huff. "If you want to eat, then I'll just prepare it for the dogs." Qin Xiaole playfully barked, "Woof woof." Qin Xiaole remarked, "Well, it seems no one can match your level of shamelessness." They continued their conversation, and thereafter, Qin Xiaole instructed him to meet her in her office after school the following afternoon. Naturally, Qin Xiaole had no objections. To be honest, since the semester began, Qin Xiaole had frequented the office far more than his own dormitory. Nightfall arrived. After the lights in the dormitory were extinguished, they began to drift into slumber. However, perhaps due to having watched a movie, the three of them seemed somewhat restless and unable to sleep. Qin Xiaole was uncertain of their activities and dared not inquire. He simply lay quietly in bed until he eventually succumbed to sleep. Time passed. The following morning, with the alarm clock ringing, the dormitory awakened. And after some washing and tidying up, they proceeded to the cafeteria for breakfast. The day ahead was filled with a packed schedule. For classes were slated from 8:30 in the morning until 6 in the evening. During this time, aside from Tang Meng, other individuals approached Qin Xiaole to sign up for the basketball competition. Given that they were in the computer science department, there were many boys, though most were not particularly skilled at basketball. Nevertheless, with a solid foundation, a few had decent skills and were eager to participate in the competition. 5 individuals had gathered, which seemed to be a sufficient number. It was likely that they would have no issue entering the competition, and Qin Xiaole could simply cheer them on from the sidelines, which would be quite enjoyable. Chapter 85. A new teacher is my close friend at 6 in the evening. With the ringing of the class dismissal bell, Qin Xiaole exhaled a sigh of relief, his heart brimming with joy. He tidied up his backpack and cheerfully addressed the group. "Old Zhang, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Without waiting for the puzzled expressions of the three, he dashed off, walking briskly along a familiar path. He soon arrived at the door of Qin Xiaole's office. Qin Xiaole pushed the door open without hesitation. Qin Xiaole, who was seated at her desk handling matters, slightly lifted her head and, upon seeing Qin Xiaole, displayed no surprise whatsoever. After all, his visits to the office had become exceedingly frequent, to the point of rendering her somewhat immune to his presence. Qin Xiaole, with a beaming smile, took a seat beside Qin Xiaole, patiently waiting for her to finish her tasks without interruption. Their demeanor resembled a unique understanding, one engrossed in their own affairs while the other remained quietly supportive. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Qin Xiaole stretched and yawned. "All right, I'm done." The moment her words fell, Qin Xiaole cheerfully inquired, "Professor Mu, what grand feast shall we indulge in today? I've heard that there are several 5-star restaurants in our city, and they don't seem too pricey, perhaps a few thousand per person. Shall we give it a try?" Qin Xiaole raised an eyebrow. "A few thousand per person? Seriously, this rascal is here to fleece the wealthy." She shot him a glance of disapproval. "Dream on. We're having dinner at home." Qin Xiaole rarely dined out, and even when it came to grand meals, she preferred to prepare them herself at home. Of course, Qin Xiaole was well aware of this. He had merely been teasing her. With her tasks complete, Qin Xiaole gathered her belongings and led him downstairs. She had already procured the ingredients earlier, so they drove home together. Once they ascended the stairs and entered their abode, she instructed, "All right, you can play some games on the sofa while I cook." Qin Xiaole smiled slightly. "May I assist you?" Qin Xiaole shook her head, firmly declining his offer. "No need. Just enjoy your game. I'll handle the cooking. Since she was treating Qin Xiaole to a meal as a gesture of gratitude, it was only fitting that she managed everything herself. Acknowledging her decision, Qin Xiaole settled on the sofa to play his game. Before long, the enticing aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. It must be said that Mu Qianxue's culinary skills were truly exceptional. Even while seated on the sofa in the living room, Qin Xiaole could sense the delightful fragrance enveloping him. He continued to play with enthusiasm. Truth be told, he was not as skilled at the game as Mu Qianxue. While he could perform well when ahead, he struggled to turn the tide when at a disadvantage. His awareness of gameplay was rather lacking. As a marksman, he often found himself lost after finishing his lane, unsure of where to assist next, which hindered his ranking progress. Hence, his rank remained frustratingly stagnant. After all, why was it dubbed Eternal Diamond? Because it was, indeed, quite eternal. After an hour of play, Qin Xiaole suffered 3 consecutive defeats. When the final sound echoed, he sat on the sofa, exhaling an irritated sigh. Damn it, my teammates are utterly clueless. Have you ever encountered a 430 match? We only secured 4 kills on our side, and I got 2 of them, yet my teammates claim I merely scavenged. It's infuriating. Enough of this, let us eat. You clearly cannot grasp this game, he was told. Qin Xiaole retorted, what do you mean I can't grasp it? Rising to his feet, he approached Mu Qianxue. Noticing the forlorn expression on his face, chuckled softly, you've lost 3 in a row. With skills like that, don't drag your teammates down. Ugh. He sighed in resignation and then sat down to eat. The meal prepared by Mu Qianxue was modest, comprising only 4 dishes, as there were only the 2 of them, and they couldn't consume much. However, each dish was crafted with meticulous care: sweet and sour ribs, crispy fried pork, hairy crabs, and pepper salt tofu. Each plate was a testament to Mu Qianxue's dedication. How does it taste? She inquired with a light laugh, gazing at Qin Xiaole. Delicious, he replied, picking up his chopsticks and sampling the tofu. Quite good. It melts in the mouth. Nodding, he remarked, indeed, it's delectable. Your tofu is truly delightful. He proceeded to taste the other dishes, each one proving equally delightful. Your culinary skills are impressive, he said with a slight smile. The 2 sat in the living room, quietly enjoying their meal. During the meal, Mu Qianxue suddenly spoke up. By the way, I have something to inform you. Curious, Qin Xiaole looked at her. What's the matter? Has something happened? After a brief pause, Mu Qianxue replied. Our calculus teacher has encountered some issues at home and may not be able to teach your class this year. The school has hired a new teacher who is expected to take over your class in the next couple of days. A new teacher? For our class? Qin Xiaole was taken aback, but soon nodded, not giving it much thought. After all, it was quite normal to have a change in instructors. In university, apart from the counselor, there isn't a teacher who stays with you from your freshman to your senior year. They rotate every year or semester. Noticing Qin Xiaole's nonchalance, Mu Qianxue cautioned, this new teacher is a close friend of mine from university and is quite the goddess. I warn you, don't get too close to her, understood? If anything arises, make sure to inform me immediately. Mu Qianxue, a graduate of Peking University, had often skipped grades due to her exceptional intelligence, allowing her to enter university earlier than most. During her university years, she completed the required credits in just 3 years, graduating smoothly and subsequently securing a spot for further studies at Peking University. Among all the students at Peking University, the only one who could rival her in academics was her close friend. Not only were they comparable in terms of studies, but also in appearance. However, her friend specialized in mathematics while she focused on computer science, fields that bore little relation to one another. Excitedly, Mu Qianxue learned that her friend would be joining Dong University as a faculty member, allowing them to work together. Yet, her sole concern was Qin Xiaole. After all, men could be rather unreliable, and her friend, who was equally as attractive and perhaps even more vivacious than herself, had countless admirers at Peking University. This was precisely why Mu Qianxue felt uneasy. As the saying goes, one must guard against fire, theft, and even close friends. Upon hearing her words, Qin Xiaole smiled faintly. Even before her arrival, he felt a pang of jealousy. With a playful smirk, he remarked, that might be problematic. She is the teacher, and as a student, I must heed her words. Mu Qianxue shot him a glare, insisting, I am still your counselor, so you better listen to me, understood? Qin Xiaole responded. How could I not understand, Mu Qianxue? Your implied threat is quite clear. Author S note. One more chapter will be updated later. I am quite exhausted. Rest assured. It will be published tonight. I just need a short break. My eyes are hurting. In chapter 86, Qin Xiaole cleared his throat and said, "Rest assured, Professor Mu. I will certainly listen to you and will inform you immediately of any matters." Given the fierce look in Mu Qianxue's eyes, how could Qin Xiaole dare to disobey? Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, how beautiful could her friend truly be? Mu Qianxue's looks were unmatched. Not just within Dong University, but also among the finest in all of Huaxia. None of the entertainers or internet celebrities could compare, neither in beauty nor in contributions. Mu Qianxue nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing her lips. This awareness was precisely what she expected. This was the hallmark of a good student. Well done. Now, eat more vegetables, she said cheerfully, serving Qin Xiaole. Indeed, a woman's mood can shift remarkably fast. Just moments ago, she was filled with anger, and now she was smiling and serving him food while praising him. One might wonder if such a rapid change was too extreme. Qin Xiaole, on the other hand, was quite pleased, happily accepting the food she offered. The meal was delightful, and he devoured 2 bowls of rice on his own. After about half an hour, they both set down their chopsticks. Qin Xiaole couldn't help but let out a satisfied burp. It was truly a delightful feast. He had a rather splendid idea. In the future, the act of dining together can become a frequent occurrence. Qin Xiaole rose, intending to wash the dishes, but was halted by Mu Qianxue. This time, having genuinely invited Qin Xiaole for a meal, Mu Qianxue had no intention of allowing him to work. After ushering him to the sofa to watch television, she retreated to the kitchen to tend to the dishes. Observing her industrious figure, Qin Xiaole couldn't help but smile subtly. This seemingly icy goddess, Professor Mu Qianxue, was indeed quite kind to him, exuding a touch of the virtuous wife and nurturing mother. Qin Xiaole felt fortunate to have her in his life. Their current relationship, while not officially that of a couple, had certainly transcended mere friendship, verging on a state of delightful ambiguity. After all, with a bit of cheekiness, Qin Xiaole could indulge himself a little more, which was rather enjoyable. Soon, Mu Qianxue completed the washing and cheerfully entered the living room, her mood evidently buoyant. This was partly due to the matter concerning the data, as she was naturally pleased with anything beneficial to the country. Moreover, it was Qin Xiaole who had initiated it, instilling a sense of quiet pride within her. Additionally, she felt a certain happiness regarding Qin Xiaole's recent response. As a woman, she harbored unique expectations of men, particularly regarding their proximity to female friends. After all, there were cautionary tales of heartbreak when friends stole away boyfriends. Though Mu Qianxue had not personally experienced such treachery, she had witnessed it among her acquaintances, prompting her cautious nature, especially given Qin Xiaole's striking looks. "Would you care for some fruit? I just cut these apples," Mu Qianxue said as she brought over a platter, the apples freshly washed and sliced. This was her first time doing such things for someone outside her family. Taken by surprise, Qin Xiaole grinned at her and accepted without hesitation, finding the apples delightfully crisp. As they settled on the sofa, Mu Qianxue inquired, "By the way, when do you plan to lift the virus afflicting the island nation, or will you simply let it be?" Qin Xiaole chuckled, "Rest assured. What I've created is merely a small trinket. Though the islanders may be less than stellar, there are still some capable hackers among them. I suspect they will resolve it themselves in a few days. After all, this is a matter of national importance. Even the Prime Minister has been compromised. Just think about how dire that is. If the virus lingers much longer, the Prime Minister might resort to seppuku." Mu Qianxue nodded in response. "Where did you acquire such impressive hacking skills? How did you become so proficient?" As a student of Peking University, she had encountered her fair share of hacking prodigies. Individuals who had honed their computer knowledge from a young age, ultimately culminating in their extraordinary abilities. However, she was taken aback. His prowess is not as terrifying as Qin Xiaole's, who audaciously infiltrated an entire nation without detection. How many individuals could achieve such a feat? Virtually none. This is precisely why Mu Qianxue felt both curious and astonished. With a smile, Qin Xiaole leaned in and asked, "Do you truly wish to know?" Mu Qianxue nodded, intrigued. After all, Qin Xiaole was remarkably young, yet his skills were so formidable. Who wouldn't he be curious? Qin Xiaole, with a playful demeanor, leaned closer, closing the distance between them to mere centimeters. Their eyes locked, and Mu Qianxue felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety at his sudden proximity. They were so close that they could feel each other's breath. Even the rhythm of their heartbeats was palpable. Qin Xiaole smiled gently, a subtle arc gracing his lips. "Have you forgotten? I owe you a reward from our last encounter. Allow me to repay you before I divulge anything further. Last time, you owe me a reward? Given their time together, Mu Qianxue understood precisely what he meant. She placed her hands against his chest, stammering, I don't need you to repay it. You just go. Qin Xiaole chuckled softly. That won't do. I am a man of my word. I cannot disregard a debt. Professor Mu, you must not teach me such unfavorable lessons. Mu Qianxue thought to herself, what a scoundrel. His words flowed with such charm. However, before she could fully process this, Qin Xiaole suddenly kissed her. Realizing her inability to resist, she acknowledged that this was not the first time. Honestly, knowing Qin Xiaole had shattered her long-held beliefs. It was as if an icy goddess had encountered a spirited youth, not melting from warmth, but rather being captivated by his audacity. The sensation was indescribable. Yet, surprisingly, Mu Qianxue found herself not averse to this feeling. In fact, at that moment, she felt a strange sense of enjoyment. However, this sentiment lay buried deep within her. Unacknowledged and inexpressible, their passionate kiss felt as if they possessed the entire world. Once a boy initiates a kiss, his hands often become restless. And Qin Xiaole was no exception. Yet, Mu Qianxue firmly shielded her chest, refusing to allow him any further advance. After a few minutes, she finally pushed Qin Xiaole away. Gasping for air, and looked at his amused expression, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. Had it been any other boy, she would have erupted in anger at such boldness. Yet, she found herself unable to truly feel anger towards Qin Xiaole. It was all rather perplexing. Chapter 87. The schemes of Qin Xiaole. Observing Qin Xiaole's beaming countenance, Mu Qianxue felt an irritable surge within her. This fellow truly possessed an unparalleled knack for taking advantage of situations. With a mere disagreement, he would seize the opportunity, skillfully inserting himself into the cracks. His memory was astonishingly sharp. This matter, which she had nearly forgotten, he remembered with remarkable clarity. How infuriating. All right, Qin Xiaole chuckled. We're even now. I owe you no rewards. Mu Qianxue retorted. Did I ever ask you to owe me? Why must you be so brazen? Having witnessed various degrees of audacity throughout her life, she had never encountered someone with such unabashed boldness. Rolling her eyes at Qin Xiaole, she huffed. You still haven't told me where you acquired your hacking skills. Having been kissed by Qin Xiaole, Mu Qianxue could not possibly reciprocate, so she resigned herself to the situation, likening it to a playful nip from a puppy. Yet, human curiosity is insatiable, and she found herself intrigued by the origins of Qin Xiaole's remarkable hacking prowess. How could someone so young wield such impressive skills? Qin Xiaole was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Mu Qianxue was pondering this question. While he had no qualms about sharing other matters with her, the topic of the system was of paramount importance. Even with his own parents, he could not divulge such information lightly, for one could never tell who might exploit it for their own gain. The world is rife with greed. As the saying goes, wealth stirs the heart. Moreover, the utility of the system extended far beyond mere monetary gain. For Qin Xiaole, creating wealth was a remarkably straightforward endeavor. Thus, this matter was of utmost significance. With a shift in his thoughts, Qin Xiaole leaned closer with a grin and inquired, What's this? Are you so curious about your man's capabilities? Shall we retire to your room, and I'll share my secrets with you? The suggestion sent a rush of crimson to Mu Qianxue's cheeks. Even without prior romantic experience, she understood the implications behind Qin Xiaole's words. How brazen. This scoundrel was becoming increasingly audacious, daring to utter such words in her presence. She shot him a glare, exclaiming, I have no desire to know. Leave me be. With that, she forcefully pushed Qin Xiaole away. Such lewd propositions were utterly unacceptable to her. There was no way she would agree. Qin Xiaole cheerfully detached himself from Mu Qianxue and sat down beside her, grinning as he inquired, Aren't you the least bit curious? The origins of hacking techniques are exceptionally intricate and fascinating. I assure you, it will pique your interest. Intricate? Fascinating? Huh. I wouldn't believe a word you say. It was evident he merely intended to coax her into a room. However, Mu Qianxue was no naive girl. Though inexperienced in romance, she possessed a cool, aloof demeanor that belied her intelligence. She understood matters of the heart quite well. With a huff, she resolutely declined. No need for that. I'm not interested. Seeing her reaction, Qin Xiaole felt a surge of delight as the corners of his mouth lifted ever so slightly. At last, he had managed to somewhat deceive her. If Mu Qianxue had pressed him for details, he would have been at a loss for words. This was a deliberate ploy on his part, tailored to her character. After spending considerable time together, he had discerned her nature. When confronted with him, she appeared aloof, yet possessed a hint of prideful charm. Had he uttered such words to another girl, they might have already retreated to a room to explore life's mysteries. Yet, Qin Xiaole would undoubtedly refuse him and do so with righteous indignation. Hence, he had chosen his words carefully. The two conversed on the sofa for a while before Qin Xiaole decided it was time to take his leave. Just before departing, Qin Xiaole stood before him, gazing intently as she stated, "Don't forget what I said." Her tone carried an air of both warning and reminder. Qin Xiaole was momentarily taken aback. "What?" Noticing the bewildered expression on his face, Qin Xiaole huffed, "Best friend." Though she uttered only 2 words, Qin Xiaole instantly comprehended. Indeed, a woman's thoughts often linger in peculiar places, such as guarding against her best friend. With a cheerful nod, Qin Xiaole reassured her, "Rest assured, Professor Mu, I am yours. Heart and soul, no one can take that away." At that moment, Qin Xiaole shivered. His words sent a chill down her spine. Nevertheless, while her expression remained unremarkable, she felt a surge of happiness within. "Well, I shall take my leave," Qin Xiaole declared with a slight smile as he stood at the door. Qin Xiaole nodded. "Be careful on your way. Don't worry." As he watched Qin Xiaole's figure fade away, a subtle smile graced Qin Xiaole's lips. It was only after he had entered the elevator and departed that she slowly closed the door. Her feelings for Qin Xiaole were intricate and layered, devoid of her usual coldness and indifference. Instead, they were infused with a touch of warmth and humanity. Even if he managed to irritate her, her anger would not linger long. She would swiftly return to a state of calm. In her heart, there lingered an elusive concern for Qin Xiaole. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for her to threaten him about getting too close to her dear friend. Could it be that I have truly fallen for this fellow? This thought suddenly emerged in Qin Xiaole's mind, startling even herself. Having never experienced romance throughout her life, despite witnessing those around her engage in it, she pondered the nature of love. Such an emotion, unless one immerses oneself in it and experiences several relationships, remains an enigma. It is plausible that some individuals are innately gifted in matters of the heart. Even without personal experience, they glean profound insights from the relationships of others. Indeed, they may possess a clarity surpassing that of those who have loved. However, such individuals are ultimately a rarity. Despite Qin Xiaole's high intelligence and academic prowess, she found herself bewilderingly ignorant when it came to emotions. Engrossed in her research, she scarcely had the time to contemplate such matters. Consequently, as she analyzed whether she had developed feelings for Qin Xiaole, confusion enveloped her. She hastily shook her head, attempting to dispel these thoughts. Her mind was in disarray. Perhaps it was best to take things one step at a time. Love is a complex and elusive phenomenon. Once entangled, escaping its grasp becomes a formidable challenge. Upon returning to his dormitory, Qin Xiaole freshened up and retired to bed. Tomorrow marked Thursday, the day to diligently prepare for the upcoming basketball match. After all, this was a competition representing the honor of their department. If they could not gather enough players or were eliminated in the first round, it would be quite embarrassing for the entire discipline. The next afternoon, after a full day of classes, Qin Xiaole took the 5 members of the computer science basketball team to find a place to practice. With a complete roster, he did not intend to play but rather to serve as a substitute, ready to step in should an unforeseen situation arise. During the afternoon, he observed their training, absorbing tactical strategies. Basketball is fundamentally a game of teamwork, where tactics hold immense importance. While many players can rely solely on their individual skills, capable of dominating the court alone, the dynamics shift when it comes to a cohesive unit. If a basketball superstar were to join the computer science team, there would be no need for tactical discussions or training. One individual could easily lead 4 others to victory, often with remarkable ease. However, as they were all freshmen, their abilities were relatively comparable, and effective tactical coordination would yield significant results. As the group was engaged in their training, suddenly, a basketball hurtled through the air and struck Tang Meng squarely on the head. He was momentarily stunned, staring at the ball rolling on the ground before shifting his gaze. A young man clad in a telecommunications basketball jersey sauntered over, casting a glance at Tang Meng and then at the members of the computer science team. A hint of disdain evident in his gaze. Just these few insignificant players, and they dare to compete? How embarrassing. A slight smirk graced his lips as he casually remarked, "Apologies, but basketball has no eyes. It collided with you." Upon witnessing the contemptuous demeanor of this individual, Tang Ming felt a surge of indignation. What? The ball may lack vision, but you certainly do not, or perhaps your intellect is lacking. The moment he uttered these words, the young man, known as Zhang Luoyang, was instantly incensed. He was the center of the telecommunications basketball team, standing at a height of 187 meters, slightly taller than Tang Ming. This year, their team was formidable, boasting 3 players who had previously been part of their high school teams, while others possessed commendable skills, making them a strong contender for the championship. In stark contrast, the computer science team had little to show. Aside from Tang Ming's decent height, few among them stood out. Basketball, while relying on skill, also bears the moniker of a game for the tall. Taller players easily overpower shorter ones. This is a well-known fact among basketball enthusiasts. Hence, Zhang Luoyang dismissed the members of the computer science team without a second thought. He shot Tang Ming a glare and coldly remarked, "Just wait. You'd better pray that you don't face us in next week's match, or else I will utterly annihilate you." With that, he swung his fists in the air, chuckling derisively as he bent down to retrieve the ball. Tang Ming, however, refused to back down. "Huh, just you? Dream on. Whether we can win or not is another matter. I cannot afford to lose face." This had always been his guiding principle. After all, you should be characterized by fervor. If one lacks passion, can they truly be called young? The two exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting mutual disdain. Zhang Luoyang snorted and turned away. In truth, it was a trivial matter, merely an incident of being struck by a basketball. Yet, one party harbored contempt and failed to offer a sincere apology, while the other was hot-headed and refused to indulge. Naturally, they held each other in disdain, which was quite normal. Perhaps this was fate. Some individuals are simply incompatible from the very first glance. It is as if everyone possesses a magnetic field, and the magnetic forces between the two repelled each other. Many may relate to this feeling, the instant recognition that one will not get along with a particular person. With Zhang Luoyang gone, Tang Ming snorted dismissively and turned back to his practice. In high school, due to his height, he had also been part of the basketball team. However, since basketball wasn't their school's strong suit, his skills were not particularly exceptional. For 3 consecutive days, he had trained at the same time. On the third day, Saturday afternoon, Tang Ming and his 4 teammates practiced diligently, while Qin Xiaole leisurely sat beneath a tree, engrossed in his phone and sipping water. He was the nominal leader of the basketball team, and even if he did not train, he was expected to supervise. To him, it was of little consequence. In the late afternoon, he sat beside the basketball court, sipping water and occasionally glancing at his phone. The weather was pleasant, with a gentle breeze providing a refreshing touch. Just as he became engrossed in his device, a sudden shout erupted from the crowd. "Wow, a stunning beauty. This is simply breathtaking." Instantly, countless gazes were drawn toward the source of the commotion. In the next moment, the entire basketball court was engulfed in astonishment. "My goodness, such beauty and physique. Truly goddess-like," murmured the onlookers. Her looks could rival those of Professor Mu, without a doubt, surpassing every major star in Huaxia. As the crowd beheld this enchanting girl, their expressions were filled with awe and desire. Standing at a height of 1.70 meters, she donned knee-high boots, a leather jacket, and snug denim shorts. Her exquisite face seemed like a divine gift, with high cheekbones and deep-set eyes, embodying perfection. Her fair, long legs were exposed to the breeze, which carried her alluring scent, captivating numerous boys who had momentarily abandoned their basketballs, transfixed by her presence. Basketball, how could it compare to the allure of a goddess? In a fleeting instant, the appeal of the sport waned for them, leaving them gazing like lovesick fools. Amidst this spectacle, only Qin Xiaole appeared unaffected, remaining engrossed in his game of Honor of Kings, oblivious to the surrounding sounds. He was completely immersed in the game, determined not to let anything distract him from this crucial step as he advanced from eternal diamond to star glory. He paid no heed to the commotion around him. However, fate had other plans. The stunning girl, clad in her leather boots, noticed Qin Xiaole, and a playful smile graced her lips. She sauntered over, her eyes gleaming with mischief and warmth. Before long, she stood behind him, leaning in to catch a glimpse of his game, softly urging, "Stop playing and see who has arrived." Yet, Qin Xiaole remained indifferent, his fingers deftly maneuvering across the screen. "What does it matter who has come? I'm in the middle of a team battle, don't disturb me," he thought. In the face of the game, even the principal's arrival would not deter him from pursuing his team's glory. However, just as he dismissed her words, he sensed something amiss. That voice. It sounded strangely familiar. And that fragrance, he recognized it too well. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Qin Xiaole dropped his phone and turned around. Thud. The phone clattered to the ground in shock. The girl before him was undeniably beautiful, yet to him, she resembled a demon. He trembled, overwhelmed with excitement. His finger trembling as he pointed at her, stammering, Qin Xiaoxi. Qin Xiaoxi let out a cold snort, directly tugging at his ear. Humph. You don't even call me sister anymore, yet you dare to call yourself Qin Xiaoxi? Who gave you the audacity? Indeed, the person before him was none other than Qin Xiaole's elder sister, Qin Xiaoxi, who was 4 years his senior. However, from a young age, Qin Xiaole had never felt the warmth of his sister's affection. Why was that? Because Qin Xiaoxi was akin to a little witch, clever and mischievous, often leading her younger brother into all sorts of trouble. As a child, he had been tricked by her countless times, leaving him with a lingering sense of dread. Eventually, she went off to university, attending Peking University. Although Qin Xiaole excelled in his college entrance examination, achieving the top score in the province, he couldn't bring himself to attend the same university as her. The thought of facing her regularly was too daunting. Thus, his decision to forego Peking University stemmed from a desire to avoid Qin Xiaoxi. Who could have known that just as he began to enjoy a few peaceful days, she would suddenly reappear, stealthily and unexpectedly? It was utterly infuriating. With his ear firmly in her grasp, Qin Xiaole dared not resist. After all, their parents, grandparents, and even their great-grandparents all doted on Qin Xiaoxi, granting her a higher standing in the household than he held. Hence, he had no courage to defy her. Hey, sis, I was wrong. I was just so happy to see you. Qin Xiaoxi scoffed. Happy? I wouldn't believe that for a second. This brother of mine, I know him too well. He is full of tricks and has a way with words that is simply exceptional. It's best to interpret his words in reverse for any meaningful insight. I swear it's true. Qin Xiaole chuckled nervously and quickly stood up. Really, sis. Please let go, my ear hurts. With a light huff, Qin Xiaoxi released her grip. Come on, we're not staying here. Let us go out. Okay. He had no choice but to comply with his sister's wishes. He quickly responded and picked up his phone from the ground. However, upon glancing at the screen, he was taken aback. They had lost the team battle. This match was ruined. Their chances of advancing in the Starry Sky competition were gone. Damn it. Qin Xiaole imagined his teammates must be cursing at that very moment. After all, he had dropped his phone during a critical moment, leading to his disconnection and swift elimination at the hands of the opposing team. But there was nothing he could do about it. Qin Xiaoxi had arrived. With a sigh, he placed his phone into his pocket and glanced at his bewildered friends, Tang Ming and the others. It wasn't just the 5 of them. Everyone else training on the basketball court wore a similarly confused expression. The stunningly beautiful girl. Does she know this man before her? Moreover, their relationship seems rather extraordinary. This must be a fabrication. It is simply too hard to believe. One must understand that her beauty surpasses imagination, rivaling even the finest of actresses from Huaxia. She exudes an ethereal charm. Observing the dazed expressions of the onlookers, Qin Xiaole cheerfully remarked, You all continue practicing. I have something to attend to. So I shall take my leave. With a wave of his hand, he turned and departed. Qin Xiaoxi glanced at him and urged, Hurry up, you're moving too slowly. Without further ado, she grasped his arm and quickened her pace. However, this scene left the crowd in disbelief and envy. My goodness, who is this girl? She is simply too beautiful. Indeed, good heavens, her beauty is astounding. What a pity, she belongs to someone else. TSK, and that young man is handsome as well. We stand no chance. Even if one wished to pursue her, one must possess the requisite prowess. Yet, it is clear they lack such capability compared to Qin Xiaole. In terms of looks and other attributes, they are simply incomparable. Even if granted an opportunity, it would be futile. The students from the computer science department also wore expressions of bewilderment. Old Tang, what is this all about? How did Legs suddenly become involved with such a beautiful girl? Indeed, what is happening? Hearing their inquiries, Tang Ming was equally perplexed. Recently, Qin Xiaole had not engaged in any notable activities. How could he suddenly form a connection with such an attractive girl? Her beauty could rival that of their esteemed Professor Mu. It is simply remarkable. Shaking his head, he remarked, I have no idea. Leg truly knows how to attract stunning women. Indeed, since the beginning of the semester, many girls have developed affections for Qin Xiaole, each one more beautiful than the last. The least among them could be considered the belle of the department. Truly, The disparity between individuals is more pronounced than that between humans and dogs. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Xiaole was pulling Qin Xiaole through the campus of Dongda University. Countless onlookers were captivated by the sight before them. Why? Because their beauty was simply unparalleled. The key point is their closeness. Under such scrutiny, Qin Xiaole began to feel overwhelmed. He abruptly freed himself from Qin Xiaole's grasp and coughed slightly, saying, "Sister, I can walk on my own." Qin Xiaole turned her head and, with a mischievous smile, teased, "What is the matter? Has my little brother grown up and become shy?" Qin Xiaole coughed again and replied, "No, I just think this isn't appropriate. It won't help you find a boyfriend." Of course, there is one more thing that Qin Xiaole did not mention. It would be difficult to explain how the news reached Mu Qianxue. After all, a beautiful girl had come to the school and was holding Qin Xiaole's hand. If word got out, Mu Qianxue might very well be tempted to take up arms against him. Qin Xiaole's lips curled into a slight smile. "Enough of your nonsense. Let us go." After years of companionship, Qin Xiaole knew her brother best. Was she really worried about delaying her own romantic prospects? Nonsense. It was more likely that he feared his own chances with the ladies would be affected. This fellow, so cunning. Hearing this, Qin Xiaole chuckled and hurried to catch up. They walked side by side, heading toward the school gate. Curious, Qin Xiaole inquired, "Sister, where are we going?" The direction they were taking led out through the east gate. Qin Xiaole cheerfully replied, "I'm taking you out for a meal and to introduce you to a friend." "A friend?" Qin Xiaole was taken aback. Laughing, "You have a friend?" This little sorceress actually had a friend? It seemed implausible. After all, throughout her life, her intelligence had always been exceptional. She had skipped grades multiple times. While her peers were still playing in the mud, Qin Xiaole had already begun studying advanced mathematics. By the time she was in high school, she was self-studying university-level calculus. Perhaps her high intellect was the reason she seldom enjoyed the company of her contemporaries, finding them childish. Most of her time was spent immersed in mathematics. Would someone like her truly have a close friend? Impossible. At least, Qin Xiaole was the first to doubt it. However, Qin Xiaole shot him a glare. "Oh, are you feeling cheeky?" Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaole couldn't help but shiver. Damn, he had let his guard down. He wouldn't ask again. Observing Qin Xiaole's fierce demeanor, Qin Xiaole dared not question her further and simply followed in obedient silence. It was best not to provoke this little sorceress, otherwise he would certainly face the consequences. They exited the school side by side, with Qin Xiaole following the GPS coordinates sent by her friend towards their destination, Hushang Rinjia. This was a well-known restaurant near East University, frequented by both students and office workers alike. The dishes here were quite delectable, the ambience charming, and the prices reasonable. With a good reputation, excellent flavors, and commendable service, it naturally attracted many patrons. In the vicinity, it was considered a mid to high-end dining establishment. "We're here." Upon reaching the entrance, Qin Xiaole glanced at her phone's location, nodding in satisfaction. Qin Xiaole was taken aback, curiosity evident in his voice as he asked, "Sister, you really have a close friend here treating you to a meal?" He had initially believed that someone like Qin Xiaole would hardly have a confidant. The notion of dining together seemed merely a pretext for scamming her brother out of a meal. However, observing her demeanor now, it appeared she truly did have a friend inviting her for dinner. Qin Xiaole shot him a glance, her tone slightly irritable as she retorted, "Of course. It goes without saying that I possess exceptional character, humility, and unparalleled intelligence. How could I possibly lack a close friend?" Qin Xiaole replied, "Exceptional character? Humility? Are you referring to yourself? Do you not possess any self-awareness? Among those descriptors, aside from your high intelligence, the rest are nonsense. Is the infamous little witch of Subei City merely a title? In our neighborhood, who does not know of her?" However, Qin Xiaole dared not voice these thoughts in her presence, fearing the repercussions. He had been traumatized by past encounters. Silently, he followed in Qin Xiaole's footsteps as they entered the restaurant. At that moment, a smiling attendant at the front desk promptly approached them. "Good day. May I ask if you have a reservation?" Qin Xiaole glanced at her phone, nodding as she replied, "Yes, room 203. "Excellent. Please follow me," the attendant said, gesturing for them to proceed upstairs. "Here we are, room 203, the attendant announced. Qin Xiaole nodded and turned to Qin Xiaole, saying, "Come, let me introduce you to my close friend. She is renowned at Dong University as the Ice Goddess." With that, Qin Xiaole pushed the door open. However, at that moment, Qin Xiaole sensed something amiss. "Wait, the Ice Goddess of Dong University? Could that possibly be Mu Qianxue? Is my sister's friend really Mu Qianxue? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Yet before he could contemplate further, Qin Xiaole grasped his hand and entered the room. Inside the spacious private chamber sat a lone female figure. Her graceful silhouette and slender form suggested an extraordinary beauty. Hearing the door open, she swiftly turned around. Qianxue, it has been too long. I've missed you so much. Qin Xiaole exclaimed, releasing Qin Xiaole and eagerly approaching Mu Qianxue for a warm embrace. Upon seeing Qin Xiaole, Mu Qianxue's face lit up with excitement. Xiaole, it's been ages. I've missed you too. The two stunningly beautiful women embraced each other, their faces glowing with joy. During their time at Peking University, they had been the closest of friends. Why was that? A significant part of the reason lies in the remarkable similarity of their intellects. Indeed, both Qin Xiaole and Mu Qianxue have advanced through the educational system with exceptional prowess, ultimately gaining admission to Peking University, where they have subsequently made quite a name for themselves. Each has emerged as a leading figure in their respective fields. It is only natural that such stunningly beautiful and intellectually gifted individuals would find companionship in one another. In terms of personality, Qin Xiaole is vivacious and a tad mischievous, while Mu Qianxue embodies a contrasting demeanor, cold on the outside, yet warm within. Their personalities complement each other splendidly, and throughout their years at Peking University, they have been inseparable confidants. This bond was well understood by many fellow students at the university, perhaps indicative of the mutual attraction often found among intellectually gifted individuals. After a brief embrace, a smile graced the corner of Qin Xiaole's eyes as she cheerfully remarked, "By the way, let me introduce you to someone." As she said this, both their gazes shifted toward the door. With a gentle smile, Qin Xiaole announced, "This is my silly younger brother, Qin Xiaole, who also happens to be a student at your university. Though his intellect may not be the sharpest, he is rather pleasing to the eye." Standing in place, Qin Xiaole and Mu Qianxue locked eyes, both struck dumb by the revelation. Particularly for Mu Qianxue, upon seeing Qin Xiaole, her eyes widened in disbelief. Her face a canvas of incredulity, her mind screaming in turmoil. "Oh my heavens! Qin Xiaole is the younger brother of my best friend? And I've been involved with him ambiguously, not to mention we've even shared a bed? Goodness! Is this real?" For over 20 years, Mu Qianxue had never encountered such a shocking scenario. She was not alone in her astonishment. Qin Xiaole was equally taken aback. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on him. His sister's closest friend had become entangled in his life. How would they navigate the complexities of their relationships moving forward? A myriad of questions loomed in Qin Xiaole's mind. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Mu Qianxue had mentioned that her friend would be teaching them advanced mathematics. This meant that Qin Xiaole would be his future mathematics instructor. "Oh dear, please, just end my misery," he lamented. How was he to endure this predicament? Qin Xiaole had enrolled at Dong University primarily to escape Qin Xiaole. The thought of facing her at Peking University had been daunting enough. Little did he anticipate that she would follow him, determined to ensure he could not escape her grasp. Observing the dazed expressions on their faces, Qin Xiaole momentarily failed to comprehend the situation. She gently tapped Mu Qianxue's arm and inquired with curiosity, "Qianxue, what's wrong? Do you two know each other?" Both Mu Qianxue and Qin Xiaole quickly regained their composure, exchanging a glance before hastily diverting their eyes. She coughed lightly and said, "Ahem, allow me to introduce myself. I am his homeroom teacher." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaole's eyes widened in astonishment. "Homeroom teacher? What a coincidence. Wait." Her gaze shifted to Qin Xiaole. "Xiaole, you're studying computer science?" Qin Xiaole replied, "Mu Qianxue, what the hell? Is she really my sister? She doesn't even know what major her brother is studying." Ugh. Qin Xiaole could only nod helplessly. However, Qin Xiaole suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, little brother, I will be your teacher from now on. What a twist of fate. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious." Chapter 91. Is there a way to make her leave? Qin Xiaole was overwhelmed with joy. She was simply ecstatic. If not for the fear of tarnishing her refined image, she would have laughed uproariously. She never anticipated that she would become Qin Xiaole's advanced mathematics instructor. It is worth noting that her decision to come to Dong University was primarily inspired by Mu Qianxue's invitation. Additionally, her research at Peking University had grown rather mundane, prompting her to consider the change. Given Qin Xiaole's qualifications and academic prowess, teaching at Dong University would be exceedingly effortless. The principal would surely be overjoyed and extend a warm welcome. Initially, she had merely intended to visit her best friend and younger brother, but unexpectedly, she became her brother's teacher. Now, the fun was just beginning. Qin Xiaole was absolutely thrilled. In her childhood, she often teased Qin Xiaole, and now, as his teacher, did he dare to rebel? Huh, dream on. Just wait until I call your parents. Conversely, Qin Xiaole was nearly driven to the brink of despair upon receiving this news. In fact, he felt an overwhelming urge to repeat his senior year of high school. Despite all precautions, he was ultimately caught off guard. Ugh, the expressions of the siblings were a stark contrast. Qin Xiaole cheerfully beckoned, Come, Qin Xiaole, take a seat. Today is a joyous occasion. Let us enjoy a splendid meal together. Qin Xiaole and Mu Qianxue exchanged glances, both resignedly taking their seats. Happy? Who on earth is happy? Mu Qianxue sighed deeply, feeling a wave of self-reproach wash over her. That day, during their conversation, Qin Xiaole had mentioned her solitary research at Peking University, expressing her boredom. After all, Qin Xiaole's personality was quite exuberant. Solitary research without companionship was unbearable for her. Thus, Mu Qianxue casually suggested that she come to Dong University to give it a try, all while seeking to recruit talent for her grandfather. The moment Qin Xiaole learned that her best friend and younger brother were at Dong University, she readily agreed without a second thought. Reflecting on this, Mu Qianxue wished she could slap herself for her impulsiveness. How thoughtless. The three individuals had ordered their dishes and sat together. In an effort to conceal the awkwardness of her relationship with Qin Xiaole, Mu Qianxue deliberately adopted a demeanor of aloofness, avoiding any eye contact with him. By the way, Qianxue, you reside in that community near the east gate of Dong University, right? During the meal, Qin Xiaole suddenly inquired. Mu Qianxue paused for a moment, then nodded in affirmation. Yes, is there something wrong? With a slight smile, Qin Xiaole replied. Not at all, I've purchased a flat as well. Henceforth, we shall be neighbors. At that moment, Qin Xiaole unexpectedly spat out his food. What the hell? Neighbors? You might as well kill me now. Previously, Qin Xiaole could often visit Mu Qianxue's home for a meal, taking advantage of her hospitality. But now, with Qin Xiaole buying a flat right next to her, how could he continue to benefit? Observing Qin Xiaole's expression, Qin Xiaole shot him an exasperated glance. What are you doing? Just sit still and eat. Qin Xiaole hastily took a sip of water and exclaimed, Wait a minute, sister. Where did you get the money to buy a house? The prices here are quite steep, far more than in our city of Subei. Although Subei is also a first-tier city, it pales in comparison to the likes of Shanghai. The disparity is most vividly illustrated in the property prices. The flat in Mu Qianxue's community is merely a little over 100 square meters and costs nearly 10 million. Meanwhile, in Subei, a similar property would only cost around 2 million. The difference is staggering. Qin Xiaole's eyes sparkled with mischief as she chuckled and cleared her throat. Of course. It's from the research I've conducted over the years. Research? Does it pay that well? You casually bought a house worth over 10 million? Is that for real? Qin Xiaole could hardly believe it. Even Mu Qianxue's expression reflected a hint of skepticism. How could research be so lucrative? Given her own background in academia, she was aware that such earnings were implausible. Moreover, at just 23, having only started her research career 2 years ago, it was inconceivable that she could amass such wealth. It was evident that Qin Xiaole was fabricating a story. Furthermore, during their university days, she had become quite familiar with Qin Xiaole, sensing that her family must have considerable wealth. Yet, the sibling duo did not seem to belong to the same household, which was indeed perplexing. Nevertheless, Mu Qianxue chose not to dwell on it. Fortunately, her flat was not on the same floor as Qin Xiaole's. Mu Qianxue lived on the 13th floor, while Qin Xiaole's was on the 17th. This revelation brought a sigh of relief to Qin Xiaole. If they had been neighbors, it would have been exceedingly uncomfortable. Throughout the meal, each of the three harbored their own thoughts, and one could only imagine the struggles Qin Xiaole faced. The future seemed laden with challenges. As the meal progressed, the atmosphere remained tense. Qin Xiaole smiled and said, I will go to the restroom first. You all can start eating. With that, she rose, opened the door, and left for the restroom. Inside the private room, Qin Xiaole and Mu Qianxue exchanged glances, both exhaling in relief. Why didn't you tell me Xiaole is your sister? Mu Qianxue broke the silence, unable to contain her curiosity. Qin Xiaole sighed softly. I had no idea you two were close friends. This is quite the coincidence. Indeed, it is far too coincidental. Their bond with Mu Qianxue had been gradually deepening, only for Qin Xiaole to arrive, complicating matters. It felt as though life had transitioned from an easy mode to an extremely challenging one, raising the stakes significantly. Mu Qianxue, feeling equally helpless, looked at Qin Xiaole and pondered for a moment before saying, "As for our relationship, let's not inform Xiaoxi. I'm afraid she might not take it well." The notion of her brother being romantically involved with her best friend and having shared a bed is simply surreal. Naturally, Mu Qianxue's reluctance stemmed from her shyness. If Qin Xiaoxi were to discover this, given her mischievous nature, who could predict her reaction? Qin Xiaole nodded in agreement. It was better to avoid unnecessary complications. A typical older sister would encourage and support her brother's romantic endeavors, possibly even offering financial assistance. However, it was evident that Qin Xiaoxi was not that kind of sister. It was best to keep this matter under wraps. Qin Xiaole leaned in and asked, "Is there any way to get her out of the picture? If she tries to tutor me in advanced mathematics, I fear I might not survive the week." The mere mention of Qin Xiaoxi cast a shadow over him. Throughout their childhood, she had often bullied him, taking advantage of her age and intellect. To make matters worse, the elders in their family always sided with her, which was incredibly frustrating. Mu Qianxue, too, shared this sentiment. She sighed and said, "Let me think it over. There's no need to rush." "All right," Qin Xiaole replied just as the sound of the door opening reached their ears. Both quickly lowered their heads, falling silent.